Chapter 241 Water Mirror Entrance. In order for Chen Feng to go to the Demon Cave to experience, the great elder of the Demon King Palace spent a lot of money, and took out the elixirs he had treasured for many years. Chen Feng used the excuse that the elixirs given to him by the master of the Demon King Palace were for his own cultivation, and cheated out part of the elixir from the great elder of the Demon King's Palace. Then, Chen Feng pretended that he couldn't resist the temptation and accepted the elixir from the chief elder of the Demon King's Hall. At the same time, he also agreed to go to the Demon's Cave for training. The chief of the Demon King's Hall did not break his promise at all. The medicine was handed over to Chen Feng. It has to be said that the great elder of the Demon King's Palace is quite confident. He feels that as long as he deceives Chen Feng into the Demon's Cave, he can kill him there. At that time, the elixirs given to him will return to his hands, even if they cannot return in his own hands. In the Demon King's Palace, apart from the Palace Master, he is the boss here. He can get as much elixir as he wants from it. Are you still afraid that there will be no elixir? Besides, in the heart of the great elder of the Demon King's Hall, it doesn't matter if he spends all the elixirs to get rid of Chen Feng. Even if he loses part of his troops, it doesn't matter, just because he doesn't allow his status and other things to be threatened. Chen Feng put the elixirs given to him by the elder of the Demon King Palace into a package, and then found a secluded place and put them into the water droplet space. Chen Feng did not want to reveal that he had water droplets in front of the Chinese medicine department. The matter of space. Otherwise, he will become the target of public criticism and cause a bloody storm. Afterwards, Chen Feng flew back empty-handed. The monsters and beasts couldn't help but be stunned when they saw Chen Feng returning empty-handed. Even the master of the Demon King's Hall and the great elder were like this. The master of the Demon King's Hall couldn't help but raise his head and asked slightly curiously, "Hey, where's your package? Where's your luggage? Could it be that you just went to the Demon Cave empty-handed to get some experience?" Chen Feng faced the Demon King Palace, and the Palace Master nodded slightly, tilted his head, and asked innocently, "Yeah, what's wrong?" The Lord of the Demon King Palace heard Chen Feng's words, and looked at Chen Feng angrily, with a helpless look on his face, and then asked Chen Feng feebly, "What about your elixirs? Have you taken them all?" There was a trace of worry in the tone. At this moment, the master of the Demon King Hall had to wonder whether he had misjudged the monster Chen Feng. From this point of view, Chen Feng was indeed a bit unreliable. However, the master of the Demon King Hall was thinking in his heart, "I wonder if this is just a confusing move. He has other tricks." But since Chen Feng didn't take anything, he had to do this. And he couldn't remind Chen Feng in front of all the monsters. He could only sigh and stop looking at Chen Feng. The elder of the Demon King's Hall saw Chen Feng with empty hands, and heard the conversation between the master of the Demon King's Hall and Chen Feng, and couldn't help but sneer secretly in his heart, thinking, "I didn't expect this little black bee to be so stupid. He thought that the mushrooms in my online store were so simple. He went to the magic cave to experience it without any preparation. It was really too naive. In addition, don't be afraid of my elder's assists. You can't stay in the devil's cave forever." The eyes of the great elder of the Demon King's Hall fell on Chen Feng again, with excitement flashing in his eyes. "Since you have hidden those elixirs, they must have been placed in the Demon King's Palace. When the time comes, this elder will lead his men to search, and they will definitely find the hiding place of your elixirs. This can be saved. It took a lot of effort from me, but so many elixirs finally returned to my hands. This is really killing two birds with one stone." Chen Feng felt the gaze of the great elder of the Demon King's Hall falling on him, and saw the look in the great elder's eyes. A cold light flashed quietly in his eyes, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The master of the Demon King's Palace looked around, and saw that all the monsters except Chen Feng were fully prepared. So he immediately ordered to head to the location of the Demon's Cave. The Demon Cave is not far from the Demon King's Palace, but it is not close either. He is behind the mountain where the Demon King's Palace is located. Opposite of the mountain peak behind the Demon King's Palace is a small peak that is not too high. Between the big peak and the small peak, there is a river filled with clear water. There are countless trees on both sides of the river, lush and green, like a fairyland. There is a cave in that small mountain peak. The cave is tightly covered by bushes, and with the trees blocking it, it will not be discovered by the surrounding monsters at all. Not only that, the darkness here is heavily guarded by a group of monsters from the Demon King's Palace. Even if a monster wants to forcefully break into this cave, it must weigh whether it has the weight. And this cave is not like ordinary caves where you can see pitch black when you look in from the outside, or through the sunlight above your head. You can see the rocks on the rock wall emitting a cold light. However, this cave is like a blurry mirror. You can't tell what's in the mirror at all. If you look carefully, you can only see a colorful halo, just like a magic mirror embedded in the cave. The Lord of the Demon King's palace led a group of monsters who went to the demon's cave, and soon arrived at the front of the cave. However, those demon leaders who could not go to the demon's cave for training had no chance to come here, since there is a tunnel leading from the Demon King's palace to this cave. This tunnel provides them with a shortcut, which can save time and quickly reach the cave. Chen Feng looked around, feeling a little surprised. He didn't expect that there was such a magical place in this ordinary scenery. Moreover, if the master of the Demon King's hall hadn't led the way, he would never have discovered the existence of this place. Not only that, Chen Feng can also feel the fierce aura emanating from the darkness, watching you eagerly. If a medicine man comes here to break into that cave, he will be swarmed by the monsters in the darkness. Encirclement and suppression here. It is absolutely impossible for even a powerful monster to pass through here quietly. The master of the Demon King Hall stopped in front of the cave and looked around at the monsters. The master of this palace will ask you one last time. Have you ever thought about going to the demon's cave for some experience? If you regret it now, you can still go back to the Demon King's palace to practice. Come and participate next time. If you enter in this cave, it's too late to regret it. Only by overcoming many difficulties can you come out of the cave. Otherwise, you won't be able to come out from here at all. The Lord of the Demon King's palace paused, and then continued speaking meaningfully. Is there any monster among you who wants to quit? No monster will laugh at you if you quit now, as long as you keep everything here secret when you leave here, and you have overcome many difficulties. From here you must keep it secret when you come out. Otherwise, the Demon King's palace will hold you accountable, and the consequences are not something you can afford. Chapter 242. Entering the Demon Cave for the first time. Chen Feng accepted the elixir from the Elder of Demon King Palace, and was willing to go to the Demon Cave to experience it. Then, Chen Feng found a secluded place, and put the elixir given by the Elder of Demon King Palace into the water drop space. And then, he returned to the place empty-handed. The Lord of the Demon King Palace and the Great Elder saw Chen Feng returning empty-handed, and were very curious. After some questioning by the Master of the Demon King's Hall, it was confirmed that Chen Feng did not bring anything with him. He couldn't help but feel a little worried, and asked Chen Feng if he was sure he was ready to go to the Demon's Cave for training. However, Chen Feng gave the Master of the Demon King's Hall a positive answer. So the Master of the Demon King's Hall had no choice but to lead Chen Feng and the monsters to the place where the Demon Cave was. When the Master of the Demon King's Palace led the demon beasts to the Demon Cave, he still asked all the demon beasts somewhat meaningfully if they had thought about it, and his eyes fell on Chen Feng from time to time, hoping that he would change his mind. Chen Feng ignored the reminder from the Master of the Demon King Hall, and nodded together with the monsters, and shouted loudly, "Already prepared." The Lord of the Demon King Palace sighed helplessly, and could only take out an object that looked like a token from his arms, and put it into a groove above the cave. Chen Feng followed the direction where the Master of the Demon King Palace put the token, and then he saw a groove in a hidden place above the cave. It was covered by the surrounding weeds, so he didn't notice it, and he also discovered the entrance of the cave. The same lines are engraved everywhere, and the lines seem to reveal the atmosphere of antiquity, majestic and solemn. This is when the Master of the Demon King's Palace put the token into the groove tightly, and then the Master of the Demon King's Palace instilled his spiritual energy into the token. Countless lines on the token were covered with spiritual energy. Gradually, it was instilled into the lines around the entrance of the cave along the grooves. And then, countless large lights flashed at the entrance of the cave, refracted in front of the eyes of the monsters. At this moment, Chen Feng only felt that there were rays of light emanating from the cave. There was a change at the mirror-like entrance of the cave. It was no longer a dull scene. There seemed to be spiritual energy flowing in it, gradually spreading out. White gas came out. The Lord of the Demon King's Palace saw that the entrance to the demon's cave had been opened. And then he withdrew his spiritual energy, turned back, looked at the monsters and said, "The entrance to the demon cave has been opened. In the next time, you can enter the demon cave and go to the demon cave to experience. However, when you enter the demon cave, you may not necessarily be teleported to the same place. So you can only rely on your own strength to overcome the test in the demon cave. I hope you will be careful and return here intact." The demonic beasts nodded to the earnest Lord of the Demonic Palace, and then entered the demonic cave in an orderly manner. Chen Feng did not immediately enter the demonic beasts in the demonic cave. He saw the demonic beasts entering the entrance of the demonic cave. White light covered his whole body, and then disappeared in a flash. Chen Feng deeply felt that the entrance to the demon cave was really magical. So he stopped waiting and walked forward. However, just when Chen Feng was about to step into the entrance of the mushroom, the master of the Demon King Palace looked at him. Use your eyes to indicate that he will be the last one to enter the Devil's Cave. Chen Feng had a look of helplessness on his face. He could only wait for all the monsters to enter the Demon Cave, and then ask the master of the Demon King Palace with his eyes why he was left behind. The master of the Demon King Palace sighed and said, "I will no longer ask you if you have thought about it and decided to go to the mushrooms to practice. I just hope that you can be careful in the magic cave. I leave this to you. I hope it can help you in the magic cave." It was only then that Chen Feng saw a necklace held in the paws of the master of the Demon King Hall. There was nothing special about this necklace, but he was wearing something like a water drop at the bottom, which was crystal clear and looked like a teardrop. Under the sunlight, it exudes a soft light. Chen Feng looked at the master of the Demon King's Hall with some confusion. "What's this?" The master of the Demon King Palace smiled slightly at Chen Feng and did not give any explanation. "When you get to the Devil's Cave and you are attacked, you will realize its benefits. Hurry up and enter the Devil's Cave. The entrance to the cave is about to close." Chen Feng took the necklace and looked at the master of the Demon King's Hall suspiciously, then flapped his wings and flew into the Demon's Cave. Chen Feng entered the entrance of the Demon Cave and felt a soft white halo lingering all over his body. Then he felt dizzy and lost consciousness. It was him who lost consciousness. However, the necklace held tightly in Chen Feng's front foot emitted a soft halo similar to the light lingering on Chen Feng's body. This halo flowed along Chen Feng's body and into his limbs and bones, constantly moisturizing Chen Feng's body. The master of the Demon King's Palace looked at Chen Feng disappearing from the entrance of the Demon Cave with a smile on his lips. Then, the master of the Demon King's Hall waited for a while, until the halo and aura on the token and the lines at the entrance of the cave disappeared. Then he took out the token from the groove above the cave, put it away, and went deeper. After taking a deep look at the entrance of the Devil's Cave, he covered the entrance with the surrounding bushes. After the Lord of the Demon King's Palace fixed everything himself, he looked around again, as if he could see the monsters hiding in the darkness surrounding him. "You are guarding this place well. Don't let any monsters enter and disturb them. Don't let other monsters invade here and destroy the entrance of the Devil's Cave. If something goes wrong, I'm here to ask for you." Loud voices came from the darkness in all directions. "Yes, Palace Master. I will definitely fulfill my mission." The Lord of the Demon King Palace heard the affirmative answer, nodded slightly, and left the place. At this moment, Chen Feng had entered the Devil's Cave. He was lying quietly on a leaf in a dense forest. There were tall trees in this forest, and huge and dense leaves grew on the trees. Chen Feng slowly woke up from the leaves. He felt a little uncomfortable due to the teleportation. His eyes were blurry and white. Chen Feng tried hard to blink a few times, and then he could clearly see the world in front of me. Chen Feng worked hard to move. After a while, he took a breath, and after a long time, he stood up from the leaves. Chen Feng rubbed his somewhat sad head, recalled the scene before he came, looked at the necklace in his hand, and put it into the water drop space. He couldn't help but stretch and look at the surrounding environment, wondering in his heart, thinking about it. "This is a forest. What do we need to do here?" Chen Feng felt that the strength in his body was almost restored. He shook his wings, picked a direction at random, and then flew away. Chapter 243 Nothing Found. The master of the Demon King's Hall knew that Chen Feng would not change his mind, and would definitely go to the Demon's Cave to practice. So he stopped trying to stop him. Before Chen Feng left, the master of the Demon King's Palace gave Chen Feng a necklace, hoping that he could survive various difficulties in the Demon's Cave. However, he did not tell him the efficacy of the necklace. He only said that he would know if it was used in the Demon's Cave. At this time Chen Feng entered the Devil's Cave through the entrance of the cave, and what appeared in front of him was a forest. Chen Feng randomly chose a direction, vibrated his wings, and flew into the distance. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Chen Feng's mind. "Ding! System mission. Kill the king of the forest, the monster of the seventh mirror of divine martial arts, and subjugate the demon-chanting demon. The mission time is 3 days. Please pay attention to the host." As Chen Feng was flying, he heard the sound of the system and couldn't help but be startled, thinking to himself, "No wonder the Lord of the Demon King's Palace tried every means to prevent me from going to the Demon's Cave to practice. The sound of the mushrooms is really not for nothing. You have come up with such a powerful monster, which is really troublesome. At this time, Qin Feng thought of another key question and thought to himself, where should I find this demon-suppressing Sinto demon? Ever since, Qin Feng asked the system again. System, can you give me some instructions on where I need to find this demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon? The system heard Qin Feng's question, and soon it rang in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! The host needs to find it by himself. Please pay attention to the host. When Qin Feng heard the system's words, he couldn't help feeling a little desperate and wailing secretly. In such a huge forest, where can I find this demon-slaying thousand-tongue demon? The mission time is so short. It's really scary. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Qin Feng's mind. He thought of his glorious worker bees. So he spoke to the system. The system summoned some glorious worker bees to come to the demon cave. The system's voice instantly sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! The transmission of the glory worker bee was successful. Please pay attention to the host. In an instant, a black mass of glorious worker bees appeared in front of Qin Feng. When those glorious worker bees saw Qin Feng in front of them, they couldn't help but kneel down and shout loudly in fear. See the king! Qin Feng nodded slightly and signaled the glory worker bees to get up, looked around, and said to them, now your mission is to find the demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon. But don't act alone. All Guanya Kung Fu are divided into 8 groups, divided into 8 directions, to find the demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon. And after finding it, send a message through the system, give it to me, and I will lead all the worker bees to meet you. Do you understand? Yes. The glorious worker bees understood their mission and looked at Qin Feng with confidence. Qin Feng looked at the glorious worker bees in front of him with satisfaction and said boldly and proudly, set off. The buzzing sound resounded in the sky, and all the glory worker bees divided themselves into 8 groups. 1 group followed Qin Feng, and the other 7 groups of glory worker bees flew in 7 directions. Qin Feng watched as they flew towards the glory worker bees in the distance, also led their group of glory worker bees to fly in one direction. Everything in front of him was covered with forests. Qin Feng led the glory worker bees to look left and right. When the glory worker bees saw Qin Feng and were searching so hard, they couldn't help but feel refreshed. They also tried their best to find Fumo Chindo, traces of the demon. However, they kept flying forward and searching, but could not find even a trace of the demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, wondering where the demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon was. In the blink of an eye, time flies by. The sun in the sky in the Devil's Cave slowly rises from the east to the middle of the sky, and the temperature gradually rises. Qin Feng feels the temperature from the sun and watches the glorious worker bees, looking for traces of this monster beast. I was a little tired, so I ordered all the glorious worker bees to take a rest before going to search again. Qin Feng led the glorious worker bees to rest for a while, and then continued to set off, searching forward. Just like this, the sun gradually set west from the center. Qin Feng panted and looked at the forest in front of him. Apart from the forest, it was still a forest. He was completely lost. With the strength of searching, the glorious workers were allowed to repair it in situ. Then Qin Feng clicked on the attribute panel and carefully understood the characteristics of the demon-suppressing thousand-tongue demon. As the name suggests, the demon-subduing thousand-vine demon is good at hiding. Most of its vines are rooted in the ground. If it is attacked by a monster, all its vines will stretch out from the ground and entangle the monsters. Once entangled, it will be difficult to break free. The more you break free, the tighter it becomes, until you are exhausted, which is the moment of death. His vines can be long or short, and because he is a tree demon, he can move. Qin Feng looked at the introduction of the demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon on the attribute panel for a while, and couldn't help but feel discouraged. The demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon can both hide and move, which is sometimes good. At this time, Qin Feng suddenly saw a line of introduction to the demon-subduing chanting demon below the attribute panel. He couldn't help but feel a little overjoyed. It turned out that the demon-subduing chanting demon loved elixirs. The higher the level of the elixir, the more powerful it was. Lure it out. But the Fumo Sinto demon is good at escaping, and will run away as soon as something is wrong or it cannot be defeated. Qin Feng knew that in order to prevent the demon-subduing chanting demon from escaping, he must have a careful plan to kill him with one strike in order to complete the mission. Qin Feng had an idea in his mind, so he no longer blindly searched for the demon-suppressing thousand-vine demon. System, help me deliver a message to all the glorious worker bees to come and gather here with me. The system paused for a second before it rang in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! The message was successfully transmitted. Please pay attention. Sir. The dispatch glory worker bees received the news from Chen Feng and immediately rushed to where Chen Feng was. Chen Feng heard a buzzing sound in the sky. And then, the sun that was about to set was blocked by the black mass of glory worker bees in the sky. Living. When Chen Feng looked at this scene, the glory worker bees were slightly shocked. He had not noticed it before. However, in this devil's cave, he suddenly realized that the number of glory worker bees was overwhelming. At the same time, he felt rising from his heart. What arose was a sense of pride. The glorious worker bees kept coming back from all directions and came to Chen Feng, reporting the harvest of the day. It can be said that they searched blindly and aimlessly for the whole day, and almost got nothing at all, except for picking a few elixirs in their hands. This is the elixir that Chen Feng gave them. Unless it is immature, they must not let it go. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh when he saw the elixirs handed to him by the Guangya Gongfeng. These elixirs were not of very high level. For Chen Feng, these elixirs were not something he could see. So, Chen Feng gave these elixirs to the glorious workers. Chapter 244 Ambush. Chen Feng came to the demon cave and received the task assigned by the system, which was to kill the king of the forest and subjugate the demon-chanting demon. However, in this huge forest, Chen Feng had difficulty finding a single monster. So the glory worker bees were passed over through the system and divided into groups to help Chen Feng search for them. However, Chen Feng led the glory worker bees to search for a day, but found nothing. Ever since, he opened the attribute panel and carefully observed the characteristics of this demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon. Just when Chen Feng gave up, he saw a scene that surprised the monster. Chen Feng found the characteristics of this demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon. This demon-subduing thousand-vine demon loves elixirs. Chen Feng knew the exact news and summoned all the glorious worker bees back. During this day's search, the glorious worker bees found nothing. The only thing they got was picking a few elixirs. Chen Feng looked at the few elixirs without being annoyed and let the glorious worker bees use them themselves. Then, he looked around and looked at the somewhat dejected glorious worker bees and said, "It doesn't matter that you found nothing. Now, your mission is no longer to find the monster. It is to follow my arrangements. Attract the monster out, and then kill him. Are you confident?" After hearing Chen Feng's words, the glorious worker bees no longer looked downcast and slowly raised their heads. Seeing that Chen Feng's eyes were shining again, he couldn't help but echo Chen Feng's words. "Yes, we are confident." Chen Feng looked at the confident glorious worker bees and couldn't help but nodded slightly, quite satisfied with their performance. Then, Chen Feng didn't speak, closed his eyes, and thought about it in his mind. He opened his eyes again and looked at the sun that had set in the sky. At this time, there was no sun shining in the sky. Gradually, somewhat gray. Chen Feng knew that it would be difficult to move tonight. It was not convenient to move at night. Moreover, in case of an attack by monsters, the environment here was not as familiar to the monsters as the worker bees. It would be easy for them to suffer. Therefore, they could only rest here one night, and then set out again the next day. Chen Feng's eyes fell on the glorious worker bees again, and he spoke unhurriedly. "Have a rest here tonight and make deployment arrangements tomorrow. Do you understand?" The glorious worker bees heard Chen Feng's order, so they shouted, "Yes, I understand." Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction, looked at the glorious worker bees, and gave instructions. "Set up camp." "Yes." All the glorious worker bees heard Chen Feng's order and immediately went to take action. Chen Feng looked at the busy glorious worker bees and stretched a little tiredly. After all, there was a tough battle to be fought tomorrow, and he needed to get enough rest. So Chen Feng chose a relatively hidden tree. There are large and dense leaves on this tree. Chen Feng said to the system in his mind, "System, build a hive here." The system responded for a second, and then, it immediately rang in Chen Feng's mind. "Ding! The hive has been established successfully. Please pay attention to the host." Chen Feng looked at a large beehive that suddenly appeared in front of him with a bang. This hive is neither big nor small. It can be completely hidden among the leaves on the trees, so there is no need to worry about being discovered by the monsters. Although this newly established hive can accommodate a lot of glorious worker bees, there are so many worker bees that have been passed over that they cannot accommodate them all, so they can only build the hive on their own. However, Guangya's work was also very fast. It didn't take long for the hive to be established. Chen Feng looked at the place chosen by Guangya's worker bees. It was also very hidden. A large hive was hidden in the dense leaves in the trunk, slightly showing a tip. and couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Chen Feng saw that the Guangyu worker bees had set up camp, and returned to Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked around and looked at the Guangyu worker bees and said, "You are all exhausted now. Let's take a rest for now." After that, Chen Feng asked the glorious worker bees to disperse, and go back to the hive to rest. At the same time, Chen Feng will also arrive at his hive. Returning to the hive, Chen Feng collapsed on the throne in an instant. His whole body was sore, and there was no place he wanted to move. Chen Feng rested for a short while, then took out a small can of royal jelly from the water drop space, held the straw with his front foot, and drank it in big sips, until the bottom of the can of royal jelly was all gone. Chen Feng sighed. Tone. Then, he stretched and rested. A night without words passed in the blink of an eye. The sun rose from the east and shone on the earth. The brilliance of the sun shone on the leaves, emitting a different kind of halo. The halo on the leaves penetrated the wind. Among them, Chen Feng, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened. Chen Feng opened his relaxed sleepy eyes and looked around. His slightly dizzy head turned slightly. Only then did he remember where he was. Then he stretched his body, stood up, and took out another bottle from the water drop space, drinking freely from the jar of royal jelly. He knew that he did not need to worry about the Guangyu worker bees running out of food, because they could collect honey for themselves to drink. Chen Feng looked at the countless bottles of royal jelly arranged in the water drop space, and secretly admired that he had the foresight to eat and drink enough. Chen Feng flapped his wings and flew out of the hive. At this moment, the glorious worker bees surrounding Chen Feng's hive were in high spirits after a night's rest. Their eyes were no longer tired from searching for the monsters yesterday, and were replaced by looks of confidence. Chen Feng looked at the confident glorious worker bees, and was in a good mood. The task you need to do now is to wait, and wait for the demon subduing Sento demon to arrive. And if the demon subduing Sento demon comes here, you must surround him, and not let the demon subduing Sento demon come here. The demon ran away. Do you understand? The glorious worker bees heard Chen Feng's question, and immediately answered, I understand. Then, Chen Feng looked around, thinking, the vines of the demon-suppressing chanting demon can burrow into the ground to escape. So I will find a place where it is difficult for him to escape. This will save me a lot of trouble. Chen Feng led the glorious worker bees, vibrating their wings, flying forward, constantly looking around to find a more satisfactory place. This is when Chen Feng discovered an open space with sparse grass and surrounding trees. Chen Feng looked at the open space and nodded with some satisfaction. This can be said to be an excellent ambush location, and the glory worker bees can also ambush behind the surrounding tree trunks. If they find that the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon wants to escape, the glory worker bees can immediately appear from behind the tree trunks and kill them. The demon-subduing thousand-vine demon was surrounded heavily, making it impossible for the demon-conquering thousand-vine demon to escape. Chen Feng couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Chapter 245 Waiting for the Rabbit. Chen Feng led the glorious worker bees in the demon cave to constantly search for traces of the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon. However, he never expected that he would not find any trace of the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon after such an aimless search. However, when Chen Feng was taking a break, he saw the introduction to the demon-subduing chanting demon on the attribute panel. And then he discovered that the demon-subduing chanting demon liked elixirs. Ever since, Chen Feng's little head kept turning, and he came up with an excellent trick to bring out the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon general, and let the glory worker bees lie in ambush around it to prevent the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon from escaping. In this way, the monster can be killed and the mission completed. Chen Feng made up his mind and found an excellent ambush location. He couldn't help but feel happy and thought in his heart, I have gone through all the trouble and found no place. It took no effort to get here. God help me. I was able to find such a perfect place. It seems that the task this time is to lure out the demon-subduing Sento demon. Killed. After that, Chen Feng took out a few elixirs from the water drop space and placed them in the middle of the open space. In order to prevent the demon-subduing chanting demon from becoming suspicious, Chen Feng placed the elixirs around him in a messy manner. A few messy monster beast footprints were drawn around it, so that it looked not like a trap, but like it was left in the process of running after a fight. Chen Feng asked the glory worker bees to ambush around them without revealing any blind spots. Chen Feng looked at the elixirs in the middle of the open space. 2 of these elixirs were top-grade god-level elixirs, while the other elixirs were of lower quality. A bit low. Chen Feng thought in his heart with some heartache. These elixirs are all my treasure, but you must not let the demon-suppressing chanting demon get them. Chen Feng knew that among the elixirs in the clearing, no matter which one he lost, he would feel distressed for a while. Even though he could not use those lower-grade elixirs, they were of great use to the glorious worker bees. Therefore, in order to prevent the loss of a piece of elixir in his empty space, Chen Feng picked out a few more monsters and carefully watched the elixir. Chen Feng looked at the glorious worker bees he had selected and said, "Your mission is to take good care of these elixirs and prevent the demon subduing thousand-tongued demon from stealing food. If they are really eaten by the demon subduing thousand-tongued demon, don't make a fuss. You must inform me. Just do your best to protect these elixirs." The glorious worker bees nodded frequently and spoke with serious expressions. "Yes, I will definitely live up to the mission entrusted to me by the king, and I will definitely protect the elixirs in the open space." Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction and let the several glorious worker bees each find a place to guard the elixir in the open space. As for Chen Feng himself, he kept wandering around the glorious worker bees lurking around the trees to see if there were any flaws. After seeing that there was almost nothing that needed to be changed, he found a place far away from the area. The clearing is close and secluded with trees. Chen Feng stayed on the leaves of the tree, lying on it with his legs crossed. His eyes fell on the elixir in the open space from time to time, observing whether there was any movement of the chanting demon. Gradually, the sun shone on his body, and Chen Feng felt that his body was full of warmth, and his eyelids gradually became heavy and drooped. Chen Feng tried hard to shake his head and blink his eyes to prevent himself from falling into sleep. However, his eyelids became increasingly heavy. Slowly, Chen Feng went on a date with Zhou Jia without even realizing it. Chen Feng slept very comfortably and had almost no nightmares. Before he fell into a daze, Chen Feng only felt that something was pushing him, and there was a slight voice around him calling him. Chen Feng could not help but slowly raise his head. He picked up his feet and rubbed his eyes. Chen Feng calmed down, feeling confused from just waking up, and then slowly opened his eyes and saw two glorious worker bees in front of him. He suddenly thought of why he came here and couldn't help but feel shocked. With a sound, he stood up. He kept looking at the two glorious worker bees in front of him and asked anxiously, "What's wrong? What happened? Is the subduing demon Sinto Yao here?" The two glory worker bees were so frightened by Chen Feng, who suddenly stood up, that they couldn't help but take 2 steps back. They heard Chen Feng's question again and calmed their beating hearts before answering respectfully. "No. No." Chen Feng finally felt relieved and let out a long sigh of relief. He sat down on the leaf. Due to Chen Feng's downward gravity, the leaf could not help but sway slightly. After falling down, Chen Feng only felt that his head was slightly agitated. Feeling dizzy, I shook my slightly groggy head twice. Then, Chen Feng raised his head, looked at the two glorious worker bees in front of him with some doubts, and said unhurriedly, "You call me king. What do you mean?" The two glory worker bees looked at each other, a little confused. "I would like to report to the king that my subordinates only noticed some sparse movement around them and disturbed the king's rest. I will leave now." Chen Feng glared at the two glorious worker bees, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why don't you resign? It's such a big deal. Why didn't you say it until now? Can you afford to delay this king's affairs?" The two glorious worker bees that Chen Feng was talking about couldn't help but lower their heads in guilt. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he suddenly thought that he had been asking these two glorious worker bees just now. In addition, Chen Feng had just woken up, and suddenly it was only when they got up that they were frightened, and they didn't have time to report it. Chen Feng thought of this and felt a little embarrassed for a moment. The two glory worker bees were receiving Chen Feng's instructions. Suddenly, Chen Feng's voice stopped suddenly. The two glory worker bees couldn't help but raise their heads and stared blankly. With Chen Feng raised his head slightly arrogantly, glanced at the two glorious worker bees looking at him, coughed twice, and said, "Why don't you take me there quickly? If you lose this opportunity, I will not be able to complete my mission, and you will suffer along with us." The two glorious worker bees couldn't help but froze for a moment when they heard Chen Feng's words, and then said dully, "Yes." When Chen Feng thought about getting down to business, the embarrassment in his heart that he had blamed the two glorious worker bees slowly disappeared, and his expression became solemn. This time, Chen Feng faced a cunning demon subduing thousand-tongued demon of the same level as himself, which had to make him extremely cautious. Chen Feng raised his head and looked at the sun in the sky, only to realize that at noon it has already passed, and it is extremely difficult to wait for so long before there is any movement. For Chen Feng, There is still 1 day left before the task is completed, and he cannot afford to waste it. Therefore, he must succeed this time. Chapter 246, Conquering the Demon. Chen Feng thought of dealing with the demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon, so he made some arrangements. However, even though he just waited and waited, there was still no trace of the demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon. Chen Feng couldn't help but feel sleepy during the long wait, and fell asleep. Then, the glory worker bees discovered something moving in the forest. So 2 glory worker bees came to report. After some questioning, the 2 glorious worker bees reported a little late, which made Chen Feng wrongly blame them. Afterwards, in order to relieve the embarrassment of wrongly blaming them, Chen Feng could only ask them to take him to observe. Chen Feng looked at the sky and knew that he had slept until afternoon. If he could not succeed this time, he would never do it again. No chance. Therefore, success or failure, he can only give it a try. Chen Feng followed the 2 glory worker bees to the vicinity of the place where the sound came from. Chen Feng saw that there was indeed movement in the forest, and rustling sounds were made from time to time. Chen Feng glanced at it with some confusion. If there was any movement, it was really a thousand-vine demon. Chen Feng knew that going closer to see it would only alert the enemy, so he did not go forward and just kept observing. Chen Feng glanced at the open space again and found that the elixir had not decreased. He was relieved and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Feng, who was slightly relaxed, found that he had not eaten and his stomach was a little bit hungry. So, he took out a can of royal jelly from the water drop space, held the straw with his front foot, and drank it in big gulps. After the jar of royal jelly reached the bottom, he put the jar into the water drop space and continued to stare at the place where the noise was coming from. After staring for a moment, Chen Feng turned back and took a look. The 2 glorious worker bees asked seriously, "What did you eat for lunch? Are you hungry?" The 2 glory worker bees turned red and shook their heads slightly. Chen Feng patted his head and secretly blamed himself for not thinking carefully. So he looked at one of the glory worker bees with a serious face and said, "You go ahead and tell the glory worker bees to go in separate ways to eat. There is still a tough battle to be fought. They cannot survive without the support of food. As long as the glory worker bees are here to guard them, they will be sure to move when they leave. It needs to be light, and the glorious worker bees must eat quickly, but they also need to be full. Do you understand?" The glorious worker bee nodded, and immediately vibrated its wings to give Chen Feng's order. Chen Feng heard a slight buzzing sound in the sky, and then the glorious worker bees quietly went to eat. And Chen Feng secretly prayed in his heart, "Don't come here at this moment to subjugate the demon-chanting demon. Wait until the glorious worker bees finish eating before coming." At this time, the place where the movement came from changed. The movement became louder and louder, and a branch quietly poked its head out, as if it was spiritual, constantly observing the surrounding environment and conditions. When Chen Feng saw the branch, he couldn't help being shocked. He secretly complained that the demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon came at the wrong time. But there was nothing he could do about it. Since the demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon was here, they had to be prepared to prevent him from coming. Escape. Chen Feng stared closely at the branch that poked out. The branch seemed to have a sense of smell. He kept sniffing the air carefully. Just when Chen Feng thought that the branch was about to take action, suddenly, the branch appeared again. Disappeared on the spot. Chen Feng looked at the place where the branch disappeared in confusion, and couldn't help blinking at the glorious worker bee beside him. The glorious worker bees beside him also shook their heads slightly, wondering what that branch meant. Chen Feng looked at the direction in which the branch was leaving, and he breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the glorious worker bees went to eat. It's not all ready yet, so it's not in the best fighting condition, and it's possible that the vigilant subduing Sento demon will escape, which would be more than worth the loss. After a long time, there was no movement in the forest, until all the glorious worker bees finished eating, returned and lurked around. There was no trace of any branches. Chen Feng felt a little uneasy in his heart, and couldn't help but think to himself, "Is it possible that the branch discovered my conspiracy? Therefore, if he doesn't come, the people are still too rare, and there is no temptation for him. After all, there is the elixir of Shinjia Shamping here. Isn't this not tempting?" Gradually, the sun set a lot further. At this time, there was another movement in the forest. This time, the movement was much louder than the previous movement. The sound of rustling echoed continuously around. Chen Feng knew that the demon-suppressing Sento demon is coming. So, let the glorious worker bee next to him tell all the glorious worker bees to cheer up and get ready. Chen Feng stared closely at the surroundings. At this time, countless branches slowly stretched out from the surroundings. Hiding among the leaves, Chen Feng saw a thick and somewhat dry brown trunk, moving forward quickly. And then the brown tree trunk stopped at the edge of the clearing. Only then did Chen Feng see that there were no branches on the dry trunk. Only a few young leaves floating in the breeze. The trunk was not too high and looked very small in the forest. Chen Feng looked at the trunk. The dry tree trunks. I couldn't help but think a little doubtfully in my heart. Could it be that this is the demon subduing Sento demon? Why did you grow up like this? The result is a little different from what I expected. Although Chen Feng was thinking this in his heart, his eyes kept staring at the thick trunk of the tree, as if responding to Chen Feng's thoughts. The system's voice sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! We found the mission target. The 7th level Shenwu Realm monster. The subdued chanting monster. Please pay attention to the host. Chen Feng heard the sound of the system, and knew that this was the target he wanted to kill this time. He put away the suspicion in his heart, and carefully observed the movements of the demon subduing chanting demon, to prevent the monster from escaping. The demon subduing thousand-tongued demon looked around at the edge of the clearing, as if searching for any traces of monsters lurking here. However, he found nothing, and could not help but tilt his thick tree trunk, as if thinking in his mind. Why is there elixir in this open space? Is there any trap in it? However, the greed in the eyes of Qian Tungyao couldn't escape Chen Feng's eyes. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't help but think in his heart. There is a god-level elixir in this clearing. With such a tempting elixir, I am not afraid that you will not be fooled. The demon-suppressing chanting demon observed the demand, and finally couldn't stand the temptation of the high-grade god-level elixir in the clearing. It moved forward slowly, and looked around warily from time to time, as if something happened, and left here immediately. Chen Feng was made dumbfounded by the movements of the demon-subduing thousand-vine demon. He felt that the demon-conquering thousand-vine demon was too cautious. Chapter 247 Searching. Chen Feng led the glorious worker bees to lie in wait in an open space. However, after waiting for a long time, no trace of the demon-subduing chanting demon was seen. Chen Feng fell asleep during the long wait. When he woke up again, it was already noon. At this moment, the glorious worker bees also noticed the movement. The glorious worker bees followed by Chen Feng observed the place where the movement came from. And then they realized that they were a little hungry. When they learned that the glorious worker bees had not eaten, Chen Feng felt a little guilty, and immediately ordered to let them go. They went to eat. However, when the glorious worker bees finished eating and were ambushing around, the movement disappeared. And it took a long time before the demon-suppressing Sento demon was attracted. Faced with the temptation of the god-level high-grade elixir, the demon-fuming chanting demon remained cautious and kept wandering around the open space. When he found no trace of an ambush, he slowly moved forward. Chen Feng watched the demon-subduing chanting demon move forward as it was lured by the elixir. He couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. He knew that success was a big step closer. Chen Feng stared at the cautious demon without blinking. The demon-suppressing Sento demon. Chen Feng is well aware of the principle of being cautious when sailing a 1,000-year ship, especially in the demon's cave. Perhaps this demon-subduing thousand-vine demon has developed such a cautious character because it has lived in the demon's cave for a long time. Just when the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon was about to approach the elixir, Chen Feng knew that time was almost up. So he signaled with his eyes to the surrounding glory worker bees, telling them to prepare to surround the demon-suppressing thousand-tongued demon. Humo Qiantingyao looked at the elixir in front of him, and the greed in his eyes became more and more obvious. At this moment, he had given up his vigilance to the surroundings, and only saw the elixir in the open space. Just when the vines of the thousand-tongued demon were trying to roll away the elixirs, Chen Feng used the Qianquan technique to move around the elixirs, and quickly put the elixirs into the water drop space. After that, then he released the Qianquan technique, and left the range where the subduing demon Qiantingyao could touch him. It only took a moment for Chen Feng to go from using Qianquan technique to move around the elixir to putting the elixir into the water drop space, and return to the original place. The demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon didn't even react. He only felt black in front of his eyes. The shadow flashed, and he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that the elixir in front of him had disappeared, leaving only his own vines waving in the air. The demon-fuming Qiantingyao had already relaxed his vigilance when he approached the elixir. Who knew that such a situation would occur? As soon as he saw the elixir in front of him, it disappeared in front of him inexplicably, as if it had reached his mouth, like a duck flying. In an instant, the angry little flames of the demon-suppressing Qiantingyao filled the eyes. The originally green eyes had now turned into a fiery red color, as if a piece of fine jade was infected by balls of blood, and gradually soaked. The Fumo Chinting Yao kept looking around. Gradually, his mind, which was stunned by anger, gradually came to his senses. His eyes returned to their original green color. The vines kept waving around his body, and he looked around warily from time to time, as if he was afraid that a monster was waiting to ambush him. Fu Mo Qian Tun Yao observed for a long time, but did not see any trace of the monster. A look of doubt flashed in his eyes. Chen Feng saw that the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon didn't notice his figure at all, and couldn't help but helplessly stroked his forehead. He was about to remind the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon of his location. At this time, the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon he spoke. The voice of the demon-subduing chanting demon was filled with vicissitudes of life, hoarse and old, as if it had experienced countless hardships and had seen the harshness of the world. Who is there? Who stole my elixir? Hand it over to me quickly. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Although the voice of the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon was old and had a sense of age, the words he spoke did not match his voice and temperament at all. Chen Feng secretly regretted it, shook his head, and looked at the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon who had not found him. The vine demon said, "It's me. I'm here. I stole your elixir." The demon-subduing chanting demon heard the sound and looked into the distance with some doubts, but still found no trace of any monster. Chen Feng saw that the demon-subduing chanting demon was still looking for traces of him, and he couldn't help but shake his head even more helplessly. He shook his head and said weakly in his voice, "I'm above. You look up." Chen Feng could only helplessly remind the demon-suppressing chanting demon. When the demon-suppressing chanting demon heard Chen Feng's words, it suddenly raised its head and looked up. Fumo Chanting Yao saw a tiny black bee flying in the sky, and he thought to himself the moment he saw Chen Feng, "No wonder I didn't find any traces of this monster. It turned out to be so small and still in the sky. The sky is my blind spot. I have to be more careful. This little black bee can actually be so fast. It seems that it is not easy for someone to steal my elixir right under my nose. And there may be other purposes." Fumo Chanting Yao looked Chen Feng up and down vigilantly, and then realized that Chen Feng's strength was only the first level of Shenwu. A trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. "Why did you steal my elixir? Do you know the principle of first come, first served? Besides, you are only a small first-level divine martial artist. How could you come to this devil's cave?" Chen Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, there was a trace of cunning in the smile, which made the monsters consciously think that this monster had a conspiracy when they saw his smile. The same was true for Qian Tung Yao, who couldn't help but look at Chen Feng warily. Chen Feng looked up and down carefully, as if he had just seen the demon-suppressing thousand-vine demon. After looking at it for a long time, he said, "The elixir in this open space has always been mine. How could it become yours? It's on a first-come, first-served basis. I just put the elixir here. Besides, whoever grabs it belongs to you. You don't have it. If you grab it, of course it won't be yours." The demon-subduing chanting demon heard Chen Feng's words, and the anger in his heart was once again aroused. And he said, "How dare you, a little beast with the first level of divine martial arts, be so arrogant here? You are really impatient to live. Don't think that I am just a decoration. You have robbed me of my elixir. If you can spit it out, give it back to me. Then I won't argue with you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. After all, you are so weak. I can squeeze you to death with a branch, and you are not worthy of being my opponent." When Chen Feng heard the words of the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon, he didn't show any anger. He raised his eyebrows, and with a habitual smile on his lips, he looked at the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon and said, "Don't you want to know? Why did I say these elixirs were originally mine?" Chapter 248. Those who don't know are not guilty. The demon-fuming thousand-tongued demon was lured out by Chen Feng's elixir. However, the demon-following thousand-tongued demon still remained cautious even when faced with the temptation of the elixir. As the demon-following thousand-tongued demon slowly approached the elixir, when he did not find any traces of monsters and relaxed his vigilance, Chen Feng used the Qianquan tree to move to the side of the elixir and put the elixir into his bag. The demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon saw the elixir that was about to be obtained and disappeared in front of his eyes, and couldn't help but look around angrily. After Chen Feng's reminder, Chen Feng's figure was discovered. After a conversation, the demon-suppressing chanting demon was once again aroused with anger in his chest. However, Chen Feng said another word. That demon, after hearing Chen Feng's words again, Qian Tungyao gave up his anger for a moment. And Chen Feng completely aroused the curiosity hidden in his heart. The demon subduing chanting demon looked at Chen Feng curiously and couldn't help but ask, "Why? Why do you say that?" A smile flashed across Chen Feng's eyes, and he felt happy as he looked at the demon subduing chanting demon that he was leading by the nose. Even he himself didn't expect that this demon suppressing Shinto demon would ask him so obediently, and he couldn't help but think about the reasons for these things. This demon subduing Shinto demon is so funny that I don't even want to kill him here. However, if I don't kill you here, I won't be able to complete the mission. In the end, I will be the unlucky one. You can only lose your life to save me, since we are enemies anyway, and there is nothing I can do. Chen Feng squinted his eyes, hiding the emotions in his eyes, and looked at the demon-suppressing thousand-tongue demon and said, "I'll tell you the truth. I put the elixir here just to lure you out. As for why I lured you out, it's because my first mission, when I came to the Devil's Cave, was to kill you. I only then can you pass this level and enter the next level." The demon-suppressing thousand-vine demon was slightly stunned when he heard Chen Feng's words. When he realized what he said, the anger in his heart was enough to burn up this dead wood. Just when the demon-subduing Shinto demon wanted to unleash its skills and attack the little black bee, the demon-subduing Shinto demon regained its senses, calmed down its fluctuating emotions, and looked up at the sky. He laughed loudly, looked directly at Chen Feng and said, "I really admire your courage. You are a tiny demon beast in the first level of divine martial arts. You dare to say such arrogant words, and you are not afraid of being slapped by the wind. You have clearly seen my strength. Don't think of me as a monster from the earthly martial mirror. You should also know the difference between the earthly martial mirror and the divine martial mirror." The demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon paused and continued. "You should have just reached the level of Diwu's first-level mirror. It can be seen from the impetuous aura on your body that you are really not afraid of tigers. You dare to come and challenge me like this? The strength of the Demon King's palace is really not as good as a year ago." 1 year. The demon-suppressing chanting demon narrowed his eyes and said in a pretending to be generous, "That's it. That's it. Those who don't know are not guilty. With your little strength, you are really not worthy of being my opponent. I don't blame you for being rude to me. After all, you are a monster in the Demon King's palace. I will give the Lord of the Demon King's hall some face. Let you have a way out, and run for your life. As for those elixirs, I don't care anymore. Little black bee, leave this place as soon as possible." After the demon-suppressing chanting demon finished speaking, he waved his branch at Chen Feng, as if he disliked Chen Feng's strength and didn't want him to stain his eyes, and then turned around and left. Chen Feng never interrupted the words of the demon-conquering thousand-vine demon. In his eyes, the demon-conquering thousand-vine demon was like a dancing clown, directing and acting in a good show. Chen Feng looked at the back of the demon-subduing chanting demon that was about to leave. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he spoke unhurriedly. "Are you so anxious to leave? Is it possible that you are afraid of me? A little demon beast of the first level of divine martial arts. And you just leave like this? The demon beasts inside may know that it is because you let me go and gave the Demon King's palace the Lord gave me a way to survive. But other monsters don't think so in their hearts." Chen Feng looked at the demon-suppressing chanting demon, who turned around, with a smile that showed success in his conspiracy. He paused and continued. "They may think that you, a monster with the 7th level of Shenwu, was scared to death by me. A monster that was rebuilt from the 1st level of Shenwu, and fled here." The demon-subduing chanting demon heard Chen Feng's words, and was once again aroused to anger. It roared angrily, and its old voice was mixed with a sharp sound that broke its voice. "They dare?" Chen Feng looked at the angry Qian Tungyao. The smile on his lips remained unchanged, and continued. "Why don't you dare? You can't go out. Besides, if you don't try, how do you know that I'm not worthy of being your opponent and can't beat you? Maybe it will be the other way around then?" The demon-suppressing chanting demon heard Chen Feng's somewhat provocative words, and the corners of its old wrinkled eyes raised slightly. "Oh, so you want to challenge me? You have to think clearly. If you decide to challenge me, then I will use all my strength to fight you. If you admit defeat, then it will be too late to regret. If you leave this place now, my words still stand. So I will no longer pursue it and let you go. There is no turning back when I draw my bow. So you should think again." Chen Feng shook his head slightly and nodded again. The demon-subduing chanting demon looked at Chen Feng, who was shaking his head and nodding, with a trace of doubt hidden in his eyes mixed with fire. What do you mean? Chen Feng felt that he was a little tired from flying in the sky. Slowly, he flapped his wings and approached the small tree closest to him. He landed on the crumbling leaves, stretched and said, I have already thought about it. Now that I have decided to come to the Devil's Cave, there is no room for regret. I have decided to break through the levels and defeat you. After defeating you, I will still go through the many levels here and become the final winner. Even if no matter how many difficulties there are, I will not give up. Come on. My time is running out. The demon-subduing chanting demon looked at Chen Feng, who was quite ambitious, with a look of admiration flashing in his eyes, and couldn't help but murmur to himself, although this little black bee has courage, he lacks strength, so he can only waste his courage to come to the Devil's Cave. If he can come to the Devil's Cave for a few more years, he will be able to break into the Devil's Cave easily by then. After passing all the hurdles here, it's a pity that if you don't have this talent, you will be buried here. Chen Feng heard the voice of the demon-subduing chanting demon muttering to itself, and couldn't help but shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, how could this demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon be so confident? It jumped to conclusions so easily before even starting a fight. It seems that it is possible to pass this level. Chapter 249. The demons dance wildly. The demon-subduing chanting demon, who was lured by Chen Feng's elixir, discovered Chen Feng, who was snatching the elixir from him. However, when he saw Chen Feng's strength and learned that Chen Feng was going to challenge him, he couldn't help but sigh at Chen Feng's courage. However, out of good intentions, the demon-conquering thousand-tongued demon reminded Chen Feng, allowing Chen Feng to face the gap in strength, give up the opportunity to break through, and escape with his life. The demon-conquering thousand-tongued demon no longer cared about it. What Qian Tungyao expected was that Chen Feng did not leave. Instead, he used words to challenge the demon-subduing Qian Tungyao. The two monsters had their own agendas, and they secretly competed with each other without admitting defeat. At this time, Chen Feng took a sneak peek at the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon and thought to himself, the strength of this demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon should be extraordinary. After all, it is a monster in the demon's cave. It is rumored that the demon's cave is a terrifying existence. If it doesn't work at that time, just attack in groups. I would like to see this demon-subduing demon. Mo Qian Tungyao. Why are you so arrogant then? Chen Feng thought of this, and his eyes narrowed again. The demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon looked at Chen Feng with his eyes narrowed, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. He always felt that this little black bee was hiding something. Conspiracy. I couldn't help but think in my heart, is it possible that this little black bee has other preparations? His strength is so low, but he can still be so confident. And if he wants to pass this level, he must have other preparations before coming to the Devil's Cave. From this point of view, we still need to treat it with caution and not underestimate the enemy. The demon-subduing chanting demon made up his mind in his heart, nodded to Chen Feng, and said, since you are so confident and want to get through me, I won't be polite. Chen Feng, who was lying on the leaves, heard the words of Qian Tungyao and couldn't help but think in his heart, this demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon is finally willing to take action. And it's not in vain that I spent so much time talking. As a result, he put away the lazy breath on his body, stretched again, moved his muscles and bones, then vibrated his wings and flew up from the leaves. The demon-subduing chanting demon raised its head, looked at Chen Feng, who was already flying, and said, can't you, the little black bee, fly lower? I hold my head up like this, but it's very tiring. Chen Feng was slightly startled when he heard the words of Qian Tungyao, and then he laughed dumbly and said that he would kill the monster to death. That's not possible. My advantage is in the air. If I lower my flying altitude, wouldn't that give you a chance to take advantage of it? Since you are going to take action, I will no longer conserve my strength. You fight. The demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon nodded slightly, and the soft branches around it kept waving. Then, the emerald green eyes of the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon narrowed slightly, and said in an old voice, the demons are dancing wildly. I saw countless branches stretching out around him. Those countless branches were like tough but soft ropes, constantly swinging in strange trajectories, as if countless demons were dancing, constantly swinging. The ground left a series of afterimages in the air, and the branches soared to the limit of speed and went straight towards Chen Feng to attack. Chen Feng looked at the branches attacking him, and he couldn't help being surprised, and secretly admired them. It is worthy of the strength of Shenwu 7 Chongqing. If this power hits the body, it will be shattered to pieces, and there will be no possibility of survival. When the demon-subduing chanting demon saw the look of surprise in Chen Feng's eyes, the corners of its eyes covered with countless wrinkles were slightly raised, and a proud look was revealed from its eyes, as if it was like showing off to Chen Feng. Chen Feng ignored the demon-subduing chanting demon, who was showing off his skills at all. He looked at the branches with a solemn expression on his face. Just when the branches were about to reach Chen Feng's ethereal voice sounded in the air. Sounded Xianquan technique. In an instant, Chen Feng drew a series of afterimages and disappeared. The branch slapped on Chen Feng's afterimage, making a crackling sound, as if something good had been slapped in the air. The demon-conquering thousand-vine demon originally thought that its vines had hit Chen Feng. When he saw clearly, he realized that his vines had only hit Chen Feng's afterimage. However, Chen Feng disappeared from the spot, and no trace of him was seen. As a result, the demon-subduing thousand-vine demon looked around cautiously, and the vines around it were constantly waving around its body to prevent Chen Feng from sneaking up on it. The vines on the demon-subduing thousand-vine demon were like the tentacles of an octopus and had the ability to sense. Chen Feng watched in the dark how clever the demon-conquering thousand-vine demon was, and couldn't help but admire it. This Shenwu 7 heavy sword has a lot of experience in fighting monsters. The vines around this demon-subduing chanting demon are dancing so tightly that there is no room for him to attack. It seems that he can use this demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon to attack. Sento Yao can consolidate his newly improved strength and improve his skill proficiency, killing two birds with one stone. Chen Feng made up his mind, took a few steps back, and released his skills. Shenwu Sword Shadow. Following a clear shout, sharp sword shadows pierced the air from all directions, heading straight for the demon-subduing chanting demon to attack. The demon-subduing chanting demon heard the sound of the sword shadows cutting through the air, and was filled with emotion. With a vigilant look, he kept looking around, waving his vines to resist the attack of Shenwu's sword shadow. The divine sword shadow struck the vines of the demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon, making the sound of weapons clashing, and countless sparks flying out in all directions. Chen Feng saw this scene and was dumbfounded secretly, thinking to himself, the defense of this demon-subduing Sento demon is truly terrifying. The demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon felt such a fierce attack, and it felt a little drumming in its heart. Looking at the power of the little black bee's attacks, it doesn't look like a Shenwu first-level mirror monster at all, but more like a monster in the same realm as me. Is it possible that this little black bee is hiding its own strength? The Fumo Chanting Yao couldn't help but glance at Chen Feng, who had already appeared in the air. Then, his eyes fell on his own vines. Only he knew that when his vines were resisting the attack of Chen Feng's sword shadow, the vines were constantly being cut. The demon-suppressing chanting demon was proud of himself. His defensive power fell short in front of Chen Feng's sword shadow. This made Qian Tungyao a little annoyed, and he did not dare to underestimate the existence of Chen Feng. There was also a solemn look in his eyes, and he carefully dealt with Chen Feng's sword shadow to prevent the powerful sword shadows from hurting him. To myself, Chen Feng continued to release his divine sword shadow without any signs of stopping. The demon-subduing thousand-vine demon couldn't help but say, when he saw Chen Feng releasing his skills so desperately, when I see how many skills you can unleash, I don't believe that your spiritual power is not consumed at all. Chapter 250. There is a beast outside the beast. Chen Feng fought against the demon-bumpering thousand-vine demons. The demon-conquering thousand-vine demons released their skills. The vines around him were waving continuously, and the dance was airtight, without any flaws. However, Chen Feng was not to be outdone, and continued to release his skills. Countless divine sword shadows continued to attack the demon Fu Chanting demon. Seeing Chen Feng unleashing so many attacks, the demon Fu Chanting demon couldn't help but want to take a look. How much aura Chen Feng has. How many skills he can unleash. Faced with the provocation of the demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon, Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. He did not talk to the demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon, but there was a look of gloating in his eyes, and he couldn't help but think in his heart, since you want to see how many skills I can unleash, then I'll show you my endless skills. Then, continuing to release his divine sword shadow, the demon-subduing Qian Tungyao continued to wave his vines to resist the attack of the divine sword shadow. After a long time like this, the Fumo Chanting Yao glanced at Chen Feng slightly out of breath, and then realized that Chen Feng was still in high spirits, with a leisurely look on his expression, without any awareness that he was fighting, and there was no trace of fatigue on his face, and the power of the divine sword shadow remained undiminished, showing no sign of decline. Gradually, Qian Tungyao felt that he was a little overwhelmed. So he said to Chen Feng, "Let's change our style of play. Don't always use this skill." Chen Feng also saw the tired look on the demon-suppressing chanting demon. However, Chen Feng pretended not to know and released the divine sword shadow. Seeing the demon-suppressing chanting demon resisting his attack, Chen Feng couldn't help but fight. He yawned, stretched, and then said unhurriedly, "Okay, I don't really want to fight a war of attrition. Let's decide it quickly. If we end it earlier, I can enter the next level earlier." Humo Chantingyao curled his lips and said, "You are so arrogant. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how high and thick the sky is. Let you know that there is a sky outside the sky, and there are beasts outside the beasts." Fu Mo Chantingyao still doesn't believe that Chen Feng is so powerful. In the eyes of Fu Mo Chantingyao, even if Chen Feng's strength is the same level as that of Fu Mo Chantingyao himself, Fu Mo Chantingyao will think that Chen Feng is a monster who has just been promoted to Shenwu 7 Chongqing. The strength is not that strong, and Chen Feng's impetuous aura has not dissipated, so he feels that defeating himself is impossible. Humo Chantingyao nodded, looked at Chen Feng and said, "I thought so too. Come on!" Then, the demon-fuming thousand-vine demon knocked away all the surrounding divine sword shadows. Gradually, the divine martial sword shadow disappeared in the air. Then, the demon-following thousand-vine demon didn't have any time to stop. Waving vines that could be long or short, headed straight for Chen Feng. Each vine rolled into a twist shape, as if just a slight release could hit Chen Feng's body with an unusual trajectory. Chen Feng was surprised when he saw the demon submitting thousand-tongue demon using different moves. However, Chen Feng did not dare to act rashly. After all, facing such a powerful monster as the demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon, Chen Feng did not dare to take it lightly. Chen Feng knew that he and the subduing demon chanting demon were monsters in the same realm. Being defeated might only take a moment. Therefore, he must not take it lightly. He only had this one chance to break through the level. If he lost this chance, he might be punished. The expression on Chen Feng's face was solemn, and he kept observing the trajectory of the vines of the demon-conquering thousand-tongue demon without blinking. He did not relax for a moment. Just when the vines of the demon-conquering thousand-tongue demon came close to Chen Feng released his own skills. Xianquan technique, continuously dodging the attack of the demon-food chanting demon. The demon-food chanting demon, who was attacking Chen Feng, saw Chen Feng disappearing in front of his eyes again. So he looked around vigilantly, kept waving his vines, and said, "Little black bee, can you stop just dodging? If you have the ability to come out and fight. Just hiding in the dark is nothing. Black bee, come out here." Chen Feng curled his lips in the dark, glanced at the demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon with disdain, and thought to himself, "How could I be so stupid as to run out and fight you? Your vines are attacking me. I haven't found a flaw yet. When I find a flaw, of course I will come out and fight. However, continuing like this is not an option. We must come up with a way to defeat this demon-subduing Sinto demon." Chen Feng looked up at the sky. Now, the sun had already set halfway down from the sky, and the temperature was gradually dropping. Chen Feng also felt a little anxious in his heart. If it got dark and the demon-suppressing chanting demon escaped from here, it would be difficult to lure him out again. Until then, this demon-suppressing Sinto demon can win as long as it takes and hides in the dark. But Chen Feng himself is different. If Chen Feng himself cannot seize this opportunity, he may stay in this devil's cave forever. Chen Feng closed his eyes in the dark, took a deep breath, and calmed down the anxiety and impatience in his heart. When he opened his eyes again, Chen Feng felt that his heart was like a drop of water dripping on the surface of the lake. Countless ripples rippled out, spreading around, round and round. Chen Feng thought in his heart, "My heart is like still water. Maybe that's what I mean." Chen Feng shook his head again to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind, and his eyes fell on the demon-subduing Qian Tumyao. Suddenly, Chen Feng felt as if the vines of the thousand-vine demon-subduing demon had slowed down countless times. Even the afterimages on the vines had also slowed down countless times. Chen Feng could see them clearly. Chen Feng secretly rejoiced in his heart and vibrated his wings, soaring his speed to the limit. He kept shuttling among countless vines. The vines that subdued the thousand-vine demons did not touch Chen Feng's body at all. Even his body. Not a single hair of it was touched. Chen Feng didn't know what was going on. He just knew that he had a belief in his heart to get close to the demon-subduing thousand-vine demon and defeat him. Gradually, Chen Feng was getting closer and closer to the tree trunk at the center of the demon-conquering thousand-vine demon. Near. Finally. Very close at hand. Chen Feng saw a good opportunity. Ever since, he immediately released his skills. The earth groans, with Chen Feng as the center. Bursts of arcs of electricity spread to all directions, and the thunderous attacks continued to hit the body of the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon without any mercy. The power of the thunder attack is not what it used to be. Even Chen Feng himself can feel the power of the thunder attack. The thousand-vine demon of Fu Mo did not expect that Chen Feng could see the trajectory of his vines, and he broke into his tree trunk smoothly along the way. Even the vines that were constantly waving next to the trunk did not stop Chen Feng's arrival. Chapter 251 Madness. Chen Feng fought against the Fu Mo Qian Tung Yao. After all, Fu Mo Qian Tung Yao was a monster with the seventh mirror of divine martial arts in the demon cave. He had rich fighting experience, and the skills all over his body danced airtight. Chen Feng could only rely on the Qianquan tree to continue. Avoiding the attack of the demon-subduing Sinto demon, Chen Feng had been hiding in the dark, which aroused the contempt of the demon-bumpering thousand-tongued demon. He constantly wanted Chen Feng to come out and fight with him. However, Chen Feng would not foolishly come out to fight with him. So he remained in a stalemate with the demon-bending scenting demon for a long time. Chen Feng couldn't help but feel impetuous in his heart. As a result, Chen Feng could only continue to calm down the impatience in his heart. After calming down, he never thought of an unexpected surprise. He could actually clearly see the trajectory of the waving vines of the thousand-vine demon-subduing demon. This was the beginning of Chen Feng's spring. Chen Feng used his skills to dodge the attacks from the vines of the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon, and smoothly came to the side of the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon, releasing his earthly groan. However, Fu Mo Qian Tung Yao was completely unprepared and directly and completely withstood the attack of the arc of the thunder attack. Fu Mo Qian Tung Yao only felt a sense of anesthesia all over his body. Then, he lost consciousness and couldn't even lift up any strength. The vines that were constantly waving around the demon-subduing Sinto demon were swaying as if they were drunk, and gradually fell to the ground softly, just like a ball of cotton, losing the ability to attack. At this moment, the only eye that Fu Mo Qian Tung Yao could move saw such a situation, and couldn't help but scream in his heart. He never thought that Chen Feng would have such a powerful attack that could numb him in an instant and lose the strength to resist. Fu Mo Qian Tung Yao looked at Chen Feng, who had come to his side. A look of reluctance appeared on his old brown face, and an unwillingness to admit defeat also rose in his heart. Fu Mo Qian Tung Yao never believed that he would be defeated by Chen Feng, a little black bee with the first level of divine martial arts. If other monsters knew about this, how could Fu Mo Qian Tung Yao have the face to face those monsters? The Fumo Sinto Yao struggled hard, trying to break free from the shackles of the thunder attack's anesthesia, but it was of no use. Chen Feng was secretly happy when he saw the anesthetic effect of his thunderous attack on the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon. He quickly looked up and down at the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon. The vine demon was of no use at all, so he could only release his own divine sword shadow. I saw countless sword shadows coming straight towards the demon-subduing chanting demon with fierce attacks. There was no room for relaxation, and they wanted to kill him here without mercy. Faced with the anesthesia effect of the thunder attack and the attack of Shenwu's sword shadow, the eyes of Fu Mo Qian Tung Yao revealed a hint of panic. However, after all, the demon-suppressing Sinto Yao has gone through countless battles. Now, he has reached this point and become the king of the forest. The experience he has accumulated can often save his life in critical moments. Just under the anesthesia of the thunder attack, the effect disappeared at that moment, and the shadow of Shenwu's sword instantly came to the eyes of the demon-subduing Qian Tung Yao. At this moment, when life and death were at stake, the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon did not panic at all, but showed a calm look on his face. At the critical moment, the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon quickly waved its soft vines, blocking the way in front of himself. At the same time, the thick trunk continued to retreat, and the small root that was deep in the soil for him to walk slightly drilled out of the soil on the ground, moving quickly with the thick trunk. In just such an instant, he blocked all the attacks from Shenwu Jianying, without any trace of injury on his body. Chen Feng was sure to win this attack. However, when Chen Feng saw the situation in front of him again, he couldn't help being a little dumbfounded. Chen Feng didn't expect that Qian Tung Yao could dodge his attack. This was really beyond his expectation. It is strange, but it is reasonable. After all, the demon-suppressing Sinto Yao has experienced hundreds of battles, and his strength is still there. After that, Chen Feng returned to normal. He knew that the demon-subduing chanting demon was, after all, a demon beast from the seventh mirror of divine martial arts. It was not that easy to deal with. If he could easily kill it here, then what would happen in this demon cave? Zhongyao will not be as scary as the rumors outside. Chen Feng nodded, and was quite sure of the strength of the demon Fu Qian Tongue demon. Then, when the demon Fu Qian Tongue demon avoided the attack, Chen Feng continued to release his skills. Xianquan technique. The earth groans. Shenwu sword shadow. In an instant, an overwhelming amount of skills were attacking the demon buddling thousand-tongue demon. The demon buddling thousand-tongue demon felt overwhelmed, and a little overwhelmed. He kept waving his vines to resist Chen Feng's wave after wave of attacks. Qian Tungyao, who was out of breath, glanced at Chen Feng and said, "Can't you just let me take a breath before attacking again?" Chen Feng said with a trace of teasing in his eyes. "What do you think? This is a duel between life and death. No joke. How can I give you free time to breathe?" Fu Mo Qian Tungyao couldn't help but feel a little angry. Small flames of anger kept burning in his chest. His emerald green eyes were slowly dyed red. Gradually, they became redder and redder. So red that it seemed like they could bleed. At this time, the aura around the demon subduing chanting demon changed, becoming more fierce and manic. Chen Feng glanced at Qian Tungyao with some suspicion and thought to himself, "What's going on with this demon subduing thousand-tongue demon? Why did his aura suddenly become so powerful? It's like he's lost his mind." The tree trunks on the body of the demon-suppressing Situ demon changed with its momentum, as if it was transforming. Gradually, the brown color of the tree trunk was also dyed with wisps of crimson, and its vines continued to swell, becoming more flexible and stronger, gradually producing crimson lines until they were all over the tree. Only then did all the vines stop spreading. Although the vines were so thick, their speed became faster and faster. When Chen Feng saw the scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. There was a vigilant look in his eyes. Then, he slowly stepped back a few steps, trying to get away from this vine. The demon-subduing Sinto demon should be farther away to prevent being accidentally injured by the demon-subduing Sinto demon. The demon-suppressing Cheeto Yao opened his scarlet eyes, and his voice was no longer old, but became more demonic, and said, "Since this is the case, little black bee, let me show you my true strength." Chen Feng heard his words, and couldn't help but think in his heart, "Is it possible that after fighting for such a long time, the demon-suppressing Senteng demon has not yet used its full strength? If the demon-suppressing Senteng demon is so powerful before it has used its full strength, then if it really uses its full strength, where will its strength be? To what extent?" When Chen Feng thought of this, he felt chills running down his spine, and chills in his body. Chapter 252, Conquering the Demon. Chen Feng approached the Fumo chanting demon and released his earthly chant, which could not help but pose a threat to the Fumo chanting demon. However, the Fumo chanting demon was worthy of being a monster of the seventh mirror of divine martial arts, and his reaction was extremely fast. Even in the face of such a fierce attack, he still avoided it, gently took advantage of this opportunity, and continued to unleash his skills, suppressing the demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon. The demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon faced Chen Feng's wave after wave of skills without stopping, and he couldn't help but feel a little tired of dealing with them. For a moment, small flames of anger filled his chest, which could not help but cause the demon-suppressing Sinto demon to go crazy. Chen Feng saw the terrifying transformation of the demon-suppressing chanting demon, and thought of the horrific scenes. His little body couldn't help but tremble, and he felt a chill all over his body. If bees didn't have sweat glands, at this moment, it would have been. I broke out in a cold sweat, and my whole body was soaked with sweat. Chen Feng looked at the somewhat terrifying chanting demon, and could not help but take a few steps back. Fumo Chanting Yao saw Chen Feng, who was constantly retreating, with a sneer in his eyes. "Little black bee, you feel scared now. It's already too late to retreat. Just wait to accept my sanction." Chen Feng's head shook like a rattle, but he was not a monster that gave up easily, so he eased the fear in his heart. Gradually, a look of determination came into his eyes. He gritted his teeth, took a step forward, and then another step forward. In this way, Chen Feng felt that his body became more and more relaxed, and he no longer felt that feeling in his heart. The fear in him gradually disappeared. Chen Feng had that iconic smile on his face again, and his smile was filled with a fearless and courageous aura. Seeing Chen Feng like this, the demon-fuming chanting demon flashed a look of admiration in his bright red eyes. Even so, the demon-fuming chanting demon would not let Chen Feng go so easily. The battle still needs to be fought. The eyes of the demon-suppressing chanting demon were slightly focused, and a burst of violent energy exuded from the scarlet eyes. The aura on his body became more fierce and fierce, and the demon-suppressing chanting demon roared, "Subduing demon Sinto slash!" I saw the thick vines surrounding the demon Fu chanting demon, like sharp knives, exuding bursts of demonic and violent energy, attacking Chen Feng in an unpredictable trajectory. This time, the trajectory of the demon vines of the thousand-tongued demons is different from the previous one. This thick vine is like a demon floating on the ground waiting for opportunities. Under the extremely fast speed, the whole body of the vine is exuded. There was a bright red blood mist, constantly exuding the smell of blood, leaving scarlet traces wherever it passed. Chen Feng was shocked when he saw this situation. In an instant, the vines that attacked Chen Feng did not give Chen Feng time to think about it. When Chen Feng saw that something was wrong, he immediately used the Qianquan technique to avoid the attack of the vines. However, the speed of the vines was too fast. Even if Chen Feng used the Qianquan technique and kept moving, the vines that subdued the thousand vine demons would just like having eyes and a sense of smell. Chen Feng could always be found. Gradually, Chen Feng fell into a disadvantage. For a moment, it was difficult to deal with it. At this moment, Chen Feng had just dodged the attack of the vines in front of him, and the vines behind Chen Feng attacked. At this moment, Chen Feng could no longer carry out any attack. He dodged, but before he could react, his body changed and he was one step ahead of his head, releasing the skill. Light Shield! A spherical transparent light shield appeared in front of Chen Feng, covering Chen Feng's entire body. The thick vine hit the light shield firmly. The light shield could not withstand the attack of the thick vine for a moment, and only heard a click before breaking into pieces. However, this also gave Chen Feng time to react. However, at this moment, Chen Feng had no time to release his Qianquan technique. Chen Feng immediately vibrated his wings, soaring his speed to the limit, and flew to the side. However, the thick vine still brushed past Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng was staggered for a while, and felt a pain on his left side. There was a wound on his body, and warm liquid flowed from the wound on his body. Chen Feng felt dizzy because of the pain in his body. He couldn't help but endure the pain in his body. His wings vibrated, and he staggered to the side. The glorious worker bees hiding in the dark saw that their king was injured. Regardless of whether there was a plan, 3721 flew out of the darkness. Some of the glory worker bees surrounded the demon subduing thousand-tongued demon, while the other part of the glory worker bees went to rescue the injured Chen Feng. At this moment, Chen Feng's vision was blurred, and he felt that his head was dizzy and his body was a little out of balance. Guangya, the worker bees immediately came to Chen Feng and supported him. When Chen Feng saw the glorious worker bee beside him, he couldn't help but feel relieved and fainted. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! It is detected that the host's life is lower than 20%. Consume 30% of the royal jelly and activate the repair function. Please pay attention to the host. Ding! The repair function is activated. Please pay attention to the host. The injuries on Chen Feng's body were slowly healing as the system repaired them. At this moment, Chen Feng's mind was so groggy that it was difficult to wake up. The glory worker bees beside them saw that their king was injured and fainted. Their eyes fell on the demon-subduing chanting demon in front of them. They knew how important it was for Chen Feng to kill this demon-subduing chanting demon. So, out of desperation, he kept calling Chen Feng beside Chen Feng. At this time, Chen Feng seemed to be hiding in a closed space. There were slight calls around him, constantly passing through the space and reaching Chen Feng's ears. Gradually, Chen Feng finally found himself in the closed space, heard the calls coming from all around, and then slowly woke up from the calls. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, and his vision was blurry. Chen Feng blinked hard, trying to see the things in front of him clearly. Gradually, after blinking several times, his eyes gradually returned to normal. And then, he saw countless animals around him. The glorious worker bees who cared about him couldn't help but feel moved, and their eyes became slightly wet. The glorious worker bees beside Chen Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw that their king had woken up. In fact, when Chen Feng woke up, it was equivalent to them having a backbone. They immediately knelt down on one knee and apologized to Chen Feng, saying respectfully, "My subordinates are disrespectful to the king. Please punish me." Chen Feng was slightly startled when he heard the words of the glorious worker bees. He couldn't help but shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Punishment? Why should I punish you?" The glorious worker bees looked at me, and I looked at you. Some looking at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. Chapter 253 Guerrilla Tactics. Due to being angered by Chen Feng, the Fumo chanting demon went berserk. After the berserk transformation, its strength greatly increased. Chen Feng was shocked and frightened. In an instant, he blocked Chen Feng's attack. Not only that, it also threatened Chen Feng. Feel. Then, Fumo Sento Yao released his own skill. Fumo Sento Slash. The power of this skill was really huge. Even if Chen Feng released his own light shield, it could not stop the momentum of his attack. The shattering of the light shield also bought Chen Feng a little time to dodge to the side. However, he was still bruised. If this attack hits Chen Feng's body completely, the system will not have time to repair Chen Feng's wounds, and Chen Feng will die. Chen Feng was seriously injured by this blow, and couldn't help but fainted. The glory worker bees knew the importance of this battle to Chen Feng, and kept calling for Chen Feng, who fainted. When Chen Feng woke up again, the system was still repairing his wounds. However, at this moment, even with the systematic repair, Chen Feng felt that the wound on his left side was still aching. However, after the systematic repair, the pain had been reduced a lot, and the system was still repairing Chen Feng's injured body. Due to the pain of the wound, Chen Feng put a forced smile on his lips, and spoke slowly with admiration for the glorious worker bees in his eyes. "You have done a great job, which makes me very happy. Get up." When the glorious worker bees heard Chen Feng's compliment, they couldn't help but stupidly scratch their heads with their front feet. Chen Feng looked at their appearance, and couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head helplessly. Maybe it was because he had never praised them before. He praised them so easily, which made them feel a little embarrassed. Chen Feng withdrew his gaze from the glory worker bees, and then raised his eyes to look at the glory worker bees, who were fighting the demon-subduing chanting demon. He didn't know what to say for a moment, because what appeared in front of Chen Feng's eyes was the Guangyu worker bees constantly attacking the demon food chanting demon. However, the demon food chanting demon was not to be outdone and continued to attack Guangyu with its own vines. Worker bees. The shining worker bees were constantly knocked away and injured by the attacks of the demon-buddling thousand-tongue demon. Then, they climbed up with difficulty and started attacking, all the while dragging the demon-following thousand-tongue demon back. The thousand-vine demon Fumo was harassed by the attacks of the glory worker bees, and was very annoyed, because there were too many glory worker bees. Even if his vines were covered tightly and airtight, it would be difficult to escape the attacks of so many glory worker bees. It will be attacked. Even the legs of flies are still flesh. Under the attack of the glorious worker bees, the Fumo Setting demon is really annoyed. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Chen Feng's mind. "Ding! The repair is successful. Please pay attention to the host." Hearing the sound of the system, Chen Feng felt his body again, and felt that his body had become a lot lighter. It may be due to psychological reasons. The wound on the left side was still a little painful. To be honest, since his strength has improved, the repair speed of the glorious worker bees has also increased a lot. It only took about 5 minutes from the time he fainted to waking up. With the improvement of Chen Feng's strength, skills and power, Chen Feng is rarely injured. Every time he is injured, it is a fatal injury. This may be the reason why Chen Feng is too small. Every time he is injured, all need system repair before they can fight again. Chen Feng raised his eyes, and his eyes fell on the demon-subduing chanting demon again. He knew that he could no longer let the glorious worker bees fight with him. If the glorious worker bees fought with him, they would lose a lot, and the shining worker bees only relied on their large numbers to hold him back. To be honest, it was really difficult to defeat this demon-subduing Sento demon. Chen Feng glanced at the glorious worker bees beside him, and said unhurriedly, "Now all you need to do is harass the demon-subduing Sento demon to buy time for me to attack him." The glorious worker bees beside Chen Feng heard Chen Feng's order, and nodded with serious expressions, feeling deeply that they would not give up until the task was completed. Chen Feng had no time to pay attention to their expressions at the moment. Afterwards, Chen Feng raised his head, and looked at the sun that had already set. He knew that it was not far from dark, so he should make a quick decision. As a result, they flew into the air with vibrating wings. At the same time, the glorious worker bees beside Chen Feng also followed Chen Feng and vibrated their wings into the air. At this moment, the Fumo chanting demon was facing the harassment of the glorious worker bees, and had no free time to pay attention to Chen Feng's movements. Nor did he have time to see whether Chen Feng was dead or alive. Fu Mo Qian Tun Yao only knew that Chen Feng was attacked by his own vines, and even lost a layer of skin even if he died. At this moment, he must have been seriously injured and no longer had the ability to attack himself. Therefore, he did not notice Chen Feng in the sky. Chen Feng, who was flying in the air, glanced at the battle situation in the open space. Seeing the glorious worker bees fighting against the demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon, it was too tragic. He closed his eyes slightly, and then opened them again. Turning back, he gestured with his eyes to the glorious worker bees beside him. The glory worker bees beside Chen Feng saw the king's eyes, and immediately rushed towards the subduing demon chanting demon. The Fumo chanting Yao heard the buzzing sound in the sky, and used his vines to open the surrounding glory worker bees. He raised his eyes, and saw that some more glory worker bees were coming straight towards him. There was an impetuous look in the eyes of Fumo chanting demon, and the scarlet eyes became more and more frighteningly red. At this moment, Chen Feng saw that Fumo chanting demon's attention was all on the glorious worker bees. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chen Feng deeply remembered the vine, where the thousand vine demon subduing demon attacked him. Chen Feng thought to himself as he looked at the demon subduing thousand vine demon with a sinister look in his eyes. In this case, it is not too much for me to keep you here forever. Just wait to accept my revenge. After that, Chen Feng released his skills calmly and leisurely. Qianquan technique. Chen Feng disappeared from the place in an instant. But the Fumo chanting demon still didn't notice Chen Feng disappearing from the place. In an instant, Chen Feng broke through the heavy defense line of the dancing vines of the demon subduing thousand-tongued demon, and came to the back of the demon subduing thousand-tongued demon. However, the Fumo Sento demon remained unaware, and continued to deal with the harassment of the glorious worker bees. At this moment, the shining worker bees have changed their tactics, and are constantly fighting a guerrilla war against the demon-buddling thousand-tongued demon. As long as the demon-following thousand-tongued demon attacks with vines, they will dodge and occasionally retreat. The vine demons relaxed their vigilance and stopped attacking them. The glory worker bees kept coming forward and unleashed their skills to harass the demon-subduing thousand vine demons. Chapter 254 Successful Breakthrough. After the demon-suppressing thousand-tongued demon went berserk, Chen Feng was injured. After the system repaired it, Chen Feng's wounds recovered as before. While Chen Feng was recovering from his wounds, the shining worker bees kept dragging and harassing the demon-fuming thousand-tongued demon to prevent the demon-following thousand-tongued demon from attacking Chen Feng again. After Chen Feng regained his fighting strength, he gave an order to the glorious worker bees, who were taking care of him. After receiving Chen Feng's order, the glorious worker bees changed their tactics, and continued to harass the demon-subduing Sento demon and attract the demon-submitting Sento demon. Chen Feng used this opportunity to release the demon's attention, and came to the back of the demon-subduing chanting demon. Chen Feng, who came behind the demon-conquering thousand-tongued demon, saw such clever shining worker bees. He couldn't help but nodded in admiration, with a trace of pride in his eyes. Then, Chen Feng stared at the demon-conquering thousand-vine demon. The wrinkled brown behind him was mixed with red bark, and his eyes stared slightly. The earth groans. Chen Feng released his skill, and saw a silver-white electric arc, with crackling sparks centered on Chen Feng, directly attacking the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon. The demon-buddling Sento demon, who was fighting the shining worker bees, heard a crackling sound behind him. He wanted to turn around and take a look to see what had happened. Then he realized what was going on, and wanted to use the vines behind him to drive him away. When I saw the intruder, I just felt a sense of anesthesia all over my body. At this moment, the vines behind the demon-subduing chanting demon fell softly from the air, just as they were about to touch Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at the vines behind the demon-subduing chanting demon that wanted to get close to him, but they collapsed on the ground. Chen Feng couldn't help but raise a sly smile on his lips. At this moment, Chen Feng directly released his skills without any delay. Shenwu Sword Shadow. I saw countless sword shadows, attacking directly towards the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon from all directions. Chen Feng released the Shenwu Sword Shadow, and did not leave immediately. He released the Earth Chen Yin, and the Shenwu Sword Shadow again. As time goes by, the anesthesia effect on the demon-suppressing Situ demon gradually disappears, when he originally wanted to use his vines proudly to clear away the surrounding attacks. In the end, before he could lift up his thick vines, he used them again. I felt another wave of anesthesia hit me all over my body. Fu Mo Qian Tun Yao looked at the shadow of the Shenwu sword that was so close at hand. His scarlet pupils kept dilating. His eyes revealed an unbelievable look, and the desire to survive in his heart kept churning. However, at this moment, the Fumo chanting demon was no longer as lucky as last time, and could only watch helplessly as his vines and tree trunks were continuously cut and penetrated by the shadow of the divine sword. At this time, the defense of the demon-bucking thousand-tongued demon was like tofu in front of the Shenwu sword shadow. Only the sound of squeaking was heard, and all the sword shadows were directly inserted into the trunk of the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon. As the shadow of the sword entered his body, the blood in the trunk of the tree trunk of the Fumo chanting demon spurted out along the sword shadow. After countless sword shadows were inserted into the tree trunk, the Fumo chanting demon could no longer resist. the bright red pupils open wide, still looking ahead, showing an expression of unwillingness. It only took Chen Feng a moment to kill him in the Devil's Cave. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! The mission goal is to successfully kill Qianting Yao with the 7th heavy sword of Shenwu, and obtain 3,579 evolution points. 5. Please pay attention to the host. Ding! I have obtained a high-grade elixir of the wood type, 5 heavenly demon vines, and 10 demon-suppressing roots. Please pay attention to the host. Chen Feng heard the sound of the system and secretly rejoiced. Looking at the demon-subduing Qianting demon that had been killed, he felt his body go limp and lost all strength. In an instant, he fell from the air and fell to the ground, on the ground full of soil. Fortunately, he was relatively small. Otherwise, if he fell to the ground at this moment, he would definitely raise a cloud of dust. Chen Feng just lay on the ground with his arms crossed, panting continuously. This time, he could be regarded as an extraordinary performer, and the connection of his skills was perfect. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill the demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon with one blow. It's here. In fact, this is how the fight between high-level monsters is. If one attack fails, there will be no chance. At this moment, Chen Feng's heart is still beating. He knows that if he was just too late, seconds later, the earth groans again, and victory can hardly belong to oneself. Chen Feng watched the sky gradually become darker, as if he was about to welcome the coming of darkness. At this moment, his heart was extremely peaceful. Suddenly, Chen Feng felt a strange rustling sound beside him. He couldn't help but feel puzzled and looked to the side. He saw the surrounding vines slowly disappearing before his eyes, and the tree trunk penetrated by countless sword shadows that had disappeared into the air. His wounds were also slowly healing. It was like shedding skin all over her body, with the dark red bark receding and replaced by the original brown bark. Then, vines similar to the original ones stretched out, and the wide-open scarlet eyes slowly faded away from the blood-like red color, gradually returning to their original emerald green color. Chen Feng was shocked when he saw this scene, thinking to himself, "What's going on? How could this demon-suppressing Sinto demon be resurrected after being killed? Is it possible that I have to kill him again? This time I was so tired that I couldn't hold myself back. If I do it again, what's the point? You're not trying to kill me!" Chen Feng immediately jumped up from the ground, stood up, quickly vibrated his wings, and stepped back to prevent Qianting Yao from attacking him as soon as he woke up. If Chen Feng was unprepared, Qianting Yao would attack him. Then Chen Feng will be unable to resist it anymore. Maybe it has not been repaired by the system, and it is completely explained here. Chen Feng went through many difficulties and dangers to reach where he is now, but he didn't want this mistake to become an eternal regret. Afterwards, Chen Feng slowly stopped on a leaf, observing the movements of the demon-subduing Qianting demon without blinking. When the surrounding glory worker bees saw such a situation, they also followed Chen Feng and retreated. They looked at the subduing demon Qianting demon with vigilance. Their bodies were tensed and ready for battle. As soon as there was any situation, they would rush forward immediately, step forward and stand in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at the glorious worker bees around him and couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head slightly, feeling helpless. Then, Chen Feng's eyes fell on the body of Qianting Yao. At this time, Qianting Yao seemed to have just regained his breath. His body was rising and falling slightly, as if he was breathing the fresh air around him. The vines around his body were waving continuously, as if moving his muscles, and his eyes were blinking slowly. Chapter 255 Resurrection. After Chen Feng was injured, he regained his fighting power and changed tactics with the glory worker bees. Although the Qianting demon subdued demon became mad, and its strength greatly increased. Facing the perfect cooperation between Chen Feng and the glory worker bees, coupled with Chen Feng's extraordinary performance, the skill connection was flawless, and the demon-subduing Sinto demon was killed in the demon cave with one blow. After completing the mission goal, Chen Feng was in a great mood. Due to his extraordinary performance, his physical strength was exhausted. He couldn't help but slumped on the ground. For a moment, he didn't want to get up. However, before Chen Feng could feel happy, something unexpected happened again. Chen Feng never thought that the demon-subduing thousand-vine demon that had been killed would slowly come to life again, as if it had countless lives. His body would return to its original shape, with vines waving around his body, and his eyes also blinking constantly. Afterwards, Chen Feng, the Guanya worker bees, and the Fumo Qianting demon were in a stalemate for a long time. It was not until the Fumo chanting demon felt that his muscles and bones had almost moved that he shook his thick body, stood up slowly, and looked around. All around. Qin Feng saw that the demon-subduing chanting demon had stood up and was constantly looking at the surrounding environment. Although he was curious in his heart, he never let go of his vigilance. At this time, the demon-subduing chanting demon saw Qin Feng staying on the leaves. There was light in his emerald eyes. So he slowly approached Qin Feng. Qin Feng saw the demon-subduing chanting demon approaching him, and became more vigilant, taking a defensive posture, thinking to himself, "What are you going to do with the demon-subduing chanting demon? Is it possible that you want to attack yourself? As soon as the demon-subdued chanting demon attacks you, I will mercilessly insert countless sword shadows on your body." The Fumo chanting demon saw Qin Feng looking at him warily, as if he just remembered that he had just been resurrected. Such a strange thing would definitely scare this little black bee. So he slowly stopped walking. The corners of the old eyes were slightly raised, and there was no trace of murderous intent in the eyes. Not only that, but also showed a kind look, and said to Qin Feng in an old voice, "Little black bee, don't be nervous. I don't mean any harm." When Qin Feng heard his words, he couldn't help but rolled his eyes. "That means I believe you. Just after the battle, I killed you here. It would be strange if you didn't take revenge. You also told me that you had no ill intentions. What a liar." Fu Mo Qian Tung Yao knew that Qin Feng did not believe his words. So he paused and continued. "Don't believe it. You have passed the first level of the Devil's Cave test. You have passed my level and killed me here once. Then I will not make things difficult for you. Next, it will be up to me. I will take you to the next level. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to get out of this forest and find the entrance to this forest." When Qin Feng heard the explanation of Qian Tung Yao, he couldn't help but tilt his head. There was a suspicious look in his eyes. He lowered his head and pondered for a long time. The demon-suppressing chanting demon did not disturb Qin Feng's contemplation. Qin Feng glanced at Qian Tung Yao and thought to himself, "Can the words of this demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon be trusted? What he said is not unreasonable. Since I have passed the first level, this demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon has no reason to embarrass me." Qin Feng raised his head again. The look of suspicion was no longer on his face, and the habitual smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. He nodded to the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon and said, "I trust you." Then, it vibrated its wings and slowly flew down from the leaves. Fumo Chanting Yao nodded and said to Qin Feng, "Little black bee, I would like to remind you that every difficulty in the demon cave will become more and more difficult. You have to deal with it carefully. And not all the monsters in the demon cave will take you to find the entrance to the next level. I know that you will not back down and will always move forward bravely. So I will no longer advise you to give up on passing through the levels. But you still need to be more careful in the next levels." Qin Feng nodded towards the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon, with a look of gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you for reminding." There was a smile in the old eyes of Qian Tung Yao, who shook his head slightly, then raised his head, looked at the darkened sky, and said to Qin Feng, "Let's take a rest today. Tomorrow, I will take you to find the entrance to the next level." Qin Feng nodded in agreement and said, "I think so too." Then, he said to the glorious worker bees, "You all go and have a rest. I am here to talk to the demon-subduing Sendo Yao, so you don't have to be by my side to protect me. Go ahead." The glorious worker bees received Qin Feng's order and immediately returned to the nest. Qin Feng looked at the retreating figures of the glorious worker bees and secretly glanced at the subduing demon chanting demon, but hesitated to speak. Fu Mo Qian Tung Yao knew that Qin Feng had something to say to him, so he said to Qin Feng with a slight smile and an old voice, "If you have anything to say, just say it." Qin Feng knew that Qian Tung Yao would not mind what he said, so he said this, "I'm just curious about what can be resurrected. Could it be that the monsters in the demon cave all have this strange ability?" The demon-subduing chanting demon showed a wry smile on its lips, shook its head slightly, looked at Qin Feng and said, "That's not the case. Only the monsters in the demon's cave that block your breakthrough will be constantly resurrected. This will prevent the monsters in the demon's cave from being killed here, making it difficult for the next monsters to enter the demon's cave. Kill another monster." Fumo Chanting Yao paused and continued, "This can be considered a curse. The crimson lines on my body will only go crazy when inspired by anger, blocking your progress." Qin Feng heard the words of the demon-subduing chanting demon, and then he knew why the demon-subduing chanting demon was resurrected. Seeing a hint of pity in the eyes of the demon-suppressing chanting Yao, he continued to ask, Then if the monster that came to break through the barrier didn't arouse your anger, you wouldn't be mad, right? After hearing Chen Feng's words, Fu Mo Qian Tanyao nodded slightly and replied, "So be it." Chen Feng raised his head and looked at the sky full of stars, and said to the subduing demon Qianting demon, "I'm sorry for causing you sadness." The demon Fu Qianting demon waved his vines nonchalantly. Chen Feng turned around and his eyes fell on the demon Fu Qianting demon again, and asked, "How can I come to look for you tomorrow? Are you still here?" Fu Mo Qian Tanyao nodded, looked at Chen Feng, and said with sincerity in his eyes, "Don't worry. I won't leave. I'll be waiting for you here and guide you tomorrow." Chen Feng nodded, saluted the demon subduing Qianting demon, and said, "Then I'll take my leave first." The demon subduing Qianting Yao nodded slightly, and then Chen Feng vibrated his wings and flew towards his hive. Chapter 256 Nightmare. After Chen Feng killed the demon subduing thousand-tongue demon, he never thought that the demon subduing thousand-tongue demon had resurrected. Facing the strange sight in front of him, Chen Feng also had doubts about the demon subduing thousand-tongue demon. After Qian Tanyao's explanation, Chen Feng finally believed the words of Qian Tanyao. That's what they say. No fight. No acquaintance. Out of curiosity, Chen Feng couldn't help but ask the demon slayer Qian Tanyao why he was resurrected. When Chen Feng learned the cause and effect, he couldn't help but feel pity for the Qianting demon. However, Chen Feng had no solution. Because Chen Feng passed the first level, Qian Tanyao volunteered to lead Chen Feng to the entrance of the next level. They also agreed on a meeting place, which was still in this open space. Everything was almost understood, and an agreement was made between them. So Chen Feng said goodbye to the demon subduing Qianting demon and flew back to the hive to rest. The Fumo Qianting demon looked at Chen Feng's retreating figure and slowly retreated from the clearing into the forest. Chen Feng returned to the hive and collapsed directly on the throne. After a day of waiting and fighting, he was exhausted physically and mentally. His stomach kept rumbling, as if he was protesting that Chen Feng did not feed him food. He yelled. Chen Feng rubbed his clamoring belly, took out a can of royal jelly from the water drop space, held the straw with his front foot, and drank the delicious royal jelly in big gulps, until Chen Feng drank half a can of royal jelly into his stomach. It was already swollen, so he gave up, put the jar into the water drop space, lay on the throne and fell asleep. Chen Feng didn't sleep well that night, and he had nightmares one after another, as if they were foreshadowing something bad that would happen next. After a night of silence, the rising sun rose from the east and cast a brilliant light on the earth. It slowly spread a little luster on the leaves in the devil's cave. After reflection, the luster shot into Chen Feng's hive. Chen Feng, who was sleeping and having nightmares, was awakened. Chen Feng opened his eyes in an instant and woke up from the throne. There was a frightened light in his eyes. He was still breathing heavily, and his body was trembling slightly. Chen Feng calmed down his pounding heart, and waited until the breath all over his body calmed down a little. Then he moved his muscles on the throne, took out the royal jelly from the water drop space, and drank it in big gulps, not only in order to maintain sufficient physical strength to meet the next challenge, or to calm myself down. Chen Feng lay comfortably on the throne, drank royal jelly, and remembered the nightmare that woke him up. Chen Feng dreamed that he was covered in blood, as if Chen Feng was fished out of blood. The smell of blood constantly lingered in Chen Feng's nasal cavity, stimulating Chen Feng's brain. Chen Feng raised his head and looked. In front of you. What fell in front of Chen Feng was the demon subduing thousand-tongue demon. Chen Feng saw the situation in front of him in his dream, and was a little confused. For a moment, he didn't know what to do, and could only stand there blankly. The ground kept lingering in front of him, and on his body. At this moment, Chen Feng's mind was full of marks of blood, as if he had been washed by blood. When the demon subduing Qianting demon looked at Chen Feng in front of him, he couldn't help but stretched out the cut vines towards Chen Feng, as if he was saying something, and seemed to be asking Chen Feng for help. Chen Feng wanted to step forward to help the Qianting demon, but he never thought that his wasp's legs were like adding roots to the ground, making it difficult to move forward at all. A feeling of powerlessness rose from Chen Feng's heart. At this moment Chen Feng was like a helpless monster trapped in a swamp, with more than enough heart but no strength. This made him feel like he was about to cry without tears. Seeing that Chen Feng had not stepped forward to help him, Fu Mo Qian Tanyao had deep disappointment in his emerald green eyes, and a look of loneliness appeared on his old face. Then, a line appeared in the corner of his eye. With tears in his eyes, he took another deep look at Chen Feng, with a look of despair in his eyes. Qin Feng looked at the expression of the demon-subduing chanting demon in front of him, and his heart became more and more anxious. He wanted to open his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. The feeling of powerlessness rose in Qin Feng's heart again. Qin Feng didn't want this feeling in his heart at all, so he couldn't help but struggle hard. Due to Qin Feng's continuous struggle, there was finally a trace of movement. Qin Feng felt the trace of looseness, so he struggled even harder. I don't know how long it took, but Qin Feng finally struggled out from the ground. He immediately ran forward to check the condition of the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon. However, he never thought that when Qin Feng came closer, the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon, but getting further and further away from him. Qin Feng shook his head slightly, and shook out the distracting thoughts in his mind. He couldn't help but think in his heart, how could something happen to such a powerful monster like the subduing Sento Yao? I must have been overthinking it. Maybe I was under too much pressure recently, which is why I had this nightmare. As the saying goes, what you think about every day is what you dream about at night. That's it. However, there was still a faint look of worry hidden in Qin Feng's heart. But Qin Feng suppressed that other thought deeply in his heart, and didn't want to think about it anymore. After Qin Feng had eaten and drank, he stretched. To relieve the fatigue from the night, he fluttered his wings and flew out of the hive. At this moment, outside Qin Feng's hive, all the glorious worker bees were gathered here. Qin Feng looked around and said brightly, set off. Then, they came to the open space in a mighty manner. Qin Feng took a look and saw that there was no figure of the demon-suppressing chanting demon in this open space at this moment. Qin Feng thought in his heart with some annoyance. What's going on with this demon-subduing Sento demon? Didn't you agree to wait for me in this open space? Could it be that I was deceived? That's impossible. Looking at the appearance of the demon-subduing Sento demon. No, it looks like you're lying to me. Qin Feng's mind went back and forth in his mind, thinking about countless possibilities, and then denying these countless possibilities. Then, he shook his head slightly, turned back, looked at the glorious worker bees around him, and said, go and look for the traces of the demon-subduing Sento demon. You must find the demon-subduing Sento demon. You must see the beast alive. And you must see the corpse if you die. The glorious worker bees heard Qin Feng's order and immediately responded, yes. Then the buzzing sound resounded in the sky, and the glory worker bees scattered in all directions, looking for traces of the demon-suppressing thousand-tongued demon. At this time, the nightmare scene appeared in Qin Feng's mind again. Qin Feng shook his head and comforted himself secretly. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Afterwards, he flapped his wings and went with the glorious worker bees, looking for traces of the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon. Chapter 257 Changes. After Qin Feng said goodbye to the demon-subduing chanting demon, he returned to his hive, and then fell asleep. But he never thought that nightmares would always surround Qin Feng. After Qin Feng woke up from the nightmare, the rising sun had already risen in the east. So, Qin Feng led the glorious worker bees to the agreed place. However, he never expected to see the figure of Qian Tungyao, so he immediately went to look for it. Qin Feng entered the forest next to the clearing. In an instant, he smelled a smell of blood. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a thump in his heart and screamed secretly. Following the strong smell of blood, he slowly flew forward. After flying for a while, the scene that appeared in front of Qin Feng shocked Qin Feng. He was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide, and for a moment, it was difficult to close it. In front of Qin Feng's eyes, the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon was lying there quietly, with his chest still heaving slightly. However, the blood around him had soaked his whole body, and even the slightest trace of the demon-subduing thousand-tongued demon's surroundings had been soaked in. A spiky blade of grass sprouted from the ground. It was already dyed red, and its vines had been broken into countless segments. Qin Feng saw the tragic scene in front of him. At this moment, he was frozen there. Qin Feng didn't know how he got over. The demon Fu Qianting demon saw Qin Feng's figure, smiled slightly, and the weak old voice sounded in Qin Feng's ears. Sounded, little black bee, you're here. I didn't break my promise. Qin Feng heard the words of the demon-suppressing Qianting demon, and then Qin Feng regained his sense. His eyes were slightly wet, and he secretly blamed himself. Just now, he was still doubting the demon-suppressing Qianting demon. Qin Feng said in a trembling voice, this is how the same thing. The Fumo Sentiao shook his head and said, don't worry. I will be resurrected. Maybe I won't be able to take you to find the entrance to the next level in person. After I withstand the second attack, I will return to my original place, and all memories will disappear. If I lose my memory, it will be difficult for me to lead you the way. So I hold on with my last breath and want to tell you the entrance to the next level. Fumo Qiantingyao said so many words in one breath. He couldn't help but breathe slightly, and the blood on his body kept pouring out. Qin Feng nodded. For a moment, he was choked with sobs and found it difficult to say other words. Fumo Qiantingyao paused and continued. Entrance! Entrance! Right there. At this time, the demon-suppressing Qiantingyao hadn't finished speaking. He used the only short vine that was not broken to take out a crystal green vine the size of a soybean grain from his body. Rays of prismatic crystals. The Fumo Qiantingyao slowed down his breathing, used up his last strength, and said, This tree essence will take you to find the entrance. Go ahead and wish you success. Then, the vines of the demon-suppressing Qianting demon gradually hung down. Its body slowly became transparent, and gradually disappeared from Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng looked at the demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon disappearing in front of his eyes. He was dazed for a while, and slowly moved forward. Qin Feng picked up the prismatic crystal with his feet, and kept stroking it as if it were a rare treasure, and seemed to be thinking about something. At this time, Qin Feng kept thinking in his heart. What kind of monster is it? It killed the demon-subduing Sinto Yao here, causing him to lose the opportunity to take me to find the entrance. This must not be the enemy of the demon-subduing Sinto Yao. It must be aimed at me. Come. Qin Feng thought about this. A sinister look flashed in his eyes, and he thought in his heart. No matter what kind of monster it is, don't let me catch you. If I catch you, I will definitely make you live and die. Afterwards, he slowly returned to normal. Qin Feng looked into the distance, his eyes still empty and without the former energy, until the glorious worker bees slowly gathered around Qin Feng. The buzzing sound of the glorious worker bees rang in Qin Feng's ears. Only then did Qin Feng come back to his senses. His empty eyes also regained their former agility. However, he still held the bee tightly in his feet. Prismatic crystal. At this moment, Qin Feng knew that the subduing demon Qianting demon would return to his original place and resurrected. So he slowly felt relieved, looked around, glanced at the glorious worker bees who were still worried about him, and set off. Then, Qin Feng slowly raised his bee's feet holding the prismatic crystal. The prismatic crystal kept flashing a bright green light, and then emitted small green dots, slowly floating in the air, as if spiritual, drifting in one direction. Qin Feng stared closely at the small dots, put the prismatic crystal into the water drop space, looked back at the dazzling worker bees, and told them to follow him with his eyes, and then turned back and vibrating its wings. Following the green dot, it flew into the distance. The small green dot kept flying in one direction with Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't know how long he led the glorious worker bees to fly. It wasn't until the small green dot stopped in front of a thick tree that Qin Feng stopped flying towards it. At the same time, the glorious worker bees also stopped moving forward. Qin Feng looked at the green dot and then at the thick tree in front of him, thinking to himself, why did this little green dot stop in front of this tree? Could it be that the entrance is in this tree? This tree is no different. It's just a little thicker than other trees. If this intersection is in this tree, how to open it? Qin Feng circled the tree twice, and then returned to the original place. At this time, the green dots in front of the trees changed. They gradually collided with each other and slowly merged together, forming a virtual body that was exactly the same size as a soybean and the prismatic crystal. Qin Feng stared at the scene in front of him without blinking. He couldn't help but look at the virtual body in front of him with some confusion, and there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. I saw the virtual body slowly approaching the thick tree, and gradually integrated with the tree. I only heard a buzz sound, and the light wave was like a stone thrown into the lake, causing ripples and moving toward the lake. It spread around, circle after circle, and then the surroundings also changed. I saw that after the tree merged with the virtual body, it also emitted a bright green light. The light all over the body was strong, like a green sun. Then, the tree slowly became thicker, and another light emitted from the tree. Countless branches grew, and the leaves on the branches became more and more lush. Gradually, a door with a vague halo appeared from the bottom of the trunk. Qin Feng was surprised when he saw the door in front of him. He knew that this was the entrance to the second level. He turned back and looked at the dazzling worker bees. He took them directly with him, and then stepped into the door. Among Chapter 258 Magma. Qin Feng passed the first level and killed the demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon. However, he never thought that the demon-subduing thousand-tongue demon had resurrected. Just to lead Qin Feng. He originally set out at the agreed place the next day to go to the next level. At the entrance, however, one night passed, but an accident occurred. The demon-suppressing Cheeto Yell was killed by an unknown monster. In order to tell Chen Feng the entrance to the next level, the demon-fuming Qianting Yao tried his best to hold on for the last time. When Chen Feng found him, he took out a soybean-sized tree spirit element with green light from his body. It was handed over to Chen Feng, who found the entrance to the next level by relying on the silver-green dots emanating from the tree essence. The entrance to the next level was in a tree trunk. After the fusion of the tree essence and the tree, a door was created. Chen Feng walked into this door, and was greeted with the same dizzy feeling as when he first entered the Devil's Cave. However, this time, perhaps due to adaptation, Chen Feng did not faint. Chen Feng only felt that a white halo was emanating from the door. This white halo continued to appear on the surface of Chen Feng's body, like a gentle palm massaging Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng turned back and looked in the void. The layers of trees in the first level were no longer visible, and I couldn't help but feel a little sad. Gradually, Chen Feng unknowingly felt a heat wave coming. Chen Feng felt a strange feeling in his heart, and couldn't help but look around. However, the white light had not disappeared, and he could not see the things around him clearly. Chen Feng was discouraged, and could only retract his gaze, and wait for the white light. Dizzy, take yourself to the next level, and then disappear from sight. The white halo seemed to know what Chen Feng was thinking in his heart. The light shone brightly, because the light was too dazzling. Chen Feng closed his eyes, and then the white halo gradually disappeared in front of his eyes. Chen Feng felt the presence of light around him. The heat wave became more and more intense. So when he opened his eyes, he saw the world in front of him like fire. At this moment, he was on the rock bridge. Under the rock bridge, red magma was constantly flowing, like a river of magma. The magma kept hitting the rock, only slightly grinding the rock smoother. Chen Feng looked at the rock washed by the magma with some curiosity. He didn't know what kind of rock it was, but it could withstand the attack of such hot magma. Chen Feng thought to himself as he tried hard to adapt to the surrounding heat. During the first level of teleportation, if I fainted again and teleported myself directly to the sky above the magma, wouldn't it mean that I would have fallen directly into the magma and died unexpectedly before completing the task? Chen Feng thought of this. His little body trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but look at the magma that was constantly flowing, and he didn't know where it came from or where it was flowing to. Chen Feng looked around again and found that in addition to the magma, there were stone bridges, and even the top of his head was filled with rocks. Looking around, the fiery red magma and the dark red magma stones complemented each other. Here, it can be said that not a blade of grass grew. Not even the elixir was seen. Chen Feng couldn't help but think in his heart, what is the mission of this second level? Seeing that there is no life around here, how can there be monsters? At this time, just when Chen Feng wanted to explore forward, the system's voice sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! The mission target is the demon beast of the 7th mirror of divine martial arts. The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast. The mission time is 3 days. Please pay attention to the host. Chen Feng heard the sound of the system, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and thought to himself, the monsters in this devil's cave are really powerful. Fortunately, they are the monsters of the 7th mirror of divine martial arts. It is difficult to deal with monsters at this level. If they are at a higher level, it will be even more difficult to deal with. Chen Feng looked up at the rocks above his head, sighed and continued thinking. This time when looking for this bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast, you must first take a good look at his characteristics before going to search for it in order to lure the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast out. You can't search blindly and aimlessly like in the first level. Not to mention, it wasted a lot of time and almost missed. Chen Feng made up his mind and couldn't help but nodded his head. Then, he opened the attribute panel and carefully observed the characteristics of this bloodthirsty Lin Flaming beast. The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast, as its name suggests, is a demonic beast that lives under the magma. Living under such hot magma, this bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast mutated and became more ferocious and powerful. It was originally the 7th level of divine martial arts. Mirror. Due to the mutation, the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast uses all its strength, which is equivalent to a monster with a heavy mirror. This bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast has a common characteristic with the demon subduing Sinto demon in the first level. That is, it loves elixirs. However, the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast is not as cautious as the demon subduing Sinto demon. Chen Feng knew the characteristics of the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast, and couldn't help but feel happy and thinking in his heart, since this bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast also likes elixirs, Use the old method in the first level to lure him out. Moreover, it is most difficult for elixirs to grow in the magma. If you use elixirs to lure him out, it seems that it is easier to lure out than the demon subduing Sinto demon in the first level. Qin Feng summoned the glorious worker bees he was carrying and asked them to ambush around them. The temperature in this second level was too high. Qin Feng did not want to stay here for so long. So Qin Feng took out the water droplet space. I bought some honey and distributed it to the glorious worker bees, so that they would have sufficient physical strength to prepare for the next challenge. Qin Feng himself also took out a can of royal jelly, held the straw with his forefoot, and took a big sip. The sweet and delicious fragrance of royal jelly lingered in his nasal cavity, making Qin Feng still slurred after drinking the royal jelly. It retains the scent of royal jelly. Qin Feng saw that the glorious worker bees around him had eaten and drank enough. And so did he. He took a short rest, and was about to take out a high-grade god-level elixir from the water drop space. At this time, Qin Feng once again saw the elixir that had caused countless disputes in the ruins and was picked back. Qin Feng looked at this elixir of unknown name and thought to himself, "This high-grade god-level elixir is very precious, and the places where it grows are also different. If this high-grade god-level elixir that grows in other places is placed on this rock bridge and attracts the bloodthirsty flaming beast, it will not be able to withstand the scorching heat that the magma is constantly emitting, and it will easily destroy the divine elixir." Qin Feng paused, looked at the rocks above his head, and continued thinking. The elixir in front of us grows on the flame mountain. Its ability to withstand the heat of the flames must be stronger than other elixirs. Therefore, it is better to take this elixir out of the water drop space and seduce the bloodthirsty one. Linian Beast. Chapter 259 Old Machine. Qin Feng came to the second level. The second level was different from the first level. The first level was a forest, while the second level was a piece of magma. However, this piece of magma was barren and lifeless. Qin Feng heard the sound of the system again. After knowing the goal of his mission, he realized that there were still monsters in this magma. Qin Feng carefully observed the characteristics of the bloodthirsty Linian beast and knew that the bloodthirsty Linian beast liked elixirs. So he used the old method used in the first level to lure the bloodthirsty Linian beast out. However, at this time, Qin Feng saw the elixir that was previously in the ruins in the water drop space, and felt that this elixir was more suitable for luring the bloodthirsty Linian beast than other elixirs. Qin Feng made up his mind. So he took out the elixir from the water drop space. In order to avoid accidents, Qin Feng did not put the elixir in the middle of the rock bridge, but placed it on both sides of the rock bridge, on the shore, somewhere closer to you. It can be said that neither Qin Feng nor the glorious worker bees can enter this magma to fight the bloodthirsty Linian beast. Therefore, the bloodthirsty Linian beast must be lured to the shore before they can fight it. Qin Feng saw that the elixir was too close to the shore, so he moved some distance outside before giving up. Then, the glory worker bees were placed in ambush on the rock closest to the elixir. There were glory worker bees all over and behind the elixir. Qin Feng also found the best position, waiting for the bloodthirsty Linian beast to take the bait. Time passed little by little, because in this magma cave full of rocks, the sun in the sky could not be seen. Qin Feng, I don't know what time it is at this moment. In order not to let himself fall asleep due to boredom and delay the important task of killing the bloodthirsty Linian beast, Qin Feng looked around hard, looking for interesting things to distract himself. Qin Feng spent the whole night in nightmares and did not have a good rest. Even if he continued to distract himself, his eyelids would not stop fighting. In the end, Qin Feng could not resist the attack of sleepiness. So he stretched out his front legs and called several glorious worker bees over. Qin Feng shook his head, sobered up a little, and whispered to those glorious worker bees, "Pass my order. Some of the glory worker bees will keep an eye on the elixir in front of them. Don't slack off at all. If it is lost, I will ask for you. The other part of the glory worker bees are always paying attention to the movement of the magma. If there is any, come and report the news to me immediately." Qin Feng selected 2 more glorious worker bees from the team of glorious worker bees, and asked the other glorious worker bees to go back and convey his orders, while the other 2 chosen glorious worker bees stayed behind. Qin Feng looked at the glory worker bees who were joining the team to convey orders, turned back, looked at the 2 glory worker bees beside him, and said, "I will take a short rest. If there is any movement in the magma, I will wake you up immediately. Do you understand me?" The 2 glorious worker bees heard Qin Feng's words and immediately nodded and said, "Yes, King. I promise to complete the mission." Qin Feng looked at the serious faces of the 2 glorious worker bees and nodded with satisfaction. Then he lay down on the rock wall and fell asleep soon. There was no longer any nightmare in the dream, which was extremely sweet. Chen Feng didn't know how long he had slept. At this moment, Chen Feng felt something pushing him around him, and there were sounds that kept reaching his ears. So, slowly, he broke away from the sweet dream. Before his head was awake, he immediately opened his eyes with sharp eyes, radiating from his eyes, looking in the direction of the sound. The two glory worker bees beside Chen Feng saw movement in the magma, so they immediately wanted to wake Chen Feng up. However, they did not expect that after a few calls, Chen Feng's eyes glanced at them. The worker bees saw Chen Feng's sharp eyes. The two radiant worker bees felt a chill running down their spines, and their eyes showed a look of fear. They couldn't help but take a few steps back, and trembled on the rock wall. Chen Feng's head became more and more awake, and the look in his eyes, Lingli's gaze slowly became gentle. When Chen Feng woke up, he realized that the two glory worker bees next to him were crawling on the rock wall in fear. He couldn't help but look at them with some doubts. "What happened to you guys?" The two glorious worker bees took a peek. Chen Feng, who had an innocent look in his eyes, slowly eased the fear in his heart. He heard Chen Feng's question again. Those two glorious worker bees. "Look at me. I look at you." Looking at each other. For a moment, not knowing how to answer, they thought in their hearts, "Is it possible that if you tell your king that your look in your eyes scared us just now, will you be beaten to death by the king?" The two glorious worker bees looked at each other with the same determination and made the same decision. They turned back and shook their heads to Chen Feng and said, "Report to the king. We don't have anything to do. We just want to tell the king that there is movement in the magma, and we hope that the king will give you instructions on what to do next." After hearing the words of the glory worker bees, Chen Feng thought of the important thing in front of him. He couldn't help but look back immediately. He also forgot in his mind why these two glory worker bees were so scared and crawled on the rock just now. Chen Feng heard the words of the two glorious worker bees and looked in the direction they were pointing. He saw a vortex in the magma. The surrounding magma continued to flow and was constantly swept by the vortex. The whirlpool at the beginning was just a small one. As the surrounding magma continued to join, it became larger and larger. The huge whirlpool swept all the surrounding magma into it, which could not help but attract the waves beside the magma bank. The magma rocks all shook. Gradually, the surrounding magma rocks seemed to be echoing the things in the whirlpool, making a trembling roar. Even the surrounding rocks were constantly shaking. Occasionally, some rocks continued to fall from the rock wall due to the shaking. It fell off, then rolled into the magma, merged with the magma, and became a part of the magma. At this moment, the glorious worker bees hiding on the rocks felt their bodies become unstable and found it difficult to crawl on the rocks and hide their figures. When Chen Feng saw this situation, a depressing look flashed in his eyes. Chen Feng's eyes fell on the elixir he had placed on the rock. Chen Feng looked at the elixir that was rolling around him again. The rock knew that this elixir could no longer be placed on the rock. Chapter 260 Bloodthirsty. Chen Feng decided to use the elixir to lure out the bloodthirsty Linyan beast. However, he never thought that in the process of luring the bloodthirsty Linyan beast, Chen Feng had nightmares that kept him from getting a good rest. As a result, he became a little tired. In order to maintain sufficient energy, Chen Feng could only arrange everything and fell asleep. When he woke up, changes occurred in the magma. Due to the whirlpool produced in the magma, the rock continued to fall under the influence of the whirlpool. Chen Feng looked at the elixir on the rock and knew it was time to remove it. Take the elixir back to prevent it from being crushed by rocks. As a result, Chen Feng immediately used the Qianquan technique to move to the side of the elixir. His feet landed on the petals of the elixir. Then, he shook his wings staggeringly and grabbed the elixir. He stood up, and then, regardless of the situation, he put it into the water drop space. After placing the elixir into the water drop space, Chen Feng immediately used the Qianquan technique and returned to the original place. At this time, another change occurred in the magma. The middle of the vortex in the magma slowly expanded. It seems to have formed a circular magma mouth. The magma mouth was not red, but dark and gloomy, and it was difficult to see what was inside. Chen Feng stared at the magma mouth with some curiosity. At this moment, he only heard the roar of a monster coming from the magma mouth. A look of understanding flashed across Chen Feng's eyes. He knew that the bloodthirsty Linyan beast, the target of his mission, was about to appear. Chen Feng's eyes were fixed on the magma mouth. Gradually, two people were poked out from the magma mouth. The head of a huge monster. On the two heads grew a pair of antlers that looked like deer, but not a deer. and the eyes were as wide as bells. A fierce light erupted from the eyes. At first glance, it was not a monster to be trifled with. Moreover, the bloodthirsty Linyan beast has two huge mouths. At this moment, he is constantly opening his mouth and roaring. On his face, there are fiery red hairs. Overall, his two heads are like two lion heads crawling out of the fire. Chen Feng saw the two heads of the bloodthirsty Linyan beast and couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Is it possible that there are two of these bloodthirsty Linyan beasts? How come there are two heads? Gradually, the bloodthirsty Linyan beast also slowly emerged from the lava mouth of the rock. His body was covered with scales, and his two tails, which were neither long nor short, looked like a cow's tail, constantly swinging. For elephant-like legs stepped on the magma. The bloodthirsty Linyan beast kept using its pillar-like legs to walk forward gracefully. The bloodthirsty Linyan beast walked to the shore and sniffed carefully at the place where the elixir had just been placed. The bloodthirsty Linyan beast smelled the fragrance of the elixir still remaining on the rock. The two heads looked around carefully, looking for traces of the monster. It was not known whether the bloodthirsty Linyan beast had found Chen Feng. Traces? The bloodthirsty Linyan beast faced the direction of the glorious worker bees, as if it had discovered traces of the glorious worker bees, and then said loudly, "Come out! The monsters who come to break through the barrier don't have to play these tricks in front of me. I am a monster that goes straight. As long as you defeat me, you can break through my barrier, and I will take you to the entrance of the next level." Chen Feng heard the words of the bloodthirsty Linyan beast and thought in his heart, since this bloodthirsty Linyan beast is so direct, it wouldn't be a good idea if I didn't come out. Then I will give you a favor and come out to meet you for a while. Then, Chen Feng vibrated his wings and flew down from the rock wall. The bloodthirsty Linyan beast saw Chen Feng's small figure and his strength. There was a look of contempt in its eyes. Originally, the bloodthirsty Linyan beast thought that the demonic beast that came to break through the barrier was not tall, mighty, or a relatively powerful monster. But I never thought that its strength and stature were different from what I imagined. The bloodthirsty Linyan beast looked Chen Feng up and down with its huge eyes, curled his lips and said, "Are you the one who wants to challenge me?" Chen Feng raised his head, looked at the bloodthirsty Linyan beast, and narrowed his eyes. He didn't care at all about the contemptuous look in the eyes of the bloodthirsty Linyan beast, thinking in his heart, "Since you despise me so much, I will definitely let you take a look at my strength during the battle later, so that you can never look at me with contempt again." Chen Feng thought so in his heart. A sly smile appeared on his lips. He looked at the bloodthirsty Linyan beast and nodded, and said, "Of course it's me. Could it be that there are other monsters here? Don't I look like the monster who came to challenge you?" The bloodthirsty Linyan beast looked Chen Feng up and down again, and shook his head slightly. "Since you are here to challenge me, don't waste any more time and let the fight begin." It was the first time for Chen Feng to see such a direct monster. Now, after hearing the words of the bloodthirsty Linyan beast, he was slightly startled. He didn't know what to do for a moment. But then he turned around and reacted. Gently he patted his head to make himself more awake. Afterwards, Chen Feng glanced at the bloodthirsty Linyan beast and said, "Since you are so cheerful, I will stop talking nonsense with you and let you see my true strength." The bloodthirsty Linyan beast looked at Chen Feng with a sarcastic look and thought to himself, "How could this little black bee be so arrogant? He dared to enter the devil's cave with the strength of the first-level mirror of Shenwu, and dared to come and challenge me. The little black bee might have used some conspiracy to get through that level. This is a trick, and I won the victory. It seems that this little black bee has a lot of bad things in his belly. I still need to be careful in dealing with it. Otherwise I might fall into his scheme." The bloodthirsty Linyan beast thought so, and made a defensive posture all over his body. However, the contempt in his eyes betrayed that he was not really on guard. Even though Chen Feng used his own strength to pass the first level, he did not see this bloodthirsty Lin Flame beast with his own eyes. Therefore, he did not believe that Chen Feng relied on his own ability to pass the first level and reach the second level. Second level? In his opinion, it was absolutely impossible for Chen Feng to use the strength of his divine martial first-level mirror to defeat the monster in the first level. He must have used some despicable trick to win. Chen Feng looked at the bloodthirsty Linyan beast. He didn't know what the bloodthirsty Linyan beast was thinking at the moment. If Chen Feng knew what the bloodthirsty Linyan beast was thinking at this time, I don't know how Chen Feng would react. Then, Chen Feng found that the bloodthirsty Linyan beast was on the defensive. So, his heart tightened, and he followed the bloodthirsty Linyan beast into an offensive and defensive posture, constantly looking at the bloodthirsty Linyan beast with vigilance. However, Qin Feng and the bloodthirsty Lin beast were in a stalemate for a long time without making any move. After the rock vibration stopped, the glorious worker bees, who hid on the rock wall again, saw such a scene, and their eyes couldn't help but look between Qin Feng and the bloodthirsty Lin beasts were wandering around, looking at them in confusion. Chapter 261 Evenly Matched. Qin Feng used the elixir to lure the bloodthirsty Lin beast out, but he never thought that the bloodthirsty Lin beast would be so ferocious. With 2 heads, 2 tails, and scales all over its body, the bloodthirsty Lin beast came out of the magma. When he came to the rock that had no elixir left, he smelled it and knew that it was a monster coming to break through. As a result, the bloodthirsty Lin beast directly challenged Qin Feng and asked Qin Feng to come out and fight with it. Qin Feng accepted the challenge from the bloodthirsty Lin beast and flew out from the darkness. Intrigued by the exchange of words, Qin Feng and the bloodthirsty Lin beast were locked in a stalemate, waiting for each other to take action. Qin Feng kept looking at the blood-red eyes of the bloodthirsty Lin beast, always on guard against his movements. At this time, the bloodthirsty Lin beast saw that Qin Feng had not made any move, and it lost patience for a moment. With a sharp and ferocious look in its eyes, "Magma Shock Wave!" the bloodthirsty Lin beast roared and released its skills. The lava behind the bloodthirsty Lin beast was seen surging continuously, as if it had been summoned by the bloodthirsty Lin beast. Then, the magma flowed directly from the rock. Under the bridge, a violent and thick magma column burst out. The magma column penetrated the rocks above and went straight to the sky. When Qin Feng saw the scene in front of him, he was secretly dumbfounded. His eyes kept looking at the place penetrated by the magma. Qin Feng could even see the layers of rocks piled up, as if there was no end. When the magma slowly calmed down and condensed in front of the bloodthirsty Lin beast, the hole that was penetrated above gradually closed again. It closed very quickly, and before Qin Feng could clearly see the blue sky through the opening, it completely returned to its original appearance. At this moment, a huge flame ball had condensed in front of the bloodthirsty Lin beast. Qin Feng could even see the flow of magma from the flame ball. Qin Feng slowly took 2 steps back to prevent being burned by the huge flame ball. Then, all 4 eyes of the bloodthirsty Lin beast looked at Qin Feng. His eyes condensed slightly, and he shouted loudly, "Go!" I saw countless thick beams of light like the one just emitted from the huge flame ball, rushing directly towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng couldn't see enough in front of the light beam. Due to the obstruction of the light beam, Qin Feng's figure completely disappeared in front of the bloodthirsty Lin beast. The bloodthirsty Lin beast glanced at the light beam in front of him and thought proudly in his heart, "This magical beast with the first level of divine martial arts will definitely be submerged in the magma column. With such strength, it still comes to break through. It really takes itself too seriously. It has no self-awareness at all and does not look at it. See if your strength is enough. Then come to the demon cave." However, just as the bloodthirsty Lin beast was thinking this, and was sure that Qin Feng had been submerged in the magma, and was about to turn around and leave, the bloodthirsty Lin beast heard something sound, ringing around him, facing numerous magma pillars. Qin Feng used the Qianquan technique without even thinking, and left the place. The magma pillars lost Qin Feng as their target, and they all hit the rock, penetrating huge holes in the rock. Due to the movement of the magma column, the surrounding rock walls trembled, and stones on the rock walls continued to fall down and roll into the magma. After Qin Feng escaped from the magma pillar, he came directly behind the bloodthirsty Lin beast. I saw Qin Feng's eyes flashing with fierce light. The earth groans. I saw countless electric arcs flashing around Qin Feng's body, spreading to all directions like water ripples, making a crackling sound. This was the sound that the bloodthirsty Lin beast, who was about to leave here, heard. The sound made by the arc. Since the electric arc was relatively close to the bloodthirsty Lin beast, it came to the side of the bloodthirsty Lin beast in an instant, and then spread all over his body. The bloodthirsty Lin beast only felt numb all over, and its 2 tails were drooped. When he came down, his 4 thick legs softened slightly, and he fell to the ground with a plop, losing the strength to resist. Qin Feng reluctantly released another skill of his, Shenwu Sword Shadow. I saw sword shadows rushing from all sides towards the bloodthirsty Lin beast in the middle. After Qin Feng released his skills, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he released the earth again, just like he dealt with the demon-subduing Qianting demon in the first level. Shen Yin and Shenwu Jianing then left the side of the bloodthirsty Lin beast, regardless of whether it was hit or not. After Qin Feng put some distance away from the bloodthirsty Lin beast, he glanced at the bloodthirsty Lin beast and thought to himself, "In the first level, The monster was hit by my skill, and the monster in the second level should be no exception. After all, they are all monsters in the same realm, and their strength should be about the same. It just feels like I couldn't have performed more perfectly in the first level. The moment of life and death. At this moment, the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast was facing the attack of Chen Feng's sword shadow. The anesthesia effect of the thunder attack had not disappeared on its body. Seeing the sword shadows approaching one after another, it couldn't help but open its eyes in horror. With his eyes, he still didn't believe that Chen Feng had such strength. For the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast, it still doesn't want to face death, so it struggles hard to get rid of the anesthetic effect of the thunder attack. Gradually, the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast does not break away, but is narcotized. After the effect gradually disappeared, the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast felt that he could move, so he immediately avoided the attack of Chen Feng's sword shadow. However, before all the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beasts could dodge, the crackling sound of arcs appeared in his ears again. The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast screamed inwardly, and before he could dodge, he was directly hit by the anesthetic effect of the thunder attack. The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast took 2 steps forward and collapsed on the ground. The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast was still avoiding the shadow of the sword, but in an instant, it came to his side. At this moment, there was no trace of panic in the extremely calm eyes of the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast. Chen Feng saw the expression on the face of the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast and couldn't help but wonder in his heart. How could this bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast not show any panic when faced with such a fierce attack? Could it be that he was not affected by the anesthesia effect of the thunder attack? It's impossible. Now he is paralyzed on the ground, with no way to dodge. There is still room, so the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast still has some backup options. Chen Feng thought of this and felt that even if the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast underestimated its enemy, it would not be able to achieve this level of strength. So he secretly nodded and agreed with his idea. At this moment, countless divine sword shadows have arrived in front of the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast. The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast showed no signs of evading, and a cold and fierce light appeared in its 4 eyes. Its 2 huge heads were slightly raised, as if it was gathering momentum, and it was also secretly competing with Shenwu's sword shadow. Chapter 262 Unscathed. Chen Feng lured out the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast. After a stalemate for a long time, they fought in one place. The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast released its own skills. Not to be outdone, Chen Feng used the old method of killing the demon subduing Chitting demon in the first level and released the Earth Silence. He and Shenwu Jining dealt with the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast. Facing Chen Feng's skills, the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast didn't show any signs of panic, and it didn't even have the slightest intention of avoiding it. Chen Feng's skills and gestures. Shenwu's sword shadow came to the side of the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast in an instant. Just when the shadow of the Shenwu sword was about to pierce his skin, a bright red light emitted from the body of the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast. This light continuously enveloped the whole body of the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast in an instant. Not a single trace was missed. The shadow of the Shenwu sword kept colliding with the red light, just like cutting on a hard weapon, sparking countless sparks. The red light of the Shenwu sword shadow and the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast were constantly competing. Even though the Shenwu sword shadow was so fierce and powerful, it could not shake the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast in the slightest. When Chen Feng saw such a situation, he was surprised and a little dumbfounded in his heart. He had never thought that the monsters in the Devil's Cave were more perverted than the last, and always had unexpected moves or defensive powers, which were displayed in your eyes, in front of him. This completely refreshed Chen Feng's world. In the world outside the Demon's Cave, there would never be such a powerful monster. The monsters in this Demon's Cave seemed to have experienced the tempering of swords, guns, seas of fire, and the accumulation of countless battles, which has honed their ability to deal with sudden changes. That kind of courage in the situation. Later, Chen Feng saw that the anesthetic effect on the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast had disappeared. The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast slowly stood up from the ground despite the blush all over its body. Its 4 eyes scanned the surrounding sword shadows. 2 huge heads. One looked to the left, and the other looked to the left. He looked to the right, and then opened his bloody mouth at the same time, revealing the bright red flesh and blood in his mouth. Then, the chest of the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast rose and fell, as if it sucked all the surrounding air into its mouth, and slowly entered its chest again. When Chen Feng saw this situation, he thought that the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast wanted to express the anger in its chest. So he roared at the Shenwu sword shadow, trying to scare them away. Chen Feng thought of this. His eyes narrowed slightly. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't help but think in his heart, does this bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast really want to scare away this divine sword shadow? Is it possible that he doesn't know that the divine sword shadow has no spirituality and ignores his roar at all? Chen Feng shook his head helplessly, landed on a rock, stretched, and continued to watch the show. The bloodthirsty Lin beast was not what Chen Feng thought. The bloodthirsty Lin beast was in the chest, roared out with full strength. I saw countless amounts of magma spitting out from the bloody mouth, attacking the surrounding divine sword shadows. When Chen Feng saw this, he put away his scattered expression, and a dignified look appeared in his eyes, thinking to himself, this bloodthirsty Lin beast really has a backup plan. I didn't expect that the bloodthirsty Lin beast lives under magma all year round. His body can actually accommodate the existence of magma, and it can also spray magma from his mouth. Such a scorching temperature of the magma did not harm him at all, which is really scary. Chen Feng looked in front of him again, and saw Shenwu's sword shadow facing the scorching magma sprayed from the mouth of the bloodthirsty Lin beast. Slowly, he could no longer move forward even half a step. Then, he kept retreating, and was burned by the magma, downwards, constantly integrating with the magma. When Chen Feng saw this, his face showed a look like a bitter gourd, and he couldn't help but think to himself, the defensive power of this bloodthirsty Lin beast is so terrifying, coupled with the huge power of his attack. How can this monster be from the seventh mirror of divine martial arts? Moreover, this guy has two heads, and the blood basin between the two heads is it's not fair at all if you can spray lava from a big mouth. So how can you fight? Chen Feng was like a deflated rubber ball in an instant. There was a sad look between his eyebrows, and the invisible eyebrows were wrinkled together. Then, Chen Feng seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly his spirits were shaken, and he cheered up. Stand up. At this time, Chen Feng thought in his heart, I have gone through so many hardships to get to where I am now. I broke into the Devil's Cave voluntarily. The first level in this Devil's Cave is just like the second level. There is no difference at all. Fair enough. Chen Feng's eyes kept looking up and down at the bloodthirsty Lin beast, and he continued to think in his mind. Although the realm of the monsters here is at the 7th level of Shenwu, their own strength has far exceeded the realm they are in. The monsters in the first level were also so difficult and powerful. I defeated them. Kill him. How can I give up so easily after reaching this second level? Besides, this bloodthirsty Lin Flame beast is not without any flaws. As long as his strength has not reached the highest level, then there are defeat possibility. Chen Feng nodded affirmatively in his heart, and the light in his eyes gathered again. The light in his eyes carried an indomitable attitude. At this time, the bloodthirsty Lin beast escaped from the attack of Chen Feng's divine sword shadow. He opened his thick limbs and walked gracefully towards Chen Feng. At this moment, the bloodthirsty Lin beast did not attack Chen Feng, but kept scanning Chen Feng with its ferocious eyes, as if it was sizing up the little black bee in front of it again. Chen Feng saw that the bloodthirsty Lin beast had been observing him, and without saying a word, he slightly raised his chest and allowed the bloodthirsty Lin beast to observe him openly. The bloodthirsty Lin beast looked at Chen Feng for a long time, then slowly withdrew his gaze and said to Chen Feng, Little black bee, I underestimated you before. I didn't expect that you were different from what I imagined. You actually have such strength. You have now reached the 7th level of Shenwu. It's just that you should use what are you hiding your strength from? Chen Feng heard the words of the bloodthirsty Lin beast, nodded slightly, looked at the bloodthirsty Lin beast, and replied, You guessed it right. It is indeed the case. I have reached the realm of the 7th mirror of divine martial arts. The bloodthirsty Lin beast heard Chen Feng's words, with a look in his eyes that seemed to see through everything, and continued to speak to Chen Feng. Little black bee, you have to know that even if you reach the realm of the 7th mirror of divine martial arts, you can't defeat me. Do you know that in the demon cave, our strength is invincible in the same realm? Our own strength has far exceeded our own realm. So I am here to remind you. Do you want to think again and continue to try? Chapter 263 War of Words. Chen Feng fought with the bloodthirsty Lin beast. After the first battle, both sides had a general understanding of their respective strengths. The bloodthirsty Lin beast kept attacking Chen Feng's confidence with words, trying to make him retreat. However, Chen Feng did not believe in this evil and fought against the bloodthirsty Lin beast. Chen Feng's eyes showed a firm look for a while, and he said to the bloodthirsty Lin beast, Don't try to persuade me anymore. I've already made up my mind. No matter how many difficulties and setbacks there are ahead, I will still go for it. It is true that your strength is invincible in the demon cave, but this doesn't mean that I can't defeat you. The monster in the first level is also in the same realm as you. Didn't I also defeat him and come here? The bloodthirsty Lin beast curled his lips, looked at Chen Feng and said, "This is indeed a fact, and I can't deny it. But don't compare me with the monsters in the first level. Don't forget that this is the second level. Although I am also a monster in the same realm as him, my real strength is it's totally different. If you don't recognize this fact and want to defeat me, it's impossible." Chen Feng heard the words of the bloodthirsty Lin beast and felt that this bloodthirsty Lin beast was too arrogant and arrogant. It was so confident in its own strength and so arrogant. However, before Chen Feng could speak, the bloodthirsty Lin beast continued. "Even if you recognize this fact, you can't defeat me." Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he heard this sentence, and couldn't help but think in his heart, what this bloodthirsty Lin beast just said is as if he didn't say it at all. It seems that he is too confident in his own strength. This is not clearly telling me that I will never defeat this beast no matter what. Bloodthirsty Lin beast. This bloodthirsty Lin beast just wants me to recognize the fact and make me retreat, so that he can save himself a lot of effort and stop fighting with me. Chen Feng shook his head slightly, feeling a little funny, and said to the bloodthirsty Lin beast, "You must be too confident, bloodthirsty Lin beast. So I just want to break your words, so that you can no longer look down upon us monster beasts who have broken through the barrier." When the bloodthirsty Lin beast heard Chen Feng's words, it was like hearing a joke. He couldn't help but open his bloody mouth and laugh. This caused the surrounding rocks to laugh in the laughter of the bloodthirsty Lin beast. All happened to you bursts of roar. Chen Feng couldn't help but cover his ears to prevent the impact of these roaring sounds on himself. He looked at the bloodthirsty Lin beast with angry eyes and asked, "Why are you laughing?" The bloodthirsty Lin beast heard Chen Feng's question and then put away his laughter. "I'm not laughing at anything. I just heard your words and thought you were a bit wishful thinking. I don't know how many monsters have fallen into my trap over the past thousands of years. Nowadays, there are many monsters who don't want to in the second level meet me and avoid being defeated by me." Chen Feng heard such words, with a curious look in his eyes, looking at the bloodthirsty Lin beast, and asked, "Is it possible that no monsters will get past you?" The bloodthirsty Lin beast heard Chen Feng's words and seemed to be reminded of some bad memories. Then, it slowly returned to normal and said to Chen Feng, "If I say that not a single monster has passed through me, you won't believe it. It's just that there are only a handful of monsters that have passed through." After hearing the words of the bloodthirsty Lin beast, Chen Feng felt relieved, put a smile on his lips again, and said to the bloodthirsty Lin beast, "Then I will be one of your few monsters. I will defeat you and block your mouth so that you will have nothing to say anymore." When the bloodthirsty Lin beast heard Chen Feng's words, it looked sarcastic as if it had heard a joke, and said to Chen Feng, "As for you, do you know what realm the monsters that defeated me are at? They are basically 2 realms higher than me. Even so, I didn't give them any good things to eat. Do you think you are better than them?" Chen Feng looked at the bloodthirsty Lin beast, lowered his head, and pondered for a long time. The bloodthirsty Lin beast looked at Chen Feng, who lowered his head, thinking that Chen Feng was speechless because of his words. So before the bloodthirsty Lin beast, when the beast was about to say something, Chen Feng raised his head, looked at the bloodthirsty Lin beast, and said seriously, "Realm does not determine everything. Just like your strength is still at the level of the 7th mirror of divine martial arts. But your strength is far beyond this level. On the contrary, it is much higher. Just like you were also in the level just now. Did you lose my skills? If you didn't have such a strong defense, you would definitely be confessing here at this moment. You also suffered a loss due to my skills. How can you say that?" The bloodthirsty Lin beast heard Chen Feng's words, curled his lips in dissatisfaction, looked at Chen Feng and continued, "That's not because of your strength. It's because I underestimated the enemy. This gave you a loophole to exploit. Otherwise, do you think that with your strength, you can really make me suffer? Next, I will no longer underestimate the enemy. Yes, I will do my best to prevent you from taking advantage of it. When the time comes, I will see if you are still so stubborn and refuse to admit the current facts." Not to be outdone, Chen Feng looked at the bloodthirsty Lin beast and said, "Then we have to wait until the battle is over before we talk." The bloodthirsty Lin beast heard what Chen Feng said. So he said, "Okay, then I will let you recognize the facts before you." Then, the bloodthirsty Lin beast took 2 steps back, its 2 front legs slightly bent, making an attack posture. Chen Feng saw the bloodthirsty Lin beast in an attacking state, so he looked at him warily. His body tensed, and he was on guard. Then, the bloodthirsty Lin beast closed his eyes slightly. The pair of antlers that looked like a deer but not a deer on the two heads seemed to have white light flowing. And the lingering red light on his body, the light gradually became stronger. Qin Feng looked at the bloodthirsty Lin beast in confusion and thought to himself, "What on earth is this bloodthirsty Lin beast doing? Isn't it planning some conspiracy?" Qin Feng thought of this and couldn't help but slowly took 2 steps back, keeping a distance from the bloodthirsty Lin beast to prevent the bloodthirsty Lin beast from releasing any skills and making it difficult to dodge. At this time, the bloodthirsty Lin beast, he opened his eyes and saw that his originally fiery red eyes had turned into deep red. When Qin Feng saw this, his heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but think to himself, "Is it possible that this bloodthirsty flaming beast has gone crazy like the demonic beast in the first level? This is not good for me." However, it stands to reason that this arrogant bloodthirsty Lin flame beast will not allow himself to go crazy to stop my progress just because I am a monster in the same realm as him. With his character, he should never do this. Because in the heart of the bloodthirsty Lin flame beast, as long as he can defeat me with his current strength, why bother? Chapter 264 Meteor Shower. Qin Feng was fighting against the bloodthirsty Lin beast. You said something, and I said something, leaving no room for the opponent. It didn't take long for him to stop speculating and decide to fight again. Just when the duel was about to begin, the body of the bloodthirsty Lin beast changed. Qin Feng looked at the changes in the body of the bloodthirsty Lin beast and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. He kept thinking about it in his mind. Qin Feng thought about it, but couldn't think of a reason. So he simply turned his eyes and stared at the bloodthirsty Lin beast, trying to figure out the reason. The bloodthirsty Lin beast raised its head, he picked up 2 heads, and stared at Qin Feng with 2 pairs of eyes. "Little black bee, take the move! Let me show you what my true strength is." Qin Feng's eyes flashed, and he nodded slightly to indicate whether the bloodthirsty Lin beast accepted his challenge or not. Regardless of whether Qin Feng was on guard or not, the 2 thick front feet stepped to both sides, and the 2 back feet also made the same movement. Then, he let out a roar and released his skills. Fire Meteor Shower! The whole body of the bloodthirsty Lin beast was like a ball of flames. The flames were shining with red light. Flames were jumping upward from time to time all over the body of the bloodthirsty Lin beast, which caused the surrounding temperature to rise. It rubs upwards. Qin Feng felt the temperature around the bloodthirsty Lin beast, and couldn't help but take a few steps back, further away from the bloodthirsty Lin beast to prevent him from being burned by the high temperature around the bloodthirsty Lin beast. As the flames spread all over the body of the bloodthirsty Lin beast, the magma behind the bloodthirsty Lin beast continued to surge, and countless magma balls slowly flew out from the magma, condensing in the bloodthirsty Lin beast's body. Surrounding the magma ball, there are also red flames. Surrounding the magma ball, the bloodthirsty Lin beast glanced around him, and found that his skills had been prepared in the blink of an eye. Then, the bloodthirsty Lin beast's eyes fell on Qin Feng. So he shouted loudly. There was a sound. Go! The flame magma ball surrounding the bloodthirsty Lin beast seemed to be spiritual, and could understand the words of the bloodthirsty Lin beast. It went straight to Qin Feng without hesitation, exuding the courage to move forward like a dead soldier. Breath. Qin Feng looked at the flaming magma ball next to the bloodthirsty Lin beast, flying straight towards him with a fierce momentum. He was a little panicked for a moment, but then returned to normal. Qin Feng calmly used his eyes to tighten his eyes, staring at the flame balls closely. It was as if he wanted to see through the flame balls. The flaming magma balls, no matter what Qin Feng's expression was, with scorching temperature, soared their speed to the limit, and kept making whistling sounds, as if to demonstrate with Qin Feng. In an instant, they came to Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng faced the flaming magma balls, with an unhurried look in his eyes, and directly released his skills. Qianquan Technique. Qin Feng disappeared in an instant. The flaming magma balls lost Qin Feng's target, and could only follow their original trajectory, and continuously hit the rock wall of the cave. Only a huge rumbling sound could be heard. There was a sound, and a big hole was made on the rock wall. The surrounding rocks continued to roll down as they were hit by the fireball, rolling into the magma and blending with the magma. However, this rock seemed to have the ability to heal, and it didn't take long for it to return to its original shape without any damage. Qin Feng, who used the Qianquan technique to teleport away from the place, turned back in the dark and took a look at the place where the huge flaming magma ball hit. Qin Feng saw a huge pit, and then slowly disappeared. In front of my eyes, I deeply felt the power of the flame magma ball. I couldn't help but tremble, and I was thinking in my heart with some fear. If the flame magma ball of this bloodthirsty Linian beast hits me completely, my life will definitely be over. This power is simply too terrifying. Although the flame magma ball is huge, it is so huge, his size does not affect the speed at which he attacks the enemy at all. Chen Feng turned back and glanced at the bloodthirsty Linian beast again, thinking in his heart, if I didn't have the cheating skill of Qianquan technique and could leave the place in an instant, then I would definitely not be able to avoid the attack of the flame magma ball today. By then, I might have ended up here. Chen Feng couldn't help but use his front feet to gently pat his small chest, constantly comforting his pounding heart. Then, Chen Feng shook his head slightly, getting rid of the thoughts in his mind. And his eyes, he condensed slightly, and put all his thoughts on the battle in front of him. At this moment, the bloodthirsty Linian beast kept looking ahead. And the bloodthirsty Linian beast once again released another skill of its own, attacking Chen Feng. Facing the ferocious attack of the bloodthirsty Linian beast, Chen Feng used Qianquan technique to leave without being outdone. He was hiding in place, hiding in the dark. However, the bloodthirsty Linian beast did not know whether Chen Feng was dead or alive, and kept looking for Chen Feng. However, it never thought that after searching for a long time, it never saw Chen Feng. So, the bloodthirsty Linian beast stepped forward, came to the place where the skill hit, and observed. Chen Feng hid in the dark, and saw the movements and expressions of the bloodthirsty Linian beast. A look of understanding flashed through his eyes. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself, and then thought to himself, this bloodthirsty Linian beast was not sure whether I was buried in the sea of fire, so it stepped forward to check. This bloodthirsty Linian beast is really interesting. After the first skill attack, it was still alive. It's really funny to think that I can be buried in the fire. Then, he glanced at the bloodthirsty Linian beast again and continued thinking. However, this bloodthirsty Linian beast should be just a suspicion. Otherwise, the whole body would not be in a state of alert. Now, the time is not yet ripe. So I'd better hide in the dark and wait and see what happens. The bloodthirsty Linian beast saw the situation in front of him, then thought about it, shook his head slightly, denied his idea, and then continued to think in his heart. Although my flame magma ball is extremely powerful and extremely fast, it only has a different attack method from the first skill. But the speed and power are the same. Even Chen Feng can dodge the first skill when faced with it. Come on. Let alone the second skill. The bloodthirsty Linian beast looked around again, thinking, the belly of this little black bee is full of bad ideas. Maybe it is holding some bad ideas. Maybe this little black bee is deliberately consuming me and using psychological tactics. It seems that I have to find a way to stimulate this little black bee and let him come out to fight with me. The bloodthirsty Linian beast made up his mind, with a fierce look in his eyes, and said to the surroundings, little black bee, come out here. What's the point of hiding in the dark? Come and fight me if you can. Chen Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard the words of the bloodthirsty Linian beast, and was too lazy to pay attention to this brainless bloodthirsty Linian beast. However, after the bloodthirsty Linian beast said these words, he looked around again and found that there was no movement. He knew that his provoking method had no effect. So he continued to shout, little black bee, I know that you are hiding in the dark. Do you know that the time to complete the task is limited? If you don't come out at this time, I will return to the magma so that you will never complete the task. The voice of the bloodthirsty Linian beast continued to pass through the rocks on the rock wall, echoing back and echoing in the cave, as if playing a beautiful piece of music. After the bloodthirsty Linian beast finished speaking these words, he saw that there was still no movement around him. He couldn't help but stomped his front foot angrily. The front foot hit the rock with a bang sound. And then, the bloodthirsty A's small flame of anger flashed in Linian beast's eyes. And then, he slowly walked towards the magma. Chen Feng heard the words of the bloodthirsty Linian beast. Although he knew that the bloodthirsty Linian beast was lying to him, he had nothing to do. After all, this bloodthirsty Linian beast still had a brain and grasped his vital point. At that time, it was no longer possible to sit still and wait for death. At this time, Chen Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Chen Feng thought of something, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At this time, Chen Feng had already thought of himself. He also had another skill, which was the clone technique. As long as he used his clone to attract the attention of the bloodthirsty Linian beast, when the bloodthirsty Linian beast saw him appearing, he would react to it. If he himself is unprepared and is waiting for an opportunity, he might be able to defeat this bloodthirsty flaming beast. Chen Feng made up his mind and couldn't help but think about it in his heart. Bloodthirsty Linian beast, Don't think that you are great because you have 2 heads. I also have a clone. Let me show you how powerful my clone technique is. Chen Feng looked at the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, which was about to reach the shore of the magma. There was an unhurried look in his eyes, and there was no trace of panic in his eyes. He knew that the more urgent the moment, the more calm he had to be. Don't be angry. Otherwise, your plan will fall short, Chen Feng said quietly in a low voice in the dark. Clone technique. Afterwards, Chen Feng only felt pain all over his body. Chen Feng endured the pain and tightly grasped the rock on the rock wall above him. The pain was not that severe. After a while, it disappeared. And then came what's more. I have lost all my strength. Although Chen Feng was prepared in his heart, he was caught off guard and his feet became a little weak. He only felt that his whole body was a little heavy, and he almost didn't fall from the rock wall. However, Chen Feng refused to be outdone and remained stubborn. He held onto the rock in the bee's feet without any signs of relaxing. It only took a moment to lose strength, and he returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking in his heart, the process of using this clone technique is really painful. If I release my clone technique in the middle of a battle, wouldn't it mean that I don't have the slightest strength to resist, and the enemy will take advantage of it and subdue me? But this may be because my own strength is too low or my proficiency is too low. Maybe it won't be like this in the future. Chen Feng then thought about it in his heart. After all, this clone technique is to clone oneself, and the strength is still half of oneself. So it is not an exaggeration to take some effort and some pain. Chen Feng nodded in agreement, turned around, and found that a little black bee exactly like himself appeared next to him. Chen Feng didn't pay attention at first, but then he realized that his clone was quietly beside him. It was born silently. At this time, the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast walked to the bank of the river. Seeing that Chen Feng's figure still did not appear, he turned back unwillingly and said to the surroundings, Little black bee, if you don't come out, I will really enter the magma and never come out again. Chen Feng heard the words of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast and thought a little funny. This bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast used such childish methods to lure me out. It's really funny. However, Chen Feng had to admit that the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast had won, and successfully used the provoking method to provoke him out. Chen Feng also knew that it was time for his clone to appear and meet the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast for a while. Chen Feng turned back, glanced at his clone, and nodded to it, as if he had received Chen Feng's instructions. The clone immediately flew out and appeared in front of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. Chapter 266 Yalong is arrogant. Chen Feng passed through the second level and encountered the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, a difficult monster. Facing the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast's defense and skills, Chen Feng could only hide in the dark and constantly observe the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. The weakness of the beast. However, the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast could not find Chen Feng for a long time, and it never saw Chen Feng showing any intention of attacking him. Therefore, it could only use the provoking method to provoke Chen Feng out. Facing the aggressive attack of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, Chen Feng thought of his own clone technique. Then, he released his skills, and a clone appeared next to Chen Feng. After that, Chen Feng's clone replaced Chen Feng from the dark side. He flew out and continued to challenge the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast saw the figure of Chen Feng's clone appearing in front of him, and couldn't help but smile proudly, staring at Chen Feng's clone, thinking in his heart, Little black bee, you are still young when you fight with me. When I was wandering around in this devil's cave, you didn't know where to drink milk. Now, you see that you are so excited by my provoking method. Why don't you come out of the darkness obediently and fight me? This time, I will see where you are going to hide. As soon as you hide, I will provoke you so that you can no longer dodge. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast thought of this, and a smile appeared on his lips, feeling proud of his intelligence. Chen Feng's clone looked at the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast in front of him, followed Chen Feng's example, curled the corner of his mouth and said, Bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, you actually use such a despicable method to provoke me out. It's really impressive. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast heard the words of Chen Feng's clone, as if he did not hear the ironic meaning in the words. There was still a proud look in his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he looked at Chen Feng's clone and said, Little black bee, you hide whenever you encounter a skill. Is it interesting that you are always hiding in the dark? How can you fight when you are always hiding in the dark? If you don't want to break through, just say so. Why bother with this? It's grinding and grinding. Chen Feng's clone heard the words of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, and there was no trace of anger on his face. Instead, He narrowed his eyes and said to the bloodthirsty Lin beast, "If you use your skills on me, of course I have to dodge. Besides, I hid in such an obvious place and no one found me. What does this mean? This is my ability. And you haven't done it yet." After Chen Feng's clone said these words, he showed a proud look on his face. He didn't feel any guilt or repentance for his behavior of hiding in the dark. He seemed to be quite proud, just like he was bloodthirsty just now. Lin Beast's General Chen Feng's expression was the same as when he was provoked by the provoking method, as if he was carved from the same mold. The bloodthirsty Lin Beast heard what Chen Feng's clone said. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. His crimson eyes became darker and darker. Waves of coercion emitted from his body, and he went straight towards Chen Feng. To be honest, except for Chen Feng, the bloodthirsty Lin Beast has never been ridiculed in this way so far. There has never been a monster that fully aroused his anger. The bloodthirsty Lin Beast has never been ridiculed in this way. Thinking that Chen Feng's mouth could be so tricky, one word could trigger the anger in his chest. Chen Feng, who was hiding in the dark, heard his clone's words. He narrowed his eyes and put a smile on his lips. There was a look of satisfaction in his eyes, as if he was quite proud of his clone. And he couldn't help but think in his heart, "This is indeed my clone. It really has some of my true heritage. It seems that I have to summon my clone from time to time and train it. Maybe in the future, my clone can replace me in fights and bickering." Chen Feng stretched quietly in the dark and continued to observe the battle between his clone and the bloodthirsty Lin beast. At this time, Chen Feng's clone of the bloodthirsty Lin beast completely aroused the anger in his chest. Even the flames all over his body were constantly surging upwards, like an angry fireball, upburning. Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a little amused when he saw the current appearance of the bloodthirsty Lin beast. In order to prevent himself from laughing out loud, he covered his mouth with his feet and snickered quietly. The bloodthirsty Lin beast looked at Chen Feng's clone and said, "It seems that you still don't know how powerful I am. If you have the ability, don't hide and fight me directly. Let's fight openly and openly." When Chen Feng's clone heard the words of the bloodthirsty Lin beast, he couldn't help but roll his eyes, glanced with some contempt, and the bloodthirsty Lin beast said to the bloodthirsty Lin beast, "How could I not avoid it? I'm not stupid. Is it possible for me to stand there and obediently wait for your skills to come? Then, burn me to ashes. This is impossible no matter how you think about it." Chen Feng heard his clone's words quarreling with the bloodthirsty Lin beast, and his face turned red. He wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. He just felt that his body was trembling uncontrollably. The bloodthirsty Lin beast heard the words of Chen Feng's clone, and became even more angry at the words of Chen Feng's clone. The bloodthirsty Lin beast knew that he could not say any more. Otherwise, it would definitely be killed by the one in front of him before he even fought. The little black bee was so angry that he vomited blood and died. The bloodthirsty Lin beast raised its two front legs and stepped heavily on the ground. Its eyes showed a fierce light, and then it stared at Chen Feng and released its skills. Fire meteor shower. The familiar flaming magma ball appeared in front of the bloodthirsty Lin beast. The magma was wrapped in red flames. The flames carried the magma and headed straight for Chen Feng's clone. The flaming magma balls arrived in front of Chen Feng in an instant. Chen Feng's clone directly used Qianquan technique to avoid them. Chen Feng's clone did not hide in the dark like Chen Feng. Chen Feng's clone disappeared from the spot in an instant and came to the side of the bloodthirsty Lin beast. He released the roar of the earth and attacked the bloodthirsty Lin beast. The bloodthirsty Lin beast heard the familiar crackling sound of the arc. At the sound of the noise, the bloodthirsty Lin beast immediately ducked aside. However, this lightning attack could not be avoided by dodging to the side. The arc still spread in all directions and came directly to the side of the bloodthirsty Lin beast. The bloodthirsty Lin beast originally thought that this thunderous attack could be completely avoided by just dodging. However, just when he was proudly about to show off to Chen Feng's clone, he felt a sense of anesthesia all over his body. The bloodthirsty Lin beast screamed secretly, with a look of horror in its eyes. Chen Feng was hiding in the dark, and when he saw this situation, a smile of successful conspiracy appeared on his lips, and he thought to himself, "Let this bloodthirsty Lin flame beast be arrogant. My thunder attack cannot be easily avoided unless you jump out of the range of the thunder attack. But this is absolutely impossible." Chapter 267. The flames are also crazy. During the battle with the bloodthirsty Lin beast, Chen Feng had no way to deal with the bloodthirsty Lin beast, so he could only hide in the dark and look for flaws in the bloodthirsty Lin beast. In order to prevent the bloodthirsty Lin beast from leaving the land and re-entering the magma, Chen Feng failed in his mission. so he could only release his clone technique and let his clone attract the bloodthirsty Linian beast's attention. Qin Feng's clone has half of Qin Feng's strength. After a conversation with the bloodthirsty Linian beast, Qin Feng's clone directly fought with the bloodthirsty Linian beast. Qin Feng's clone released the earth's groaning. The bloodthirsty Linian beast couldn't help but hide to the side. But the bloodthirsty Linian beast never thought that it was still suffering from the anesthetic effect of the thunder attack. Chen Feng, who was hiding in the dark, glanced at the bloodthirsty Linian beast and continued thinking in his heart. Now the attack range of the thunder attack can reach about 5,000 meters. And in such a short period of time, it is impossible to move out of the range of the thunder attack. Unless this bloodthirsty Linian beast has the Qianquan technique like me. This kind of incredible movement skill. Otherwise, don't even think about it. The bloodthirsty Linian beast was hit by the anesthesia effect of the thunder attack. Although it was very panicked. After all, it had experienced countless battles. In an instant, the panic in its heart calmed down, and there was a calm look in its eyes. Qin Feng saw the expression on the bloodthirsty Linian beast and thought to himself, "This time, I want to see how you dodge the attack of my Shenwu sword shadow. Although my clone's strength is only half of mine. If I don't kill you this time, you will be seriously injured." At this moment, facing such a rapid attack, the bloodthirsty Linian beast wanted to release its defensive skills. However, the flames all over its body had not disappeared, and it was too late to release its skills. Although there is a calm look on the face of the bloodthirsty Linian beast. If you look closely, you will definitely find that cold sweat is constantly flowing on his forehead. Because the bloodthirsty Linian beast cannot release two skills at the same time. Otherwise, a person who doesn't control it well will hurt himself. Moreover, the bloodthirsty Linian beast was not sure whether the flames all over its body could withstand the attack of Shenwu sword shadow. At this time, the divine sword shadow released by Qin Feng's clone, with a fierce momentum, had already arrived in front of the bloodthirsty Linian beast. The bloodthirsty Linian beast used all his strength to burn the flames around him even more intensely. Then he closed his eyes and quietly waited for the arrival of the divine sword shadow. The divine sword shadows released by Qin Feng's clone struck the bloodthirsty Linian beast without mercy. Qin Feng saw the bloodthirsty Linian beast closing its eyes in resignation, and couldn't help but secretly rejoice, thinking to himself, "This time the bloodthirsty Linian beast should be in trouble. Otherwise, it would not resist, and it would be waiting for the arrival of Shenwu sword shadow with such an appointment." However, at this moment, the shadow of the Shenwu sword fell on the bloodthirsty Linian beast, constantly fighting against the flames on the bloodthirsty Linian beast. Because the flames constantly shrouded the whole body of the bloodthirsty Linian beast. The shield was so tight that no trace was missed. But the energy emitted prevented the Shenwu sword shadow from making any progress. And as the temperature of the flames increased, the divine sword shadow was slowly decomposed by the burning of the flames, and disappeared into the air bit by bit. When Qin Feng saw the situation in front of him, he couldn't help but be a little stunned, thinking in his heart, "Is this okay? This bloodthirsty Linian beast can actually use its own flames as its own defensive move to resist the attack of my Shenwu sword shadow. Could it be that this bloodthirsty Linian beast has no flaws at all?" Qin Feng thought of this, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This level was really difficult for Qin Feng, and the fighting spirit in his heart was slowly being worn away. Qin Feng shook his head, and got rid of those things that made him want to give up. The thought, then, shook his body. His eyes burned with fighting spirit again, thinking in his heart, "I don't believe that there is no flaw in this bloodthirsty Linian beast. Even if there is no flaw, I will still find a flaw in you." Qin Feng continued to observe the bloodthirsty Linian beast in front of him with firm eyes. The bloodthirsty Linian beast slowly opened its eyes, looking at the divine martial sword shadows around it, being dissolved by the flames all over its body, and couldn't help but secretly rejoiced, with a proud look in its eyes. And then, he glanced at Qin Feng's clone, and showed off the flames all over his body towards Qin Feng's clone. At this moment, the anesthesia effect on the bloodthirsty Linian beast had completely disappeared, and the bloodthirsty Linian beast slowly stood up from the ground. Not to be outdone, Qin Feng's clone disappeared and continued to use the old method to attack the bloodthirsty Linian beast. Countless skills appeared overwhelmingly beside the bloodthirsty Linian beast. The bloodthirsty Linian beast, which had just stood up, heard the sound of the arc again, and then felt a sense of anesthesia all over its body. It only heard a plop, and its four thick legs had just regained a little strength, and immediately softened, unable to support its heavy body. The body of the bloodthirsty Linian beast could only collapse to the ground. unable to get up again. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast looked at Chen Feng and couldn't help but say, "Again, little black bee, you're done, aren't you?" However, the power of your divine sword shadow seems to be not as good as before. Did you not eat? Why are you so weak when you come out of the darkness? Chen Feng's clone didn't say anything until all the skills were used on the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. And then he used the Qingquan technique to return to the original place, watching the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, and said, "When I was hiding in the dark, didn't you use provocation to get me to come out? Now that I have come out so fiercely, does this cause you dissatisfaction again? There is nothing you can do. You just stay silent, just bear with it. Although you say that the power of my Shenwu sword shadow is not as good as before, I will let you take a few more doses of this Shenwu sword shadow so that you can remember its taste." The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast heard the words of Chen Feng's clone, and just as he was about to reply a few words not to be outdone, countless divine martial sword shadows came to him in an instant. At this moment, the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast was too busy taking care of itself that there was no time to talk to Chen Feng's clone. Subsequently, the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast released the flames around it to the extreme, constantly resisting the attacks of the divine sword shadow. And the divine sword shadow kept slashing at the flames surrounding the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. Although the divine sword shadow released by the clone did not make any progress, it also consumed a lot of the flames all over the body of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. Chen Feng, who was hiding in the dark, could feel the momentum of the flames gradually weakening. Chen Feng knew the time for him to attack the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast is almost ripe. Chapter 268 Defeated by Death. The clone released by Chen Feng was constantly fighting with the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. The clone released wave after wave of skills, constantly attacking the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, while the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast continued to resist with the flames all over its body. Attacked by Chen Feng's clone skills, the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast had just resisted a wave of attacks from Shenwu's sword shadow, and the thunder attack came next to it. Because the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast was hit by the anesthesia effect of the thunder attack, the flames all over its body were affected by the anesthesia. The flames surrounding the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast became much weaker. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast sensed that Chen Feng's clone was using the Shenwu sword shadow to attack him over and over again. As long as the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast used the flames all over its body, it could resist the Shenwu sword shadow's attacks, and the Shenwu sword shadow could not be hurt. For a moment, the confidence of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast soared, and he didn't even pay attention to the divine sword shadow that came before him again. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, immersed in its confidence, did not realize that the flames around it had been slowly weakened. At this time, the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast still held its head high and looked at Chen Feng's clone with a proud look. However, Chen Feng, who was hiding in the dark, saw the changes all over the body of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. He waited until the flames all over the body of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast were completely consumed by the shadow of Shenwu's sword. The moment it disappeared around the body of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast was when Chen Feng came out from the darkness to attack the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. Only the sound of flames colliding with the Shenwu sword shadow was heard, and the Shenwu sword shadow slowly approached the body of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. At this moment, the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast didn't care about the divine sword shadows around it at all. It slowly closed its eyes, waiting for the divine sword shadows to be consumed, and then disappeared into the air. At that time, it would be itself. Spring. However, at this time, countless sword shadows seemed to have targets, and they slashed at the flames on the back of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. Slowly, the flames could not withstand it, and spread to the surroundings. The surrounding temperature also increased due to the flame was consumed and dropped a lot. The shadows of the divine swords were inserted directly into the back of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast without the protection of flames. When Chen Feng saw the divine sword shadow breaking through the defense of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, he knew that the time was ripe and his chance had arrived. So he fluttered his wings and flew out of the darkness, and then used the Qingquan technique to arriving at the side of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. Chen Feng's clone's eyes were also staring closely at the changes in the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. He saw that the defense on the back of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast was broken by the divine sword shadow, and then saw Chen Feng himself appearing from the darkness. A look of understanding flashed in his eyes, and he also used the Qingquan technique to come to the side of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. Chen Feng and Chen Feng's clone surrounded the back of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, whose defense was broken by the shadow of Shenwu's sword. Chen Feng and his clones looked at each other and directly released Earth Meditation and Shenwu's sword together. Film. At this moment, just when Chen Feng and Chen Feng's clones were releasing their skills, The countless divine martial sword shadows slashed directly on the unprotected back without any spare power. Even though a few sword shadows were blocked by the bloodthirsty Lin, the scales on the body of the fire beast resisted. However, no matter how many scales there are, it is difficult to withstand the attack of the Xinwu sword shadow. Even the power of the Xinwu sword shadow released by Qin Feng's clone is not as powerful as Qin Feng's own Xinwu sword shadow. The attack power of the Xinwu sword shadow should not be underestimated. With a plop sound, the Xinwu sword shadow directly broke through the scales of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast and inserted it into the back. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast felt the sudden pain on his back. He was startled and screamed secretly. Only at this moment did he realize that his defense had been destroyed by Xinwu Jianying's persistent attack. It broke and hurt myself. Just when the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast was about to continue mobilizing the flames around its body to protect itself, the skills released by Qin Feng and Qin Feng's clones came to the back of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast in an instant. A sneer appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. This is called taking advantage of your illness to kill you. Qin Feng did this not once or twice. So in his heart, he felt no burden or guilt at all. Qin Feng and Qin Feng's clones did not leave immediately after releasing their skills, but continued to use the old method to release their own skills. At this time, the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast was mobilizing the flames. It was too late to release the flames. The thunder attack mercilessly numbed the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast felt a sudden numbness all over his body, and he couldn't help but collapse on the ground. At this moment, the heart of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast has gradually become panicked, and there is a panicked look in his eyes. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast knows that this time, he has completely failed, and there is no luck anymore, and there is no way, a chance to escape. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast still wanted to struggle hard, but due to the double anesthesia effect on its body, it was difficult for the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast to raise any strength, and a feeling of despair arose in the heart of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. Then, countless divine martial sword shadows rushed directly towards the back of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast with cold and fierce auras, without any emotion or leaving any room. Now there are no scales blocking the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast's body. It's like tofu meeting a knife. Only the sound of squeaking is heard. The shadow of the divine sword is directly inserted into his back. The sword shadow on the back of the blood Lin flame beast sank directly into his body. Blood continuously spurted out from the wound, dyeing the rocks on the ground red. At the same time, it also dyed the body of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast red. Qin Feng, who used Qianquan technique to get away from the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, saw the sword shadows sinking into the body of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. He couldn't help but turned his head to the side, closed his eyes slightly, and let out a hiss of voice. Qin Feng was thinking in his heart at this moment. This bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast is really miserable. I feel pain for him. This Xinwu sword shadow has no mercy at all for this bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. Qin Feng turned back, glanced at the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast again, shook his head slightly and said, "It's so miserable." Now, Qin Feng is like a monster watching from the side. He does not feel at all that it was him who just released the divine sword shadow, nor does he feel that there is anything wrong with what he said. It is as if Qin Feng is not the person involved and stands there. My back doesn't hurt at all while talking. In Qin Feng's words, there was hidden regret and sarcasm. He regretted that the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast was about to lose a life, and regretted that the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast would never have the chance to fight with him. Qin Feng also sarcastically the arrogance of the bloody Lin Flame Beast satirizes the original heroic ambitions of the bloodthirsty Lin Flame Beast. Chapter 269 Tragic. Qin Feng used his clone to attract the attention of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. When the clone used his skills to break the defense on the back of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, Qin Feng flew out from the darkness and met with himself. The clones released their own skills together, aiming at the back of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast and attacking. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast faced the attacks on his back released by Qin Feng and his clones. Because he was relatively confident in his own strength and flames, he did not notice it until countless divine sword shadows came and attacked. After entering his own back, he realized that his defense had been broken. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast felt the sword shadow inserted into his back. The cold sword shadow cut through the flesh and blood, and the pain hit his whole body. He couldn't help but let out a painful scream. Then he collapsed on the ground. At this moment, the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast that was lying limply on the ground had exhaled more air than inhaled. When he came out of the magma, it could be said that he went in with a white knife and came out with a red knife. He came standing up and went back lying down. It was really a pity. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, who was dying on the ground, heard Qin Feng's words again and couldn't help but feel a little angry. If the bloodthirsty Lin beast still had the strength to argue with Chen Feng at this time, the bloodthirsty Lin beast would definitely not give in at all. Follow Chen Feng and fight back against Chen Feng. Now, the bloodthirsty Lin beast lying on the ground could only listen to Chen Feng's sarcastic words. He was filled with anger and had no way to vent it. And the pain on his body had a more sarcastic effect than Chen Feng's words. The bloodthirsty Lin beast couldn't help but open its eyes because of its anger. The crimson eyes had returned to their normal red color. It raised its head with great effort and looked at Chen Feng with fierce eyes. Its chest was still heaving and telling own anger. Chen Feng, who was staring at the wound on the bloodthirsty Lin beast's back, felt the eyes from the bloodthirsty Lin beast, and couldn't help but cast his gaze on the bloodthirsty Lin beast's eyes. Chen Feng saw the bloodthirsty Lin beast's eyes. Lin beast's eyes and body trembled, pretending to be scared and angry, and said that the dead demon beast would not pay for its life. Your eyes are so fierce. I'm so scared. Then, Chen Feng shook his body and remembered his actions and words. For a moment, he couldn't hold back and laughed directly. Chen Feng's laughter echoed in this area, in contrast to the painful cry of the bloodthirsty Lin beast. When the bloodthirsty Lin beast heard Chen Feng's laughter, it couldn't help but become even more angry. The blood and energy around its body continued to roll, causing the wounds on its back to seep out countless blood. When the bloodthirsty Lin beast fell to the ground, the blood had already stained the rocks around the bloodthirsty Lin beast. At this moment, it couldn't help but spread to the surroundings, forming a river carrying blood, slowly flowing into the magma. Go and gradually merge with the magma. Chen Feng looked at the blood flowing into the magma. His whole body trembled slightly, and he closed his eyes. He felt that the death of this bloodthirsty Lin beast was too tragic. The bloodthirsty Lin beast's aura became weaker and weaker with the loss of blood. Then, the bloodthirsty Lin beast felt that its eyes were dark and its head was dizzy. Slowly, the bloodthirsty Lin beast opened its mouth wide. His breathing became slightly more rapid, and not long after, the bloodthirsty Lin beast lost its breath. After the bloodthirsty Lin beast lost its breath, the shadow of the divine martial sword on his back slowly turned into powder and disappeared into the air, leaving only the mark of a wound on the bloodthirsty Lin beast's body. Others left no trace. Chen Feng watched expressionlessly as the bloodthirsty Lin beast slowly lost its life in front of his eyes. His eyes were not affected by the death of the bloodthirsty Lin beast in the slightest, nor did it produce any fluctuations. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! The mission target is that the host has successfully killed the bloodthirsty Lin beast with the 7 heavy sword of Shenwu, and obtained 3,579 evolution points. 5. Please pay attention to the host. Ding! I have obtained a high-grade fire god level elixir, 5 flaming demon flowers, and 10 demonic flame grasses. Please pay attention to the host. Chen Feng heard the sound of the system, so when he looked in the water drop space, he saw a few elixir plants lying quietly in the snow space. Chen Feng took a glance and retreated, landing on a rock wall to rest his exhausted body after the battle. At this moment, the bloodthirsty Lin beast fell to the ground, completely dead. The wounds on his body slowly healed. Not long after, all the wounds were healed, even the scales of the giant statue on his back. He also slowly recovered. Only the blood stains on the body and the ground were left, proving the battle that had just occurred. Otherwise, it would be impossible to tell that a fierce battle had just occurred. Then, he only saw the stiff body of the bloodthirsty Lin beast move for a moment, and then heard the crackling sound of bones. Chen Feng heard such a sound in this quiet area where a pin drop could be heard. He couldn't help but arouse his vigilance. Chen Feng recalled the scene of the demon subduing Chanting demon resurrecting in the first level, so he cast his eyes on the bloodthirsty Lin beast not far away. Chen Feng saw the huge bloodthirsty Lin beast. His front legs moved, and a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. Chen Feng withdrew his gaze from the bloodthirsty Lin beast, closed his eyes, and continued to rest. At this moment, Chen Feng's heart went through 1,000 twists and turns. During these 2 levels, Chen Feng deeply realized the power of the monsters in the demon cave. After passing these 2 levels, Chen Feng knew that the monsters in this devil's cave all had their own strengths. If it weren't for the fact that the monsters underestimated the enemy in these 2 levels, allowing him to take advantage of the loopholes. Otherwise, he would not have defeated the 2 monsters like this. Kill a monster and complete the mission. Chen Feng looked at the patches of red magma in the distance and felt that it was time for him to improve his strength. Only by improving his strength could he have a greater chance of defeating these monsters in the demon cave. Then, Chen Feng's eyes burst out with a firm and confident look, and his whole body seemed to exude a charming light, attracting the surrounding shining worker bees hiding in the dark. The twinkling stars have the color of worshipping Chen Feng. Chen Feng felt the eyes of the glorious worker bees. He couldn't help but turn around and glance at the shining worker bees. Only then did he notice the eyes of the glorious worker bees. He couldn't help being startled. He slowly took 2 steps back and then looked at him with doubtful eyes, as they couldn't help but think in their hearts, what happened to these glorious worker bees? What just happened? Why are my glorious worker bees looking at me like this? Chen Feng thought about it for a long time, but couldn't think of a reason. So he simply gave it up and looked at the dazzling worker bees suspiciously, then turned back and continued to think about his own affairs. Chapter 270. Slowly, Chen Feng and his clones worked together to kill the monster in the 2nd level, and then rested on the rock wall, thinking about his way forward and what he needed to do next. During these 2 levels, Chen Feng saw the dangers in the demon's cave and realized how powerful the monsters in the demon's cave were. Therefore, Chen Feng decided to improve his own strength to facilitate the next level. At this time, Chen Feng looked at his attribute panel and found that the evolution points on the attribute panel were very different. So he raised his head and looked at the glorious worker bees in front of him. The glory worker bees felt Chen Feng's eyes, and couldn't help but fly forward with some doubts. Spinning around Chen Feng looked around, looked at the glorious worker bees in front of him, cleared his throat, and then said, "All glory worker bees, please listen. I want to improve my strength. You are here to protect me. Do you understand me?" Chen Feng glanced again. At this moment, the bloodthirsty Lin beast, which was still lying on the ground and had not yet been completely resurrected, turned back, looked at the dazzling worker bees again, and continued, "The bloodthirsty Lin beast has not yet fully awakened. When he wakes up, if I am at the most critical moment to improve my strength, and if the bloodthirsty Lin beast attacks me, you must stop it. But do you understand?" The glorious worker bees heard Chen Feng's words and couldn't help but reply immediately, "I understand, and I will obey the king's orders." Chen Feng looked around, looked at the expressions of the glorious worker bees, and nodded with satisfaction. Then, Chen Feng observed the area again. Chen Feng looked left and right. He saw a huge stone on the side of his position. This stone was the only one in the area. Stone standing on the banks of lava. This dark red stone is full of brown lines, which cannot be found unless you look carefully, and it exudes a red halo. During the previous battle, there were severe shocks, but this stone was not shaken at all. It seemed to be deeply rooted in the ground. I deeply feel that this rock is very good as a base for improving my strength. So, he turned around and glanced back, motioning to the glory worker bees to follow him, and then led the glory worker bees to the stone. Chen Feng found a relatively dark place and buried his small body in that dark place. Chen Feng looked at the darkness around him, which had covered his figure. So he clicked with satisfaction. Nodding, he couldn't help but take out some elixirs from the water drop space and put them in front of him. At this time, Chen Feng turned around and saw the clone beside him, which had not yet disappeared into the air. He couldn't help but lower his head and pondered for a while. Then, when he raised his head again, Chen Feng's eyes fell on his clone again. Body, whispering in his ear. I don't know what Chen Feng said to his clone. The clone kept nodding, and then flew to a rock wall to avoid it. Chen Feng saw his clone hiding on the rock wall. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and there was a bright color in his eyes. Then, Chen Feng's eyes fell on the pile of elixirs in front of him, and he picked up one elixir after another, as if he was constantly racing against time, constantly eating the pile of elixirs in front of him. The elixir continued to decrease under Chen Feng's rapid consumption. As the elixir entered Chen Feng's belly, the evolution points on the attribute panel continued to increase. At this moment, the air in this area was constantly surging, and the red magma was constantly rolling. This could not help but make the surrounding temperature rise even more. Even Chen Feng, who was constantly taking the elixir, could feel the scorching temperature. But these did not disturb Chen Feng's continuous eating of the elixir at all. Chen Feng's clone also felt the changes in this field. So he cast his eyes on the bloodthirsty Lin beast still lying on the ground. Chen Feng's clone also knew that the bloodthirsty Lin beast could be resurrected. However, the wounds of the bloodthirsty Lin beast had healed, and the bones in his body were crackling. At that time, Chen Feng thought that the bloodthirsty Lin beast could be resurrected. But he never thought that the bloodthirsty Lin beast would be resurrected. The beast didn't make any movement at all. It just moved its huge front feet a few times and then stopped. Qin Feng's clone set his sights on the red magma that was exuding scorching heat. The magma continued to form a vortex, just like the bloodthirsty Linian beast when it first came out of the magma. 2. Gradually, the whirlpool of magma changed. The magma did not crack a hole in it, but slowly poured out, forming a rotating posture, as if it turned into a red line woven by magma. The belt spurted towards the bloodthirsty Linian beast. When Qin Feng's clone saw such a situation, he couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise, with a curious look in his eyes. Slowly, a hot breath spurted out in all directions, and in an instant, it came to the side of the bloodthirsty Linian beast. The magma sprayed down directly on the bloodthirsty Linian beast's body without mercy. It was like a rain of magma, constantly watering the body of the bloodthirsty Linian beast. The body of the bloodthirsty Linian beast, after being moistened by the magma, seemed to be rejuvenated, constantly emitting a red halo. The red halo was constantly flowing on the surface of the bloodthirsty Linian beast's body. It's like repairing the cells on the body of the bloodthirsty Linian beast. Then, the sound of crackling bones came out from the body of the bloodthirsty Linian beast again. Qin Feng's clone's eyes were fixed on the bloodthirsty Linian beast. After hearing the sound coming from the bloodthirsty Linian beast's bones, he suddenly found that the stiff body of the bloodthirsty Linian beast was slowly becoming softer. Not only that, the chest of the bloodthirsty Linian beast also kept rising and falling. Qin Feng's clone saw this scene in front of him. He knew that the bloodthirsty Linian beast was about to be resurrected. Therefore, Qin Feng's clone's eyes shone with a different kind of brilliance. His expression became more focused, and his eyes blinked even more, staring unblinkingly at the bloodthirsty Linian beast in front of him. However, what disappointed Qin Feng's clone was that the bloodthirsty Linian beast showed no signs of resurrection, as if the bloodthirsty Linian beast had completely lost its life and could never be resurrected. This may be because the bloodthirsty Linian beast was too seriously injured. It needs to repair the damaged body and activate the functions of the stiff body. Therefore, it takes a long time. Therefore, this makes the bloodthirsty Linian beast more serious. The bloody Lin Flame beast didn't look like it could be resurrected at all. Chapter 271 Fire Attribute Aura. When Qin Feng killed the bloodthirsty Linian beast in the second level, he deeply felt that the monsters in the cave had special skills, and they were not given in vain. Therefore, he also had a clear understanding of his own strength. No! Ever since, Qin Feng made up his mind to improve his strength in this level before the bloodthirsty Linian beast was resurrected. Because Qin Feng was not sure whether the bloodthirsty Linian beast would survive after its resurrection, he will have a decisive battle with himself. And he is not sure if he will be so lucky to kill the bloodthirsty Linian beast again. Qin Feng's clone was originally copied from Qin Feng's body. Therefore, Qin Feng can feel the emotions of his clone and know what the clone sees. Qin Feng can control his clone. However, the clone only inherits. Qin Feng's clone cannot dominate Qin Feng himself, nor can it replace Qin Feng. Therefore, Qin Feng, who was still taking the elixir at this moment, knew the changes in the bloodthirsty Linian beast through his clone's eyes, and thought to himself with some confusion, "Why is this bloodthirsty Linian beast resurrected so slowly? It's not like the demon beast that subdued the demon Qian Tunyao in the first level. Could it be because the bloodthirsty Linian beast itself is stronger than the first level? The monsters are more powerful. Therefore, they are resurrected more slowly." Qin Feng quietly raised his head, glanced at the flowing magma not far away, narrowed his eyes slightly, and thought in his heart, "Maybe this has something to do with the attributes. The first level is the wood attribute, and the second level is the fire attribute. The strength of the fire attribute should not be much different from the wood attribute." Qin Feng shook his head, denying the thoughts in his mind, and then lowered his head and continued to eat his elixir. Gradually, there were only a few elixirs left in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng was confident that he was bloodthirsty. When the Linian beast wakes up, it increases its strength. At this time, the magma surged again, and a vortex appeared again. But this vortex was in the opposite direction to the previous vortex. Then, the vortex continued to expand, spreading to all directions, and involved the surrounding magma. Slowly, another magma pillar rose up. This magma pillar did not rotate like before, but spewed directly towards the bloodthirsty Linian beast. The magma pillars didn't leave any room, and they all hit the bloodthirsty Linian beast like a waterfall. Qin Feng's clone saw this scene in front of him. Qin Feng himself felt the same, and felt pain for the bloodthirsty Linian beast. Qin Feng's clone couldn't help but think in his heart, This magma really didn't show mercy to the bloodthirsty Linian beast at all. It all hit him directly. It seems that this magma must have some deep grudge against this bloodthirsty Linian beast. This must not be bloodthirsty Linian beast's original lair. Maybe it came here at some time. Qin Feng's clone thought of this. His body trembled slightly, and he quietly turned the bee's head to the side. One eye was tightly closed, while the other eye was slightly squinted, and he quietly looked at the things in front of him. Situation. After attacking the body of the bloodthirsty Linian beast, the magma pillar slowly retreated and returned to its original place. At this moment, Qin Feng, who had finished eating the elixir, looked up and saw the scene of the magma receding in front of him. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but think in his heart, this magma is really weird. It seems to have magical properties. It can come out and go back. When the bloodthirsty Linian beast dies, it can also help him repair it. The bloodthirsty Linian beast can also use the magma to attack. It's really interesting. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile, shook his head slightly, sighed softly, retracted his gaze from the bloodthirsty Linian beast, clicked on the attribute panel, and saw that his evolution points were full. He couldn't help but overjoyed. Then, Qin Feng couldn't wait to say to the system, "System, I want to upgrade." The system made a decision for a second and quickly remembered it in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! The host has been successfully upgraded. Please pay attention. Master. Qin Feng only felt that the air around him was constantly surging, and then it poured into his body. Due to his upgrade, he saw the magma in the magma, and because of his upgrade, the magma was constantly surging. It kept hitting the rocks on the shore, making loud noises. At this moment, the bloodthirsty Linian beast seemed to be awakened by the loud noises. Slowly, it opened its eyes, and a sharp cold light shot out of its eyes. A few seconds later, only then did the cold light in his eyes disappear, and the memories of fighting Qin Feng reappeared in front of his eyes. The bloodthirsty Linian beast gritted his teeth and looked around. Then, as if he thought of something again, he slowly calmed down his anger. Qin Feng's clone, who was staring closely at the bloodthirsty Linian beast, saw that the bloodthirsty Linian beast had woken up, and could not help but increase its vigilance. Qin Feng's words kept lingering in the mind of Qin Feng's clone, like a demon, like a curse, making it difficult for him to ignore. Qin Feng said to his clone at that time, when the bloodthirsty Linian beast wakes up, if you want to seek revenge from me, you must first find a way to hold him back as much as possible without exposing my position. After I successfully upgrade, as long as he touches you, I will then kill him again without mercy. Qin Feng's clone vaguely remembered the sharp look in Qin Feng's eyes when he said these words, which made him want to search Qin Feng without any dissatisfaction. At this moment, the bloodthirsty Linian beast, which had woken up, slowly stood up from the ground. The bloodthirsty Linian beast that had just stood up felt that its four thick legs were slightly weak, and it was difficult to support its body. The weight on his body made him shake a little unsteadily. The bloodthirsty Linian beast was also a little dizzy in its mind. It was not until the bloodthirsty Linian beast adapted to the changes in its body that it slowly stopped shaking its body, in order to prevent himself from collapsing on the ground when he had just woken up. The bloodthirsty Linian beast moved his muscles and bones on the spot to relieve the stiffness and discomfort in his body. At this moment, Qin Feng only felt pain all over his body. The hot air around him kept pouring into his body, burning his limbs and bones, as if it wanted to burn out all the impurities in his body. Qin Feng felt like he was in a sea of fire, constantly being burned by pain. He couldn't help but roll on the ground, wave after wave of pain, constantly attacking Qin Feng's sanity. Qin Feng tried hard to endure the pain all over his body and not to cry out. When the bloodthirsty Linian beast discovered him, his face was twisted in pain. Chapter 272 Challenge Letter. Qin Feng killed the bloodthirsty Linian beast in the second level. However, Qin Feng also had a deep understanding of his own strength. He knew that he had to pass the remaining levels and defeat all the monsters in such a magical cave. You must improve your own strength. When the bloodthirsty Linian beast was resurrected, Qin Feng took out the elixir directly from the water drop space. While eating the elixir, he increased his evolution points. At the same time, he let his clone shine with the worker bees. Always keep an eye on the bloodthirsty Linian beast, and when he resurrects, hold him back to prevent the bloodthirsty Linian beast from attacking you. Just when the bloodthirsty Linian beast was resurrected and woke up, Qin Feng was also at the critical moment of upgrading. Qin Feng felt a tearing pain in his body. Slowly, just when Qin Feng was about to faint from the pain, A warm breath continued to surround Chen Feng's limbs. The warm breath was like a spiritual being, constantly pulling into Chen Feng's body. The violent fire-attributed aura in the body. Chen Feng felt the warm breath, which was constantly repairing his damaged cells, and slowly relaxed. At this moment, the bloodthirsty Linian beast woke up and moved its muscles and bones. After adapting to the changes in its body, it kept looking around, looking for Chen Feng's figure. The bloodthirsty Linian beast couldn't help but wonder in his heart when he saw that there was no figure of Chen Feng around him. Huh? Why is there no little black bee around here? Could it be that this little black bee left here? It shouldn't be. Without me leading him to find the exit, he would definitely not be able to find it. Could it be that he is hiding? Are you up? This little black bee is the best at avoiding it. The bloodthirsty Linian beast thought of this, and nodded secretly to express his agreement with his idea. Then he continued to look around, but still could not find Chen Feng. A look of impatience flashed in the eyes of the bloodthirsty Linian beast. And then he stopped searching and shouted directly to the surroundings. Little black bee, where have you been hiding? Stop hiding. Come out quickly. The loud and powerful voice of the bloodthirsty Linian beast continued to send out echoes in this area, just like the ripples of boiling water, drawing out lines one after another. At this moment, Chen Feng, who was still upgrading, heard the words of the bloodthirsty Linian beast, and couldn't help but feel nervous, thinking to himself, this bloodthirsty Linian beast has been resurrected and woke up. I have to speed up the evolution. However, Chen Feng's clone, who was hiding in the dark, heard the words of the bloodthirsty Linian beast, and knew that it was time for him to come out. So, he stretched out on the rock wall unhurriedly, and shook his head. After shaking his little body, he flapped his wings and flew out from the rock wall. No need to shout. I'm here. The bloodthirsty Linian beast saw Chen Feng's clone fly out from the darkness. Its eyes with a fierce meaning narrowed slightly, with an unknown expression, and said to Chen Feng's clone, Little black bee, you finally came out. I have to admit that you still have methods. However, among these methods, the biggest mistake I made was to underestimate the enemy. This allowed you to take advantage of the loophole. However, in terms of true strength, you are no match for me at all. Chen Feng's clone heard the words of the bloodthirsty Linian beast, and showed a look of scorn on his face. Even his eyes showed a trace of disdain. And he said to the bloodthirsty Linian beast, a win is a win, no matter what means I use to defeat you. It is all my ability. Therefore, no matter what you say, it will not change the fact that you are my defeater. The bloodthirsty Linian beast heard the words of Chen Feng's clone, and was suddenly aroused with anger. The angry little flames in his eyes kept jumping, and wisps of fierce light burst out from his eyes. Said to Chen Feng's clone, let's fight again, and see who is better, you or me. At this moment, Chen Feng, who was still leveling up, heard the words of the bloodthirsty Linian beast, and couldn't help but feel shocked and complain secretly. How could my clone be angered so easily? Although I still have a little time to upgrade the bloodthirsty Linian beast, I will be able to completely upgrade. But if my clone fights with the bloodthirsty Linian beast, I will still suffer the consequences. My clone? And I will definitely not be able to defeat the bloodthirsty Linian beast. When the clone is lost, it might have an impact on my upgrade. What should I do? Chen Feng thought of this, and was secretly anxious. Chen Feng's clone heard the words of the bloodthirsty Linian beast, and his face changed slightly. At this moment, he thought about what he was doing standing here. It was to buy time for Chen Feng himself to upgrade. If you were to fight at this time, maybe it will disturb your own upgrade. At that time, it may affect your own upgrade. Chen Feng's clone thought of this, and his mind was spinning rapidly, thinking of countermeasures. The bloodthirsty Linian beast looked at Chen Feng's clone for a delay in answering, and glanced at him with some confusion, only to find that Chen Feng's clone was in a daze, and couldn't help but become even more angry, with his chest heaving continuously. Little black bee, do you want to give me a nice word? Stop whining here. Besides, can you turn your attention to me? It's nothing to be in a daze here. When Chen Feng's clone heard the words of the bloodthirsty Linian beast, he couldn't help but be stunned. This also brought back Chen Feng's clone's dull eyes. Then, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes focused again and fell on the bloodthirsty Linian beast. At this time, Chen Feng's clone had a flash of inspiration and said to the bloodthirsty Linian beast, have I defeated you? Does defeating you mean that I have successfully passed the level? The bloodthirsty Linian beast was stunned when he heard Chen Feng's clone's question. A flash of doubt flashed in his eyes. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, thinking in his heart, Why did this little black bee fall to the ground? Is there any conspiracy? However, this is also true, and I can't deny it. It's better to admit it first, and see what this little black bee wants to do. What a trick! Then, the bloodthirsty Lin beast raised its head, looked at Chen Feng's clone, nodded slightly and said, "You did defeat me and get through my level. However, it was because of my love rival that you took advantage of the loophole. Otherwise, how could you defeat me?" Chen Feng's clone narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard the words of the bloodthirsty Lin beast, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "That's good. Since I have defeated you, and you have successfully passed the level, why do I still have to fight with you? What's more, if I fight with you, wouldn't it be unnecessary and asking for trouble? Why should I do this? What good does it do to me? Since there is no good, there is no way I can fight with you." Chapter 273, Messy. The bloodthirsty Lin beast came back to life, and with a slight movement of its muscles and bones, it looked for Chen Feng's figure, and then shouted for Chen Feng to come out. Chen Feng's clone received Chen Feng's order, and hid in the dark waiting for the resurrection of the bloodthirsty Lin beast. His mission was to delay the bloodthirsty Lin beast, and buy time for Chen Feng to upgrade. After some words, the bloodthirsty Lin beast kept asking Chen Feng's clone to have another battle with the bloodthirsty Lin beast itself. Chen Feng's clone kept refusing in order to buy more time for Chen Feng to upgrade. A bloodthirsty Lin beast. Chen Feng's clone heard the words of the bloodthirsty Lin beast, paused, and continued, "Besides, you are already defeated by me, and my breakthrough has been completed. Why should I expend so much effort to fight you? Besides, I still have to stay with enough energy to fight with others. Monsters fight." The avatar of the bloodthirsty Lin beast Chen Feng couldn't help laughing at the words. His laughter continued to reverberate in this field, deafening. Chen Feng's clone heard his laughter, and couldn't help but plug his ears. His eyes flashed with anger, as he looked at the bloodthirsty Lin beast and asked, "Why are you laughing so much? Is it that funny?" The bloodthirsty Lin beast heard what Chen Feng's clone said, and then he stopped laughing, shook his head slightly at Chen Feng's clone, and said unhurriedly, "I'm not laughing at anything. I just think you don't dare to fight me." Chen Feng's clone sneered at the words of the bloodthirsty Lin beast, and couldn't help but curled his lips and said, "I don't dare to fight you. How could I? However, I just feel that I have won and you are fighting. So it's boring." Chen Feng's clone was speaking cautiously at the moment, for fear that if he accidentally said the wrong thing, he would anger the bloodthirsty Lin beast and force him to fight him. Not only would he not be able to buy time for Chen Feng to upgrade, but it would also delay Chen Feng's upgrade. Generally, the gain outweighs the loss. When the bloodthirsty Lin beast heard the words of Chen Feng's clone, his expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but think in his heart, "I originally thought about fighting again to regain my position, but I never thought that this little black bee was so difficult to deal with. He was not fooled by me at all. No matter how I angered him, he always avoided my challenge. Logically speaking, with the character of this little black bee, it's impossible for him to be so cowardly. What's going on now? Why don't you dare to challenge me? What should I do?" The bloodthirsty Lin beast thought about it, but couldn't figure it out. The expression on his face kept changing, sometimes showing a puzzled expression, sometimes showing an annoyed look on his face. And then he said to Chen Feng, "Little black bee, are you sure you don't want to fight me?" Chen Feng's clone nodded, and said to the bloodthirsty Lin beast, "Just give up. There's no way I can fight you." The blood-red eyes of the bloodthirsty Lin beast became redder and redder, and the angry flames continued to burn in the eyes of the bloodthirsty Lin beast, and a ferocious gaze circulated in the bloodthirsty Lin beast. "Little black bee, if you don't fight, you have to fight with me. You can't avoid this battle. I also tell you clearly, give up struggling and fight me obediently. Don't worry. I won't ignore it. The only thing that will kill you is the outcome." Chen Feng's clone heard this, and when the bloodthirsty Lin beast didn't notice him, he quietly turned his head and glanced at the stone place. His heart was like an ant on a hot pot, with an anxious look. But, on the surface, nothing is revealed. Chen Feng's clone turned back, took a deep breath, calmed down the anxiety in his heart, and said to the bloodthirsty Lin beast, "Bloodthirsty Lin beast, let me ask you, is it possible that you will treat all the monsters that have broken through the level here before in this way? Except for those who have not succeeded in breaking through the level. Will you challenge them again?" The bloodthirsty Lin beast was slightly startled when he heard the words of Chen Feng's clone. This really frightened the bloodthirsty Lin beast. Then, The bloodthirsty Linian beast recalled it in his mind and kept thinking. Thinking in my heart. What does this little black bee mean by asking this? Every word he said before was foreshadowing what will come next. And there is a conspiracy hidden in it. Is it possible that he wants to play another trick? The bloodthirsty Linian beast kept thinking in his mind. But he couldn't guess the purpose of Qinfeng's clone. So he could only answer honestly. This is indeed not the same as the previous failed attempts. Why am I still challenging him? They died directly in my hands, without any chance to fight me again. The bloodthirsty Linian beast seemed to have thought of something. He paused for a moment. His expression slowly turned ugly, and he continued to speak to Qinfeng's clone. As for the monsters that successfully broke through, I didn't fight them again. After all, they used their true strength to defeat me, which I had to admire. Therefore, I didn't bother them much and let them in. It's the next level. Qinfeng's clone lowered his head after hearing the words of the bloodthirsty Linian beast, and couldn't help but feel angry and thinking to himself. When this bloodthirsty Linian beast faced the monsters that successfully broke through the level before, it didn't fight them again, but it happened to break the precedent here. Moreover, there was a hidden meaning in the words of this bloodthirsty Linian beast. If you say that, it's not that I'm not strong enough. It's not that I can defeat him with my true strength. So he wants to challenge me, which really makes me angry. Qinfeng's clone pretended not to understand the meaning of the bloodthirsty Linian beast's words. He raised his head and continued to speak to the bloodthirsty Linian beast. Then you treated me really well. Among the many monsters that have successfully broken through before, you didn't even fight them. But you came to me like this. Do you think this is fair to me? The bloodthirsty Linian beast was slightly stunned when he heard the words of Qinfeng's clone. Its two huge heads tilted to the side at the same time, with a hint of approval in its eyes as it thought in its heart. This little black bee is right. I didn't put forward such excessive conditions for the monsters that successfully broke through before. Now facing this little black bee, I am so aggressive. Fighting me is really too much. The bloodthirsty Linian beast thought of this, and was about to agree with Qinfeng's clone's words. Then, he felt something was wrong. He opened his mouth and slowly closed it again, thinking in his heart. That's not right. Why was I led away by the words of this little black bee? I obviously had doubts about his strength and was not convinced. So I wanted to compete with him. How could I be easily defeated by him? I've made a move. This won't work at all. I have to stand firm, and I can't be fooled by this little black wind anymore. Chapter 274. The situation is tense. In order to delay the bloodthirsty Linian beast and give Qinfeng enough time to upgrade, Qinfeng's clone kept wasting his words with the bloodthirsty Linian beast and made demands of the difficult bloodthirsty Linian beast. When Qinfeng's clone fought with him again, he kept racking his brains, confusing the bloodthirsty Linian beast's audition and thoughts, trying to change the bloodthirsty Linian beast's idea of dueling with him. The bloodthirsty Linian beast. It was true that for a short period of time, Qinfeng's clone confused his thoughts, and then he reacted. The bloodthirsty Linian beast thought of Qinfeng's clone's words, glanced at Qinfeng's clone, lowered his head, and continued thinking. Besides, those demonic beasts that had successfully passed the level before had to go to great lengths to defeat me. There was no luck at all. Therefore, I did not challenge them. They directly let them get past me. Qinfeng's clone looked at the bloodthirsty Linian beast, who was speechless for a long time. I couldn't help but feel relieved, thinking to myself, I should have frightened this difficult bloodthirsty Linian beast now. I have racked my brains to buy time. I hope I can upgrade quickly so that it won't torture me like this. The bloodthirsty Linian beast raised its head, looked at Qinfeng's clone with cold eyes, and a sneer curled up at the corner of its mouth. Little black bee, don't bluff me. Let me tell you, I didn't challenge those monsters who successfully broke through the level before because they made me convinced, oral and externally impressed by their defeat. But what about you? You are useless. The real strength defeated me, but he just took advantage of the loopholes, which I have to say is unconvincing to me. You can't escape today. You have to fight even if you fight, and you have to fight even if you don't fight. As he spoke, the bloodthirsty Linian beast assumed a fighting posture, waiting for Qinfeng's clone to fight with him. At this moment, Qinfeng, who was hiding behind the stone and upgrading, felt that the violent aura in his body was constantly being sorted out under the warm aura and became a part of his aura. However, this did not mean that Qinfeng's this completes the upgrade. I saw that the surrounding spiritual energy was restless again, surging continuously and continuing to surge towards Qinfeng's body. The violent aura once again acted wantonly in Qinfeng's body. Qinfeng had no way to deal with him, can let them wreak havoc. Qin Feng only felt the pain in his body attack again for a moment, and couldn't help but roll on the ground in pain. At this time, the clones of the bloodthirsty Lin beast and Qin Feng who were bickering were focused on each other, and did not notice the changes in the air at all. This bought Qin Feng a lot of time to upgrade. Qin Feng did not expect that this upgrade was beyond his expectation, and would take such a long time. However, there was nothing he could do, and it could not be terminated just like that. If it ends at this moment, maybe the elixirs I took earlier, and the evolution points gained from defeating the two monsters will be lost and disappear. And it may also cause some damage to my body. And so on. The gains outweighed the losses. So Qin Feng could only grit his teeth and continue to upgrade. Although Qin Feng was hiding behind the stone and upgrading, Qin Feng heard all the conversations between the bloodthirsty Lin beast and his clone, and heard them clearly. And they were all transmitted to his mind without any glitches. Every little thing is missed. Qin Feng listened to the words spoken by the bloodthirsty Lin beast and his clone, which became increasingly fierce and showed no signs of slowing down. He couldn't help but feel anxious in his heart, praying that the upgrade could be carried out quickly. Time passed by minute by second, and the pain on Qin Feng's body slowly disappeared. Following it, Qin Feng felt a comfortable and refreshing feeling all over his body. Qin Feng closed his eyes and enjoyed this feeling silently. It felt like, and then, waiting for the violent storm of spiritual energy to attack again. However, after waiting for a long time, the violent spiritual energy never came. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he knew that the upgrade had been completed, and he couldn't help but click on the attribute panel immediately. Host, Qin Feng. Shenwu Eightfold Mirror, 1/*******. Skill, Shenwu Sword Shadow, 2nd level, Shenwu Sword Shadow anesthetizes the target for 6 seconds. The earth groaned. Within 100 meters of the host's body, there is no difference in thunder attacks. The number of attacks is limited to 45, which is equal to the host's own level. Light Shield, 1st level, defense skill. Defense power is equal to own strength. Enemy attack has 15% attack effect. Xianquan technique, 2nd level, anywhere within 5,000 meters of the host's body. Clone technique, limit the number of clones to 3. Reduce self-damage by 5%. Invisibility, limited by level. Time is 10 minutes. Secret technique, Death's Poison, 2nd level, after the venom is used, honey can be absorbed and converted into venom. The attack poison is enhanced by 30%, and the hit damage is reduced by 35%. Qin Feng saw that his strength had greatly improved, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that his clone was confronting the bloodthirsty Lin beast. At this time, he still didn't know the situation, so his face changed slightly, and a figure appeared from behind the stone and looked at him. Case. Qin Feng saw that his clone had not yet started fighting with the bloodthirsty Lin beast. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He patted his chest with his front foot and let his beating heart slowly calm down. I thought to myself, this really scared me. I thought that my clone and the bloodthirsty Lin beast were already fighting together, but I never thought that it was a false alarm. Fortunately, my clone and the bloodthirsty Lin beast were not there yet. Let's start fighting. Otherwise, if I just level up, my clone will be killed by the bloodthirsty Lin beast, which will cause damage to me who just leveled up, and then it will be a bit uncertain to fight again. However, Qin Feng felt something was wrong for a moment. He smelled the smell of gunpowder in the air. At this time, he realized that his clone was at war with the bloodthirsty Lin beast. Even if there was no battle, it was not far away from the battle. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he kept looking at the bloodthirsty Lin beast. After a moment, he turned back, glanced at the dazzling worker bees, and motioned for the dazzling worker bees to follow him and go there to have some fun. Bloody Lin Flame Beast. The glorious worker bees saw Qin Feng's eyes, and in an instant, they understood what Qin Feng meant, and nodded to Qin Feng with solemn eyes. Qin Feng saw that the glory worker bees understood what he meant and saw their expressions. He couldn't help but shook his head, with a smile on his lips, and led the glory worker bees directly to the bloodthirsty Lin beast. When Qin Feng's clone saw Qin Feng's figure, he couldn't help but be overjoyed and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Qin Feng's clone knew that Qin Feng had successfully upgraded. A confident smile appeared on his face, and he glanced at the bloodthirsty Lin beast. I couldn't help but straighten my back. Chapter 275 Curiosity. After the bloodthirsty Lin beast was resurrected, Qin Feng's clone appeared in front of the bloodthirsty Lin beast. constantly delaying the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast to buy time for Chen Feng, who was hiding behind the stone, to upgrade. However, Chen Feng's clone delayed when the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast was fighting. The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast would always insist on asking Chen Feng's clone to fight with him, even if Chen Feng's clone tried his best to refuse. It could not change the determination of the bloodthirsty Lin Flame beast to challenge Chen Feng's clone at all. A savage pester, constantly coercing and tempting Chen Feng's clone. Until the end, the bloodthirsty flaming beast refused to speculate. Lin Yin beast and Chen Feng's clone were at war with each other. But at the same time, Chen Feng, who was hiding behind the stone, also successfully upgraded. Chen Feng saw the smell of gunpowder between his clone and the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast. So he led the glory worker bees to fly out from behind the stone and came to the front of the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast. In an instant, the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast saw Chen Feng coming in front of him. For a moment, he was so surprised that he forgot his purpose at this moment. Not only that, he also put away the smell of gunpowder on his body. The eyes of the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast wandered between Chen Feng and his clone, constantly observing the differences between them. However, what surprised the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast was that Chen Feng and his clone were not the same at all. Even the temperament is the same. The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast couldn't help but take a few steps back when he saw this. He was originally on the shore of the magma. As he stepped back, he got closer to the magma. The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast used its huge feet to kick into the magma. A lot of rocks were destroyed. But the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast didn't notice it at all. The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast watched Chen Feng open his mouth, and then slowly close it. At this moment, he really didn't know what to say. Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a little funny when he saw the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast wanted to ask, but didn't dare to ask. A sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and said to the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast, "What's wrong? Bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast, do you have anything to say? Don't look like you're hesitating to speak. Just say what you want to say." Seeing that Chen Feng had read through his thoughts, the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast showed no trace of anger. "What is your relationship with this little black bee in front of me? Why do you two look the same? In this world, even two leaves growing on the same tree are not exactly the same. Why? I can't find anything different in you." Chen Feng did not immediately answer the words of the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast. His eyes were still narrowed, as if there were countless conspiracies and tricks hidden in his eyes, constantly surging. "Aren't you going to fight, bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast? Now that I have come out, you can challenge me. However, you have to agree in advance to stop at the last minute. And I didn't ask you to challenge for nothing. Can you come up with it?" "What? Don't take it out. Use those external things to exchange for this opportunity. It shouldn't be a loss." The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast was slightly startled when he heard Chen Feng's words. Then he thought that he had been standing here all this time, arguing with Chen Feng's clone for a long time, just to fight Chen Feng again and regain his position. But now the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast's mind is full of questions, which has driven away a lot of that desire to fight. At this moment, the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast's curiosity had been completely aroused by Chen Feng, and he was still thinking about fighting. The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast looked at Chen Feng with some confusion in his eyes and said, "Little black bee, you also know that the most difficult things to grow in this magma are the elixirs. Therefore, I don't have any savings in my hands." When Chen Feng heard the words of the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast, he couldn't help but widen his narrowed eyes. An incredible look emanated from his eyes, and he kept looking up and down at the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast. It was as if he had just met this bloodthirsty Lin Flame beast. The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast felt Chen Feng's unbelievable look. He lowered his head in embarrassment and scratched his head with his huge front feet. Then, he realized something was wrong. He was such an indomitable monster. How could a beast show such an expression in front of this little black bee? Ever since, in order to show that the look that appeared on his face just now was the illusion of the little black bee, the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast cleared his throat and looked at Chen Feng with a fierce look, and his face returned to its original look, a proud expression. Chen Feng originally saw the expression on the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast's head as it lowered its head. He thought that this bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast was a bit naive and was not that annoying to the monster. However, the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast suddenly followed him. Chen Feng couldn't help but be startled by the ferocious expression that came, and immediately he felt a little funny, and he was quite pleased with the bloodthirsty Lin Flame beast in front of him. The huge eyes of the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast were fixed on Chen Feng's expression. Seeing the rich expressions that appeared on Chen Feng's face for a moment, he snorted disdainfully and did not care about the expression that Chen Feng showed when he saw it. What's on my mind? The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast looked at Chen Feng and narrowed his eyes slightly, and said to Chen Feng, "Since you have successfully passed the test, I will ignore the faults of the villain. The Prime Minister's belly can support the boat. I forgive you this time. I won't argue with you. Let's give up this challenge." The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast made an expression like, "I took a step back. You need to be grateful." Chen Feng heard the words of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, and did not care about the expression of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, and nodded slightly towards the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. "Then this can be regarded as my success." The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast heard Chen Feng's words, and raised its two huge heads proudly, and blew out two streams of hot air from its nostrils, which were like cylindrical hot air. It looked particularly special in this field. Obvious. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast cleared its throat, and said to Chen Feng, "Little black bee, since I promised you, I will never break my promise. You have passed the level. Next, if you want to go to the next level then I will take you there, and you can choose the time." Chen Feng heard the words of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, and couldn't help but snicker to himself. He knew that the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast was a kind-hearted monster, and did not have any evil intentions. It was just a little honest and had a bad temper. Chen Feng suddenly felt a little fond of this bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. Chen Feng glanced at the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, and thought to himself, "This is the so-called acquaintance without fighting. Just like in the first level with the demon subduing Sinnoh demon. The swords were at war with each other at the beginning, with no intention of giving in, as if there was some deep hatred between the two parties. But after passing after a battle, I was chatting and laughing with the demon suppressing Qianing demon. And on the contrary, I became much closer. And in this level, the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast in front of me was no exception." Chapter 276: The Trouble Caused by Secrets. After Chen Feng successfully upgraded, he appeared in front of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast saw that Chen Feng and Chen Feng's clones were indistinguishable. It couldn't help being surprised, and kept asking Chen Feng what was going on. However, Chen Feng did not want to tell the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. However, the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast always asked Chen Feng out of curiosity. Chen Feng faced the naive bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, and couldn't help but want to teasing him, telling him that as long as he can bring out the elixir in exchange, he will tell him. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast couldn't help but feel arrogant after hearing Chen Feng's words. He didn't want to know Chen Feng's secret. Then, he asked Chen Feng when he would set out for the next level. Chen Feng heard the words of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, and couldn't help but feel proud. He was slightly stunned, lowered his head, and was in a daze. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast looked at Chen Feng with his head lowered all the time, thinking that Chen Feng was thinking about the time to set off. However, he didn't wait for Chen Feng to answer his words for a long time, and there was an impatient look in his eyes, and he said to Chen Feng, "Little black bee, have you decided when to set off? I'm still waiting for your reply." Chen Feng calmed down after hearing the words of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. Chen Feng felt the attitude of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. There was no trace of anger on his face. He narrowed his eyes, and looked at the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. Said, "I have been fighting for a long time today, and I am a little tired. Let's take a rest here and start again tomorrow. I can also prepare and think of countermeasures for the next level." The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast heard Chen Feng's words, and nodded slightly. Then, the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast seemed to have thought of something, and stared at Chen Feng. Chen Feng saw the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast staring closely at him, with a look of doubt in his eyes. He tilted his head, guarded his chest with his two front feet vigilantly, and stepped back 2 steps, stepped forward and said to the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, "Bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, what are you going to do? Don't plot evil against me." The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast heard Chen Feng's words, and couldn't help but give Chen Feng a roll of his eyes. "What can I do? How can I do evil things to you? I just want to ask you, what is your relationship with this little black bee in front of me?" Chen Feng heard the words of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, and then he knew what the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast was thinking. It turned out that this bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast had always been quite curious about his relationship with his clone. Chen Feng rolled his eyes as he looked at the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. He had other concerns in his mind. He also raised a wicked smile on his lips as he looked at the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. "Bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, do you really want to know?" Seeing Chen Feng's expression, the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast felt an ominous premonition rising from his heart. However, due to curiosity in his heart, it was like a cat's claw, constantly scratching, which made him feel itchy. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast couldn't help but bite the bullet, looked at Chen Feng and replied, "I really want to know." When Chen Feng heard the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast's answer, the corners of his mouth slowly raised, and the smile at the corners of his mouth widened. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast saw Chen Feng showing such an expression, and the ominous premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. Chen Feng cleared his throat, looked at the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast and said, "I won't tell you. What can you do to me?" Chen Feng couldn't help but be shocked when the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast looked so mean. His pupils kept dilating, and there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. "You little black bee. You make me angry. How could you be so shameless? I just asked you a simple question. How could you treat me like this?" Chen Feng felt that his wings were vibrating in the sky, and he was a little tired. So he looked around, picked a place that was more pleasing to the eye, and landed on the rock wall. The glory worker bees also followed Chen Feng and landed on the rock wall. On the wall, at this moment, in the empty area, only a bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast was still standing there. Chen Feng stretched, exuding a leisurely and lazy aura, and said while looking at the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, "Why should I tell you? What's the benefit to me? Besides, this is a secret between the two bees. If I tell you, we won't have any secrets." The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast heard Chen Feng's words, curled his lips, looked at Chen Feng with some disdain, and said, "I don't want to know yet. Besides, if you don't tell me, another worker bee will tell me." There was a smile hidden in Chen Feng's eyes as he said to the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, "Bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, you can try asking the worker bees here if they dare to tell you without my order." The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast couldn't help being shocked when he heard Chen Feng's words. He looked at Chen Feng with incredible eyes and said, "Are these worker bees all yours?" Chen Feng glanced at the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast and said to the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, "Of course it's mine. Is it anyone else's?" The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast glanced at Chen Feng suspiciously. "How did you bring so many worker bees in? They probably didn't sign up on their own." Chen Feng nodded, but did not answer the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast's question. He raised a sly and irritating smile at the corner of his mouth and said to the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, "Why should I tell you? They also have their own secrets, which must not be revealed." The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast heard Chen Feng's words and couldn't help but said angrily, "How come you, a little black bee, take interest so seriously? If there is no benefit, you won't disclose anything. Besides, these shouldn't be confidential to you. It shouldn't hurt to tell me. Why bother with it so much?" Chen Feng heard the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast's words, glanced at the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast slightly and said, "I told you. It's of no use to you. It's just to satisfy your curiosity. Since you're so curious, then bring some elixirs and exchange them. Otherwise, don't even think about it." The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast couldn't help but become even more angry when he heard Chen Feng's words. He didn't know how to express Chen Feng's words, so he could only get angry silently, with a curious look in his eyes, and glanced at it from time to time. In Chen Feng's eyes, Chen Feng saw the look on the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast and couldn't help but chuckle to himself, thinking to himself, "Bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, let me see how long you can endure it. You must be very curious about this matter, and you will ask me again. I don't believe that you can't find your elixir. Even if it's in this magma, it is difficult for elixirs to grow. But it does not mean that there are no elixirs here at all. Maybe this bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast has collected some rare elixirs." A cunning smile appeared on the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. He was determined to eat the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. He deliberately aroused the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast's curiosity and made him scratch his head. Then, he took out the elixir he had treasured for many years. Chapter 277 Bargaining. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast couldn't help but be curious as to why Chen Feng looked exactly the same as the little black wasp in front of him. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast couldn't help its curiosity and kept asking Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng did not tell him. So the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast started thinking about other glory worker bees. However, when the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast learned that all the glory worker bees were subordinates of Chen Feng, he couldn't help but be even more surprised to see how Chen Feng, the criminal's interrogator, brought the glorious worker bees into the devil's cave. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast did not expect Chen Feng to be so despicable. In his mind, he kept thinking about using these secrets in exchange for the greatest benefits. He asked the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast to come up with some elixirs before he was willing to tell the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast about his secrets. Secret? The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast didn't want to take out the elixir, but also wanted to know Chen Feng's secret. However, there is no such thing as getting something for nothing in this world. If the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast refused to take out the elixir, Chen Feng would not tell him. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast kept secretly glancing at Chen Feng, observing Chen Feng's expression all the time, trying to see something on Chen Feng's face. However, at this moment, Chen Feng, the old god, was there, on the rock wall, with his legs crossed, and there was no intention of compromise in his eyes. The words Chen Feng said kept popping up in the mind of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, which made him scratch his heart and itched him unbearably, especially wanting to know the secret behind it. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast looked at Chen Feng's leisurely posture, and knew that he would definitely not tell him if he didn't give something. So, he opened his mouth, wanting to compromise and agree to Chen Feng's request. But then he thought again. Those two secrets meant losing part of one's elixir, and I always felt a little disadvantaged. Then, I closed my mouth again and stopped talking. Chen Feng kept looking at the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast with his peripheral vision. Chen Feng observed the expression of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, without the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast paying attention. Chen Feng raised his front feet, covered his mouth, and snickered, thinking in my heart, "Bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, let me see how long you can endure it. I'm not afraid. If you don't move, under the temptation of two such big secrets, it would be weird if you don't want to know. After all, every monster has curiosity. Even myself." The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast held it in for a long time without speaking. In the end, even the curiosity in its eyes slowly dissipated. Chen Feng couldn't help but wonder secretly, thinking in his heart, "Is it possible that this bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast is giving up on exploring my secrets? That's not possible. I even raised him to get a fortune of elixir. How about I seduce him with words again? And he want to know his secret even more." Chen Feng just opened his mouth, then thought of something else, and couldn't help but give up his idea again. He thought in his heart, "No, if I speak first at this time, this bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast may think that I have been drunk. If so, I will definitely not be able to get the elixir. I'd better just remain in a stalemate like this. I don't believe this. I am not afraid of an impatient bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast that can consume me in this way and use psychological tactics." The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast stole a glance at Chen Feng and saw that Chen Feng didn't pay attention to him at all. He couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. He sighed softly and thought in his heart, "How can this little black bee be so calm and calm? Isn't he interested in my elixir? He didn't even open his mouth first, so that I can bargain. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say this little black bee defeated me because of his own wisdom and strength. I didn't expect that this little black bee was so powerful, and his patience gave the monster even more headaches." The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast was completely discouraged and lay on the ground a little tired. He weakly raised his head and looked at the leisurely little black bee not far away and said, "Did you tell me those two secrets after I gave you the elixir?" Chen Feng heard the words of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, raised his head, squinted his eyes slightly, and thought in his heart, "Bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, I knew you couldn't help it. Look, I've exhausted you. With your patience, your persistence to this point is already the limit." Chen Feng was thinking about this, and his heart was filled with joy, and a joyful expression emanated from his eyes. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast saw the look in Chen Feng's eyes, and was helpless, who made him curious about the secret of the little black bee in front of him. He could only silently pray to Chen Feng not to ask for too much soul from him. Medicine. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast looked at Chen Feng with helpless eyes, quietly waiting for Chen Feng's answer. Chen Feng looked up and down the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, as if he was assessing how many elixirs were hidden in the cave of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. Gradually, just when the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast's patience was about to run out, Chen Feng said unhurriedly, "I don't want much. Just 2 secrets and 10 high-grade god-level elixirs." When the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast heard Chen Feng's loud mouth, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. There was an unbelievable look in his eyes, and he couldn't help but look Chen Feng up and down again, as if he had just met Chen Feng. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast looked at it for a long time before speaking to Chen Feng. "Little black bee, what did you say? Say it again." The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast still couldn't believe what Chen Feng said, and couldn't help but ask Chen Feng again. There was no expression in Chen Feng's eyes, and he repeated what he had just said slowly and slowly, as if he did not feel the slightest sense of guilt for his words. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast heard Chen Feng's repeated words, and then realized that he was not dreaming. A bitter melon-like smile appeared on his face, and he said to Chen Feng, "Little black bee, you also need to understand my situation. If you don't try to trick me like this, I just want to know these 2 secrets. Are these 2 secrets so important? They are more important than 20 high-grade gods. The elixir is even more precious. Qin Feng smiled slightly at the bloodthirsty Lin beast, touched his chin with his front foot, and pretended to be thoughtful. Seeing Chen Feng's appearance, the bloodthirsty Lin beast thought that his request was on point, and looked at Qin Feng with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Qin Feng looked at the expectant eyes of the bloodthirsty Lin beast, raised a smile on his lips, and said to the bloodthirsty Lin beast, "Precious? Of course it is precious. Whether it is to you or to me, it is extremely precious." Although Qin Feng said so, he didn't think so in his heart. Qin Feng thought secretly in his heart, "Of course these secrets are nothing to me. But for a bloodthirsty Lin Flame beast like you, who is quite curious, it is not the same thing." Chapter 278 Secret Revealed. The bloodthirsty Lin beast wanted to know 2 of Qin Feng's secrets. But Qin Feng would not tell the bloodthirsty Lin beast his secrets like this. Qin Feng asked the bloodthirsty Lin beast to give him the elixir in exchange for his secrets. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Previously, the bloodthirsty Lin beast took the lead and kept asking Qin Feng's clone to fight him. However, now there is indeed a big comeback, and Qin Feng has become the leader. Faced with Qin Feng's request and secret seduction, the bloodthirsty Lin beast couldn't help but make a difficult choice. In the end, it couldn't hold back its curiosity and asked Qin Feng how much elixir he would need in exchange for his secret. Qin Feng's lion opened his mouth, which was very painful for the bloodthirsty Lin beast. Qin Feng glanced at the bloodthirsty Lin beast and continued thinking in his mind. These secrets make you a bloodthirsty Lin beast, scratch your head and keep you awake at night. So the value has doubled. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel happy when he thought of this. He could imagine the expression on the bloodthirsty Lin beast's face as he took out the elixir. When the bloodthirsty Lin beast heard such words, he felt a sense of frustration in his heart and said silently to Qin Feng, "Little black bee, please spare me and let me produce a 3rd less elixir. Okay? You must also be considerate of my difficulties. Look at this vast ocean of magma. How can I can find so many elixirs for you and give them to you? Aren't you making things difficult for me?" Qin Feng tilted his head, glanced at the bloodthirsty Lin beast, and murmured to himself, "Embarrassed? Did I embarrass you? This bloodthirsty flaming beast? Don't forget that I was the one who was embarrassed in the beginning. I am a bee who is good at everything except for being vengeful. I am not averse to what you did to me. I remember every bit of it." The bloodthirsty Lin beast heard Qin Feng's words and secretly complained about Qin Feng's cunning and unyielding retribution. The bloodthirsty Lin beast knew that Qin Feng could not leave any room for him. So he nodded helplessly and spit out 20 elixirs from the 2 heads with great pain. When Qin Feng saw the 20 elixirs spit out by the bloodthirsty Lin beast, he couldn't help but shook his head in disgust and couldn't help but think in his heart. These 20 elixirs were spat out from the mouth of the bloodthirsty Lin beast. Can they still be eaten? Are they all stained with the saliva of the bloodthirsty Lin beast? Qin Feng carefully observed the 20 elixirs, but found that there was not a trace of saliva remaining on these 20 elixirs, which could be described as extremely dry. However, Qin Feng still glanced at the bloodthirsty Lin beast uneasily and asked, "Bloodthirsty Lin beast, these 20 elixirs were spit out from your mouth. Can they still be used?" The bloodthirsty Lin beast couldn't help but feel angry secretly after hearing Qin Feng's words. The huge eyes on its 2 huge heads stared closely at Qin Feng for a long time before speaking to Qin Feng. "Little black bee, what do you mean by these words? Do you not believe me? Don't you know that monsters like us have a sac to store things in their bodies?" Qin Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard this. He looked up and down at the bloodthirsty Lin beast before he believed this fact. Then, Qin Feng flew in front of the pile of elixirs. Qin Feng was not afraid that the bloodthirsty Lin beast in front of him would know the secret of his own water drop space. Qin Feng's bee feet landed directly on the elixirs. He used several bee feet together to pick up an elixir and threw it into the water drop space. He repeated this action. When the bloodthirsty Lin beast saw the elixir disappearing in front of his eyes, he felt a throbbing pain in his heart. In the end, it was really hard to look at it anymore, and he couldn't help but twist his 2 huge heads to the side, and only occasionally use the corner of his eye scan Qin Feng and the elixir in front of Qin Feng. As if on purpose, Qin Feng slowly put the elixirs into the water drop space, glancing at the bloodthirsty Lin beast from time to time. The bloodthirsty Lin beast didn't return to the original place until he saw Qin Feng put all the elixirs into the water drop space. Then the bloodthirsty Lin beast turned back his 2 huge heads and looked at the old god. Qin Feng said, "Little black bee, you can tell me your secret now. I have followed your request and given you all 20 elixirs. I have not broken my promise. And I hope you will not break your promise either. Qin Feng glanced at the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast unhurriedly, touched his chin, and said, "That's natural. Monsters can't stand without faith. If you didn't break your promise, I won't do anything like that." Qin Feng paused, cleared his throat, and continued to speak to the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. "Don't you want to know? Then I will tell you now. However, I still have a condition. I hope you can agree to it." The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast waved its huge front hooves impatiently and said to Qin Feng, "Little black bee, why are you in so much trouble? Tell me, what conditions do you want to agree to?" Qin Feng glanced at the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast with a look of urgency and impatience in his eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qin Feng knew that the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast in front of him was quite upright, so he also don't argue with him. Qin Feng paused and pondered for a while before speaking to the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. "My request is the secret I tell you. You cannot tell other monsters. Can you do it?" The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast heard Qin Feng's words and couldn't help but sneered and said to Qin Feng, "Little black bee, you are worried too much. How can there be so many monsters who want to know your secrets? It's me who wants to know your secrets so much. Besides, since you told me, how can I get rid of these things? The elixir also shows that you trust me, and I am obliged to keep your secret." Qin Feng heard the words of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast and couldn't help but nodded. When he received the affirmative answer from the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, Qin Feng felt relieved and no longer had to worry about his secret being leaked. Besides, as long as this bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast sends him to the next level, he may lose his memory when he returns to his own magma, so he doesn't have to worry too much about the secret being leaked. Qin Feng thought of this, cleared his throat, and said unhurriedly, "The little black bee you just talked to is my clone, so it's normal that he looks the same as me." After Qin Feng said this, he glanced at the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. Qin Feng saw that the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast was like a well-behaved baby beast, listening carefully to Qin Feng's secret. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast heard Qin Feng pause and couldn't help asking urgently, "What about these glorious worker bees?" Qin Feng looked at the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast with an anxious expression. A smile appeared on his lips, and he said slowly, "Because I have the ability to summon worker bees, bringing them in will not be a problem." Chapter 279 Ruthless Rejection. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast wanted to know Qin Feng's secret, but Qin Feng would not easily tell the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast his secret. He asked the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast to exchange his secrets for the elixir. After some decisions, the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast finally made up his mind and took out his elixir in exchange for Qin Feng's 2 secrets. Qin Feng did not break his promise. When he obtained the elixir from the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, he also told the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast his secret. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast heard Qin Feng's 2 secrets, and squeaked a few times with some unfinished thoughts. He glanced at Qin Feng, turned back arrogantly, and ignored Qin Feng. When Qin Feng saw such a bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, he couldn't help but shook his head. The smile on his face always showed no sign of disappearing. For a moment, there were no words from any monsters in this area, and it couldn't help but quiet down. It was so quiet that you could hear the sound of the flowing magma. At this time, Qin Feng thought of another question, secretly observed the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, and then said unhurriedly, "Bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, let me ask you a question." The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast heard Qin Feng's question, and turned its 2 huge heads back at the same time. It glanced at Qin Feng, with a hint of arrogance in its eyes, as if it was saying that a monster like me is so arrogant, and now I am with you, speaking. Just be grateful. Qin Feng saw the expression of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast and couldn't help but feel angry and funny in his heart. All kinds of emotions were mixed in his heart for a moment. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast glanced at Qin Feng and then said, "Little black bee, if you have any questions, just ask me and I will answer it directly for you. Unlike you, I always put interests first." The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast gave Qin Feng a look that looked so arrogant to me. When Qin Feng heard the words of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, he couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. He knew that the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast always remembered the fact that he gave him the elixir. He shook his head slightly, and it was different from the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. The beast was fussy, and said to the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, "I want to ask you, why are you so persistent in my secret? I remember that after you sent me to the next level, you would forget everything when you returned to the magma. Why did you spend 20 elixirs in exchange for 2 of my secrets? When the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast heard Qin Feng's words, his expression changed slightly, as if Qin Feng had discovered something. Then, he raised his head proudly, and said to Qin Feng, "Can I do it?" Qin Feng heard the words of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, and there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast glanced at Qin Feng's facial expression, and his arrogance slowly subsided. He raised his head and looked into the distance, as if he had seen the past through the layers of rocks, and seemed to be thinking about it. "What?" After a long while, the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast said to Qin Feng, "We have been in this devil's cave, as your monsters that break through the barrier, for I don't know how many years. Every time you break through the barrier, we will forget everything, whether it is good or bad. But like this day after day, year after year we get bored." The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast paused, and continued with an unknown meaning in his voice. "Sometimes, we need to find something to occupy our time. Although we will forget your secrets after learning them, it can add some fun to our lives." The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast's eyes gradually became distant again, and its voice became somewhat ethereal, as if ghosts were floating over from all directions. "And elixirs are not particularly useful to me. We don't need to improve our strength too much. Even if we are improving, we are only stuck in this realm. Under your kills, there will be unlimited the resurrection. Therefore, it is no loss if it is given to you." When Qin Feng heard the words of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, his eyes couldn't help but light up, and his eyes kept spinning in his eye sockets, as if he was holding back some bad ideas. Qin Feng smiled, at the bloodthirsty Lin Flame beast. "Since the elixir is of no use to you, why not give it all to me?" The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast curled his lips, glanced at Qin Feng, with a hint of disdain in his eyes, and said to Qin Feng, "You just did that to me. Do you think it's possible for me to give you the elixir?" When Qin Feng heard the words of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, he couldn't help but sigh, with a wry smile on his face, and said to the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, "Look, aren't I forced to do nothing?" The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast couldn't help but snorted coldly when he heard Qin Feng's words, and didn't want to pay attention to Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced at the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast who ignored him, narrowed his eyes slightly, and the smile on the corner of his mouth widened. He gave full play to his cheeky characteristics, and kept talking to the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. "Look, your elixir is of no use in your hands. Just give it to me. I can tell you whatever you want to know." The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast held up its two huge heads arrogantly. It was not moved by Qin Feng's words at all. It glanced at Qin Feng and said arrogantly, "I don't want to know anything now, and I have no interest in your secrets." When Qin Feng heard the words of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, he couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration rising from his heart. He lowered his head dejectedly and felt sad. At this moment, Qin Feng felt that a large piece of the elixir in front of him was leaving him, just like a duck that had reached its beak and flew away. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast secretly glanced at Qin Feng, and when he saw Qin Feng's appearance, he felt a little unbearable. He couldn't help but open his mouth, and then slowly closed it again. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast lowered his head and pondered for a while, then raised his head again and said to Qin Feng, "Little black bee, don't feel depressed. After all, among the many monsters that successfully broke through the level, you got the most elixirs. Besides, I am in the devil's cave as the monster that prevents you from breaking through, and I can't bend the law for personal gain to help you. Otherwise, I will be punished when the time comes." Qin Feng heard the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast's words, put away the decadent and melancholy expression on his face, and stared at the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast with burning eyes. "Then the 20 elixirs you gave me will have an impact on you. Will you be punished?" The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast heard Qin Feng's words. His eyes were slightly wet, and he said to Qin Feng, "Little black bee, it's really not easy for you to care about me. But don't worry. These elixirs were given to you in exchange for me, so they won't have any impact on me." Qin Feng rolled his eyes. A smile appeared on his lips, and said to the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, "Then we are making a deal. You will exchange all the elixirs for me. This will kill two birds with one stone. You will not be punished, and I will get what I want. How about that?" Chapter 280. A False Alarm. After Qin Feng told the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast his two secrets, he couldn't help but satisfy the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast's curiosity. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast got what he wanted, showing a state of purity of heart and asceticism. However, when Qin Feng learned that the elixir was of no use to the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, he couldn't help but want to trick the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast into getting all the elixirs for his own consumption. At this moment, what Qin Feng didn't expect was that the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast was not deceived. It kept scanning Chen Feng with arrogant eyes. Not only that, but also told Chen Feng that if he gave him his elixir unconditionally, he would after being punished. Chen Feng had no choice but to think of another way, and couldn't help but want to make a deal with the bloodthirsty Linyan beast. The bloodthirsty Linyan beast couldn't help being slightly startled when he heard Chen Feng's words. He never thought that Chen Feng would be so persistent in the elixir. However, in a flash, he reacted and shook his head at Chen Feng in the affirmative. His face showed there is no negotiable attitude at all. Chen Feng saw the attitude of the bloodthirsty Linyan beast and knew that this was impossible. However, he wanted to fight for it and kept looking at the bloodthirsty Linyan beast. The bloodthirsty Linyan beast glanced at Chen Feng, who was staring at him closely. He didn't care that Chen Feng had a pleading look on his face at this moment. He snorted coldly and turned back arrogantly, no longer talking to Chen Feng. After a day of fighting, the bloodthirsty Linyan beast felt a little tired all over his body. He just lay on the bank of the magma. Soon he felt that the eyelids on his head were constantly fighting, and he felt sleepy. In an instant, it hit his whole body. Slowly, the bloodthirsty Linyan beast lowered its guard and fell into sleep. The bloodthirsty Linyan beast knew that Chen Feng would not take action against him. If Chen Feng made a move against him, he would only be resurrected in the magma and would not be able to attack him. There is no loss. But if this happens, Chen Feng will not only be unable to find the entrance to the next level, but he will also gain nothing. Even if Chen Feng wants the elixir of the bloodthirsty Linyan beast and kills the bloodthirsty Linyan beast again, it will be difficult to obtain the elixir that the bloodthirsty Linyan beast has hidden for many years. The gain is not worth the loss. Even if any monster can making a choice. The bloodthirsty Linyan beast fell asleep without any worries in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng stared closely at the bloodthirsty Linyan beast. But he never thought that in an instant, the sound of even breathing could be heard from the bloodthirsty Linyan beast. He couldn't help but be a little stunned, and could only give up and retract his gaze, looking at the red magma that was continuously flowing forward. He sighed softly, as if he had infinite melancholy. Gradually, Chen Feng relaxed. He only felt a sense of exhaustion emerging from his body after fighting for a day. Then he closed his eyes and exuded the sound of even breathing, while the glorious worker bees slowly moved towards Chen Feng. Get closer and surround Chen Feng in your circle to prevent Chen Feng from being harmed. There was no words for a night, and Chen Feng slept soundly that night, because the temperature continuously emitted by the magma filled the cave, warming their bodies. From time to time a force would quietly enter their bodies. Constantly it relieves the fatigue in their bodies. The next morning, Chen Feng opened his hazy sleepy eyes in a sunless morning. What he saw was the red magma. He was slightly startled, and he couldn't help but recall what happened before. In an instant, his head sobered up. At this moment, Chen Feng suddenly remembered what he had experienced before setting off in the first level. Chen Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes, and was stunned for a moment. To be honest, the final death of the demon-subduing chanting demon in the first level gave Chen Feng too many blows. At that moment, his heart was filled with dense guilt. After all, if the demon-subduing heaven was not destroyed because of Chen Feng himself, will suffer that catastrophe. Afterwards, Chen Feng regained consciousness and immediately looked around, looking for the figure of the bloodthirsty Linyan beast. However, at this moment, in front of Chen Feng, where the bloodthirsty Linyan beast was resting, there was no bloodthirsty Linyan beast figure. Chen Feng couldn't help being a little surprised, and his heart was filled with panic. In this area, the body of the bloodthirsty Linyan beast is relatively large, and its length is quite distinctive. Its two huge heads are particularly conspicuous in the open rock. However, Chen Feng looked far away and found no trace of the bloodthirsty traces of the Linyan beast. Chen Feng turned around and looked at the glorious worker bees, with a sharp look in his eyes and a slightly anxious tone. Have you ever seen the bloodthirsty Linyan beast? Do you know where the bloodthirsty Linyan beast is gone? The glorious worker bees couldn't help but tremble slightly when they saw Chen Feng, who was exuding a fierce aura. When they heard Chen Feng's question, they immediately knelt on one knee on the rock wall and said to Chen Feng respectfully, "Report to the king. We did not find the bloodthirsty Linyan beast when we woke up. Therefore, we don't know where the bloodthirsty Linyan beast has gone." Chen Feng heard this and screamed in his heart. However, after all, Chen Feng had experienced so many things. In an instant, he forced himself to calm down and kept analyzing the situation in front of him. Chen Feng thought in his heart with, "This night, I have been here all the time, and the glory worker bees are all around me. If there is a monster that wants to kill the bloodthirsty Linyan beast, it can be done quietly. Kill here, with vibrating wings. Chen Feng flew down from the rock wall and stopped at the place where the bloodthirsty Lin beast was resting. He observed it carefully and thought in his heart, "There is not a trace of blood on this ground. If the bloodthirsty Lin beast is killed, there will be no trace of blood or battle left behind. Even if it is a battle, it will make a sound. According to the vigilance of the glorious worker bees and I, it is said that as long as it makes a sound, it will wake us up. So the bloodthirsty Lin beast should be fine." Chen Feng thought of this and was even more sure of his thoughts. At this moment, he knew that the bloodthirsty Lin beast was not attacked by other monsters. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He slowly sat on the ground and waited the arrival of the bloodthirsty Lin beast. He knew that the bloodthirsty Lin beast was definitely a monster that kept its word and would never break its promise. When the glorious worker bees saw their king sitting on the ground, they slowly gathered around and waited with Chen Feng. Time passed in minutes and seconds. I don't know how long it took. Changes occurred in the magma, and another vortex was created. The vortex slowly expanded, sucking in all the surrounding magma. In the middle of the vortex, a black hole appeared, and the bloodthirsty Lin beast walked out of the black hole. When Chen Feng saw the figure of the bloodthirsty Lin beast, a smile appeared on his lips, and the big stone in his heart slowly fell. Chapter 281 Misunderstanding. Chen Feng talked with the bloodthirsty Lin beast for a while, and then fell asleep in exhaustion. After a night, Chen Feng slowly opened his relaxed sleepy eyes, only to feel that the feeling of fatigue was washed away from his body, replaced by feel refreshed. However, Chen Feng suddenly thought of what he had experienced in the first level, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. He looked around, looking for the bloodthirsty Lin beast that had disappeared. Chen Feng asked the glory worker bees. They had never seen the bloodthirsty Lin flame beast. Chen Feng slowly calmed down, thought about it over and over again, and finally confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the bloodthirsty Lin flame beast. So, he relaxed and led the glorious worker bees to wait for the return of the bloodthirsty Lin beast. Just as Chen Feng expected, the bloodthirsty Lin beast came back not long after. The bloodthirsty Lin beast came out of the lava. When he saw Chen Feng staying where he had been lying when he had rested, a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. He looked around and saw the glory worker bee again. They also stayed around Chen Feng and couldn't help but become more confused. The bloodthirsty Lin beast slowly walked forward, looked at Chen Feng and asked, "Huh? Why are you here?" Chen Feng couldn't help being surprised when he saw the eyes of the two huge heads of the bloodthirsty Lin beast. He thought that the bloodthirsty Lin beast had walked out of the magma and didn't recognize him. However, when he heard the words of the bloodthirsty Lin beast, with the words of the blood Lin flame beast, I realized that I was worrying too much. Chen Feng rolled his eyes at the bloodthirsty Lin beast, looked a little melancholy, and said to the bloodthirsty Lin beast with some dissatisfaction, "I also wanted to ask you where you were, but you made it easy for me to find you. You just left quietly without saying hello." The bloodthirsty Lin beast glanced at Chen Feng suspiciously and said unhurriedly, "Little black bee, you are afraid that if I leave here, I won't be able to lead you to the next level, right?" The bloodthirsty Lin beast paused, assumed a rather nonchalant attitude, and continued to speak to Chen Feng. "Little black bee, don't worry. Since I have promised you, I will never break my promise." Chen Feng couldn't help but become even more angry when he heard the bloodthirsty Lin beast's words, and couldn't help but feel a little too lazy to pay attention to the bloodthirsty Lin beast. The bloodthirsty Lin beast looked at Chen Feng, who was a little confused. Questions flashed through his mind, and he said innocently to Chen Feng, "Isn't it? Little black bee, you speak?" Chen Feng calmed down for a while, feeling a little impetuous in his heart, then sighed and spoke feebly to the bloodthirsty Lin flaming beast. "Bloodthirsty Lin beast, I was afraid that something would happen to you. In the first level, the demon subduing Shinto demon was attacked. I was afraid that you would follow in his footsteps, so I wanted to find you." The bloodthirsty Lin beast couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard Chen Feng's words. He looked up and down before Chen Feng said, "Are you saying that there are monsters targeting you in the demon cave? However, since the demon subduing Shinto demon in the first level was attacked, his life should be fine." Chen Feng shook his head, with a somewhat sad look on his face. He closed his eyes slightly, as if the scene of the demon Qian Tung Yao's death appeared in front of him again. When he opened his eyes again, there was no trace of emotion between them, fluctuations, and said to the bloodthirsty Lin beast, "After being attacked by a monster, he was seriously injured. When I rushed over, the demon suppressing Cheeto Yao had already breathed his last. The bloodthirsty Lin beast couldn't help but take 2 steps back in surprise, staring at Chen Feng closely, with a look of disbelief in its eyes, and said to Chen Feng, "Then how did you get to this level? Without the guidance of the monster that breaks through the level, you can't enter the next level." Chen Feng sighed, took out a prismatic green crystal from the water drop space, and said to the bloodthirsty Lin beast, "The demon subduing Sento demon gave me one of these before returning to his original place." The bloodthirsty Lin beast saw the prismatic green crystal in Chen Feng's foot. Finally, he believed what Chen Feng said, sighed, and said to Chen Feng, "Little black bee, I blamed you wrongly." Chen Feng shook his head slightly, with a smile on his lips. "I didn't explain this to you, which caused the misunderstanding, and I don't blame you." The bloodthirsty Lin beast suddenly looked serious. He glanced at the prismatic green crystal in Chen Feng's feet, and said to Chen Feng in earnest, "Little black bee, you have to put this crystal away. You may need it in future levels. For example, if a monster doesn't take you to find the entrance to the next level, you can take out this crystal. Go find this crystal, but don't use it every time. Its energy is not infinite, and there will always be a moment when it is exhausted." Chen Feng heard the bloodthirsty Lin beast's words, and a look of gratitude appeared in his eyes. He nodded to the bloodthirsty Lin beast and said, "Thank you for the reminder. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known." The bloodthirsty Lin beast glanced at Chen Feng with arrogant eyes, and his face was full of arrogance. When Chen Feng saw such a bloodthirsty Lin beast, all the emotions in his heart were instantly broken, and he couldn't help but raise a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then, Chen Feng thought of something again, and looked at the bloodthirsty Lin beast, who was still arrogant, and said, "By the way, where did you go when you got up so early?" The 2 huge heads of the bloodthirsty Lin beast shook slightly, and then he remembered why Chen Feng had been staying here. He glanced at Chen Feng, with a smile on his lips, and said to Chen Feng, "I just wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect it to be such an unexpected mistake, causing you to have a false alarm." After the bloodthirsty Lin beast finished speaking, he couldn't help but shake his head. When Chen Feng heard the bloodthirsty Lin beast's words, he couldn't help but be startled. His eyes were full of doubts. He tilted his head and said to the bloodthirsty Lin beast with a hint of curiosity in his eyes, "What's the surprise? Show me quickly." But Chen Feng then thought of something else and quietly took 2 steps back, thinking in his heart, "What exactly is the surprise that this bloodthirsty Lin beast is talking about? It's not trying to scare me, right? With his character, if he wants to surprise me, he will definitely surprise me. No, I'd better do my best. Be mentally prepared." At this moment, the bloodthirsty Lin beast, which was immersed in the fantasy of Chen Feng's expression when he saw his surprise, did not notice anything unusual about Chen Feng. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth from time to time, and then he cleared his throat. His face became serious. He lowered his head and looked closely at Chen Feng in front of him. When Chen Feng saw such a bloodthirsty Lin beast, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He also stared at the bloodthirsty Lin beast closely. The bloodthirsty Lin beast and Chen Feng stared at it for a long time, and they were just in a stalemate. No one said anything. Move! Just like when they first started fighting. Chapter 282 Surprise. The bloodthirsty Lin beast told Chen Feng that he wanted to give him a surprise. And then, the 2 monster beasts stared at each other in a stalemate. The glory worker bees beside them looked at Chen Feng for a while, and then at the bloodthirsty Lin beast, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Chen Feng finally couldn't help but break the calm between the 2 monsters, and said to the bloodthirsty Lin beast, "Bloodthirsty Lin beast, where is your surprise?" When the bloodthirsty Lin beast heard Chen Feng's words, it seemed as if he had just thought of why he was looking at Chen Feng like this. He couldn't help but feel annoyed, and smiled, at Chen Feng. Then, he saw the 2 giant heads on his head. After taking a deep breath, 2 lumps slowly bulged in the neck above the head. Chen Feng looked at the scene in front of him with some curiosity, but in order to ensure his own safety, Chen Feng took 2 steps back. The bloodthirsty Lin beast felt that it was almost done. He glanced at Chen Feng and slowly spit it out. A bunch of elixirs came out from his mouth. Judging from the number of elixirs, there were about 30 or 50. When Chen Feng saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. He raised his head and looked at the bloodthirsty Lin Flame beast with disbelief. His tone was trembling as he looked at the bloodthirsty Lin Flame beast. Salamander said, "Are these elixirs for me?" The bloodthirsty Lin beast saw Chen Feng's expression. The smile on his lips slowly widened. He nodded slightly, and said to Chen Feng, "Yes." Chen Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes, stepped forward with his short legs, and walked forward step by step, constantly approaching the group of elixirs. Just when Chen Feng wanted to jump into the elixirs and feel when he breathed the elixir, the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast stopped Chen Feng's steps. When Chen Feng saw the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast blocking him, he couldn't help but look at him with some confusion. The excitement in his mind slowly calmed down. At this moment, he thought of the most important thing. He couldn't help but look at the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast and said, "You gave me all these elixirs. Will you be punished?" The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast rolled its eyes at Chen Feng, and then said to Chen Feng angrily, "I just remembered the key question. I really want to give you these elixirs, but I don't give them to you for nothing. I also have a condition." Chen Feng nodded to express his understanding, and then said to the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast, "Tell me what the conditions are." Bloodthirsty Lin Yin thought for a long time, looked at Chen Feng, and said somewhat naively, "I haven't thought about it yet." When Chen Feng heard the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast's words, he couldn't help but laugh a little. He lowered his head and thought for a while before speaking to the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast. "Let's do this. How about I help you come up with a condition in exchange for these elixirs?" The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast tilted its two huge heads, glanced at Chen Feng, thought for a while, and then said to Chen Feng, "Good." Chen Feng stared closely at the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast. A smile appeared on his lips. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then he said to the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast, "The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast, I have come up with the conditions." Chen Feng paused and glanced at the expression of the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast. However, at this moment, the eyes of the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast were just filled with curiosity. He tilted his two huge heads and asked, following Chen Feng's words, "What are the conditions? Tell me quickly." Chen Feng cleared his throat, put another smile on his lips, and said to the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast, "That means using my most precious thing, royal jelly, in exchange for these elixirs of yours." The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast sighed and nodded slowly. Chen Feng glanced at the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast, took out a can of royal jelly from the water drop space, and said to the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast, "I know you are very disappointed when you hear this result, but don't be disappointed yet. Just taste this royal jelly and think about it." The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast lowered his head, looked at the royal jelly in front of him, and couldn't help but look up and down. When Chen Feng saw such a bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He took a step forward and removed the leaves sealed on the jar that had just contained honey. In an instant, the sweet and delicious fragrance of royal jelly came out from there. It emanated from the jar and entered the nasal cavity of the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast in an instant, constantly attracting the greedy insects in the body of the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast. The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast stared closely at the small jar of royal jelly, but the rather cautious bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast did not immediately step forward to taste the royal jelly. Chen Feng took out a straw from the water drop space, inserted it into the small jar of royal jelly, and took 2 big sips. The royal jelly entered Chen Feng's mouth, and the bees that Chen Feng enjoyed went to his eyes. Seeing Chen Feng like this, the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast was still a little hesitant, its eyes constantly drifting towards the small jar of royal jelly. Chen Feng took out another straw from the water drop space, inserted it into the royal jelly, and waited quietly. The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast stared closely at the thick, fragrant royal jelly, and couldn't help but swallow. Finally, he couldn't bear it any longer, and involuntarily walked forward, picked up the straw, and took a big sip. Royal jelly entered the mouth of the head of the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast. The sweet, but not greasy taste lingered on the tongue. I felt that the sweet taste could bite off my own tongue. Suddenly, addicted to it, unable to extricate itself, the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast couldn't help but narrow its eyes, licked its mouth with some dissatisfaction, and couldn't help but take a big sip with a straw after being hit by a head, making the same expression. When Chen Feng saw such a bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and snicker. Then, suppressing his laughter, he cleared his throat and asked, "How is it? How does royal jelly taste?" The bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast heard Chen Feng's words and nodded slightly. However, in an instant, his expression changed again, and he raised his 2 heads proudly and said calmly, "It's not that great. That's all." Chen Feng heard the words of the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast and knew that the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast in front of him wanted to save face and suffered. However, Chen Feng pretended not to understand, with a look of loss in his eyes, and faced the bloodthirsty Lin Yin beast said, "Then since it's not that good, just give it back to me. I'm thinking of other conditions." When the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast heard Chen Feng's words, he couldn't help but cast an angry look at Chen Feng. Chen Feng saw the expression of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast and couldn't help laughing. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast heard Chen Feng's laughter and became even more angry. He threw aside the straw inserted in the royal jelly, picked up the jar, and poured the royal jelly into his mouth. Within a few seconds, the royal jelly reached the bottom. When Chen Feng saw the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast looking like this, he couldn't help but stood aside in a daze. It wasn't until the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast put down the empty jar of honey that he came back to his senses and said to the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast angrily, "Didn't you say that royal jelly is not good? How could you drink them all into your stomach?" Chapter 283 Boulder. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast finished drinking the royal jelly, stretched out its tongue and licked its own mouth, tasting it with some unfinished thoughts. After a long time, it glanced at Chen Feng and said to Chen Feng without answering the question, "I promised you to exchange your royal jelly for my elixir. As long as you give me 10 jars of royal jelly, you can take away all the elixirs I have here." When Chen Feng heard the words of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. His eyes kept blinking, unable to believe the fact in front of him. After a long time, the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast didn't hear Chen Feng's reply, so he lowered his proud head and looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng felt the gaze of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, and then he regained consciousness and said to the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, "Do you know how precious this royal jelly is? I have been saving it for a long time, but I don't have that luxury, let alone that much royal jelly. You asking me for 10 cans of royal jelly at this moment is really too much." Chen Feng didn't want to give all the royal jelly he had worked so hard to brew to the bloodthirsty flaming beast at this moment. For Chen Feng, 10 cans of royal jelly in exchange for these elixirs in front of him would be a bit of a loss. Chen Feng's royal jelly is a unique item in the world. Except for the glorious worker bees, the royal jelly brewed by other worker bees will not be better than his own royal jelly in terms of quality and taste. The eyes on the two huge heads of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast blinked and stared at Chen Feng closely. "Little black bee, you are too stingy. I would have felt a loss if I exchanged these precious elixirs in front of you for 10 cans of royal jelly. If I hadn't been pleased with you and wanted to give you my elixir, I won't do such a loss-making business." Chen Feng heard the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast's words and said firmly to the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, 5 cans. No bargaining." When the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast saw Chen Feng with such a determined attitude, a flash of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Then, he lowered his head, pondered for a moment, thought about it in his mind, and then raised his head again, his eyes burning, staring at Chen Feng. He nodded slightly and said, "Okay, 5 cans. 5 cans." A smile appeared on Chen Feng's lips, and he said to the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, "Make a deal." Chen Feng took out 5 cans of royal jelly from the water drop space and handed them to the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. After the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast took the royal jelly, Chen Feng quietly landed on the elixir, sweeping all the elixirs away. "Enter your own water drop space." When the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast was secretly happy and did not notice him, Chen Feng directly carried the glory worker bees beside him. After Chen Feng put everything in order, he directly interrupted the joy of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast holding royal jelly and said to the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast, "Let's go to the entrance of the next level." The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast glanced at Chen Feng, put away the smile on his face, held up his 2 heads proudly, nodded slightly, and then walked in front. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast led Chen Feng across the rock bridge to the other side, and then walked aside for a long time. At this moment, in front of him, there was a tall and towering rock. This rock was upgraded from the one Chen Feng had previously avoided. The rock at the back is almost the same, except that this rock is bigger than that one. The bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast glanced at Chen Feng again and said, "Are you ready?" Chen Feng nodded slightly, and an unknown look flashed in the eyes of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. He nodded slightly towards Chen Feng, and then turned back. The red eyes on the 2 huge heads tightly stare closely at the huge stone in front of you. Then, the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast proudly raised its 2 huge heads and let out a long roar, triggering waves of roars from the rocks in this area. Chen Feng stared closely at the boulder. He saw energy waves emitting from the boulder, as if echoing the bloodthirsty flaming beast. Chen Feng felt a little magical and slowly stepped back 2 steps. Step forward to prevent yourself from being hurt by those light waves. Then, the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast was exuding crimson flames from the 2 huge mouths of the bloodthirsty Lin Yan beast. It spit out flame balls one after another, and rushed directly towards the boulder. But the flames rushed towards it. The positions are not the same. The fireballs spit out by the bloodthirsty Linian beast hit the east, west, south, north, and middle directions on the boulder. Slowly, the bloodthirsty Linian beast hit the people on the boulder. The speed is getting faster and faster. After hitting it 9 times, the bloodthirsty Linian beast gasped slightly, and then slowly stopped. Then, the bloodthirsty Linian beast's arrogant eyes fell on the stone. Qin Feng stared at the stone closely, taking in all the changes in the stone. I saw that the stone continued to emit more and more violent energy fluctuations as the bloodthirsty Linian beast was struck, and continued to spread to the 4 surroundings. This could not help but cause the flowing magma to surge continuously. The continuous and ferocious blows hit the rock, and lines of magma were carved on the rock. Slowly, the magma slowly formed a vortex under the energy fluctuations, drawing the surrounding magma into it. At the same time, the boulder seemed to have shed a layer of skin. The red and brown rock surface outside faded and disappeared. And then a door appeared. Qin Feng's eyes wandered between the magma and the boulder. He observed that both of them were activated at the same time, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the bloodthirsty Linian beast. If I leave you, I will return to your original place, right? The bloodthirsty Linian beast nodded and said to Qin Feng, yes, the rest will depend on your own efforts. Keep moving forward and don't look back. I wish you a safe journey. Then, the bloodthirsty Linian beast walked towards the magma without looking back. Qin Feng opened his mouth to say something, then slowly closed it. But in the end, he said nothing. Qin Feng knew that this was just a chance encounter, and that the bloodthirsty flaming beast in front of him was just a passerby beside him, and was of no importance in the buzz of his own buzz. However, facing the separation, Qin Feng still felt a little sad in his heart. The corners of Qin Feng's eyes were slightly wet. He looked at the bloodthirsty Linian beast that had disappeared into the magma. He couldn't help but sigh, turned around, and got into the door. Qin Feng only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and his whole body was filled with a white halo. He felt his eyes blurred. Qin Feng closed his eyes involuntarily. When he opened them again, the scene in front of him had changed. In front of Qin Feng's eyes, there is an endless desert. The sun in the sky is constantly emitting scorching light, burning the earth. The yellow sand on the ground can't help but shine with the luster of stars under the shining of the sun, reflected in Qin Feng's eyes. Chapter 284. A little green. Qin Feng looked at the yellow sand in front of him and felt a stinging pain. He slowly closed his eyes, then opened them again, and then felt a little better. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! The mission target is 1000 Shenwu 7th level Mirror Monster Beast and Ghost Demon Poison Scorpion. The mission time is 5 days. Please pay attention to the host. When Qin Feng heard the system's words, he couldn't help being a little dumbfounded and stood aside in a daze. Feeling the burning sensation of the sun shining on his body, Qin Feng calmed down and thought to himself, oh my god! This system is too confusing. The difficulty level was increased as soon as I upgraded, and there were 1000 monsters at the 7th level of Divine Martial Arts. The Ghost Demon Poisonous Scorpion. This Ghost Demon Poisonous Scorpion can be said to be the most powerful monster in the desert. Or, he can use the terrain to kill the monsters in Shenwu 9 Chongqing. If I go to kill those Ghost Demon Poisonous Scorpions, wouldn't it be equivalent to stabbing the scorpion's nest? Qin Feng couldn't help but feel helpless. However, he could only fly forward. He couldn't be burned by the sun. In the end, it would continue to burn and turn into ashes. Qin Feng looked around and saw nothing but the endless desert. He couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. The sun kept shining on him, making it difficult for him to muster his strength. He wanted to stop and take a rest. At this moment, Qin Feng realized that things were not simple. Maybe the ghost demon scorpions in this desert were not so scary. But the sun in the sky and this desert were the most terrifying places. The rays of the sun could make people. The monster feels lazy, does not want to move forward, and wants to stay here forever. And in this desert, the monsters have nowhere to hide. They are constantly under the sun, experiencing the test of the sun, leaving you wandering between moving forward and not moving forward. In this way, you may be on the verge of being tortured, at the extreme point of collapse. If he encounters the ghost demon scorpion again, there will be no possibility of survival. Qin Feng worked hard to cheer up and looked around the desert, thinking in his heart. It turns out that the first 2 levels in this devil's cave are just appetizers, and the fun is behind them. No wonder they all say that the devil's cave is too scary. It turns out that the scary thing is not the monsters, but the levels in the heart. Qin Feng looked down at the desert in front of him again. At this moment, Qin Feng absolutely believed that if the body of a demonic beast was buried under the yellow sand in the desert, the body of the demonic beast would definitely be burned by the sun. The body is roasted. Qin Feng still flew forward unyieldingly. Qin Feng didn't know what he was thinking at this moment. He only knew that there might be something he was looking for far ahead. At this time, in this desert, a little bit of green emerged. That little bit of green is particularly conspicuous in a sea of yellow. Qin Feng couldn't help but speed up the pace of his flight. Only when he got closer did he see that this little bit of green was the desert cactus that could survive in the desert. The cactus was covered with sharp thorns, which kept growing under the sun. The cold light flashes like a warning to the passing monsters. If they want to get close to you, first ask if the thorns on your body will respond. The cactus has grown very large, and it seems to have been there for many years, showing a shadow in the sun. Next to the huge cactus, there are several cactus growing. The cactus is covered with a green coat. Its body is obovate, without a trace of hair on its body, and its thorns are yellow, with the light brown horizontal stripes and the barbs stand upright, showing off to the surrounding monsters. When Qin Feng saw that he no longer had to be exposed to the sun, he immediately got under the green shade of the cactus and kept breathing heavily. Due to the exposure to the sun, Qin Feng's throat also felt a little dry. Unbearable thirst. So, he took out a can of royal jelly from the water space, held a straw with his front feet, and drank in big gulps. At this moment, the royal jelly in front of him was, to Qin Feng, life-saving water in the desert. After the jar of royal jelly reached the bottom, Qin Feng gave up. He chirped with satisfaction, stretched out, laid down under the shade of the cactus, and slowly fell asleep. Qin Feng slept in darkness. As long as the sun moved, the shade of the cactus also moved with it. When he felt the burning sensation, he would follow the shadow and move his body. Even in his sleep, Qin Feng himself never discovered it. It wasn't until he felt that the yellow sand under his body was slowly getting hotter, and the burning sensation spread into his body, that Qin Feng woke up. Qin Feng saw that the shadow of the cactus that covered him had disappeared before his eyes. And at this moment, Qin Feng saw that he was not far away from the cactus. Qin Feng couldn't help but wonder when he saw that he was quite far away from the cactus. He couldn't help but look up and down at the prickly pear and cactus, and found that there was nothing unusual. He couldn't help but shook his head slightly, and thought to himself, maybe it came out of the shadows after I fell asleep. Being in this devil's cave recently has made me nervous. If I see an abnormal phenomenon, I will become suspicious. Qin Feng stood up from the ground, patted the dust, moved to another place, and slowly hid under the shadow formed by the cactus. At this time, Qin Feng heard the sound of conversation coming from a distance, and couldn't help but wonder in his heart, is it possible that there are other monsters in this level? That is to say, it is not just my monster that breaks through the level, but there are other monsters? Then why are there other monsters in the first and second levels? But that's not the case. Qin Feng then thought about it. His head turned rapidly, and he continued to think in his heart. The monsters in the first and second levels will resurrect after being killed. After taking the passer to the next level, they will lose their memory. Is it possible that it is not that there are no other monsters, but that do some monsters encounter different enemies? Maybe there are other monsters in the first level. This is why after I successfully break through the level, there are monsters that can kill the subdued Sinto Yao and prevent me from passing the level. The reason? As for who? A cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. A sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth, and he murmured to himself, First Elder of the Demon King's Hall, I really underestimated you. Your hands are so long that you actually want to kill someone in the demon's cave. It's really a good calculation. This is just a conspiracy. Maybe I am the only monster that was kept in the dark, and the great elder of the Demon King Palace took advantage of this feature to kill me quietly here. Qin Feng looked into the distance, the indifferent arc of his mouth slowly widening. At this time, the voices of the monsters slowly approached, and Qin Feng couldn't help but move his figure immediately, shrinking his small figure into the shadow of the cactus. Chapter 285 Exposed. Qin Feng hid under the shadow of the cactus, and only heard one monster beast talking to another monster beast. How many monsters do you need to kill this time to pass the level? The monster heard the words of the other monster and said thoughtfully, I am a 4th level divine martial artist. I only need to kill 100 violent rats of the same level. I have enough time for the task. The monster beast couldn't help but said in surprise when he heard what the monster beast said. The violet rat is not easy to kill. He is extremely fast, and leaves only an afterimage when he moves. Moreover, he is in the same realm as you. Are you sure? The monster couldn't help but shake its head. There was a complicated look in its eyes. 3 parts fear, 3 parts worry, 3 parts expectation, and 1 part luck. The monster pondered for a while, as if it had thought of something, and continued, There must be a road before the car reaches the mountain, and it will be straight when the boat reaches the bridge. Besides, I still have the command weapon given to me by the Great Elder, so I will definitely survive in the Devil's Cave. Qin Feng was hiding under the shade of the cactus, and suddenly heard the sensitive word, Great Elder. He couldn't help but quietly pricked up his ears, and listened to their conversation quietly. The other monster heard the words of the monster, and a curious look flashed in its eyes. It quietly came forward and asked, What secret weapon? Tell me about it. A mysterious smile appeared on the corner of the monster's mouth, and it shook its head slightly, but did not speak. Another demonic beast looked at this demonic beast like this, and couldn't help but asked anxiously, Please tell me quickly. I won't tell anyone else. The monster glanced at the monster next to it, and said, Really want to know? The other monster nodded involuntarily, with a look of anticipation in its eyes, mixed with a hint of anxiety. The demonic beast whispered in the ear of the other demonic beast. When the other demonic beast heard the words of the demonic beast, a smile of admiration appeared on its face. At this moment, Qin Feng, who was hiding in the shadow of the cactus, wanted to know what the 2 monsters were talking about, but because of the distance, he did not hear a single sound. At this moment, Qin Feng felt a sudden tingling sensation in his legs, and Qin Feng couldn't help but jump out of the shadows with an ah sound. When the 2 monsters heard the sound, they couldn't help but startled. They took a few steps back before steadying themselves. Then, they raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a small black wasp appeared in front of me. Qin Feng touched his still aching body with his front foot, turned back, and glanced at the cactus. However, no abnormality was found, and I couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. However, at this moment, the seeds of doubt had been quietly planted. Qin Feng knew that when he was hiding in the shadow, he was still some distance away from the needles growing on the cactus, and could not be pricked. This meant that the problem lay with the cactus. Qin Feng didn't have time to think about it. At this moment, he only felt 2 scorching eyes falling on him. He couldn't help but follow the eyes. Then he remembered that he was hiding in the dark, because he didn't want the 2 monsters to see him. To myself, Qin Feng bared his teeth, sneered at the 2 monsters, and said, 2 monster beast masters, please continue. As if I don't exist. Qin Feng slowly backed away. It wasn't that Qin Feng was afraid of trouble, but that Qin Feng didn't want to cause trouble at this moment. One more thing would be better than one less thing. The task in Qin Feng's hand was enough to give him a headache, and he didn't want to cause any more trouble because of these 2 monsters. Cause other troubles. However, Qin Feng didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble found him. The 2 monsters looked at each other with a tacit look in their eyes, turned back and said, Little Black Bee, where are you going? Qin Feng looked at the 2 monster beasts surrounding him, without any trace of fear in his eyes, and said unhurriedly, Why bother? I never heard your conversation. I just slept here, so why bother killing me? The 2 monsters that surrounded Qin Feng. One of them was the Red Train King Snake of the 4th level of Shenwu, and the other was the Gale Wolf of the 5th level of Shenwu. These 2 monsters looked at Qin Feng eagerly. The Red King Snake looked Qin Feng up and down carefully, and felt that the little black bee in front of him felt familiar. For a moment, he couldn't remember where he had seen the little black bee in front of him. He couldn't help but said to Qin Feng, Little Black Bee, have we met before somewhere? Qin Feng couldn't help but shook his head and said after hearing what Qi Lian Wang Snake said, No. The Scarlet Train King Snake carefully checked Qin Feng's realm, and then discovered that Qin Feng's realm was only at the 1st level of Shenwu Mirror. Then, the words that the Great Elder told him before leaving suddenly appeared in Qi Lian Wangshi's mind, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. To this day, I still remember that scene. On that day, the Scarlet Train King Snake was summoned by the Great Elder of the Demon King's Hall. The Scarlet Train King Snake was somewhat flattered and lay on the ground, not daring to raise its head. The Great Elder's deep gaze fell on the Scarlet Train King Snake. The Scarlet Train King Snake felt a sense of oppression all over his body, and could not help but tremble a little. However, in an instant, the Great Elder's eyes shifted away from him, and the Great Elder said to him, This Elder will give you a task. If you complete it successfully, then I will give you another opportunity. An opportunity for you to improve your strength and serve me at the same time. The Scarlet Train King Snake couldn't help but feel excited when he heard the Great Elder's words. His eyes also flashed with excitement. He calmed down his somewhat unsteady breath before speaking. It is a great honor to be able to serve the Great Elder. I hope the Great Elder will give me your orders. The Great Elder kept tapping the handle on the seat with one finger of his huge forepaw. And the sound of dong dong resounded continuously in the empty cave. The Scarlet Train King Snake could clearly feel the pressure in the air. And the sound of the knock on the seat handle was like a knock in his heart. The Great Elder suddenly stopped what he was doing. And his voice stopped abruptly in the empty cave. The Scarlet Train King Snake felt his heart tighten. The Great Elder glanced at the Red Train King Snake, and then said, The task I give you is to kill a little black bee. He is in the realm of the first level of Shenwu. According to your realm, it is easy to deal with him. However, this little black bee is more cunning. If you encounter so be careful. As long as you kill him and bring his head to me, I will fulfill my promise. When the Scarlet Train King Snake heard the Great Elder's words, he couldn't help but secretly rejoice, as if he had completely seen the scene of his victory. And a strange and expectant smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 286 Sowing Discord. Qi Lian Wang's snake looked at Chen Feng in front of him and thought to himself, It's really hard to find a place like this. It takes no effort to get here. Maybe the little black bee in front of me is the monster that the elder wants to kill. Why don't I take the head of this little black bee back? Qi Lian Wang's snake glanced at Chen Feng, who was surrounded in front of him, and said to Chen Feng unhurriedly, Little black bee, do you have any grudge against the Great Elder? Chen Feng heard Qi Lian Wang Shiwen's words, and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. He didn't know what Qi Lian Wang Shiwen meant. When he turned around, a look of confusion flashed across his face, and he instantly knew that Qi Lian Wang Shiwen thinking of practicing King Snake. He couldn't help but shook his head and said, I don't have any grudge against the Great Elder. Why do you ask? Although Chen Feng knew it well in his heart, he still wanted to be sure. The Red Train King Snake raised a smile on its lips and said proudly directly to Chen Feng, Little black bee, I am not afraid to tell you when death is imminent. The Great Elder gave me a task to hunt down a little black bee. I happen to meet you. That little black bee may not be you, but there is nothing you can do about it. Who made you unlucky? When Chen Feng heard the words of the Qilian King Snake, he felt anger erupting in his chest. His chest kept rising and falling. His eyes exuded a cold look, and he stared at the Qilian King Snake without blinking. King Snake. The Red Train King Snake was stared at by Chen Feng, and he couldn't help but feel a little hairy in his heart. He always felt that the little black bee in front of him was a bit difficult to deal with. It exuded an aura that did not belong to the first level of Shenwu. The Red Train King Snake, I can't help but feel vigilant. The Scarlet Train King Snake looked Chen Feng up and down again, and found that Chen Feng's strength was at the first level of Shenwu realm, and had not changed at all. So he couldn't help but feel relieved. Scarlet Train King Snake said to Chen Feng proudly, Little black bee, surrender obediently and hand over your head. I will leave this world without letting you suffer any pain. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth curled up with an indifferent arc. He looked at the Red Train King Snake in front of him with disdain, and said calmly, If you want my head, take it yourself. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Maybe I will take your head by then. The Red Train King Snake heard Chen Feng's words, and a trace of anger flashed in its eyes. It couldn't help but sneer again and again, and said to Chen Feng, Little black bee, you are not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue, but you dare to say crazy words. It seems that I need to teach you a lesson before you know why the flowers are so red. Chen Feng couldn't help laughing when he heard the words of the Red Lion King, and said to the Red Lion King Snake, The flowers are not only red, but also yellow, purple and other colors. The Scarlet Train King Snake heard Chen Feng's words, and was so angry that he didn't faint from Chen Feng's anger. His eyes turned red, and he made an attack stance. The Wind Wolf never interrupted, just like a bystander, constantly watching Chen Feng and the Scarlet Train King Snake bickering. However, at the same time, Chen Feng had been secretly observing the Gale Wolf. Seeing that the Gale Wolf wanted to stay out of the incident, Chen Feng would not agree and couldn't help but said to the Red Lion King Snake, etc. The Qilian King Snake saw the posture of Chen Feng's front feet and heard Chen Feng's words, so he couldn't help but said to Chen Feng, What? Little black bee, you have changed your mind. You have figured it out. If you want to hand over your head directly to me, I will be more than happy. Chen Feng heard the words of the Qilian King Snake and couldn't help but give the Qilian King Snake a roll of his eyes and said, Red Train King Snake, just daydream. I will never give you my head. After hearing Chen Feng's words, the Scarlet Lian Wang snake couldn't help but feel the anger in his heart aroused again, and said to Chen Feng aggressively, "Then what is there to say? Let's just start fighting." A sneer appeared on Chen Feng's lips, and he continued to speak without fear of trouble. "Your partner, Storm Wolf, has never spoken to you. It seems that he is not of the same mind as you." After hearing Chen Feng's words, the Scarlet Trained King Snake couldn't help but cast his eyes on Gale Wolf, and the seeds of doubt were quietly planted in his heart. Gale Wolf suddenly felt the gaze of the Scarlet Trained King Snake falling on him, and couldn't help but feel startled. He immediately looked at the Scarlet Trained King Snake and explained, "Red Trained King Snake, don't listen to this little black bee's nonsense. He is trying to sow discord. You know that I have always been in your camp. Otherwise, I would not have helped you to surround this little black bee." Little black bee? This little black bee is very cunning. Don't be fooled by him. When the Scarlet Trained King Snake heard what Gale Wolf said, he deeply felt that what Gale Wolf said was extremely reasonable. He couldn't help but cast his eyes on Chen Feng and said to Chen Feng, "Little black bee, don't try to sow discord. I won't be fooled by you. No matter how hard you struggle, you can't change the fact that we are going to kill you." Qi Lian Wang Snake couldn't help but look Chen Feng up and down. Chen Feng felt the look in Qi Lian Wang Snake's eyes, and there was no trace of concern in his expression. So he couldn't help but speak slowly. "I didn't sow discord. What I said was the truth. Facing the temptation given by the Great Elder. Which monster is not tempted? Even I am a little tempted. I want to find that little black bee and kill it. He kills, and then gets his own reward. Don't you want the Wind Wolf next to you? His strength is above yours, and there is no way he wants to be below you." The Scarlet Trained King Snake had a hesitant look on his face when he heard Chen Feng's words. He couldn't help but think about it carefully in his mind. He realized that what Chen Feng said was reasonable. He became more vigilant towards the Gale Wolf, and even looked at him. There was also a hint of suspicion. When Gale Wolf heard Chen Feng's words, there was anger in his eyes. And when he saw the suspicion in the expression of the Scarlet Trained King Snake, he couldn't help but secretly hate it. But he had no choice but to speak to the Scarlet Trained King Snake immediately. "Have I done any harm to you along the way? It stands to reason that you should also understand me. With such a common enemy, we should be united in dealing with the outside world. If there is internal strife, you are not afraid that the little black bee will take advantage of us. Add both monsters." The Scarlet Trained King Snake couldn't help but hesitate a little after hearing the words of the Gale Wolf. At this moment, his thoughts were constantly swinging between the words of Chen Feng and the Gale Wolf. The balance in his heart tilted to one side from time to time, and then to the other. When Chen Feng heard what Gale Wolf said, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy in his heart. However, his face was extremely serious, deliberately showing a sad look. And he said to the Scarlet Lian King Snake, "Scarlet King Snake, you have also seen that my own strength cannot defeat you. Even if I want to escape, I don't have the ability. If I escape, you will catch up." However, the Gale Wolf is watching from the sidelines and never takes action. If you and I both suffer losses, wouldn't it be possible for the Gale Wolf to reap the benefits? Chapter 287 Transaction. The seeds of doubt were originally buried in the heart of the Scarlet Trained King Snake. Every word Chen Feng said kept watering the seeds in his heart to take root and sprout. Now after hearing Chen Feng's words, he couldn't help but doubt the Storm Wolf even more. Be careful. Gale Wolf saw that the situation in front of him was not good for him, and he couldn't help but want to explain. However, he saw the deep suspicion in the eyes of the Scarlet Lian King Snake, and knew that no matter how many explanations he was doing at this moment, it would not help. He couldn't help but feel a little. He looked at Chen Feng angrily. Gale Wolf's eyes slowly turned blood red, and he said to Chen Feng, "Little black bee, I'm going to kill you." Then, he raised his front foot and slapped it towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at the menacing front foot and showed no tendency to dodge at all, until the Gale Wolf's front foot slowly approached him. Chen Feng could even feel the strong wind blowing from the front foot. Chen Feng did not hide. Fudo directly followed the wind, followed his trajectory, retreated, and then fell directly on the long yellow sand. Chen Feng cried out in pain, pretending to fall to the ground and find it difficult to get up. Then, with a sad look on his face, he weakly said to the Red Lian King Snake, "Red Trained King Snake, you see? The Gale Wolf has become angry after what I said. It seems that I have spoken to his mind and wants to silence me, and then put my head into his bag. By then, all the reward is his, and you won't get any." At this moment, Gale Wolf looked blankly at Chen Feng, who fell on the ground. and then slowly turned his gaze to his front feet. Gale Wolf was a little confused in his heart, and he deeply felt that he had not hit him. Qin Feng was just swept away by the strong wind on his front feet. When the scarlet-trained king snake heard Qin Feng's words, he was even more suspicious in his heart, and couldn't help but glared at the Gale Wolf. Wind Wolf! What are you doing? Are you trying to rob me of my own glory? Seeing this situation, Gale Wolf knew that it was difficult for him to argue. So he raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and said to the scarlet-trained king snake, Red-trained king snake, the little black bee in front of you is not engraved with your name, so he is not your own monster. I also have the right to kill him and hand him over to the great elder of the Demon King's Hall. The scarlet-trained king snake heard what Gale Wolf said, and was so angry that his eyes were filled with blood-red bloodshot eyes. Cold light kept shooting at Gale Wolf from his eyes, and he gritted his teeth and said to Gale Wolf, It seems that what the little black bee said is true. Your ambition is not small. If I hadn't told you the mission given to me by the elder of the Demon King's Palace, you would never have known about it, and you wouldn't have had such an opportunity to snatch it from me. How can I recognize a monster like you if I am blind? Gale Wolf couldn't help but laugh wildly when he heard what the scarlet-trained king snake said. Scarlet King Snake, who makes you stupider? You actually confided in a makeshift partner and told me such important news. I won't say more, but I'm more grateful to you in my heart. Gale Wolf glanced at the red-trained king snake, with a proud look in his eyes, and continued, Now, you are just a monster of the 4th level of Shenwu. You can't defeat me at all. You might as well run for your life. Maybe there is a glimmer of hope. As for the little black bee in front of you, I will accept it with a smile. When the scarlet-trained king snake heard what Gale Wolf said, how could he run away obediently as Gale Wolf said, even without taking off Qin Feng's head and handing it to the great elder in exchange for the temptation of a reward? And it is impossible to swallow this breath. At this moment, the scarlet-trained king snake felt as if he was being tricked by the Gale Wolf in front of him. Wind Wolf, don't be complacent. Even if my strength is not as good as yours, and my realm is not as high as yours, the secret weapon in my hand will definitely kill you here. Gale Wolf couldn't help but sneer again and again. He looked at the red-trained king snake as if he were looking at a corpse that was close to death. There was no fluctuation in his eyes, and he was not threatened by the words of the red-trained king snake. Facing the scorching heat of the sun, Qin Feng moved to the shade formed by the cactus and lay comfortably on the yellow sand. He kept staring at the quarrel between the scarlet king snake and the Gale Wolf with the corner of his eye. He also landed on the cactus from time to time and kept observing the cactus. The quarrel between the scarlet-trained king snake and the Gale Wolf became more and more fierce. The smell of gunpowder between them gradually became stronger, and the atmosphere became tense. Gale Wolf secretly glanced at Qin Feng out of the corner of his eye, only to find that Qin Feng's figure had disappeared before his eyes. And he couldn't help but immediately said to the scarlet-trained king snake, Stop making noise! The little black bees have run away. When the scarlet-trained king snake heard what Gale Wolf said, he stopped arguing in an instant and looked around, constantly looking for Qin Feng. Qin Feng heard what Gale Wolf said and couldn't help but waved his front foot towards the two monsters with difficulty and said, I'm here. When the scarlet-trained king snake saw Qin Feng, he couldn't help but feel relieved and said to the Gale Wolf, You don't want to change the topic, do you? That little black bee has been injured and won't escape at all. You are too unfounded. At this moment, Gale Wolf had calmed down and said to the scarlet-trained king snake, Why don't we kill that little black bee first and then debate? The scarlet-trained king snake thought about it for a while and felt a little hesitant. When Qin Feng heard such words, he couldn't help but feel nervous and said to the scarlet-lion king snake, Don't trust the scarlet-trained king snake. After killing me by any chance, the storm wolf will use its own strength to suppress you and take away the credit. This will be more of a loss than a gain. The scarlet-trained king snake heard Qin Feng's words and felt that what Qin Feng said was reasonable. He couldn't help but cast his eyes on the Gale Wolf. With a cold light flashing in his eyes, he said to the Gale Wolf, Wind Wolf, don't fool me here, and I will never believe you. Your realm is higher than mine. If you want to replace me, how can I allow such a monster to exist? Don't say more. Let's rely on our own strength to fight for our own glory. Gale Wolf was not as brainless as the red-trained king snake. He couldn't help but glance at Qin Feng and felt a little uneasy in his heart. He didn't believe that Qin Feng was injured and paralyzed on the ground at this moment. Moreover, Gale Wolf remembered that Qin Feng had been raped by him. When it hit, it didn't fall there. Therefore, Gale Wolf was always wary of Qin Feng, truly afraid that he would do something evil to him. Gale Wolf set his sights on the red refined king snake, pondered for a while, and said to the red refined king snake, "Red trained king snake, let's make a deal." The scarlet trained king snake couldn't help being slightly startled when he heard what Gale Wolf said. A look of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he said to Gale Wolf, "Deal? What kind of deal? You tell me first. If it makes sense, I will agree to it." Gale glanced at Chen Feng and said to the scarlet trained king snake, "The deal I'm talking about is that we each take a step back, kill the little black bee together, take off his head, and then work together to break through the level. After successfully breaking through the level, we will go to the Great Elder to receive the reward together. Our reward is a how do you feel about being half a monster?" The scarlet trained king snake pondered for a moment, nodded to the Gale Wolf, and said, "Okay, I promise you. That's it." Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh when he heard the words of the two monster beasts. He looked at the two monster beasts with burning eyes, without any trace of fear in his eyes. Chapter 288 No Chance. The Gale Wolf and the red-trained king snake slowly approached Chen Feng, with a fierce look in their eyes. At this moment, the Chilean king snake was particularly clear in his mind. He connected the previous and the last, and slowly realized that it was Chen Feng who was instigating their relationship from the beginning to the end. The Chilean king snake couldn't help but feel angry, and faced Chen Feng said, "Little black bee, I didn't expect you to be so despicable as to sow discord between us. It seems that you really don't regret dying. Staying in this world is a waste of air and resources. You might as well help us and let us get what the Great Elder gives us." Reward? When Chen Feng heard what Qi Lian Wang Snake said, he couldn't help but sneered and admitted directly, "Chilean king snake, what you said is true. I did instigate your relationship and let you kill each other. However, you have never thought about it. If the friendship between you is solid and there are no problems, then I know words can be used to instigate your relationship to break up. The blame lies on your relationship, which has problems in the first place." Then, Chen Feng climbed up from the ground unhurriedly, shook his little body, stretched again, and flew into the air with vibrating wings, quietly looking at the two monsters in front of him. The scarlet-trained king snake couldn't help but be surprised when he saw that Chen Feng was not injured at all. At this time, the scarlet-trained king snake's eyes showed the anger after being tricked, and he said to Chen Feng, "Little black bee, you were not hurt, and yet you lied to me?" Chen Feng curled his lips, glanced at the calm-looking Gale Wolf, and then at the angry-looking scarlet-trained king snake. He couldn't help but shook his head slightly, thinking in his mind, "How could there be such a huge difference between the two monsters in front of me? This red-trained king snake is not only low in strength, but also has such low intelligence. It is really hopeless." Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh, looked at the scarlet-trained king snake and said, "I wasn't injured in the first place. I just pretended to be injured. You see? Even the storm wolf wasn't fooled. But you were the one who was." The red-trained king snake stared at Chen Feng with burning eyes, and said to Chen Feng, "Little black bee, you want to sow discord after repairing. Since you deceived me like this, then hand over your life to repay it." After saying that, the red-trained king snake made an attack posture, and at the same time, the Gale Wolf was also ready to attack. Chen Feng raised a smile on his lips, and said to the glorious worker bees hiding in the dark, "Come out and give these two monsters a surprise." The glorious worker bees heard the order from the ingredients, and immediately flew out with vibrating wings. The buzzing sound resounded in the sky, and instantly surrounded the two monsters. The two monster beasts only felt that a dark mass of radiant worker bees appeared in front of them. They were just stunned for a moment, and they were surrounded by them in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng looked at the two monster beasts that were surrounded. A smile appeared on his lips, and he said to the two monster beasts, "How about this is my surprise for you?" The two monster beasts looked at Chen Feng with fear in their eyes. In their eyes, Chen Feng was like a devil. The two monster beasts took a closer look at the glorious worker bees around them. They saw this the strength of the little worker bee was superior to them, and they couldn't help but cast their eyes on Chen Feng again. They deeply doubted whether Chen Feng was hiding his own strength. Qi Lian Wang Snake glanced at Chen Feng, who was yawning in the sky, and couldn't help but ask, "Little black bee, have you hidden your strength? In fact, you are not a demon beast of the first level of Shenwu at all. Am I right?" Chen Feng always had a smile on his lips, and glanced at the red Yin King Snake unhurriedly. "What do you think?" After hearing this, the scarlet-trained King Snake turned around and looked at the Storm Wolf. The eyes of the two monster beasts flashed with the same light, and they both had the same thoughts in their hearts. At this moment, Gale Wolf glanced at Chen Feng unhurriedly, and said to Chen Feng, "If you have the ability, challenge us 2 monsters to a duel, and let us 2 monsters lose. We will be convinced, verbally, and externally admired. We will let you handle it." Chen Feng glanced at the expression on Gale Wolf's face. The smile on his lips deepened, and then continued, "Since you want to challenge me so much, it's really not good for me not to agree to it. You 2 monsters should come together." The Scarlet Trained King Snake couldn't help but say, after hearing Chen Feng's words, "Arrogant, little black bee, no matter how powerful you are, you can't completely defeat our 2 monsters. In this case, I'll help you." Chen Feng heard what Qi Lian Wang Snake said, and didn't answer you. Gale Wolf glanced at Chen Feng, and directly released his skills. Blade of the Wind. I saw wind blades appearing in front of Gale Wolf. There was a cyan light on the wind blades, as if the invisible wind was revealed. Gale Wolf's eyes condensed, and the wind blades became fierce. The wind attacked Chen Feng. At the same time, the Scarlet Trained King Snake released his skills not to be outdone. The Poison of the Netherworld. I saw green spheres containing venom forming in the mouth of the Red Lian King Snake. The green spheres exuded a fishy smell and kept attacking Chen Feng. Chen Feng faced the attacks of the Gale Wolf and the Love King Snake without any panic look on his face. It wasn't until the skills of the Scarlet Refining King Snake and Gale Wolf came in front of him that Chen Feng released his own skills. For Chen Feng, the skills of these 2 monsters slowed down infinitely in his eyes, and they had no attack power against him at all. They could not even touch a single hair of Chen Feng. Xianquan technique. When the 2 monsters saw Chen Feng disappearing, they couldn't help but be a little confused. They kept looking around, looking for Chen Feng's figure. At the same time, they also increased their vigilance, fearing that they might be accidentally injured by Chen Feng's skills. Chen Feng came to the side of the 2 monsters in an instant, and then released his skills. The earth groans. The thunderous attack centered on Chen Feng, emitting electric arcs. The 2 monsters were under Chen Feng's electric arc. In an instant, their whole bodies were filled with a sense of anesthesia, making it difficult for them to muster any strength to resist. Seeing this situation, Chen Feng raised a smile on his lips, and without wasting any time, he released his skills again. Shenwu Sword Shadow. I saw sword shadows attacking the 2 monster beasts from all sides. The 2 monster beasts couldn't help but panic when they saw the sword shadows coming from all directions with fierce attacks. Slowly, the 2 monster beasts calmed down, trying to escape the anesthesia of the thunder attack. Wave after wave of skills continuously attacked the 2 monsters. The sword shadow pierced into their bodies mercilessly, and the blood filled the yellow sand, which was dazzling and shocking. The 2 monster beasts still had their last breath at this moment. Chen Feng slowly landed on them. Seeing the unwilling look in the eyes of the 2 monster beasts, he couldn't help but curl up a smile at the corner of his mouth and looked at the 2 monster beasts. The monster said, "Why? Aren't you willing to give in? Then you won't have any other chance." When the 2 monster beasts heard what Chen Feng said, they couldn't help whimpering. The sound was squeezed out of their throats, which was extremely unpleasant. Slowly, the 2 monster beasts widened their eyes and stared at Chen Feng tightly. If eyes could kill monsters, then they would definitely stare at Chen Feng 1,800 times until Chen Feng was cut into pieces. However, at this moment, they had no chance. The 2 monster beasts just stared at each other, slowly losing their breath. Chen Feng just stared at the 2 monster beasts closely, taking in the whole process of the death of the 2 monster beasts before his eyes. It wasn't until the 2 monster beasts completely lost their breath that Chen Feng slowly flew up from the 2 monster beasts. Then, Chen Feng turned back and glanced at the cactus and cactus behind him with murderous eyes. Prickly Pear. I don't know if it was Chen Feng's misunderstanding or it was the original situation. The cactus and Prickly Pear felt Chen Feng's eyes and couldn't help but tremble. But whether Chen Feng had an illusion, Chen Feng had to doubt it. So he flew to the cactus and cactus with vibrating wings, couldn't help but circle around them, and looked at them carefully, with a smile on his face. With a devilish smile. At this moment, Chen Feng kept surrounding the 2 cacti and prickly pear trees, thinking in his heart, I was exposed and was attacked by the thorns of the cactus. Only then did I appear in front of the 2 monsters. I had never moved. It seems that the problem is not with me, but with this person. Each prickly pear and cactus has a wood-type demon-suppressing Qianing demon in the 1st level. So it's not unusual for plants to become spirits in this level. Chen Feng flew around them for a long time without seeing any clues. Chen Feng rolled his eyes, and the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually widened, as if he was talking to himself in the air. and he seemed to be pointing something. Since these cacti and prickly pear expose my figure and cause me to get into trouble, why don't I cut down all these cacti and prickly pear? Qin Feng turned back, glanced at the glorious worker bees, and asked them to surround the cacti and cactus to prevent them from having any abnormalities, and then escape from the place. The cactus and cactus heard Qin Feng's words, and their barbs trembled slightly again. This time, Qin Feng stared at the cactus and cactus closely, but he was sure that he was right. Qin Feng confirmed that he had read it correctly. He couldn't help but bring up a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the cactus and prickly pear leisurely, and said unhurriedly, "As long as the shadow of my divine martial sword pierces the body, it will be like those two monsters, with blood flowing, and there is no possibility of survival. It seems that these cacti and prickly pear balls will be eradicated." The cacti and cacti couldn't help but tremble even more when they heard Qin Feng's words. They couldn't hide even if they wanted to. Qin Feng saw the cacti and prickly pear trembling so violently. The light in his eyes became colder and colder as he kept staring at the cacti and prickly pear. The few cacti and prickly pear balls felt the cold light in Qin Feng's eyes. And finally they couldn't bear it anymore and couldn't help but pull off all their barbs. Qin Feng saw that he had spoken to this extent, but still did not provoke the cactus and prickly pear. There was an impatient look in his eyes, and he said to the cacti and prickly pear, "Aren't you coming out yet? You have to let me attack you before you can come out." "Right. If it's not as simple as letting you come out by then, maybe all your cultivation will be destroyed in my hands." When the cacti and prickly pear trees heard Qin Feng's words, they couldn't help shaking their thorns, as if they were hesitating about something. Then, after thinking about it for a while, they slowly emerged from the yellow sand. At first, a pair of emerald green eyes were revealed, and the hot eyes were constantly in the eye sockets. They were turning gurglingly, and there was a look of fear in their eyes. However, the fear was also mixed with the light of curiosity. Then, other cacti and prickly pears slowly emerged from the ground. The first cactus to emerge gradually emerged from the yellow sand, followed by other cacti and prickly pears. Qin Feng glanced at the cacti and prickly pear balls, and said with a somewhat helpless expression, "Tell me, why are you targeting me and attacking me with your thorns?" The cacti and prickly pears were chirping at Qin Feng. The forward was so noisy by the chirping that his brain was in pain, so he couldn't help shouting at the cacti and prickly pears, "Stop arguing. Take your time one by one, and tell me clearly. If you don't understand clearly, have you seen the glorious worker bees around you? They will stab you a few times, so that you will never be able to see you again. Don't dare to treat me like this." The cacti and prickly pear trees heard Qin Feng's words, and felt the aura exuding from Qin Feng's body, and the bursts of cold light emanating from his eyes. They couldn't help but shut their mouths and looked at each other, not daring to continue making noise. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction when he saw this, and waited quietly for them to answer his questions. The cactus that was the first to emerge from the yellow sand stood out, and said to Qin Feng, "You can't blame us. You always hide in our shadows, and ask us to help you block the sun. This is what we do out of desperation." Qin Feng looked at them with some confusion, and said to them, "Why?" Chapter 289, Change of Color. Upon hearing this, the cactus heard Qin Feng's words, glanced at Qin Feng, looked at Qin Feng's fierce look, and said with a slight trembling, "We don't know why. Sometimes we don't want to do this or that. It's just that our heads are dizzy at that time, and we can't control our bodies." Qin Feng heard their words, and couldn't help but ponder for a while, thinking in his heart, "Is it possible that the cacti and cactus in the third level are also deeply controlled by this level? Just like the monsters in the first and second levels, they will be resurrected after being killed, and their mission will be it is too shameless to allow the monster beasts to be unable to rest, completely exposed to the sun, and subjected to the test of the sun's rays." Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh, and glanced at the cactus, looking at the aggrieved look of the cactus. He couldn't help but laugh. "What's wrong? Have I ever bullied you?" The cactus heard Qin Feng's words, and nodded eagerly, as if Qin Feng had really bullied him. Qin Feng looked at the cactus, looking like this, and couldn't help but want to tease him. So he said to him, "Did I really bully you? Cactus, you have to think carefully before speaking." When the cactus heard Qin Feng's words, it raised its head and stared directly at Qin Feng. Suddenly, it realized that Qin Feng's eyes were slowly becoming more terrifying than the eyes of a demon, and it couldn't help but slowly backed away. Use your own thorns to hug yourself tightly, as if you want to hide in a corner. Qin Feng couldn't help but shook his head slightly when he saw this, and said to him, "I don't want to intimidate you. I am a relatively reasonable monster. You see, I have never hurt you. Not only that, but the other way around. You stabbed me and exposed me to those two monsters. In front of you. I got into a whole lot of trouble, which forced me to kill those two monsters. You see? During this process, I didn't touch you at all. Right. When the cactus heard this, it couldn't help but tilt its body, as if thinking, with a look that was sometimes confused and sometimes sober. Finally, it nodded to Chen Feng and said, "What you said is indeed reasonable. And it is indeed as you said. You have never bullied me." The cactus slowly walked forward, its eyes no longer showing fear towards Chen Feng. When Chen Feng saw the cactus looking like this, he could only helplessly shake his head and asked, "Are you familiar with the terrain in this desert?" The cactus raised its head and glanced at Chen Feng, with a confused look in its eyes. The confusion was mixed with curiosity, and it said to Chen Feng unhurriedly, "Why are you asking this? There must be some conspiracy." Chen Feng said nothing, staring closely at the cactus. The cactus was stared at by Chen Feng, who couldn't help but feel a little frightened. And then he said slowly, "As a member of this desert, of course I know this desert very well. I have never lost my way anywhere." After the cactus finished speaking, he glanced at Chen Feng somewhat triumphantly, as if he was showing off his abilities. Chen Feng heard the words of the cactus, and saw the expression of the cactus. He couldn't help but shook his head helplessly, and then a sly smile appeared on his feet, staring at the cactus closely. "Then since you are a part of this desert, and know this desert very well, then take me to find the phantom scorpion." The cactus heard Chen Feng's words, and showed no expression at first. After a few seconds, it seemed that it finally realized what Chen Feng said. It couldn't help but tremble all over, and slowly backed away. When the other cactus heard Chen Feng's words, they also shivered on the yellow sand, as if they had lost their strength, and slumped on the yellow sand. After a long time, they regained their strength, and couldn't help but sneak away and search for a random place, go in the opposite direction and run away. Chen Feng looked at the cacti and prickly pears that escaped his sight in an instant, and stood there dumbfounded. Even the glorious worker bees surrounding the cacti and prickly pears were like this. For a moment, they didn't react. I didn't expect those cacti to run so fast. Chen Feng never thought that the demon-poisoned scorpion could be so terrifying in front of him. He only said their names and frightened them into such a state. Then, he turned back and glared at the radiant worker bees fiercely. The glorious worker bees felt Chen Feng's eyes, and couldn't help but lower their heads in guilt, not daring to speak. The cactus next to Chen Feng saw his friends all running away without caring about his own trend. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, and then wanted to run away like them. Chen Feng saw the cactus and prickly pear running away, and was already prepared in his heart. He also saw the cactus next to him, making some movements. He couldn't help but stare at the cactus closely, and gritted his teeth at that one. Cactus said calmly, "Cactus, where are you going? Do you want me to give you a ride?" The cactus heard Chen Feng's words, and said in a childish voice, No, I can leave by myself." After the cactus finished speaking, he regretted it. His body froze in place, not daring to move at all. He closed his eyes, and waited quietly. Then, the cactus never heard Chen Feng's words, so it slowly turned around, raised its head, and took a look, only to find that Chen Feng was staring at him closely, and the cactus shrank in fear. His neck couldn't help but wilt, and the barbs on his body slowly softened. When Chen Feng saw the cactus looking like this, he nodded with satisfaction, and vibrated his wings to circle around him twice. Then, Chen Feng came to his side again, and looked him up and down carefully. The cactus felt Chen Feng's glare on it, and couldn't help but take a few steps back in fear. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh when he looked at the cactus like this, and said slowly, "Why are you so afraid of the ghost demon poisonous scorpion? Could it be that this ghost demon poisonous scorpion can eat you?" When the cactus heard Chen Feng mention the phantom scorpion again, it couldn't help but tremble all over, glanced at Chen Feng and said, "Their horror is far beyond your imagination. They are devils among devils. They are cold-blooded and ruthless. They not only kill other monsters, but also attack young creatures like us. As long as we meet them, they will be killed. You will be bullied by them. And the fear that emanates from your heart after being bullied is something you cannot feel." Chapter 290 Leading the Way. Chen Feng looked at the cactus, and couldn't help but shook his head slightly and said, "Since you have been bullied, then fight back. Otherwise you will always be the one being bullied. In my dictionary, fear has never been mentioned. If a monster bullies me, I can temporarily avoid the edge, etc. My strength has reached the point where I can deal with that monster. and I will return all the pain that monster inflicted on me to them without mercy. That cactus had never heard a monster say such words to them, and its eyes couldn't help showing a look of surprise. And then a look of admiration showed in its eyes. Chen Feng smiled slightly at the cactus, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said unhurriedly, "Cactus, do you want to take revenge and see them being bullied?" The cactus pondered for a while, with looks of fear and expectation alternating in its eyes. Chen Feng did not urge the cactus to reply immediately, but just stayed with the cactus quietly, waiting for the cactus's decision after careful consideration. If the cactus does not want to take Chen Feng to go there by himself, then Chen Feng will never force him to take him to search for it. If the cactus wants to take Chen Feng to go there by himself, then Chen Feng will be responsible for his safety and protect him intact. The cactus hesitated for a long time, then raised its head, looked at Chen Feng and said, "Are you a monster that has broken through the level? If you successfully break through the level and leave this place, even if you kill all the ghost demon poisonous scorpions, they will be resurrected in this level. When you leave this level, in the end, we are the ones who are bullied and injured, and we still cannot escape the clutches of the phantom scorpion." Chen Feng glanced at the cactus in surprise. Chen Feng never thought that the cactus in front of him could think so far and think so clearly. He couldn't help but look at the cactus with admiration. And then, he slowly looked at the cactus. Said a cactus, "Cactus, don't worry. You can lead the way for me. When you are about to approach the phantom scorpion, you hide in the dark. Don't come out. Just watch me quietly and kill them. If I succeed, kill them, and you will leave with this scene in mind. If I fail, you will escape from here immediately and never appear in front of the ghost demon scorpion again. Do you think this is good?" The cactus heard Chen Feng's words and knew that Chen Feng had been thinking about him at this moment. He couldn't help but be deeply moved. An impulse arose in his heart, and he wanted to accompany Chen Feng to go crazy. So, he nodded involuntarily and said to Chen Feng, "Okay, I promise you, you will ensure that I am absolutely safe." When Chen Feng heard the cactus agreeing to his words, a smile appeared on his lips. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he nodded slightly, with an expression of admiration for the cactus. Chen Feng glanced at the shining worker bees and said to the shining worker bees, "Your mission is to ensure the absolute safety of this cactus and prevent it from being attacked by the ghost demon scorpion. Don't let this cactus be life-threatening." "I understand." The glorious worker bees originally felt guilty for not completing the tasks assigned by Chen Feng. Now, hearing that Chen Feng did not blame them at all, they couldn't help but feel a little moved. They also heard that Chen Feng had given them such an important task. Then, their eyes revealed a firm look, and they immediately said to Chen Feng, "I understand. King, we must fulfill our mission and absolutely protect the life and safety of this cactus." After hearing the words of the glorious worker bees, Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction, turned back, looked at the cactus in front of him and said, "You think so? Can you rest assured that the glorious worker bees will protect your life and safety? And as long as I am here, the ghost demon scorpion will never be able to harm a single hair on your body." When the cactus saw Chen Feng's careful deployment and heard the firm answers from the glorious worker bees, it couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, put it at ease, and nodded to Chen Feng without hesitation. "I am rest assured. Absolutely rest assured. I will entrust my life and property to you. I hope you will not disappoint me. I will quietly wait in the dark for the news of your victorious return." After Chen Feng reached an agreement with the cactus, he decided to go looking for the phantom scorpion tomorrow. That cactus has a good understanding of the climate and terrain of the desert. It knows that in the desert, the night is the most terrible. At night, the wind will be cold, and the wind will sweep the sand into the air. Not only that, the temperature at night is even it can freeze a monster to death in this desert. Therefore, in order to ensure Chen Feng's life safety and avenge himself, the cactus had to be taken to a safe place to avoid the wind, sand and cold in this area. The cactus said to Chen Feng, "Little black bee, the desert at night is the most terrifying place. If you believe me, let me take you to a safe place to escape the wind, sand and cold. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to survive this time." Close. When Chen Feng heard the words of the cactus, he couldn't help but smile, nodded to the cactus, and said, "If I didn't believe you, why would I let you take me to find the ghost demon scorpion? And I would do my best to protect your life." The cactus heard Chen Feng's words, nodded its huge head, and said to Chen Feng, "Little black bee, come with me." The cactus led Chen Feng to walk straight under the bright sun. After walking for a long time, he came to an oasis. This oasis was extremely hidden in the depths of the desert. If it weren't for monsters or monsters familiar with the terrain, I was very lucky to happen upon this oasis. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find it. Qin Feng looked at this oasis and couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, he was plotted by the cactus to scare him out. Therefore, he was so lucky to be in this oasis. The cactus looked at Qin Feng proudly and said, "This oasis is extremely secretive. It is difficult for ordinary monsters to find it. There are many monsters gathered in this oasis. Don't look at it. This oasis is nothing in our eyes. You have not even been there before. 1/10 the size of the forest. But in this desert, there is only this oasis. And there is absolutely no second one. If any monster sees an oasis but it is not here, it must be a mirage." When Qin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but look at the cactus with some surprise. He was even more grateful that he could meet the cactus in front of him, so that he could lead him to the oasis and avoid the many difficulties in the wind and sand. Chapter 291 Oasis. If Qin Feng had not encountered the cactus in front of him, the difficulties Qin Feng would have faced would be unimaginable. If he could not overcome the difficulties, the consequences would be disastrous. Qin Feng said to the cactus with a smile on his lips, "You are really my blessing. Meeting you is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me." When the cactus heard Qin Feng's words, it couldn't help but snicker. The expression on its face became even more proud. And it said to Qin Feng, "That's of course. No matter which monster encounters me, it's his luck. It mainly depends on whether I am willing to help him. And you and I are more pleasing to the eye. So I will help you. Just be content." Qin Feng was not angry after hearing what the cactus said. The smile on his lips remained unchanged as he kept looking at the oasis carefully. The cactus saw that the striker had been nurturing the oasis in front of him, so it brought him into it. Qin Feng only felt that he had passed through a layer of something like a barrier, and then stepped into the oasis. After Qin Feng entered the oasis, he couldn't help but be surprised. "I saw a piece of green in front of me. The trees stood tall. The green leaves on the trees exuded a charming luster. The green grass on the ground was spread. The breeze blew, and the grass on the ground continued to grow. As the breeze swayed, the leaves on the tall trees also rustled with the sound of the breeze, as if they were playing gorgeous music. There is a clear stream not far away, which is constantly flowing from high to low. The green of the trees is reflected in the clear stream. Looking from a distance, I just feel that the small stream is. The stream is the green ocean. This oasis is simply a sea of green, exuding vitality in every corner." When Qin Feng saw such a vibrant oasis, he couldn't help feeling relieved. There was a smile on his lips and an expression of enjoyment in his eyes. Qin Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeling that the breath was in his chest, constantly lingering, constantly cleaning out the turbid air in the body, making the body lighter. Qin Feng opened his eyes again and couldn't help but think in his heart, "This oasis is such a good place. It makes me want to stay here forever. If I can meet the phantom scorpions here and kill them all, I can complete the task and enter the next level. Even better, you don't have to go into the yellow sand and feel the burning sensation of the sun." Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh with regret. The cactus heard Qin Feng's sigh and couldn't help turning around, glanced at him, and said to him as if it knew what he was thinking, "Little black bee, I know what you are thinking. You must want to stay here and enjoy the beauty here. If you can kill the phantom scorpion here and then directly complete the mission. Am I right?" Qin Feng heard what the cactus said, and now it was Qin Feng's turn to be surprised. Qin Feng glanced at him suspiciously, his eyes full of doubts. Originally, Qin Feng thought that the cactus in front of him was a monster that was particularly easy to fool. But he never thought that this cactus could always surprise him, constantly breaking his own thoughts, and making Qin Feng look at him differently. Qin Feng looked at the cactus up and down, as if he wanted to get to know him again, and then said to the cactus, "How do you know I think so?" The cactus looked at Qin Feng proudly, and kept shaking its small body. The cactus heard Qin Feng's inquiry, and its expression was full of arrogance. At this moment, the cactus felt that it had finally moved back in front of Qin Feng. The cactus couldn't help but think in its heart, "Finally, the little black bee in front of me is no longer threatening me. This time, I have blindfolded the little black bee in front of me. This feeling is really wonderful. If only I could do this a few more times. It feels like that's good." Qin Feng didn't know what the cactus was thinking at this moment. He just stared at the cactus with doubtful eyes, waiting for his answer. Then, he saw such a proud look, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but show up. There was a hint of a smile, but not a smile. The cactus stood in front of Qin Feng for a long time, seeing Chen Feng's unmoved expression. He couldn't help but be disappointed. For a moment, he felt that it was boring. Then he saw Chen Feng staring at him closely, and the corners of his mouth that devilish smile appeared again. And I couldn't help but feel a little hairy all over my body. So I spoke honestly. Almost all the alien monsters that come here think so. You are one of them. So of course you will think so too. Therefore, it is not surprising that I have guessed what you are thinking. Chen Feng couldn't help but nodded when he heard the words of the cactus. For a moment, he lost interest in exploring and muttered to himself. It's really not surprising. Seeing Chen Feng's appearance, the cactus couldn't help but feel even more disappointed. He opened his mouth to say something, but held it in his heart. He slowly lowered his head, and then raised his head again, as if unwilling to give in. His eyes were burning. Look at Chen Feng. When Chen Feng saw the cactus looking like this, he couldn't help but glanced at him helplessly, and said to the cactus, If you have anything to say, hurry up and don't be coy in front of me. The cactus heard Chen Feng's words, and glanced at Chen Feng with a somewhat aggrieved expression. When Chen Feng saw the cactus looking like this, he couldn't help but go crazy, with a strong hint of threat in his eyes. The cactus finally calmed down when it saw the somewhat annoyed Chen Feng, and then spoke slowly. Little Black Bee, aren't you curious as to why all the monsters think this way? But no monsters ever do this? Chen Feng glanced at the cactus with a sly smile in his eyes, shook his head slightly and said, I'm not surprised. When the cactus heard Chen Feng's words, it couldn't help being shocked and stared at Chen Feng with some sorrow. Chen Feng finally couldn't bear the gaze of the cactus. He couldn't help but slump his face, and followed the cactus's words and said coldly, Why? The cactus knew that this was already the limit of the little black bee, and could no longer push the little black bee. If the little black bee was pushed too hard, he would be the one injured by then. Only then did the cactus put away its resentment. With a cheerful expression, he said to Chen Feng, Because there are regulations in this oasis. All monsters are not allowed to fight in this oasis. Otherwise, no matter what time, the monsters fighting will be expelled from the oasis, and will never be allowed to enter. In the oasis. Chapter 292 Fear in Heart. The cactus glanced at Chen Feng's expression, and found that there was no expression on Chen Feng's face. He couldn't help but lose the passion in his words, and continued listlessly. Without the protection of the oasis, those monsters will have no choice but to find other ways. If they are driven out of the oasis in the middle of the night, it will be the most difficult time. Many monsters are expelled from the oasis in the middle of the night, outside, and then they died in the yellow sand with no chance of survival. After hearing what the cactus said, Chen Feng knew the rules in this oasis. So he nodded and said to the cactus, Cactus, thank you so much for telling me so much. Don't worry. I will avenge you and let you return here unscathed. After hearing Chen Feng's words, the cactus regained its original expression and nodded to Chen Feng, with a cheerful look on its expression. Chen Feng looked at such a simple cactus and couldn't help but shook his head slightly. Maybe in this devil's cave, there can be such simple monsters. Maybe in this oasis, such simple monsters can live in it. Not bullied. The cactus glanced at Chen Feng, seemed to have thought of something, and said to Chen Feng with a serious face, Little Black Bee, do you know why you can't stay in this oasis forever? Chen Feng glanced at the cactus and said to him calmly, You cannot stay in this oasis for a long time. That must be the rule of this oasis. If all the monsters stay in this oasis for a long time, then no monster will complete the mission. Chen Feng looked into the distance of this oasis, and continued thoughtfully. This oasis is just a temporary refuge for them to hide from the cold and windy sand at night. It is not a long-term solution. Therefore, they must be expelled from this oasis to allow them to grow and complete their mission. Am I right? The cactus heard Chen Feng's words, and couldn't help looking at Chen Feng in shock. For a moment, it was difficult to speak. It wasn't until a long time later that the cactus calmed down and stared at Chen Feng with adoring eyes. He looked at Chen Feng, and then said to Chen Feng, Little Black Bee, how do you know? Chen Feng glanced at the cactus and said nothing. His expression was as complacent as the cactus. Then he kept looking around, looking for a relatively secluded place to live temporarily. The cactus thought about it, but couldn't figure it out. It was difficult to fall asleep for a while. Finally, unknowingly, it fell into a deep sleep. However, that question still stayed in my mind. The rising sun is rising in the east, and the sun in the sky in this oasis is emitting warm light, which is constantly shining on the green leaves, making the green leaves shine with a bright luster, which is really beautiful. Chen Feng was awakened by this light. He woke up slowly from his sleep. He couldn't help but stretched his waist and looked at the cactus quietly growing on the ground under the tree where he was staying, resting, occasionally making a small sound of breathing. Chen Feng looked at the cactus with a smile on his lips. His vibrating wings slowly landed on the ground. Then, he circled around the cactus several times and kept poking it with his feet. Poke here. Poke there. The cactus felt Chen Feng touching his body and felt a little itchy. He couldn't help but make a thick nasal sound and kept shaking his body. Chen Feng played with it for a while, and then he lost interest. Chen Feng's feet landed on the cactus and shouted loudly to the cactus. Cactus, wake up quickly! The sun is shining! Facing Chen Feng's words, the cactus remained unmoved and continued to sleep. Chen Feng looked at the cactus and didn't even wake up. For a moment, the dumbfounded bag stood there, and then his eyes kept turning. Suddenly, an idea flashed and he thought of a way. So he faced the cactus. Shouted a cactus. Cactus, get up quickly! The phantom scorpion is here! The cactus stood up from the ground as if on conditioned reflex. In an instant, it woke up and ran forward regardless. Chen Feng didn't expect that the cactus would have such a big reaction, so he couldn't help but chase after him while shouting. Cactus, don't run away! I lied to you! The phantom scorpion is not here! Stop it quickly! However, the cactus seemed to have heard nothing and still ran forward regardless. When Chen Feng saw this, he couldn't help but said to the cactus angrily. Cactus, stop here! If you run any further, I'll be rude to you! The cactus seemed to suddenly wake up, and then under the threat of Chen Feng's words, its body became stiff for an instant and slowly stopped. When Chen Feng saw the cactus stopped, he rushed forward angrily and wanted to scold the cactus. But he never thought that the cactus looked at him with aggrieved eyes. This made Chen Feng momentarily confused. Stood there blankly, without speaking. The cactus and Chen Feng looked at each other quietly, waiting for Chen Feng to calm down. Then Chen Feng remembered that it seemed to be his mistake just now. He should not have used the ghost scorpion that the cactus was most afraid of to call him. Wake up, with a look of guilt in your eyes, and say to the cactus, Sorry, I didn't know that you would have such a big reaction when you heard the name Ghost Demon Scorpion. I just wanted to wake you up. The cactus heard Chen Feng's apology, and knew that Chen Feng did not mean any harm, so the expression on his face slowly softened. However, he would not forgive so easily. Chen Feng said to Chen Feng, It's okay if you want me to forgive you. Just tell me why you knew the answer to that question last night, and I'll forgive you. When Chen Feng heard the question about enduring the cactus, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. In his mind, for a moment, he couldn't recall what question he answered yesterday, and he looked at the cactus with doubts. The cactus couldn't help but look at Chen Feng angrily and said, That's why you know you can't stay in this oasis forever. This is what this oasis stipulates. Chen Feng heard the words of the cactus. For a moment, he looked at the cactus with some laughter and tears, and said helplessly to the cactus, I just guessed it based on the information you gave me. Chapter 293 Arrogance. The cactus was slightly stunned when he heard Chen Feng's words, and pondered in his mind for a while. Then he realized that what Chen Feng said was true, and a smile appeared on his face. Chen Feng saw the smiling face of the cactus, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and said to the cactus, Now that you've woken up, can we go find the ghost demon scorpion? You have promised me, so don't break your promise. The cactus heard Chen Feng's words, and couldn't help but said angrily, I will keep what I promise you. How could I lie to you? You underestimate me too much. I am not as timid and fearful as you say. Let's go! I will take you to find the ghost poisonous scorpion. But don't forget what you promised me. The cactus thought of the terrifying aspect of the demon scorpion, and its frail body couldn't help but tremble. Although his body was covered with barbs, it was generally difficult for many monsters to enter his body. If you want to get close to him, you will be pricked by its thorns. But every time the nether poisonous scorpion sees him, it will trample him. If the netherworld poisonous scorpion is pricked by his thorn, then they will kill it. Pluck out the thorns one by one. For those netherworld poisonous scorpions, the thorns of this cactus are just tickling them. With their defense so strong, it is difficult for the cactus's thorns to penetrate into their bodies. However, the netherworld poisonous scorpions, he would never allow his dignity to be violated. So he treated the cactus in front of him like this. When Chen Feng saw the trembling body of the cactus, he didn't reveal the fact that he was afraid of the demon scorpion. He couldn't help but secretly chuckle, and followed the cactus closely, and left the place without any hesitation. An oasis. Go looking for the ghost demon poisonous scorpion. It was very dazzling, slowly going down on the beach. A cactus was walking quickly forward in the endless yellow sand. In order to avoid the target being too big, Chen Feng directly carried the glorious worker bees, and he was buzzing flying in the sky. The cactus led Chen Feng to walk in the yellow sand for a long time. At this time, he stopped beside a high mound several hundred meters away. The cactus looked around and found a smaller mound, and led Chen Feng to hide behind that mound. Chen Feng looked at the mound a few hundred meters away with some confusion. A doubtful look flashed in his eyes, and quietly said to the cactus beside him, "Is it possible that this is where the demon scorpion appears most often?" The cactus nodded slightly, glanced at Chen Feng and said, "Little black bee, don't underestimate the mound in front of you. According to common sense, this ghost demon scorpion likes to burrow under the yellow sand when the sun is the strongest. On top of the yellow sand, a tall mound will be formed. Mounds. This mound is different from other mounds. There will be a small gap between the mounds where they live, and that gap is created to allow the surrounding air to enter." Chen Feng looked far into the distance and carefully observed the taller mound, and found that there were small gaps in the mound. He couldn't help but glance at the cactus in surprise, with a smile of appreciation in his eyes. "Then let me ask you to destroy the mound so that we can lure them out." Cactus has become accustomed to Chen Feng being able to guess everything, so he nodded and said to Chen Feng, "That's true. I won't go there. I'm here waiting for news of your victory." Chen Feng nodded and summoned the glory worker bees, asking them to protect the cactus in front of him from the poisonous hands of the demon scorpion. Then he moved his wings with confidence and moved to the side of the mound. Chen Feng came to the mound, flew around the mound leisurely, observed it again, and then released his skills. Shenwu Sword Shadow. Countless sword shadows attacked the mound from all directions with fierce momentum. I saw countless sword shadows flashing past, and the tall figure turned into a pile of tiny grains of sand in the sky. It is constantly flying among them. Gradually, the tiny grains of sand slowly fell. Chen Feng glanced at his masterpiece with satisfaction, feeling quite confident in himself. At first, after the mound turned into a small pool of yellow sand, there was no reaction under the mound. Chen Feng glanced at the mound that had disappeared in front of him with some suspicion, and looked towards the small mound a few hundred meters away from him. The small mound took a look. "Then you will turn around and wait quietly." After a few more minutes, Chen Feng only hears a small rustling sound, resounding under the disappeared mound. Chen Feng knows that the ghost demon scorpion is almost there. Arrival. Chen Feng was prepared in the sky to welcome the arrival of the phantom scorpion. Not long after, I saw densely packed ghost demon poisonous scorpions emerging from under the yellow sand. These ghost demon poisonous scorpions were large and small. They were all black. However, some of the huge ones were covered with rust. The brown lines are particularly conspicuous among the yellow sand. Each of them has a long tail with poisonous needles on the tail, which are shining with cold light under the sun. Their tails are constantly swaying, as if to demonstrate to Chen Feng. When Chen Feng saw them looking like this, a sneer appeared on his lips, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. All the ghost demon poison scorpions appeared densely in front of Chen Feng's eyes. There were thousands of ghost demon poison scorpions as far as the eye could see. The ghost demon poisonous scorpions of the 7th layer mirror of divine martial arts were arranged on the yellow sand like this. Invisibly, they emitted a stream of air that shot straight into the sky. Chen Feng looked at those domineering ghost demon scorpions with no fear in his eyes. At this time, the commander of the phantom scorpion appeared in front of Chen Feng, his scarlet eyes really not looking at Chen Feng. "Little black bee, did you think our cave was flat? You are so courageous. How dare a small demonic beast with a first level of divine martial arts dare to be so arrogant? Are you tired of living?" When Chen Feng saw the commander of the nether scorpion despising him so much, he was not angry, but the smile at the corner of his mouth grew wider. Chen Feng wandered around in the sky for 2 times before standing still. The old god was looking at the nether demon, poisonous scorpion. "Many monsters said this about me, but they all died at my hands." Commander Umo Poison Scorpion glanced at Chen Feng, not believing what Chen Feng said at all. "Arrogant bee, since you disturbed our rest time, you will risk your life." The commander of the ghost demon poison scorpion raised the thorn on his tail high and shouted to the other ghost demon poison scorpions, "Come on! Kill me!" When all the nether poison scorpions heard the commander's shouts, they felt a breath coming out of their chests. That breath drove them forward, wanting to tear Chen Feng into pieces. Chapter 294 Quicksand. The nether demon poisonous scorpions opened their blood-red eyes and marched towards Chen Feng. Some netherworld poisonous scorpions rushed forward, and some stepped on the body of another netherworld poisonous scorpion and moved forward step by step. They seemed not to have any an emotional beast-killing machine with cold blood flowing all over his body. Qin Feng looked at the netherworld poisonous scorpions from a distance and shouted loudly, "Well done!" As a result, he fluttered his wings and rushed into the team of the ghost demon poison scorpion. Shenwu Sword Shadow. The sword shadows came from all directions with fierce momentum, rushing towards the team of the nether demon poisonous scorpions. Every charge of the sword shadow would bring out the corpses of the netherworld poisonous scorpions. And some netherworld poisonous scorpions did not even have time. After releasing his skills, he became a dead soul under the shadow of Qin Feng's sword. Even so, netherworld executioners are still swarming in. Some netherworld poisonous scorpions that have been dismembered are still moving in place after their bodies and heads are separated. Just like loyal dead soldiers. Generally, even if you are killed, you still want to struggle. The green blood flowing out of the netherworld scorpion's body continuously corrodes the yellow sand, making every grain of yellow sand on this piece of sand appear with uneven holes. And it also emits a foul smell from time to time. At this moment, Qin Feng was already furious. The commander of the netherworld poison scorpions saw that Qin Feng had no intention of resisting him, but rushed directly to the other netherworld poison scorpions, secretly complaining about Qin Feng's despicableness. Afterwards, the commander of the ghost demon poison scorpion saw the corpses of the ghost demon poison scorpion falling down again, and immediately shouted loudly, "Spread out! Spread out immediately!" The voice of the commander of the netherworld poison scorpions at the 7th level of Shenwu rang in the ears of every netherworld poisonous scorpion. In an instant, they woke up the netherworld poisonous scorpions, who had turned into beast-killing machines, allowing them to regain their consciousness and no longer be blind. To attack. For a moment, the ghost demon poisonous scorpions looked at each other, and then spread around. With a swipe, the ghost demon poisonous scorpions disappeared from where Qin Feng was in an instant. Qin Feng was slightly stunned when he saw on the attribute panel that the number of netherworld poisonous scorpions he had killed had reached 800. He couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Now he just felt that these netherworld poisonous scorpions in front of him were like tofu cubes. Unbearable. Hit. Qin Feng was thinking in his mind that if he continued at this speed, he would complete the task soon. At this time, the commander of the netherworld poison scorpion came to Qin Feng, and his scarlet eyes fell on Qin Feng for the first time. "Little black bee, your strength really surprises me. However, this is far from enough. You are nothing in front of me. Just let me experience your strength." Before Qin Feng could say anything, the phantom poisonous scorpion attacked Qin Feng. Netherworld Edge. I saw the tail of the netherworld poisonous scorpion continuously drawing circles in the sky, getting faster and faster. Finally, I saw only after images. From the after images, shapes similar to the half-tails of the netherworld poisonous scorpion exploded. The poisonous blade on top of the attack also had a slender tail needle, which was constantly flashing with cold light. The ghost demon poison scorpion concentrated all the attacks in front of him, and with a focused look, those attacks rushed towards Qin Feng. The nether poison scorpion's attack speed was extremely fast, and it was in front of Qin Feng in an instant. Qin Feng didn't dare to exaggerate at all and immediately released his skills. Xianquan technique. Qin Feng disappeared instantly. When demon poison scorpion saw Qin Feng disappearing, he did not look panicked. He was full of confidence in his heart, as if he had known that Qin Feng had such skills for a long time. Not only that, there was also a sinister smile on his lips. At this moment, Qin Feng, who was avoiding the attack of the netherworld scorpion, did not see the smile on the corner of the netherworld scorpion's mouth. When Qin Feng used the Qianquan divination to teleport to a dark place where the netherworld scorpion could not see, he never thought of that. The poisonous blade was like a sharp eye, attacking Qin Feng with lightning speed. Qin Feng's eyes widened in an instant. At this moment, it was too late to release his skills. Qin Feng tried his best to turn aside, but there was still a poisonous blade that passed through Qin Feng's side, leaving a blood stain. Qin Feng only felt a numbness in his body, and half of his body lost consciousness in an instant. Qin Feng secretly thought that it was not good. However, at this time, the poisonous blade that had successfully injured Qin Feng spun around in the sky and attacked Qin Feng again. Qin Feng knew that this was not the way to go. He glanced at the phantom scorpion, who was watching the show out of the corner of his eye. A flash of light flashed in his eyes, so he immediately changed his flight path and flew towards the phantom scorpion. Ghost demon poison scorpion never thought that Qin Feng would fly towards him. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. In an instant, he knew Qin Feng's purpose. The demon poison scorpion had no intention of evading, and was just quietly waiting for Qin Feng's arrival. However, without Qin Feng's attention, The poisonous blade seemed to have spirituality, and divided into 3 waves. Another wave passed behind Chen Feng. Go around and attack Chen Feng from the side. Chen Feng, who was about to arrive next to the Netherworld Scorpion, saw that the Netherworld Venomous Scorpion did not show any panic at all, and felt an ominous premonition rising in his heart. However, at this moment, he could no longer change the flight path, so he could only bite the bullet. Rush forward. The tail needle behind the phantom poison scorpion quietly lifted up and kept shaking, waiting for Chen Feng to arrive before attacking him. As expected by the ghost demon poisonous scorpion, Chen Feng arrived in front of him within a few seconds, and the ghost demon poisonous scorpion immediately showed his tail needle. At this moment, Chen Feng was facing an unprecedented crisis. All escape routes from all directions had been blocked. It could be said that there were wolves in front of him, tigers in back, and attacks on the flanks. Facing such a crisis situation, Chen Feng thought with his heart pounding and an imperceptible panic in his eyes. Is there no way out now? No. At this point, I don't believe it. There must be other ways. Chen Feng's brain was spinning rapidly, and his eyes were constantly wandering around. For a moment, Chen Feng didn't think of a good way, so he could only grit his teeth and use a head-on mentality to unleash his skills. Light shield! I saw a translucent sphere covering Chen Feng's body, shining dazzlingly under the sunlight. However, the skill was released too late, and the light shield only formed a thin layer, under attack from all sides. Only the sound of bang hitting each other was heard. The light shield was vulnerable and broke into countless pieces, and Chen Feng was hit a long distance by the energy of the light shield. Chen Feng, who was thrown into the sky, fainted. At this time, on the yellow sand not far away, there was a whirlpool, which was the trace of quicksand. Chen Feng happened to fall into it, and Chen Feng's figure slowly sank into the ground with the quicksand. By the time the ghost demon poison scorpion arrived, Chen Feng's figure had disappeared. The ghost demon poison scorpion glanced at the quicksand and had to give up. Chapter 295 Relic Fragments. When the demon poisonous scorpion saw Chen Feng being knocked away and falling into the quicksand, a sneer appeared on his lips. He looked around and found that there was no trace of any monster, so he walked away. The cactus, who was hiding behind the mound, saw the scarlet eyes of the phantom scorpion drifting towards this place. His body froze, and he couldn't help but hold back his breath. He didn't even dare to move. It wasn't until after the ghost demon scorpion left and a long time passed that the cactus finally recovered. The glorious worker bees surrounding the cactus couldn't help but panic and wanted to rush to rescue Chen Feng. However, they were afraid of exposing the cactus figure and could not after completing the task assigned by Chen Feng. If he didn't rush forward, he would be afraid that his king would disappear from this world. At this moment, in Chen Feng's mind, the voice of the system sounded. Ding! It is found that the host's vitality is less than 10%. Deduct 50% of the host's royal jelly and activate the repair system. Ding! The repair system started successfully. Please pay attention to the host. However, Chen Feng didn't realize it. Chen Feng slowly fell along with the quicksand. He didn't know how long he fell. Chen Feng fell into a dark space. Chen Feng still hasn't woken up. The system is still repairing Chen Feng's wounds, and the toxins of the Netherworld Scorpion are slowly disappearing during the repair of the system. Ding! The system has been repaired successfully. Please pay attention to the host. In the quiet and dark space, only the system's voice kept appearing in Chen Feng's mind. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with darkness. Chen Feng couldn't help but close his eyes, calm down, and open them again. Only then did he realize that it was not his problem, but the space. So dark. Chen Feng calmly adapted for a moment, then stood up slowly. The scene of fighting against the phantom scorpion appeared in his mind, and then he realized that all the wounds on his body were healed. Chen Feng looked around the space around him again, and found that there were no living creatures in this space. He couldn't help but feel discouraged. In boredom, Chen Feng took out the elixir from the water drop space, and kept pouring the elixir. The medicine goes into the mouth. Chen Feng, who was taking the elixir, suddenly noticed the air conditioning around him. His body froze, and he immediately fluttered his wings and flew into the air. Then, he turned around and took a look, only to find that there were countless bodies emitting blue light in all directions. The light of the seventh mirror of divine martial power, and the phantom poisonous scorpion. Their eyes continued to emit a fierce light, looking at Chen Feng with ferocious faces, occupying all the space under Chen Feng's feet. When Chen Feng saw this situation, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his body. He took a few steps back and carefully looked at the vicious ghost demon poisonous scorpions in front of him. He found that the ghost demon poisonous scorpions were completely different from those he had encountered before. They seemed to be incorporeal bodies, just phantoms of ghostly demon poisonous scorpions. Chen Feng murmured to himself. Will killing these nether poisonous scorpions in front of me be counted as part of the mission? Chen Feng released his skills with a try mentality. Shenwu Sword Shadow. The sword shadow rushed straight towards those ghost demon poisonous scorpions with fierce momentum. The demon poison scorpion looked at Chen Feng, and when he attacked himself, he reacted extremely quickly and immediately dodged to the side. Then, he used a skill to backhand Chen Feng. Netherworld Edge. Chen Feng was well aware of the power of this skill, so he directly vibrated his wings and led the poisonous blades in circles. Finally, he circled above the poisonous scorpions that were charging towards the netherworld and flew into the air again. Those poisonous blades rushed directly into the team of netherworld poisonous scorpions, and then exploded. In the explosion, the netherworld poisonous scorpions' virtual bodies were painted into dots of blue light and dispersed into the air. Chen Feng looked at the attribute panel again and found that the number of nether poisonous scorpions he killed had increased. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. This was repeated back and forth, and the number continued to grow upwards. And in this darkness, the blue light is gathering more and more. Ding! The host successfully killed 1,000 nether poison scorpions. The mission was completed. He obtained the fragments of the Space Ancestors relics and the Earth Elixir Nether Longi. Ding! Please check the rest of the attributes yourself. The voice of the system rang in Chen Feng's mind. Chen Feng heard the fragments of relics left by the ancestor of space in the world. He couldn't help but feel curious. There was also a puzzled look in his eyes, and he kept searching for the fragments of relics in the space, but found that he did not exist in the space, and couldn't help but feel even more puzzled. At this time, something strange happened in this dark space. Chen Feng couldn't help but cast his gaze on the surrounding space. I saw the blue light points transformed by the nether poisonous scorpions killed by Chen Feng, constantly condensing in the space. As more and more light points gathered, the space moved more and more abnormally, as if it was about to be torn apart. Generalized. Chen Feng couldn't help but take a few steps back. The blue light slowly formed a sphere. Suddenly, a dazzling white light emitted from the sphere, illuminating the dark space in an instant. Chen Feng felt the dazzling light, and immediately closed his eyes to prevent the light from hurting his eyes. The white light slowly disappeared, and the sphere was like a molting silkworm chrysalis. All the light surrounding the body faded away, revealing a piece of blue flaky ruins inside. Chen Feng immediately flew forward. The bee's feet landed on the ruins fragments, putting him into the water drop space. The moment Chen Feng put the ruins fragments into the water drop space, the surrounding black space continued to shatter. Chen Feng couldn't help being shocked and looked around. Suddenly, Chen Feng found a light above the space. Chen Feng rushed straight into it without hesitation. Toward that ray of light, fragments of space continued to slip from Chen Feng's side, and some made cuts on Chen Feng's body, and blood overflowed from the wounds. Chen Feng was unaware of it, and flew towards the bright light regardless. The moment the black space collapsed, Chen Feng flew out. In front of Chen Feng, the field of vision became wider, and there was still a piece of yellow sand in front of him, shining with a dazzling luster under the sun. At this moment, Chen Feng felt a sense of dizziness coming over him, and then he fell from the sky. The glorious worker bees hiding behind the mound instantly saw Chen Feng emerging from the yellow sand. A look of surprise flashed in their eyes. Then, they saw Chen Feng falling from the sky, and their hearts tightened, holding back the voice that was about to scream. He rushed forward, supported Chen Feng, and slowly landed on the yellow sand. At the same time, the cactus slowly came to Chen Feng and looked at the glorious worker bees around him calmly. Come with me, and I will take you to a safe place to heal your king. The glorious worker bees nodded, supported Chen Feng, and under the leadership of the cactus, they thought about going far away, leaving only a few mounds, which looked like a golden tower under the sun. Chapter 296 Revenge. The cactus led the glorious worker bees back to the oasis. The glorious worker bees put Chen Feng in a hidden place. At the same time, the system was also repairing Chen Feng's wounds. Chen Feng's wounds healed slowly. However, Chen Feng still showed no tendency to wake up. The glorious worker bees and the cactus kept guarding Chen Feng's side. The next morning, Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Chen Feng's mind was still stuck on the moment when he burst out of the white light. He couldn't help but feel a little dazed when he saw the surrounding scenery. What's wrong with me? Chen Feng looked at the glorious worker bees and asked softly. The glorious worker bees knelt down on one knee respectfully in front of Chen Feng. King, when you came out, you fainted on the ground. In order to heal you, the cactus brought us to this oasis. Chen Feng nodded and realized what had happened. He slowly climbed up from the leaves. Then, he led the glorious worker bees to fly down from the leaves and said to the cactus, "Thank you for taking me to find the netherworld scorpion and allowing me to complete my mission. Then, I will take my leave." The cactus looked at Chen Feng with some reluctance. Chen Feng looked at the cactus and couldn't help but shook his head slightly, with a smile on his lips. Then, he took a deep look at the cactus and left the oasis without looking back. Chen Feng took a breath of the fresh air in the yellow sand, raised the corners of his eyes slightly, and raised a cold smile on the corners of his mouth. Chen Feng would not leave easily. He had to settle accounts with the netherworld scorpion before leaving. Chen Feng followed the route in his memory and came to the top of the mound where the netherworld scorpion was hiding. At this moment, a new mound was built here, and Chen Feng destroyed them all regardless. The nether poisonous scorpion was naturally awakened and emerged from under the yellow sand. The commander of Nether Scorpion couldn't help but sneer when he saw Chen Feng in front of him, with a look of contempt in his eyes. "Little black bee, it turns out that you haven't been killed yet. It seems that your life is very tough. But since you survived, what are you doing here? Why don't you run away for your life?" There was a cold look in Chen Feng's eyes, but there was no trace of annoyance on his face. "Of course I came here to kill you." "What? You're scared?" The commander of the Nether Poisonous Scorpion was slightly stunned when he heard Chen Feng's words, and then laughed out loud, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Little black bee, what did you say?" The Netherworld Poisonous Scorpion commander turned back and said to the other Netherworld Poisonous Scorpions, "Did you hear what this little black bee said? He actually said he wanted to kill me." The Netherworld Poisonous Scorpion commander was talking and laughing again. The sound emanating from his chest echoed in the yellow sand. Chen Feng just looked at the Netherworld Scorpion commander coldly, without saying a word. In Chen Feng's eyes, the Netherworld Scorpion in front of him was like a clown, directing and acting in a play. The Nether Poison Scorpion stopped laughing after laughing for a long time, and a cold light appeared on his face, staring closely at the little black bee in front of him. "Little black bee, since you said so, don't blame me for being rude." Then, the Netherworld Scorpion rushed towards Chen Feng. In that dark space, Chen Feng had already understood the moves and skills of the Netherworld Scorpion commander, and also knew which moves to use correctly, in order to end the battle in front of him as soon as possible. Chen Feng. He unleashed his skills without mercy. Xianquan technique. The earth groans. Shenwu sword shadow. Wave after wave of skills were directed at the commander of the Netherworld Poison Scorpion. Before the Netherworld Poison Scorpion could react, all the skills released by Chen Feng were approaching, and those skills turned into an afterimage. The attack was on the Netherworld Poison Commander Scorpion, and the Netherworld Poison Commander Scorpion was directly killed by Chen Feng's skills. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! The host successfully killed the Shenwu 7th layer mirror monster and obtained evolution points 4,568.5. After Chen Feng killed the Netherworld Poisonous Scorpion commander, he turned back and looked at the Netherworld Poisonous Scorpions in front of him with cold eyes. When the Nether Poison Scorpion saw his commander being killed by Chen Feng, and saw and felt Chen Feng's cold eyes, he couldn't help but take a few steps back, looked at each other, and tacitly wanted to run away. And some got into the yellow under the sand. Some opened their short legs and ran into the distance. Chen Feng's mission had been completed, and he was too lazy to pay attention to those Netherworld Scorpions anymore. So he let them go. Chen Feng opened the attribute panel again, and found that the evolution points were full. Then, he spoke to the system. System, I want to upgrade. The system judged for a second before it rang in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! The host has successfully upgraded. Please pay attention to the host. Chen Feng only felt that every inch of his skin was burning, as if he was going to burn up. He fell to the ground with a chirp. Even though he fell to the ground, his body was in pain, but he still didn't feel it. The pain of upgrading is even more painful. Chen Feng kept rolling on the ground, and the scorching temperature on the yellow sand continued to spread throughout Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng only felt a burning sensation in his body, but there was also a burning sensation on the surface of his body. The severe heat caused Chen Feng endless pain. Gradually, at this moment, if any monster could see inside Chen Feng's body, he would definitely find that all the meridians in Chen Feng's body had become transparent, as if all the impurities in his body were burned away. Afterwards, the pain slowly disappeared. and Chen Feng only felt a stream of air in his body that was constantly repairing the damage caused by the burn. Waves of relief washed over Chen Feng's body, causing Chen Feng to narrow his eyes. After everything became calm, Chen Feng shook the dirt discharged from his body and flew into the air with vibrating wings. At this moment, Chen Feng only felt that his whole body was lighter, and his body was much lighter than before. He couldn't help but feel in the sky. I wandered around twice, feeling secretly happy, and then clicked on the Properties panel. Host, Chen Feng. Shenwu 9 Mirrors, 1/9999. Skill, Shenwu Sword Shadow, 3rd level. Shenwu Sword Shadow anesthetizes the target for 6.5 seconds. The earth groaned. Within 100 meters of the host's body, there is no difference in thunder attacks. The number of attacks is limited to 46, which is equal to the host's own level. Light Shield, 1st level, defense skill. Defense power is equal to own strength. Enemy attack has 20% attack effect. Xianquan Technique, 2nd level, anywhere within 5,000 meters of the host's body. Clone Technique, limit the number of clones to 3. Reduce self-damage by 6%. Invisibility, limited by level. Time is 10 minutes. Secret Technique, Death's Poison, 2nd level, after the venom is used. Honey can be absorbed and converted into venom. The attack poison is enhanced by 35%, and the hit damage is reduced by 37%. Chapter 297 Triumph. After Chen Feng upgraded, his eyes saw the Netherworld Scorpion lying on the ground. The green blood of the Netherworld Scorpion was constantly flowing on the yellow sand. However, during the period of Chen Feng's upgrade, the blood in his body had dried up. Under the sunlight, it didn't take long for him to slowly evaporated. However, the Netherworld Scorpion showed no tendency to resurrect. Chen Feng couldn't help but move forward and circle around the Netherworld Scorpion. For a moment, his heart was pounding. How come this Netherworld Scorpion hasn't woken up yet? Logically speaking, the monsters in the 1st and 2nd levels will come back to life after being killed by me. However, how come the Netherworld Scorpion in front of me doesn't react at all? Chen Feng slapped his head with his front foot, feeling annoyed in his heart. I forgot everything at the time and needed the guidance of a monster to enter the next level. When the nether poisonous scorpions fled, I didn't catch one and asked where the entrance to the next level was. What should I do? Chen Feng couldn't help but anxiously wander around in place. The glorious worker bees looked at Chen Feng, who kept wandering around in the same place, and couldn't help but glance at each other. There was a look of doubt in their eyes. They didn't know that Chen Feng was like this at this moment. What are you doing? Every time Chen Feng turned around, he kept scanning the Netherworld Poisonous Scorpion with his eyes. Gradually, the Netherworld Poisonous Scorpion's body slowly burned under the scorching sun, and then turned into a corpse. Beach ashes. Chen Feng was slightly stunned when he saw the situation in front of him. He couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. He never thought that the sun had such a function and could burn the corpses of dead monsters. He couldn't help sighing, drooping his head, and closing his eyes. His eyes were thoughtful. At this moment, Chen Feng remembered what the bloodthirsty Lin Yan Bee said. Chen Feng opened his eyes instantly, and a look of surprise appeared in Chen Feng's eyes. Then Chen Feng took out the green crystal from the water drop space. Yuan Fan also noticed the pendant given to him by the owner of the Demon King shop, and took it out too. As soon as Chen Feng took out the green crystal from the water drop space, it exuded a bright green light. The light kept flashing, and then small green dots emerged from the crystal, like a naughty elf constantly floating in the sky. A look of anticipation flashed across Chen Feng's eyes. He placed the crystal into the water drop space, and stared closely at the small green light spots. Elf, can you come to my group to find the entrance to this level? As if they could understand Chen Feng's words, the green dots flashed and circled twice around Chen Feng, as if they were identifying the direction. Then, they flew in one direction at a slow speed. Without delay, Chen Feng led the shining worker bees to follow closely behind those small spots of light. However, Chen Feng, who was flying, did not notice at all that the pendant in his bee feet was also shining with silvery white light. Those green light spots led Chen Feng to fly for a long time. The longer the small green light spots floated, the color emitted by his body would gradually fade, as if it would disappear at any time. Chen Feng stared closely at the small green light spot in front of him with a worried look in his eyes, fearing that if he accidentally saw the small green light spot in front of him, it would disappear into the yellow sand. However, Chen Feng was relatively lucky. The small green light spots entered the oasis. Chen Feng glanced at the small green light spots with some confusion, and couldn't help but think in his heart. Is it possible that the exit is in this forest? Then I have been in this forest without knowing it. The small light spot slowly flew forward. Qin Feng stared at the small light spot in front of him and looked around, looking for the figure of the cactus. However, Qin Feng searched for a long time in the forest and never found half of the cactus. Without a trace of shadow, Qin Feng had no choice but to put all his thoughts on Xiao Guan. The small light spot flew for a certain distance, then stopped, slowly faded, and disappeared into the forest. Qin Feng looked around with some confusion and found that there was nothing else around except trees. Not only that, but the trees were also generally there is no difference at all. At this time, Qin Feng only felt a pulling force constantly pulling him forward. Only then did Qin Feng realize that the pendant in his hand was emitting white light. There seemed to be something attracting him in front of this forest, and it kept pulling Qin Feng. However, it did not pull Qin Feng, and the pendant tried to break away from Qin Feng's wasp's feet. Qin Feng had no choice but to obey the pendant and let him lead him forward. The pendant felt the strength of Qin Feng's relaxation and immediately increased its pulling force. Qin Feng's body was unstable, and he was directly dragged forward by the pendant. The surrounding trees kept moving backwards, and the leaves kept brushing against the composition's body, while Qin Feng's feet tightly pulled the chain of the pendant. Finally, Qin Feng was able to take a breath and slowly stabilize his body, and then moved forward with the vibrating wings and the pendant. At this moment, Qin Feng and the pendant were so fast that they had already left the glory worker bee and the small green light spots far behind, and they could no longer be seen. The pendant took Qin Feng for a distance and then stopped. The wind took a few breaths, and then he saw the thick fog in front of him. The fog was like a whirlpool and a mirror. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it all. Unexpectedly, the mist in front of me has changed in form. Qin Feng wandered around in place for a few times, secretly claiming to be surprised that the pendant felt that the fog in front of him did not fall immediately, but the light shone brightly, as if it was echoing the things in the fog. Qin Feng couldn't help but let go of his front foot and let the pendant be attracted by the fog in front of him, because Qin Feng had a premonition that if he let the pendant go, something unexpected might happen. Because he had saved his life many times with this premonition, Qin Feng died. So Qin Feng decided to believe his hunch. The pendant slowly moved into the mirror-like mist. At the moment when the pendant merged into it, the mist continued to surge, becoming thicker and thicker, spreading to all directions, and knowledge came from the mist. An oval door appeared. When Qin Feng saw the door in front of him, he couldn't help but be a little stunned, thinking in his heart, "It's not the same door as when we first came here. Is it possible that after completing 3 levels, there are no other levels? Are we about to leave the demon cry now?" Qin Feng felt a little unbelievable. He turned around and looked at this magical cave. For a moment, he felt a little sad. Then he saw the glorious worker bee summoning them and carrying them with him. He turned around and waited quietly. The pendant opens the entrance. Chapter 298, Enlightenment. The pendant slowly fell on top of the door. There was an oval groove above, and the pendant was embedded in that groove. The moment the pendant was set into the groove, the door glowed brightly, and streaks of white light burst out from the door. Qin Feng couldn't help but slowly closed his eyes. And then he realized that the door in front of him, it is different from the door when you first entered. Qin Feng closed his eyes and thought in his heart, "The door in front of you should be connected to the door you came from. This is just a transmission interface." The light slowly weakened in front of Qin Feng's body, and then slowly disappeared. Qin Feng felt the light disappear and slowly opened his eyes. There were bursts of light flowing above the door in front of him, like water, with white light spots flashing inside the door. After opening the door in front of him, the pendant seemed to have lost its strength and all its brilliance, and fell to the ground in an instant. With vibrating wings, Qin Feng flew forward, picked up the pendant, put it into the water drop space, and then stepped into the door. I saw white light scattered around. When Qin Feng entered the door, the first light spot slowly condensed and lingered around Qin Feng. Gradually, the light spots gathered more and more, wrapping Qin Feng's whole body in it. A round sphere formed around Qin Feng. Qin Feng only felt a wave of dizziness coming over him, and he closed his eyes involuntarily. Qin Feng seemed to be moving in this ball of light, but also seemed not to be moving. After a long time, the feeling in Qin Feng's heart gradually disappeared, and the light ball formed by the white light spots around him gradually faded away. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, stabilized his breath, and flew out of the door in front of him. After Qin Feng flew out of the door, what came into view was the face of the master of the Demon King's Hall. Behind him were the first elder, third elder, and other elders of the Demon King's hall. When Chen Feng saw such a battle, he couldn't help but be slightly startled, and a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. With a smile on his lips, the master of the Demon King Palace stepped forward gracefully and said to Chen Feng, "Little Black Bee, you're not bad. You are the first monster to come out of the Devil's Cave. You have lived up to the expectations of this palace master. From now on, you can stay by my side and be my personal guard." Chen Feng blinked, glanced at the master of the Demon King Palace, and said, "What are the benefits of being your personal guard? Are there many geniuses and treasures?" The master of the Demon King Palace couldn't help laughing when he heard Chen Feng's words. After laughing for a long time, he slowly stopped laughing and said to Chen Feng, "That's of course. There are countless benefits to being my relative. As long as you complete the tasks for the elixirs and spiritual veins in the Demon King's Palace, you can get twice as many rewards as other monsters. This is not good, and the task is not difficult." When Chen Feng heard this, he nodded and arched his front feet towards the master of the Demon King's hall. "Thank you very much, Master, for your support." When the elder of the Demon King's hall saw Chen Feng coming out of the demon's cave, his face became very ugly. He also heard that the master of the Demon King's hall gave Chen Feng the position of his personal guard, and his face became even more livid, thinking in his heart, "Obviously, this elder sent many monsters to block the little black bee's progress. How could the little black bee in front of me successfully break through so easily?" The great elder of the Demon King's hall thought about it, and was puzzled. After Chen Feng came out of the demon's cave, one after another demonic beasts successfully broke through the demon's cave and came out. They were all covered in scars. As soon as they walked out of the door of the demon's cave, they collapsed on the ground. It was pitch black. And then he fainted, making it difficult to stand up again. Among so many monsters, none of them appeared in front of the Demon King Palace Master as easily as Chen Feng. Seeing this situation, the Demon King Palace Master always had a smile on his lips and exuded a sense of aura all over his body. He had a high-spirited look, as if Chen Sang was a monster he had personally cultivated. Chen Feng stood next to the master of the Demon King's hall. When he saw the master of the Demon King's hall looking like this, helplessness appeared in his expression, and he couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Ever since Chen Feng completed his mission in the demon's cave and returned triumphantly, Chen Feng has become a popular figure under the palace master. The elder of the Demon King's palace stole the chicken, but lost the rice. Instead, he succeeded Chen Feng. He couldn't help but look gloomy every day, especially after seeing Chen Feng helping the master of the Demon King hall. His face became even more livid. On this day, Chen Feng quietly came to the third elder's palace. At this moment, the third elder, who was leisurely strolling in the palace, felt Chen Feng's aura and spoke into the darkness. "Little Black Bee, come out. Stop hiding." Chen Feng had no intention of hiding in the first place. Otherwise, he would not have been discovered so easily by the third elder of the Demon King Palace. Chen Feng poked his head out of the darkness, and then flew out with fluttering wings. He smiled at the third elder of the Demon King Palace, and sat down on the stone next to him. "Third elder, how are you? I successfully broke through the Devil's Cave and returned in triumph. Are you satisfied with the result I gave you?" The third elder of the Demon King's Palace narrowed his eyes slightly, nodded slightly, looked at each other with Chen Feng, and laughed tacitly. "Little Black Bee, you are really powerful. You don't know that when the great elder of the Demon King's Palace saw you coming out, his face turned ugly, and his fierce eyes seemed to want to eat you alive. The great elder of the Demon King's Palace must be there. The Devil's Cave is trying to trip you up." Chen Feng nodded, and said to the third elder of the Demon King Palace, "It's true. During these 3 levels, I was always wandering on the edge of life and death. I almost entered the Palace of Hell several times." The third elder of the Demon King's Palace heard Chen Feng's words, and looked at Chen Feng with some confusion. 3 levels? Chen Feng sensed the doubts in the words of the third elder of the Demon King's Palace, and nodded to the third elder of the Demon King's Palace. He couldn't help but look at the third elder of the Demon King's Palace in confusion, with doubts in his eyes. "Is there something wrong?" The third elder of the Demon King Palace said to Chen Feng with a serious face. "In the Demon's Cave, there is a piece of yellow sand. There is only 1 level. In this level, you have gone through cruel training and killed enough monsters to complete the task before you can come out of the Demon's Cave. How come there are 3 levels? Woolen cloth." When Chen Feng heard the words of the third elder of the Demon King's Hall, he couldn't help but stood aside in a daze. Then what's going on? The third elder of the Demon King Palace pondered for a while, then raised his head and stared at Chen Feng closely. This is L level difficulty. You are the last one to enter the Devil's Cave. The Great Elder must have done something in this. These 3 levels are actually connected. This situation will only happen if the elders do something. Chapter 299 Go and Come Back. After Chen Feng came out of the third elder's chamber, the words of the third elder of the Demon King Palace kept appearing in his mind. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. He remembered everything the elder had done to him, and was only waiting for an opportunity. Just take revenge. As soon as Chen Feng returned to his cave, the master of the Demon King's palace set a demon beast over. The demon beast arched its front legs and said to Chen Feng, "Sir, the master of the palace invites you to go. We have something important to discuss. Let me go with you." Chen Feng looked at the gray 3-tailed fox in front of him and nodded slightly. "Okay, I'll get ready and go." Seeing the gray 3-tailed fox waiting there quietly, Chen Feng fluttered his wings and flew back to the hive. He eased the boredom in his heart and then flew out of the hive. The gray 3-tailed fox saw Chen Feng coming out, nodded slightly, and then led Chen Feng to the palace of the master of the Demon King Hall. Chen Feng followed the gray 3-tailed fox and soon arrived at the palace of the master of the Demon King's palace. At this moment, the master of the Demon King's palace was lying on his throne, his eyes slightly closed, and his brows wrinkled from time to time, thinking about something. Chen Feng came under the throne of the Lord of the Demon King's Hall and arched his front feet towards the Lord of the Demon King's Hall. "See the Lord of the Demon King's palace." The master of the Demon King Palace heard Chen Feng's voice and slowly opened his eyes with a smile on his lips. "Little Black Bee, you're here." Chen Feng nodded with a smile on his lips and looked at the master of the Demon King Palace before speaking slowly. "Palace Master, come to see me." "What do you mean?" The master of the Demon King's Palace narrowed his eyes slightly, stood up, and walked down from his throne leisurely and gracefully. The master of the Demon King's Hall stared closely at the small Chen Feng in front of him, with a curious look in his eyes. He was curious as to why Chen Feng, with such a small body, had such power, and why he could triumphantly survive in the demon's cave without any injuries. And back. After looking at it for a long time, the master of the Demon King Palace slowly returned to his throne. He motioned with his eyes for Chen Feng to sit down, and then he spoke unhurriedly. "Little Black Bee, do you know that the Demon King's Palace is not the only place in this world?" Chen Feng was slightly startled when he heard the words of the master of the Demon King's Hall, and a look of doubt and curiosity flashed in his eyes. "I wonder, is it possible that there are other places besides this place?" The master of the Demon King's Hall nodded to Chen Feng, then raised his proud head and looked into the distance through the cave. From the description of the master of the Demon King's Hall, Chen Feng finally learned some things about this world. This world is divided into 5 continents. Zhongzhou is the most terrifying, and Shizhou is the most barren. The place where Chen Feng is located is Shizhou. The Demon King Palace, the leader of monsters in Shizhou, has 6 major powers: Netherworld Valley, Shadow Valley, and Black Wind Valley, Broken Soul Hall, Pancher Pavilion, Bloodthirsty Hall, etc. After hearing this introduction from the master of the Demon King Hall, Chen Feng had a better understanding of the world, and his horizon suddenly broadened a lot. Chen Feng pondered for a moment, then raised his head and looked at the master of the Demon King Hall. "Palace Master, you didn't just come here this time to let me know more about this world, right? Are there other things?" The master of the Demon King Palace nodded to Chen Feng with a smile on his lips. "As expected of the personal guard of my Palace Master, you are so smart. You can think of things that other monsters can't think of." The words of the master of the Demon King's Hall penetrated into Chen Feng's ears, which made Chen Feng roll his eyes and look at the master of the Demon King's Hall with disdain, thinking in his heart, "The master of the Demon King's Palace is really a sentimental person." At this moment, a string of ellipses floated through Chen Feng's heart, and he was quite speechless at the praises made by the Lord of the Demon King's Hall, which were actually self-praising words. The master of the Demon King's Hall saw Chen Feng's eyes, and was not annoyed. He coughed slightly in embarrassment, and his expression slowly became serious. "Little Black Bee, I came to you this time for another matter." Chen Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes, staring closely at the master of the Demon King's Hall in front of him, quietly waiting for his next words. The master of the Demon King Palace was silent for a while, with a solemn look on his face. He hesitated for a moment, and continued to speak to Chen Feng. "Little Black Bee, there are terrifying ruins in the west. The warriors coming this time are monsters from all the major states. I hope you will go on my behalf. It is not only you monsters who are going this time, but also the Demon King's palace, the first elder and third elder, as well as other monsters in the Demon King's palace. The master of the Demon King's palace paused, lowered his head, and covered the look in his eyes. Little Black Bee, I know that the great elder of the Demon King's palace is targeting you. Therefore, I will not stop you from taking action against him in this ruins. However, when some tasks need to be completed, the overall situation should still be given priority. Qin Feng glanced at the master of the Demon King palace and complained secretly. This old fox is really shrewd. He can even see what I'm thinking in my heart. However, it seems that he can't stand the elder of the Demon King's palace. Otherwise, he wouldn't let me be so presumptuous. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, slowly covering up the light in his eyes, so that the monster could not guess his thoughts. After a moment like this, Qin Feng slowly raised his head. Palace Master, I obey. The master of the Demon King Hall raised his head, with a smile on his lips, and looked at Qin Feng quietly for a long time, then withdrew his eyes and said to Qin Feng, Little Black Bee, go ahead and prepare. We will set off in a few days. Qin Feng nodded, arched his front feet towards the master of the Demon King's Hall, and then flew out of the Demon King's Hall. However, Qin Feng did not return to his cave after leaving, but went to the bedroom of the third elder of the Demon King's Hall. The third elder of the Demon King's palace looked at Qin Feng, who had left and returned, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Little Black Bee, what do you want to ask for? Why did you go and come back? Qin Feng carelessly found a place to sit down in the third elder's bedroom of the Demon King's palace, crossed his legs, and swayed one after another. Third elder, have you ever heard of the terrifying ruins that appeared in the west? A look of surprise flashed in the eyes of the third elder of the Demon King's Hall. Little Black Bee, how did you know about this? There was a smile on Qin Feng's lips. His eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a dangerous aura in his eyes. The third elder of the Demon King's palace felt slightly chilly when they saw Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng glanced at the third elder of the Demon King palace again and said slowly, Third elder, I know there is a way for this to happen, but I came here this time because I have something important to discuss with the third elder. The third elder of Demon King palace looked at Qin Feng with doubtful eyes, nodded slightly to Qin Feng, and signaled Qin Feng to tell him something important. Chapter 300 Promise. Qin Feng saw the look in the eyes of the third elder of the Demon King's Hall. He looked around vigilantly and found that there were no monsters around. Then he felt relieved and stared at the third elder of the Demon King's Hall closely. Third elder, you have always had a serious problem in your heart. Don't you want to get rid of it? The third elder of the Demon King Palace heard Qin Feng's words and instantly understood the meaning of Qin Feng's words. He relaxed slightly and leaned gently on the stone, quietly waiting for Qin Feng's next words. Qin Feng paused, looked at the third elder who didn't speak, and continued to talk to himself. Third elder, I have an excellent opportunity this time to help you get rid of a serious problem in your heart. I wonder if the third elder is willing. There was a look of doubt in the eyes of the third elder of the Demon King's palace. He looked at Qin Feng quietly, not knowing what Qin Feng meant. Then he lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he raised his head, with a hint of confusion in his eyes, with understanding expressions and a hint of surprise among the two of them. They said to Qin Feng, You mean? You want to kill the great elder of the Demon King's palace among the terrifying ruins that appear in the west? Qin Feng nodded to the third elder of the Demon King palace. This is an excellent opportunity. It cannot be missed. It will never come again. I hope the third elder of the Demon King's palace will think about it and not miss this opportunity. Otherwise, if you want to have another chance to kill with the elder of the Demon King's palace, it becomes even more difficult. The third elder of the Demon King palace looked Qin Feng up and down, couldn't help but sneered, and shook his head slightly. Little Black Bee, you are too naive. Do you know how many demonic beasts are under the command of the great elder of the Demon King's palace, working for him? Do you know how strong the great elder of the Demon King's palace is? Do you know why I have been slow to take action? Qin Feng looked at the third elder of the Demon King's palace and was slightly startled. Qin Feng never thought that the third elder of the Demon King's palace in front of him usually looked happy and careless. But at the critical moment, he was so careful. Not only that, he could also be so thoughtful. The third elder of the Demon King palace saw that Qin Feng's facial expression froze slightly after hearing these words. So he sighed and softened his tone. There is not much difference in strength and power between this elder and the great elder of the Demon King's Hall. But with this small gap, I can't guarantee that I can kill the great elder of the Demon King's Hall. Chen Feng lowered his head, pondered for a moment, and spoke slowly to the third elder of the Demon King Palace without any shock in his tone. What is the strength of the great elder of the Demon King's Palace now? The third elder of Demon King Palace thought about it for a while, glanced at Chen Feng and said, The great elder of the Demon King's Palace has the strength of the third level of the Holy Martial Arts. And I have the strength of the second level of the Holy Martial Arts. But there is a big gap between you and us. How can you defeat the great elder of the Demon King's Palace? Chen Feng raised his head, narrowed his eyes slightly, smiled at the corner of his mouth, and there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Third elder, this means that if we have a reasonable strategy, we will leave the great elder of the Demon King's Palace in the terrifying ruins in the west forever. The third elder of the Demon King's Palace heard Chen Feng's words, and now it was his turn to be surprised. The third elder of the Demon King's Palace did not expect that Chen Feng heard these words. He has not given up his thoughts yet, and still wants to remove the threat from the great elder of the Demon King's Palace. Get rid of it. I couldn't help but sigh helplessly when Chen Feng saw the third elder of the Demon King's Palace looking like this. He knew that the third elder of the Demon King's Palace just thought he was fanciful. Third elder, if the great elder treats me like this, I am naturally not a monster in his camp. If I can reach the Holy Martial Realm in these days, will you agree to my request and work with me to defeat the Demon King? The chief elder of the palace will get rid of him. The third elder of Demon King Hall looked him up and down, and Chen Feng couldn't help but sneered and shook his head slightly. If you can really achieve the Holy Martial Mirror, I will promise you. Chen Feng received the affirmation from the third elder of the Demon King's Hall. His eyes raised slightly. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his expression shone with confidence. Even the third elder of the Demon King's Palace couldn't help but admire Chen Feng for being so confident when he saw Chen Feng looking like this. Chen Feng glanced at the third elder of the Demon King Hall again, and then he fluttered his wings and flew back to his cave. Chen Feng was lying on the throne, staring into the distance, constantly thinking in his heart. And then Chen Feng stood up and flew towards the outside of the Demon King's Palace. Chen Feng flew a long distance before stopping, and then summoned the Glory Worker Bees. Chen Feng looked at the Glory Worker Bees in front of him, wandered around in place twice, and then said slowly, Your mission is to go find the elixir. Try to be a high-grade elixir. However, you must keep a low profile and don't attract the attention of the monsters in the Demon King's Palace. The glorious worker bees knelt down on one knee respectfully. As you command, King. At this time, a glorious worker bee came forward tremblingly, bowed its front feet to Chen Feng respectfully, and said, King, can you steal their elixir secretly? When Chen Feng heard the words of the glorious worker bee, he was slightly startled and slowly walked forward. Just when the glorious worker bee thought it had said something wrong and closed its eyes, waiting for Chen Feng's punishment, Chen Feng stood in front of the glorious worker bee and laughed out loud. When the glorious worker bee heard Chen Feng's laughter, it couldn't help but open its eyes and looked at Chen Feng with some confusion. Chen Feng patted the glorious worker bee on the shoulder with his front foot and said to him, I think you are quite promising. You actually have my demeanor. Not bad. Not bad. If you see the elixir in the hands of those monsters, you can snatch them away as long as you are not discovered. If your hands once you have saved enough elixirs, you can notify me through the system, and I will come. When the glorious worker bees heard Chen Feng's words, there was no trace of dissatisfaction in their eyes, and they respectfully saluted Chen Feng again. As you command, King. Chen Feng nodded, and then flapped his wings and flew back into the cave. Chen Feng returned to the empty nest and took out the elixir, placed it in front of him and continued to eat it. At the same time, Chen Feng also knew that he could not just move it like this and only improve his own strength. Instead, he ignored the improvement of his skills. While Chen Feng was taking the elixir, he would fly out of the Demon King's palace from time to look for monsters and hone his skill proficiency. Occasionally, he would join up with the Glory Worker Bees and gather the Glory Worker Bees. Part of the elixir was put into the water drop space, while the other part was left to the Glory Worker Bees, allowing them to improve their strength. Time continued to pass minute by minute, and in the blink of an eye, a few days passed. During these few days, the third elder of the Demon King Palace sent some monsters to pay attention to Chen Feng's movements at all times. I want to see if Chen Feng will give him a miracle. Chapter 301 Imagery. During this period of time, Chen Feng not only improved his strength, but also improved his skills. The day before he was about to go to the terrifying ruins in the west, Qin Feng clicked on the attribute panel and looked at the attributes on the panel. The purification points were already full, and a smile couldn't help but appear on the corner of his mouth. System, I want to upgrade. The system made a judgment in Qin Feng's mind for a second, and then it sounded in Qin Feng's mind instantly. Ding! The host has successfully upgraded. Please pay attention to the host. Qin Feng only felt that this upgrade was different from the previous upgrades. This time, Qin Feng felt pain all over his body, as if his soul was being torn apart. In addition to the pain, it seemed that there was a lot of energy around him that was constantly drilling into his soul. The soul, there is a feeling of being burned by those energies. And there is also a feeling that those energies want to burst the soul. Qin Feng's face suddenly changed. He fell from the throne of the hive and kept rolling on the ground. His face was twisted in pain. At this moment, Qin Feng's heart was full of pain, and there was no other feeling except pain. At this time, the sky outside the Demon King's palace also changed. Colorful auspicious clouds continued to gather above the Demon King's palace. In this piece of colorful auspicious clouds, there are also traces of arcs. The master of the Demon King's palace heard the sound coming from the sky. His face changed slightly, and he immediately turned into an afterimage and came outside the Demon King's palace. At the same time, many monsters also flew out of the Demon King's palace. The master of the Demon King's palace looked at the clouds gathering above the Demon King's palace, with deep thought in his eyes and thinking in his heart. This is a strange phenomenon that only occurs when a monster is promoted to the Holy Mirror. Could it be that there are other monsters in the Demon King's palace that are being promoted to the Holy Mirror? Who is this monster? The third elder of the Demon King's hall also came to the side of the master of the Demon King's hall at this moment. Looking at the auspicious clouds, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but think in his heart. Is it possible that this little black bee really has such great abilities, and was promoted to the Holy Martial Realm in a short period of time? This is a rare occurrence in 100 years. The monsters looked at the clouds with their own thoughts. At this time, the colorful clouds in the sky slowly accumulated, getting thicker and thicker, becoming darker and darker, as if all the clouds were about to hit the Demon King's palace. At this moment, the arc of electricity in the dark clouds, becoming more and more powerful and obvious. The monsters who saw it were frightened, as if they would fall on top of the Demon King's palace accidentally. At this moment, Qin Feng, who was in the cave, also felt the oppressive feeling brought by the clouds above the Demon King's palace. He was secretly frightened, and his heart was dying in his mind for 1,000 times. And he was secretly annoyed. How could the Holy Martial Mirror be so close to me? If I had known this, I would have looked for a place to advance outside the Demon King's palace. What should I do? Such a big movement will definitely attract other monsters to come. Come! The feeling of oppression brought by the clouds is getting heavier and heavier. Even the master of the Demon King's palace is trembling invisibly when facing the oppression of the clouds. Not to mention the other monsters. The low-level ones, the monsters were already crawling on the ground, and some of them had fainted. At this time, the thick clouds seemed to have gathered enough strength, and there was a muffled sound from the clouds, and a thunder struck the top of the Demon King's palace from the clouds. The master of the Demon King's palace watched the thunder quietly. He knew that the place where the thunder struck was the place where the monsters in the Demon King's palace were promoted. Qin Feng felt the arc of electricity that struck down from the sky. He was secretly anxious and flew out of the hive staggeringly, regardless of the pain on his body. The thunder struck so fast that even if Qin Feng had flown out of the hive, he could not escape. The electric arc caused by the thunder passed by and then spread to all directions. Qin Feng only felt a numbness all over his body. At this moment, he finally realized the feeling that the enemy endured when he released the roar of the earth to attack the enemy. After being baptized by the arc, Qin Feng's whole body was scorched black, exuding a burnt foul smell. However, at the same time, Qin Feng's tiny body was baptized by the arc, and some impurities were discharged from the body. Then, streams of spiritual energy continued to surge from all directions, drilling into Qin Feng's body, constantly combing through the meridians that Qin Feng had suffered after the thunder struck. Qin Feng only felt a comfortable feeling all over his body. He slowly pulled out of the blackened coat, and a crystal aura was constantly flowing all over his body. The image in the sky slowly dissipated after the thunder fell, and the breath of thunder and lightning still remained in the air. The master of the Demon King's palace secretly suppressed the excitement in his heart. He knew that there was another addition to the Demon King's palace. Catching a monster in the Holy Mirror can be said to have greatly increased its strength. So it turned into an afterimage, entered the Demon King's palace, and rushed towards the direction where the thunder and lightning struck. At this moment, Qin Feng felt the aura on his body, and had no time to think about it. He glanced at the mess behind him, released the Qingquan technique, and left the place. After the thunder and lightning was struck, the effect of the divine hidden grass was also invalidated. So he took out a divine hidden grass from the water drop space and drank it. The moment he took the shining grass, the aura on Qin Feng's body slowly converged, as if the lead had been washed away, and he returned to his true nature. Qin Feng turned into that ordinary first-level divine martial beast again. Qin Feng's then he nodded with satisfaction, and clicked on the Properties panel. Host, Qin Feng. Holy Martial Heavy Mirror, 1/*******. Skill, Shenwu Sword Shadow, 3rd level, Shenwu Sword Shadow anesthetizes the target for 7 seconds. The earth groaned. Within 500 meters of the host's body, there is no difference in thunder attacks. The number of attacks is limited to 47, which is equal to the host's own level. Light Shield, 2nd level, Defense Skill. Defense power is equal to own strength. Enemy attack has 25% attack effect. Qingquan Technique, 3rd level, anywhere within 6,000 meters of the host's body. Clone Technique, limit the number of clones to 4. Reduce self-damage by 10%. Invisibility, limited by level. Time is 10 minutes. Secret Technique, Death's Poison, 3rd level, after the venom is used, honey can be absorbed and converted into venom. The attack poison is enhanced by 38%, and the hit damage is reduced by 40%. Qin Feng saw that the strength on the attribute panel had improved. Bu Jie was secretly happy, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, thinking in his heart, "This kind of suffering is really not easy, and my strength has also improved. In this way, I have lived up to the pain I endured." Sure enough, strength and dedication are equivalent. Qin Feng stretched and looked around, then realized that he had teleported outside the Demon King's palace. He raised his head and looked at the sun in the sky. His eyes slowly narrowed. Chapter 302 Hidden Clumsy. After Qin Feng teleported away from the cave, the master of the Demon King's hall immediately came to the cave where Qin Feng was. The master of the Demon King's hall couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw this cave. He had never thought of the thunder and lightning. The direction of the hit turned out to be the cave where Qin Feng lived. The lord of the Demon King's hall involuntarily walked into the cave. In the cave here, the thunder and lightning carried in the air still retained the aura brought by the promotion of the Holy Martial Mirror. The master of the Demon King's hall looked at the cave that had turned into a mess in front of him, with a look of surprise in his eyes. The lord of the Demon King's palace slowly closed his eyes, and smelled the smell in the air carefully. The burning smell affected his sense of smell. He couldn't smell which monster was promoted here. The lord of the Demon King's palace, he lowered his head and thought, "Little Black Bee, you must be hiding your clumsiness. He has actually reached the realm of the Holy Martial Mirror." The other demon beasts in the Demon King's palace, following closely behind the master of the Demon King's palace, also came to the cave where Qin Feng lived. Seeing the mess in front of them, they all had their own thoughts in their hearts. At this moment, a vicious and shocked look flashed across the eyes of the first elder of the Demon King's hall, while the third elder of the Demon King's hall had a look of understanding but surprise. At this time, Qin Feng, who was outside the Demon King's hall, calculated in his mind that the master of the Demon King's hall and the other monsters had almost arrived in his cave. Then Qin Feng looked at the sky in the distance and flew with vibrating wings. Returned to the cave. Qin Feng saw many monsters in the Demon King's palace gathered in front of his cave. A smile appeared on his lips, but his face was pretending to be surprised as he looked at the monsters in front of him. "Why are you here? What happened?" The master of the Demon King's hall heard Qin Feng's voice, so he turned his head. The demon beasts automatically opened a path for Qin Feng to pass through. There were expressions of surprise and awe on their faces. The look on his face showed awe of a strong monster. Without any sense of guilt, Qin Feng directly followed the path that the monster had given way to, and came to the lord of the Demon King's hall. "See, Palace Master, what happened? Why are there so many monsters surrounding my cave?" The master of the Demon King hall looked Qin Feng up and down with a suspicious look in his eyes, while the eyes of the other elders also fell on Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt many burning eyes falling on him. There was no trace of panic on his face. He held his head high and looked directly at the master of the Demon King hall. The master of the Demon King's hall couldn't help but feel a little puzzled when he saw Qin Feng in such a state in front of him. And there was no trace of the aura that had just been promoted to the Holy Martial Mirror on his body. At this moment, he couldn't understand the little black bee in front of him. There was a voice in his heart that kept telling him that Qin Feng was the monster that had been promoted to the Holy Martial Realm. However, the fact was before him. Even if the Demon King Palace, no matter how he looked at it, he could not deny the fact before him. The Lord of the Demon King Palace sighed, and gave up the idea of finding the secret from Chen Feng. The master of the Demon King's Hall lowered his eyes, looking a little disappointed. Little Black Bee, you really don't know what's going on here? Chen Feng shook his head slightly, turned his body to the side, and looked behind the master of the Demon King Hall. Chen Feng saw that the cave he lived in was in a mess at the moment, and couldn't help but exclaimed, took a few steps forward, and stared blankly, looking at all this. What happened? Why did the place where I live become like this? The master of the Demon King's Hall stared at Chen Feng closely. Where have you been? Chen Feng heard the words of the master of the Demon King's Hall, turned around, arched his front feet, and said to the master of the Demon King's Hall, I have been out today, and have never come back. The master of the Demon King Palace glanced at Chen Feng seriously. Which monster can testify? Chen Feng heard the words of the master of the Demon King's Hall, and his face was slightly troubled. He secretly complained about the cunningness of the master of the Demon King's Hall. Chen Feng's eyes fell on the heavy monster. At this moment, he really didn't know which monster could help yourself. Just when the third elder of the Demon King saw Chen Feng in deep danger and wanted to help him out, a monster gracefully walked out from the group of beasts and came to the Lord of the Demon King's Hall. Respectfully kneeled down on one knee in respect. Report to the palace master. I can testify that today the little Black Bee chatted with me outside the Demon King's palace. Chen Feng looked at the monster in front of him, his eyes flashing with surprise. In front of Chen Feng was the white tiger with a hanging forehead that he had not seen for a long time. The Lord of the Demon King's palace glanced at Chen Feng again, and saw that Chen Feng's facial expression did not seem to be fake, and there was deep disappointment in his eyes. Then he cheered up again, looked at the monsters around him, and said with a serious face, all the monsters obeyed the order, and went to find the monster that was promoted to the Holy Mirror. They must find it no matter what. If any monster finds the monster, they will be rewarded with a high-grade god-level plant. Miraculous elixir. The monsters couldn't help but boil after hearing the order from the Lord of the Demon King's Hall. There was excitement in their eyes. However, the looks they cast on Chen Feng showed that some monsters were hiding disdain, while others were hiding disdain. Cautious. At this moment, the great elder's eyes fell on Chen Feng. There was a look of disdain in his eyes. It seemed to be saying, Little Black Bee, you are really overestimating your capabilities if you still want to advance to the Holy Martial Realm. Chen Feng felt the look in the eyes of the great elder of the Demon King's Hall, and he didn't care at all. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The master of the Demon King's Hall gave the order, glanced at Chen Feng, and left without any expression on his face. The demon beasts that came from the Demon King's Hall saw the master leave from here, and then they scattered in all directions. The third elder of the Demon King's palace did not leave Chen Feng immediately. When leaving, the third elder of the Demon King's palace glanced at Chen Feng and whispered to Chen Feng, I agree to your request. Then, he walked away. Chen Feng cast his gaze on the white tiger with a hanging forehead in front of him. For a moment, he was filled with emotions and didn't know what to say. After all the monsters and beasts had left, Chen Feng spoke slowly to the hanging forehead white tiger. Thank you just now for rescuing me. Chen Feng looked at the hanging-headed white tiger with a look of gratitude in his eyes. The white tiger with a hanging forehead had a smile on his lips. His eyes slowly narrowed, and the ends of his eyes were raised slightly. Are you still so polite to me? Chen Feng and the white tiger with a hanging forehead looked at each other and smiled. In order to avoid the beast talking too much and arousing suspicion, and because Chen Feng still needed to clean up, the white tiger with a hanging forehead said goodbye to Chen Feng and left. Chen Feng looked at the departing figure of the white tiger with a hanging forehead, and pondered for a while. Then, he randomly found a place in the Demon King's palace that would not attract the attention of the monsters, and rested there, just waiting to go there. The arrival of the horrific ruins of the West Trail. Chapter 303 Desolate Cliff. In the early morning of the next day, the rising sun had just risen, and the sunlight shed its light on the Demon King's palace, coating the Demon King's palace with a layer of golden light. Chen Feng always woke up very accurately. The sun had just risen when he woke up. He stared at the rock wall in front of him in a daze. After a few seconds, he stretched himself, stood up, and walked out from the water drop space. He took out a jar of honey, narrowed his eyes slightly, held a straw with his front foot and drank. At this time, bursts of loud sounds rang in Chen Feng's ears. The sounds were like the sounds made by monster beasts pouring their spiritual energy into their front hooves and continuously hitting the rocks. The voice was dull but unpleasant. This was the first time Chen Feng heard this voice after being in the Demon King's palace for so long. Then, noisy sounds were heard in the Demon King's palace. And at the same time, a panting demon beast appeared in front of Chen Feng, with sweat still flowing on the forehead of the demon beast. Chen Feng looked closely and found that it was the gray three-tailed fox that had found him before. Chen Feng looked at him with some confusion. The gray three-tailed fox calmed down its breast slightly, arched its front feet towards Chen Feng, and then said, "Sir, why are you here?" Chen Feng tilted his head and looked at the gray three-tailed fox with even more confusion. "What's wrong? What happened?" The three-tailed fox said immediately without saying anything else. "Sir, please come with me quickly. The palace master will come to see you." Chen Feng thought that since the master of the Demon King Palace found out that he was not the promoted monster, he would be disappointed with him and ignore him. However, he never thought that the master of the Demon King Palace would still be like this. He did not have the slightest prejudice against him. He just knew that Chen Feng it's not that the promoted monster is just a little disappointed. Chen Feng lowered his head and felt quite emotional for a moment. The gray three-tailed fox looked at Chen Feng, who lowered his head and immediately urged him. "Sir, come with me quickly. Don't keep the palace master waiting." Chen Feng heard the reminder from the gray three-tailed fox, and then came back to his senses from his deep thoughts. He immediately nodded to the gray three-tailed fox, with a smile on his lips that the monster could not see through. Smile. "Let's go!" The gray three-tailed fox received Chen Feng's words and immediately led the way, leading Chen Feng to the place where the bursts of noise came from. Monsters kept passing by along the way. Chen Feng looked at those monsters and became even more confused. He glanced at the gray three-tailed fox next to him and asked, "What is the meaning of these bursts of sound? Why did the monster beasts in the Demon King's palace hear this sound and rush forward in such a hurry?" When the gray three-tailed fox heard Chen Feng's question, there was no trace of contempt in his expression. He slowly thought about it in his mind, thought of the words, and then said to Chen Feng, "This voice is to inform all the monsters in the Demon King's palace that if there is something urgent, all the monsters should gather outside the Demon King's palace immediately." Chen Feng heard the words of the gray three-tailed fox, and a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. Chen Feng knew that the purpose of summoning the monsters in the Demon King's palace this time was to go to the terrifying ruins in the west. Not long after, the gray three-tailed fox led Chen Feng to the master of the Demon King Hall. At this moment, outside the Demon King's palace, no fewer than 10,000 monster beasts have gathered. Some monster beasts came out of the Demon King's palace, while some monster beasts came from far away. At this moment, outside the Demon King's palace, due to there are many monsters and beasts, and the noise is endless outside the Demon King's palace. The Lord of the Demon King Palace looked at Chen Feng coming with a smile on his lips, his expression still the same as before. Then he nodded slightly to Chen Feng and motioned for Chen Feng to step forward and stand beside him. Chen Feng looked at the appearance of the master of the Demon King's Hall, smiled back, stood next to the master of the Demon King's Hall, and then said nothing. The master of the Demon King's Hall looked around and saw that all the monsters had arrived. He gracefully wandered around twice and cleared his throat. The monster beasts heard the voice of the master of the Demon King's Hall. For a moment, all the monster beasts outside the Demon King's Hall stopped making any sound and waited quietly for the master of the Demon King's Hall to speak. The master of the Demon King's Hall looked at the monsters, who calmed down in an instant, with a smile on his lips. "The purpose of summoning all the monsters this time is to go to the terrifying ruins in the west. This time, monsters from all continents will come. Therefore, this is an opportunity for you to practice. But this time going to the ruins, the number of monsters inside is also limited." The master of the Demon King Palace paused. His eyes fell on the monsters, looking at the expectant look in their eyes, and there was helplessness in his eyes. "When I go this time, the little black bee beside me will represent the master of this palace, and the chief elder and third elder of the Demon King's palace will also follow. As for the other monsters, they will be monsters above the divine martial mirror. Only then can you participate. As for the elders, they can only draw 10 monsters to follow." When the demon beasts arrived at the Demon King's Hall, some were happy and some were sad. They knew that going to the terrifying ruins in the west was both an opportunity and a challenge. And the demon beasts that had not reached the divine martial realm could only live in despair. He returned to the Demon King's palace and continued practicing. It didn't take long for the list of monsters to be finalized. Without any delay, they simply packed their bags and set off. The original plan to go to the terrifying ruins in the west has been spread among the internal monsters. All the monsters who went to the terrifying ruins in the west are in high spirits. There is no trace of fatigue in their expressions. They seem to be resting. Good. Chen Feng, the first elder, and the third elder of the Demon King Palace led the monsters all the way to the west. There were many monsters along the road who wanted to stop Chen Feng's group of monsters. When the ape-man felt the momentum of their group of monsters, can't help but feel the intention to retreat and dare not move forward. Therefore, the road was calm and nothing happened. But Chen Feng and the third elder met each other without the elder's attention. There was a conspiracy hidden in their every move. And the elder of Demon King Hall led the monsters that came from time to time surrounded the elder of the Demon King's palace, keeping vigilant and protecting the elder of the Demon King's palace in their own circle. The destination that Chen Feng, the first elder, and the third elder of the Demon King Palace went to this time was the terrifying ruins in the west. It was called Huangya. When Chen Feng learned the name, he thought it was a terrifying desert or a cliff. However, when he was about to arrive, Chen Feng discovered that there was a snow-capped mountain surrounding Huangya. I saw white snow all around, hidden by tall trees in this small area. If you didn't step forward to look, it would be difficult to find that this is a snow-capped mountain. There is no grass growing on the snow-capped mountain. It is barren, and there is no life at all. Chapter 304 unanimously open to the outside world. Chen Feng arrived at the destination of his trip, looking at the snow-capped mountains in front of him. He thought he truly understood why the ruins were called Huangya. However, this was not the case. The first elder and the third elder of the Demon King's palace were quite familiar with this place compared to Chen Feng. The first elder of the Demon King's palace was proud to lead the way. They walked for a long time and came to a canyon. The canyon here is composed of two. It is formed by the hard splitting of mountains. The mountains above the canyon are intertwined with strange rocks. The mountains are covered with white snow, but the canyon is full of green. The great elder of the Demon King's hall led the demon beasts forward for a long time. Chen Feng kept looking around, but never noticed that the number of demon beasts around him was gradually increasing. When they arrived at the entrance to the wilderness, monsters from all continents gathered here, and the noise wanted to leave this canyon. When the monsters from other continents saw Chen Feng and his group of monsters coming here, a look of contempt flashed in their eyes. In this world where the weak eat the strong, the weak will be despised and looked down upon. In their eyes, the monsters in Shizhou are the weakest beings. Since they are weak beings, they will be bullied. Chen Feng and his group of monsters slowly walked closer. At this time, there was a demon beast from the group of monsters. It was covered with brown hair, with 3 heads that looked like dogs but not dogs. His tail was like a cow's tail, and its limbs were indeed like the lion's limbs. Slowly walked closer to Chen Feng's monsters. Chen Feng saw the monster in front of him blocking his way. He couldn't help but cast his eyes on the monster. Chen Feng looked at the monster up and down. Chen Feng felt a little disgusted with the ugly monster in front of him. Chen Feng clicked on the attribute panel and released his skills. Peep! The system's voice suddenly sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! The spying was successful. Please pay attention to the host. Chen Feng saw a line of words appearing on the properties panel. Lion Beast. Divine Martial Ninefold Mirror Monster. Skills. Flame Lion Roar. Dog Night Netherworld. Because Chen Feng was too small, the Lion Beast did not notice Chen Feng's existence. The Lion Beast looked up and down at the elder of the Demon King's hall. A contemptuous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and there was also a look of contempt in his eyes. The monsters in Shizhou are so weak. Coming here to this barren land has defiled the place. Besides, aren't you the ones who came here to be abused? You should go back to your barren land in Shizhou as soon as possible to avoid losing your Shizhou face. The other families had to defend themselves as if they were watching a joke. Seeing the farce in front of them, they made no move or attempt to stop it. The Lion Beast became even more proud when he saw this, and raised his 3 heads high. He looked sideways at the chief elder of the Demon King's hall, looking confident and not at all ashamed of his ugly face. Hearing this, the great elder of the Demon King's palace, who was always arrogant and did not take everything seriously, with angry flames flashing in his eyes, looked coldly at the Lion Beast in front of him. The little demonic beast of the 9-layer divine martial mirror dares to act recklessly in front of me. The Lion Beast didn't care at all, and hung around in front of the elder of the Demon King's hall very proudly. The great elder of the Demon King's palace. You are the demon beast that leads the team in your western continent. We have rules in all continents. The demon beast that leads the team cannot take action. This is a competition between our juniors. You use your identity to squeeze us. Aren't we afraid that we will unite and fight against your Shizhou together, so that you will no longer have a place in this world? Although Qinfeng had a bad impression of the first elder of the Demon King's palace, at this moment Qinfeng had to say that the image of the first elder of the Demon King's palace still had some advantages. The first elder of the Demon King's palace was a monster that was bound to retaliate. But when faced with monsters from other continents, even if the beast is humiliated, he will not give in. He will argue with reason and maintain the honor of Shizhou. Qinfeng was speechless when he saw that the elder of the Demon King's hall had been attacked by the lion beast. The figure of the master of the Demon King's hall emerged in his mind. He knew that it was time for him to appear. For Qinfeng, Shizhou would also be considered. Qinfeng owns half of his home, and he will never let other monsters insult his home. Qinfeng's vibrating wings slowly flew from the group of beasts to the lion beast. The lion beast heard the sound of wings cutting through the air, and then his eyes fell on Qinfeng. The moment he saw Qinfeng, he couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing. There are all kinds of monsters in that barren area of your west continent. Even such a tiny monster dares to fly out from the herd. Aren't you afraid of losing the face of your Shizhou monsters? The elder of the Demon King's palace heard what the lion beast said, and glared at Qinfeng angrily, signaling with his eyes that Qinfeng should go back. The great elder of the Demon King's palace knew that he could not reprimand Qinfeng at this moment. Doing so would make the monsters from other continents look at the monsters from the western continent as if they were laughing. Qinfeng saw the look in the eyes of the elder of the Demon King's hall, but paid no attention to it. His eyes only stared at the lion beast in front of him with bursts of cold light. Where did this dog come from? It's barking like this. Are all the monsters in the place where you live like you? The lion beast was slightly startled when he heard Qinfeng's words. He originally thought that Qinfeng would have a big quarrel with him, but he never thought that Qinfeng would say such and such things. When the demon leaders in Qinfeng's demon palace heard Qinfeng's words, they felt that the anger in their chests was swept away in an instant. And then they burst into laughter. The lion beast was completely humiliated this time. When the lion beast reacted, he looked around and felt that there was a look of ridicule in their eyes. The lion beast turned back. Its eyes were red, and there was murderous intent in its eyes. Little black bee, you are seeking death. What I hate most in my life is if we say that I look like a dog. I am a noble lion beast. How can I be tainted by such a lowly creature like you? After speaking, the lion beast slowly approached Qinfeng. It exuded a fierce aura and pressed towards Qinfeng. Seeing that something was wrong, the third elder and the first elder of the Demon King Palace immediately stepped forward and blocked the lion beast from attacking Qinfeng. Although the elder of the Demon King's Palace wanted to kill Qinfeng, when facing the external enemy, the elder of the Demon King's Palace did not care about the grudges in his heart. He only had one thought in his heart at the moment, which was to fight against the outside world in unison. And the elder of the Demon King's Palace, the elder would not allow the little black bee in front of him to die in the hands of monsters from other continents. When Qinfeng saw the first elder and the third elder of the Demon King's hall standing in front of him, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Even so, Qinfeng would not be grateful to the first elder of the Demon King's hall. He still can't forget the first elder's words to him. How could he ignore his past grudges and repay evil with kindness over such a trivial matter, when he was so vicious when he struck? Chapter 305 Horror. The lion beast in the ninefold mirror of Shenwu saw the first elder and the third elder of the Demon King's Palace standing in front of Qinfeng. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, with mockery in his eyes, and he looked quietly at the first elder and the third elder of the Demon King's Palace in front of him. The elder then put away his aura and focused his gaze on Qinfeng. The lion beast looked Qinfeng up and down, with a sarcastic expression on his face and a somewhat arrogant look on his face. Little black bee, I didn't expect that you were small in stature and not very strong. But you are so rampant. You will hide behind them when something happens. Even I am ashamed of you. I would like to remind you that if you don't have the ability, don't be arrogant here. Go back to your hometown. And don't be embarrassed here. Qinfeng exuded a lazy aura, stretched his body, slowly separated the first elder and third elder of Demon King Hall, and stepped forward. It's just a clown. You dare to bark here. You are really brave. You come and slap your face in front of us. If we don't fight, it will be in vain. Besides, there are monsters protecting me. That's mine. Blessing. You don't have this blessing yet. Hearing this, the lion beast of the divine martial ninefold mirror felt waves of anger rushing into his mind, constantly depriving himself of his reason and driving himself forward. At the same time, His chest was constantly ups and downs. The eyes of the lion beast in the divine martial ninefold mirror became increasingly blood red, and it stepped forward with fierce momentum step by step. But when Qin Feng faced the aura of the lion beast in the 9 layers of divine martial mirror, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. He didn't even look at him. But where the monster wasn't observing, Qin Feng's ears froze. He stood up and raised his vigilance to prevent the sudden attack of the lion beast from the ninefold mirror of Shenwu. At this time, another monster walked out from the herd. The monster immediately took a few steps forward and stopped the lion beast that wanted to attack Qin Feng's divine martial 9 mirror. Qin Feng heard the sound, raised his head, and looked at the monster. The monster's body was covered with blue scales, and there was a pair of horns on his forehead that looked like a cow. His head was like a tiger's head, and his limbs were thick. It was also covered with scales, and the scales shone coldly under the sun, but his tail was a leopard's tail. Qin Feng looked at the attribute panel and knew that the monster in front of him was a holy martial first-level miracle tiger. But the monster in front of him had a noble aura in every move and every move it made. The first-level Shenwu Mirror Hanhu glanced at Qin Feng and the first elder and third elder of Demon King Hall, and his eyes fell on the lion beast. The entrance to Desolate End is about to open. One more thing is worse than one less thing. If you want to compete, you'd better enter Desolate End and compete again. When the Shenwu 9th level mirror lion beast heard Han Hu's words, the anger on his body slowly dissipated, and his eyes were still looking at Qin Feng with red eyes. Little Black Bee, I remember you. I will let you go this time. Let's go into the wilderness and settle the old and new accounts together. Then you can stop messing up and escape from here. Qin Feng didn't care about the threatening words of the lion beast. He lowered his head with an intimate look in his eyes, not even looking at the lion beast. Okay, but you'd better wash your neck, so I can start. When the lion beast heard Qin Feng's words, he was instantly angered again and wanted to rush forward and continue the argument with Qin Feng. Looking at the impulsive lion beast, the first-level Shenwu Jing Hanhu couldn't help but shook his head slightly, with a helpless look in his eyes, and stopped the lion beast with a strong claw. The lion beast still wanted to say something. At this moment, the valley was shaken. The lion beast was unprepared and fell to the ground in an instant. Even so, the lion beast had no intention of taking care of it. The others stood up carefully and became quiet for a moment. Even though Qin Feng was not above the ground, he could still feel the shaking in the canyon. The shaking was like some kind of energy encountered between heaven and earth. And then, there were waves of roaring. Facing this roaring sound, all the monsters were stunned, without the strength to resist. He could only barely hold himself steady. After a tremor occurred in the canyon, the towering cliff in front of them slowly cracked, and a slender gap appeared in the middle. The gap continued to spread up and down, and gradually the crack became larger and larger. In the end, only a loud noise was heard, ringing in my ears. The cliff in front of the monsters was completely cracked, but the tremor still did not stop. When Qin Feng saw the scene in front of him, there was a shocked look in his eyes. He had never thought that a cliff could have a crack in the middle. Although this crack was not neat up and down, it was formed by the cracking of the rock. The lines are indeed quite regular. Not only that, the stones exposed above the gaps are not very different from front to back. Slowly, the tremors in this canyon became more and more powerful, and some low-level monsters even fell to the ground and were unable to get up again. At this time, stones continued to roll down from the cliffs on both sides of the crack. The stones that rolled down from the high cliffs fell into the canyon and turned into powder due to the constant impact. Qin Feng wandered in the space of the canyon and looked at the scene in front of him, feeling a little puzzled. Why do the stones on this cliff keep falling? Could it be that the cliffs on both sides of the gap are about to split? Qin Feng thought of this and heard a click sound in his ears. Qin Feng couldn't help but cast his eyes on the cliff. Gradually, the sun hanging directly above the sky slowly turned into a red sun. The red sun dyed the surrounding clouds a fiery red. And above the blue sky, the clouds and other places it was slowly attracted. And all the clouds that were attracted turned into red. The clouds slowly gathered and continued to surround the red sun. Looking from the ground, the clouds dyed red, and the red sun reformed a huge sun. Only the central part of the sun was even redder, exuberant, as the red sun attracted all the surrounding clouds. The sky slowly turned gloomy, turning from azure to dark blue. The deep blue sky formed a sharp contrast with the fiery red sun. The sun was so red that it looked like it could drip blood, while the sky was a deep blue ocean, echoing the red sun. The rays of light from the red sun hit the gap in the cliff. At the same time, A white energy beam rose into the sky from the gap in the cliff, echoing the red brilliance from the red sun. It formed a gorgeous spectacle. The red radiance and white energy constantly collided with each other and merged with each other. The energy fluctuations formed by the collision continued to spread around, creating circles of red and white ripples. Chapter 306 The Vast Green. Qin Feng felt the energy fluctuations in the ripples, and finally understood why only monsters above the divine martial realm could be allowed to come and enter the ruins. Only monsters above the divine martial realm could withstand the energy generated when the ruins were opened. Energy fluctuations. If it is a low-level monster, its body cannot withstand this energy wave, and it will be directly killed by this energy wave, turn into powder, and disappear in the air, just like the stone falling from the cliff. Qin Feng cast his gaze on the cliff. The cliffs on both sides of the gap were slowly moving to both sides, as if they were attracted by some energy. Qin Feng couldn't help but open his mouth wide as he looked at the strange scene in front of him. It was unheard of that the two towering mountains formed on both sides of the gap could actually move. The mountains moved very slowly, and the gap in the middle continued to expand. However, the gap exposed was not a light that could see the sky, but a barrier. This barrier is like a door, standing tall in front of Qin Feng. There is a white halo flowing above this barrier, like a silver-white waterfall. Qin Feng looked at the barrier in front of him, feeling shocked in his heart. Qin Feng raised his head, wanting to see the edge of the barrier. However, how high the mountain was, how high the barrier would be. Qin Feng, it is difficult to see the height of the mountains on both sides of the gap, and it is also difficult to see the edge of this barrier. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh and lowered his head. There was a trace of regret in his heart, but he was not angry. He cast his gaze on the barrier. The mountains on both sides of the barrier were still moving to both sides. However, the tremors that occurred in this space gradually became smaller. The monster that fell on the ground felt the reduction of the tremors, and slowly stood up from the ground, standing quietly on the spot, with its eyes tightly closed. He stared closely at the barrier in front of him, just waiting for the mountains on both sides of the barrier to stop moving. Once the barrier formed in the mountains was stable, he immediately rushed into the barrier. Gradually, the mountains on both sides of the barrier stopped moving, and the white halo flowing on the barrier became thicker. If we see the halo on the barrier, we know that the barrier has been formed, and we can enter it. However, the monster beasts looked at each other, and looked at each other, but they did not immediately enter the barrier. The monster beasts from other continents knew very well that the first bird should be shot, and they only waited for other monster beasts to enter. Among them, find a way for yourself. At this moment, in this canyon, there is no noisy sound of any monsters, so quiet that you can hear a pin drop. Qin Feng looked around and observed the appearance of all the monsters. He couldn't help rolling his eyes. Without any monsters paying attention, he quietly picked up a stone from the ground and threw it directly to the ground. A sound broke the stalemate calm of the monsters. Several monster beasts heard the sound and lost their patience. They couldn't hold back their temper and turned into an afterimage and entered it. When other monster beasts saw those few monster beasts entering it, they instantly felt psychologically unbalanced, only followed behind and turned into an afterimage, breaking into the barrier. Seeing this situation, the great elder of the Demon King's palace flashed an anxious look in his eyes. He didn't care about the other monsters in the Demon King's palace and turned into an afterimage, leading his subordinates into the end. Within the realm, when the third elder of the Demon King palace saw the elder entering the barrier, a dark light flashed in his eyes. The moment he moved his limbs, Qin Feng flew in front of the third elder of the Demon King palace and blocked his way. The third elder of the Demon King's hall saw Qin Feng in front of him. A look of doubt flashed in his eyes. He also saw that the figure of the first elder of the Demon King's hall had disappeared into the barrier. He looked at Qin Feng with anxiety in his eyes. If it were another monster at this moment, the third elder of Demon King Palace would have pushed the monster in front of him aside long ago. But Qin Feng was different. Little black bee, why are you blocking my way? Get out of the way. The great elder has already entered the barrier. If we don't go in, all the treasures in the ruins will become the possession of the great elder of the Demon King's palace. Thing. Qin Feng looked at the third elder of the Demon King's hall in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. He shook his head slightly, and said nothing. The third elder of the Demon King's palace looked at Qin Feng's face with a determined expression. He also understood in his heart that it was no longer helpful in the rainy season. The third elder of the Demon King's palace glanced at the afterimages beside him that kept turning into afterimages and entering the barrier. The anxious look in the eyes of the monster beast disappeared after it was too late. The third elder of Demon King Palace looked at Chen Feng quietly and said, "Little black bee, can you tell me now why you blocked my way?" Chen Feng saw the monster beasts on both sides rushing into the barrier. As the monster beasts entered, the number of monster beasts around him gradually decreased. Only then did Chen Feng set his sights on the elder of the Demon King's palace. "Things in the ruins can't escape. If you enter early, what's yours will definitely be yours. Besides, letting them explore the way will save us some trouble." After Chen Feng finished speaking, he showed the way. The third elder of the Demon King Palace nodded to Chen Feng, and then led the monsters behind him and Chen Feng into the barrier. Chen Feng's wings vibrated. As soon as he stepped into the barrier, he felt the white halo above the barrier slowly covering his body. Then, a suction force was generated, sucking Chen Feng's entire body into it. Chen Feng entered the barrier. He was a little uncomfortable at first, and his vision was blurry. Chen Feng closed his eyes involuntarily, relaxed slightly, and then opened his eyes. What he saw was a vast green. There is no sun in the sky, only a green glow. The green color distributed in the sky is uneven. Some places emit light green light, while other places are dark green, because the green glow in the sky reflected on the earth. The land wherever Chen Feng looked was also green. Chen Feng, who has seen too many visions, now has no look of surprise in his eyes. He has set his sights on the third elder of the Demon King Palace again. Perhaps the third elder of the Demon King Palace has come here too many times. Too many. Even when seeing so many scenery in my mind. What is revealed in the eyes is calm and unshakable. The third elder of the Demon King's Palace looked at each other, and Chen Feng led the monster behind him, slowly stepped on the unreal land, and walked forward. Chen Feng always looked around with vigilance. As soon as he entered the ruins, Chen Feng felt an unusual smell in his heart. This place was different from the Devil's Cave. There was a dangerous smell everywhere, which constantly stimulated Chen Feng's body. Chapter 307 Weird Stone. The third elder of Demon King Palace and Chen Feng kept walking forward. There were no monsters around them at this moment. All the monsters seemed to have evaporated in this ruins. Seeing the situation in front of him, Chen Feng couldn't help but wonder, and slowly approached the third elder of the Demon King's hall. However, his eyes still fell on the surroundings, and he lowered his voice and spoke to the third elder of the Demon King's hall. "Third elder, why can't we see other monsters here?" The third elder of the Demon King's palace suddenly heard Chen Feng's faint voice in the ruins. He was startled and glanced at Chen Feng to confirm that Chen Feng was speaking to him. Then he set his sights elsewhere. "It's not that there are no other monsters here. Sometimes some monsters attack you. Maybe they are monsters from other Jiazhou. The ruins here are different from other places. Sometimes enemies will appear in front of you. There are sometimes you can't tell whether what you see in front of you is a treasure or an illusion created in the ruins." When Chen Feng heard this, he couldn't help but look at the three elders of the Demon King's hall in surprise. At this time, there was a monster behind Chen Feng's right side. It screamed as if it was crazy and immediately ran away from the team. Chen Feng heard the scream, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Then, he felt a gust of wind passing by him, and looked along the gust of wind. They saw the monster that passed by Chen Feng, not far in front of him, with its body lying on top of something. The monster held the thing tightly in its arms without relaxing at all. The monster would make wild laughter from time to time, as if it had picked up a treasure. When Chen Feng saw the strange scene in front of him, he felt a chill in his heart. He felt that the ruins in front of him were too strange and terrifying. Chen Feng couldn't help but glance at the third elder of the Demon King's hall, and then he slowly and cautiously moved forward. The third elder of Demon King Palace and Chen Feng slowly came to the side of the monster. Only then did they see clearly that the monster was a red-trained king snake. Through the gap at the tip of its body, Chen Feng saw that in his arms inside, tightly wrapped around a stone. The stone looked very weird, like the head of a monster. There was a weird green light on the stone, because it was only wrapped around the monster's body. It was difficult for Chen Feng to see the real shape of the stone face. At this time, the red-trained king snake seemed to feel the aura of a strange monster beside him, and could not help but slowly raise its head. In his blood-red eyes, emerald green light flashed, matching the stone. The lights above reflected each other, as if he didn't recognize the third elder of the Demon King's hall and Chen Feng in front of him. The scarlet-trained king snake opened his bloody mouth, and the bloody air continued to emanate from his mouth. At the same time, the sharp teeth in his mouth slowly, he glared at the third elder of Demon King Hall and Chen Feng, as if he was warning them, with the vigilance of the monster itself flashing in his eyes. Qin Feng suddenly felt that the moment the face-eating king snake raised its head and revealed its ferocious face, the stone seemed to be learning the facial expression of the red-trained king snake, and also revealed a ferocious shadow. Qin Feng thought his eyes were dazzled, so he couldn't help but slowly close his eyes, and then open them again, staring closely at the stone. Qin Feng only felt that there seemed to be some magic power in the stone that was attracting him. He sank involuntarily. The third elder of the Demon King's palace beside him immediately noticed the abnormality of the little black bee beside him, and immediately used his huge front foot to slap Qin Feng. Qin Feng staggered when he was photographed by the third elder of the Demon King's hall. He immediately moved his eyes away from the stone and landed on the third elder of the Demon King's hall, with doubt shining in his eyes. Huh? What's wrong? The third elder of the Demon King's hall couldn't help but look at Qin Feng angrily. Do you know that you were in great danger just now? If you keep staring at that piece of monster stone, you will sink into these pieces of stone, just like the red-trained king snake in front of you, and become crazy. It's hard to distinguish between friend and foe. There is only this stone in my eyes. I only want to take it as my own and prevent any monsters from coming to snatch it. Then, I will fight for him to death. When Qin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but take a few steps back, feeling scared and muttering to himself. Is it possible that the stone in front of you can steal the mind of a monster? The third elder of the Demon King Palace heard Qin Feng talking to himself and nodded slightly. Indeed. Qin Feng received an affirmative answer and did not dare to set his eyes and mind on that stone again. Then what should we do with this red flame king snake in front of us? Is there a solution? Replace his mind? How come such a coquettish and harmful stone still exists in this ruins? The third elder of the Demon King Palace sighed and raised his head, looking at the vast green sky in the distance, and shook his head slightly. This stone has been preserved in this ruins for thousands of years. If you want to destroy it, you can't do it at all. Otherwise, it would not have survived to this day. As for the red-trained king snake in front of you, you can only destroy it when he gives up. His mind has been left in this stone, and it can no longer be replaced. Even if the stone is destroyed, his mind will disappear with the stone. Qin Feng looked at the red-trained king snake in front of him and couldn't help but sigh, with a somewhat helpless tone. The red-trained king snake saw that Qin Feng and the third elder of the Demon King Palace were not greedy for its stone, so it set its sights on the stone again, stretched out its snake letter, and kept licking the stone. A stone. Qin Feng heard the hissing sound and couldn't help but glance at the red-trained king snake. Only then did he notice the movements of the red-trained king snake. He felt a nauseating feeling rising from his heart, and he couldn't help but immediately he took a few steps back, flew to the side, and then kept retching on the side. In front of Qin Feng's eyes, the scene of the scarlet-trained king snake licking the stone with its snake letter appeared. Although the stone entangled by the scarlet-trained king snake exuded a green and terrifying light, the whole body on the stone was. It was as red as blood. If you look closely, it looked like a bloody head. Qin Feng could even smell the smell of blood emanating from the head. When Qin Feng thought of that scene, he felt uncomfortable in his stomach. He even wanted to vomit out the royal jelly he had eaten overnight. Qin Feng waited for a long time and adjusted for a long time before he stopped retching and came to the front of the third elder of the Demon King's hall. Only then did he realize that a demonic beast was retching beside him like this. The third elder of the Demon King's hall looked at everything in front of him expressionlessly, as if he had experienced it countless times. Chapter 308 The Sound of Demonic Stone. Qin Feng looked at the third elder of the Demon King's palace in front of him, looking at everything in front of him expressionlessly, without any surprise in his heart. Because Qin Feng knew that the third elder of the Demon King's palace had been in the Demon King's palace for so many years, and he would have experienced countless big and small things. It's a small incredible thing, and the thing in front of me is just a small fuss. At this time, Qin Feng set his sights on the Red Lion King snake again, looking at the eyes of the Red Lion King snake with a look of obsession, and looking at the stone that resembled the head of a monster. He really didn't know what to do for a moment. Say something. Suddenly, the third elder of the Demon King's palace seemed to have thought of something. He looked around with a slightly anxious look in his eyes, and said to the retching monsters and Qin Feng, "All monsters will obey this order and leave this place immediately with this elder." Qin Feng looked at the third elder of the Demon King's palace looking like this, and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. He didn't know why the third elder of the Demon King's palace said these words, and the same was true for the other demon beasts who were retching. The third elder of the Demon King's palace did not care whether the other monsters obeyed his words or not, and immediately ran forward, with Qin Feng following closely behind. However, before they could leave a distance, They saw that the piece of demonic stone entangled by the Scarlet Train King Snake continued to emit a strange light. At the same time, the Scarlet Train King Snake screamed and raised its own. The head looked up at the sky. The bloody mouth slowly opened. The eyes stared like bells, and the pupils kept shrinking. Slowly, only a rattling sound was heard coming from the body of the Scarlet Lion King Snake, as if something was traveling through his body. As if the thing traveling through his body was constantly destroying. Looking at the structure of the body of the Red Lion King Snake, the face of the Red Lion King Snake was constantly distorted, showing an expression of pain. However, the Red Train King Snake seemed to have lost its voice. Since it screamed in surprise, it has not screamed out again. It can only keep opening its bloody mouth, and a slight whimpering sound is suppressed from its throat. Not long after, a green ray of light rushed out of the body of the Scarlet Refined King Snake without mercy. After that green light rushed out of the body of the Red Refined King Snake, it did not disappear into the air, but it spun around in the green sky, rushed directly into the inside of the Demon Stone, and merged with the Demon Stone. After the ray of light in the body of the Scarlet Train King Snake rushed out of the body became stiff and stood upright. At the last moment, the Scarlet Train King Snake seemed to wake up, with a clear look in his eyes, and a look of unwillingness. He tried hard to turn his head, and wanted to take one last look at the third elder of the Demon King's palace. However, his head was less than half turned, and he fell to the ground with a thump. He could no longer look at the world in front of him. Chen Feng, who was trying to fly forward to escape from this area, heard the sound, turned around and glanced at the Red King Snake. In an instant, he saw that the bones in the body of the Scarlet Train King Snake were broken. He was slumped on the ground like a piece of mud. His whole body was filled with black and purple blood. The black and purple blood accumulated on the surface of the skin, coupled with the expression on the face of the Red Lion King Snake at this moment. It looks particularly ferocious in this green sky. Chen Feng sighed regretfully and continued flying forward. However, something strange happened at this moment. After the green light broke out of the body of the Red Train King Snake and returned to the body of the Demon Stone, the Demon Stone trembled for a while, as if there was something there. Something is coming out of the Demon Stone. Not long after, I saw that piece of demonic stone slowly rising from the ground, floating in the air, and constantly rotating. As the demonic stone rotated, the green light surrounding the demonic stone became stronger, illuminating the people in front of me. This somewhat dim sky shines like daylight, and even the light emitted by the sun and moon is incomparable to the light emitted by the demonic stone. After the demonic stone emitted light, it did not dim. The light continued to spread around, illuminating an area of hundreds of miles. Chen Feng, who was flying, felt the light emanating from the demonic stone. His eyes turned white, and it was difficult to see the road in front of him clearly. The wings that were vibrating on his body were difficult to control, and he stopped flying forward. With this movement, Chen Feng felt his head feel dizzy, and he couldn't help but fall from the sky. The third elder of the Demon King's Hall at the front felt the white light emitted by the Demon Stone, and bursts of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. There was also an anxious look in his eyes. Then, the third elder of the Demon King's Hall only felt that his body was he felt weak for a while. His steps became heavy, and he couldn't help but stop running and staggered forward. Chapter 309 Sinking. When the third elder of the Demon King Palace faced the singing voice emanating from the reef, he had lost the strength to resist, and wanted to follow the beautiful singing voice in front of him and sink into the green sky. If all the monsters paralyzed on the ground in this green sky were to perish, there would be no possibility of survival. Chen Feng's consciousness was also in the midst of this beautiful singing. He was drowsy. Although Chen Feng knew that the beautiful singing beside his ears was very strange, he couldn't resist in his heart. Slowly, this singing among them, he lost consciousness. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Chen Feng's ears. Ding! If you find an invasion of unknown creatures, do you want to drive them away? The sound of the system kept repeating in Chen Feng's mind. The sound was like thunder in the plains. And Chen Feng, who was immersed in the beautiful singing emanating from the demonic stone, woke up in an instant. Chen Feng, who had just woken up from the beautiful singing, had a dazed look in his eyes, and then slowly became clear. When he heard the singing emanating from the demonic stone, he was already confused, under their influence again. At this moment, the sound echoing in the ears was like the roar of a demon, particularly harsh. Chen Feng couldn't help but cover his ears, trying to block the noise from reaching his ears. The system's voice continued to echo in Chen Feng's mind. Chen Feng finally focused on the system, and spoke to the system in his mind without thinking. Drive him out! Drive him out immediately! Don't let him harass me here. The system heard Chen Feng's response, judged it for a second, and immediately rang in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! The unknown creature is being driven away. Please pay attention to the host. When Chen Feng heard the sound of the system, a big stone in his heart seemed to fall. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and his body felt much lighter. Chen Feng, whose body was a little weak, did not get up from the ground. He kept looking around with clear eyes, and found that the third elder of the Demon King Palace and other monsters were constantly surrounded by green light. Chen Feng turned his attention to the demonic stone in the sky again. The demonic stone was still spinning in the sky, but at some point, it had put away the white light it was emitting. Instead, the demonic stone in the sky continued to emit a long green light. But the green light emitted from two places was particularly strong, coupled with the appearance of the demonic stone. At this moment, in front of Chen Feng, what appeared was the head of a terrifying monster that was constantly scanning them. When Chen Feng saw this, he couldn't help but trembled. His body trembled slightly, and even the hairs on his body stood up. He felt that the appearance of the important area in front of him was a bit creepy and difficult to look at. Chen Feng couldn't help but cast his gaze on it. Elsewhere, they slowly closed their eyes and waited quietly for the system to drive out the invading unknown creatures. Time passed by minute by second. Chen Feng suddenly felt something cool, and something was wrong around him. He couldn't help but slowly open his eyes. Only then did he realize that the green light emitted by the medicinal stone was gradually shining in the demon. Short green sword blades formed in front of her. The direction the sword blades were facing was exactly where these monsters were. A flash of horror flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. He knew that the demonic stone was going to attack him, and the demonic beasts in the Demon King's palace. Chen Feng shook his tiny body and wanted to stand up. However, his body was still limp, and it was difficult to exert any strength. Chen Feng's eyes exuded an anxious look, and he couldn't help but pray to the system in his heart to expel the unknown creature from his body as soon as possible. The sword blades condensed around the demon stone slowly became more and more powerful, exuding a fierce momentum around each tough one, as if they were going to kill the demon beasts and Chen Feng in the Demon King's palace with one blow. In this area, not long after, the sword blades around the waist condensed, and the light on obsidian flickered, and the blades were like spiritual beings, attacking your monsters and Chen Feng in the Demon King's hall. Chen Feng looked at the attacking sword blade. A trace of horror flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. For 1,000 times, he felt sorry for himself in his heart, and he couldn't help but sigh, and slowly closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. At this critical moment, the system's voice sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! The unknown creature was successfully expelled. Please pay attention to the host. When Chen Feng heard the sound of the system, he felt that it was like the sound of nature. Suddenly, in a moment of despair, it gave him a glimmer of hope, and a trace of joy radiated from his heart. At this moment, Chen Feng only felt that he was so lucky and finally no longer had to face death. At the same time, the fatigue in Chen Feng's body was slowly evacuated from his body and gradually disappeared. Chen Feng shook his tiny body. His body felt relaxed and his whole body was full of strength. Chen Feng raised his head and looked at the demon stone again. The demon stone seemed to be affected by the system driving out the green light that invaded Chen Feng's body. The demon stone trembled slightly, and the energy emitted from his body, the green light slowly faded, and the sounds lingering around him were also intermittent, as if they had been hit. The momentum of the sword that attacked Chen Feng and the demonic beast in the Demon King's palace also weakened slightly, and the speed also slowed down. This gave Chen Feng sufficient buffer time and allowed Chen Feng to have enough energy. Time to deal with the attack emitted by the medicine stone. Chen Feng looked at the sword blades. His eyes slightly condensed. He raised his head and looked up at the green sky, and a suppressed roar emanated from his chest. Shenwu sword shadow. I saw sword shadows condensing from all directions, continuously emitting waves of afterimages, and then carrying a fierce momentum to attack the sword blades that the demon stone attacked Chen Feng and the demon beasts of the Demon King's palace. The shadow of the divine sword collided with the sword blades, and countless sparks flew everywhere. At the same time, it also woke up the monsters, who were immersed in the singing. There was a blank look in their eyes. And then, slowly he regained his clarity of expression. But he did not have the strength to stand up from the ground to fight back. He could only quietly look at Chen Feng, who had regained his strength. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Chen Feng's mind again. Ding! If you find the location of an unknown creature, do you want to destroy it? Chapter 310, The Demon Stone Sleeps. Chen Feng was slightly startled when he heard the system prompt. And then his eyes radiated excitement. His eyes fell on the demon stone. And an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Destroy. Must be destroyed. The system sensed Chen Feng's response. And after a second of judgment, it sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! Destruction is starting. Host, please pay attention. Chen Feng's eyes flashed with a strange light. But he still did not stop attacking the demon stone with the sword. The demon beast paralyzed on the ground saw that the sword blades in front of it were blocked by Chen Feng's Shenwu sword shadow. His eyes couldn't help but shine with hope. And he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. His body slowly relaxed. Come down and wait for the interest to return. The light emitted by the system, and the demon stone waxes and wanes. The demon stone first emits a strong green light, and then slowly extinguishes it, constantly flashing a firefly-like green. The monster lying limp on the ground looked at the weak light emitted by the monster stone, thinking it was the effect of Chen Feng's attack. So it didn't pay attention. Due to the constant confrontation between the system and the demonic stone, part of the green light lingering on the demonic beast and the demon king's palace continued to dissipate in the air, while the other part slowly condensed and slowly returned to the demonic beast. Shure's body is constantly repairing the damage caused by the attack on the system. Neither the system nor the demonic stone dared to show weakness. The demonic stone had been tempered for thousands of years, and had already become spiritual. The demonic stone knew that if it was directly obliterated by the system, it would never be seen again. The possibility of survival can only be given by stubborn resistance. Time continued to pass by minute by second, and the light in Chen Feng's eyes continued to condense. Under the attack of his divine sword shadow, the blade that continuously attacked them slowly disappeared into the air. The demonic stone felt the sword blade attacking Chen Feng and the demonic beasts in the demon king's palace. It slowly dissipated. He had no time to care about it, and could only concentrate on resisting the system's attack. He could feel the power of the system, and was against it. He didn't spare a trace of emotion in his attack. The monster beasts paralyzed on the ground saw that the sword blade that threatened their lives had slowly dissipated, and a look of surprise burst out in their eyes. Their lives were no longer threatened, and they were no longer afraid, and felt confident and bold, resting above the ground. Because the third elder of the demon king's palace was relatively strong. After the green light lingering on his body continued to disappear, the third elder of the demon king's palace slowly regained his strength and stood up from the ground. Even now that the threat has been removed, the third elder of the demon king's palace can't relax. He still looks around vigilantly, for fear that other monsters will attack him and other monsters. After watching for a long time, the third elder of the demon king palace found that there was no threat around him. So he slowly turned his gaze on Chen Feng and used the corner of his eye to pay attention to the surrounding movements. At this moment, Chen Feng was leisurely flying in the sky, vibrating his wings, and his eyes occasionally glanced at the demonic stone that was constantly flashing a faint green light. Chen Feng knew that it was only a matter of time before that piece of demonic stone lost its spirituality. Therefore, Chen Feng was not afraid at all if that piece of demonic stone would attack him again. Not to mention that under the attack of the system, the demonic stone had no remaining power, and could attack Chen Feng again. Attack! The third elder of the demon king's palace looked at Chen Feng, who was so leisurely. A complicated light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he really couldn't understand the little black bee in front of him. He didn't know which side was the real him. In the eyes of the third elder of the demon king's hall, the little black bee in front of him is sometimes cunning and sometimes rampant. It is obviously a very weak body, but there is endless power hidden in that weak body. Even he himself is incomparable. In front of the third elder of the demon king's hall, Chen Feng was like a book that contained endless secrets. The third elder of the demon king's hall couldn't help but want to explore the secrets hidden in this book. Originally, the third elder of the demon king's hall, I thought I had a deep understanding of Chen Feng and all his secrets. But I never thought that this was just the beginning. Chen Feng, who was looking at the demonic stone, felt the burning eyes of the third elder of the demon king's palace, and couldn't help but exude a look of doubt in his eyes. So, he slowly turned back and looked at each other with the third elder of the demon king's palace. One glance. The third elder of the demon king's hall did not expect that Chen Feng would suddenly turn around, and all the expressions in his eyes were exposed in front of Chen Feng, which made the third elder of the demon king's hall smile at Chen Feng with some embarrassment. Chen Feng couldn't help but shrugged, seeing curiosity about him in the eyes of the third elder of the demon king's hall. Then, his spirit sank, and he slowly flapped his wings and flew in front of the third elder of the Demon King's hall. Third elder, poppies are poisonous. Don't delve into it. Otherwise, you will only be the unlucky one. The third elder of the Demon King's palace was slightly stunned when he heard Chen Feng's words. Then, he understood the meaning of Chen Feng's words. However, the third elder of the Demon King's palace did not speak, but had a smile on his lips. At this time, there was only a pop sound, and the demonic stone fell from the sky. Chen Feng couldn't help but focus on the place where the sound was made. The demonic stone emitted a faint light, and continued to trembling on the ground. Chen Feng thought that the system had completely wiped out the spirituality of the demonic stone. But he never expected that the system's voice sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! The unknown creature failed to be destroyed. Please pay attention to the host. When Chen Feng heard the sound of the system, he couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. His eyes flashed with confusion, and then a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. After all, the reef in front of you has been tempered for thousands of years, and coupled with the continuous absorption of the spiritual energy of monsters, it is difficult to eliminate the spiritual energy, which is normal. If the spiritual energy of this monster stone is easily eliminated by the system, if it's all gone, then there won't be so many monsters killed. There will be monsters that have already disposed of this monster stone. How can it be my turn? Then, Chen Feng set his sights on that piece of demonic stone. If that piece of stone kept trembling, the green light emitted by it became weaker and weaker, and finally disappeared with a plop sound. The piece of demonic stone returned to calm, leaving only the vast emerald green in the sky, still flickering. The third elder of the Demon King's hall saw that the demon stone had fallen on the ground and slowly lost its light. He couldn't help but slowly walk forward and took a look. The third elder of the Demon King's palace made some inquiries, and a look of surprise burst out in his eyes. He turned around and looked at Chen Feng with a look of disbelief in his eyes. The demon stone actually fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 311 Dangerous Exposure. The third elder of the Demon King's hall discovered that the demon stone had actually entered a deep sleep. For a moment, there was a look of surprise in Chen Feng's eyes. Chen Feng felt the gaze of the third elder of the Demon King Palace, but there was no expression on his face. At this moment, Demon King Palace suddenly looked around with vigilance. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! A large number of enemy attacks have been detected directly ahead. Please pay attention to the host. Chen Feng heard the sound of the system, and for a moment, he looked around cautiously. Then, the third elder of the Demon King Palace and Chen Feng looked at each other, with the same look in their eyes, and continued to look ahead. Before seeing the beast, I heard its sound first. I only heard the sound of the monster stepping on the ground, which kept ringing in the ears of the third elder of the Demon King Hall and Chen Feng. The other monsters lying on the ground also heard the sound. The sound of the monster beast reached his ears, and he couldn't help but stand up from the ground and look ahead warily. The figures of the monster beasts in front gradually appeared in the green and gray sky. Through the green light in the sky, the figure of the great elder of the Demon King's palace gradually emerged from the darkness. Many monsters in the Demon King's palace, who stood up, saw the figure of the great elder of the Demon King's palace, and their eyes revealed. There was a look of surprise on his face. But the third elder of Demon King Palace and Chen Feng were on alert. The third elder of the Demon King's hall knew that with the character of the eldest elder of the Demon King's hall, it was impossible to leave and come back again, and there might be something bad in his stomach. And Chen Feng also knew that the great elder of the Demon King's hall had always wanted to kill him quickly. And now that he came here, there might be some conspiracy. Chen Feng secretly said to the system in his mind. System, pass on the glorious worker bees. The system determined for a second, and Chen Feng remembered it in his mind. Ding! The transmission of the glory worker bee was successful. Please pay attention to the host. Since all the monsters in the Demon King's palace were looking at the great elder of the Demon King's palace at this time, they did not notice at all that there were many more glory worker bees around. Chen Feng saw those glory worker bees appearing in the sky and used his eyes signaled them to hide. As soon as the glory worker bees saw Chen Feng's eyes, they immediately knew what Chen Feng meant. So they flew upwards and slowly merged with the green sky. It was difficult to detect their existence without looking carefully. Chen Feng summoned the glorious worker bees just in case, to prevent the elder of the Demon King's palace from plotting against him and threatening his life. The first elder of the Demon King's palace slowly walked towards Chen Feng and the third elder of the Demon King's palace. Behind the first elder of the Demon King's palace were his subordinates, who he had taken away. The third elder of the Demon King's hall and Chen Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw this situation. They knew that the strength and power of the Demon King's Hall's elder could not fight against them. After all, the monsters in the Demon King's Hall they led were extremely powerful. Most of them, even if they have different intentions, cannot all obey the great elder of Demon King Hall. A man who knows the current situation is a hero, faced with an absolute advantage. It is impossible for the group of monsters behind the third elder of the Demon King's Hall and Chen Feng to choose to follow the first elder of the Demon King's Hall. However, at this moment, Chen Feng suddenly remembered the system prompt. Chen Feng knew that if it were just a few monsters led by the elder of the flower shop, the system would not have prompted Chen Feng that there was a large number of enemy attacks ahead. Chen Feng thought of this. He couldn't help but change his face slightly, raised his eyes, and looked towards the dark place ahead. As expected by Chen Feng, the first elder of the Demon King's Palace just glanced at Chen Feng and the third elder of the Demon King's Palace with disdain. He did not come to them immediately, but stood quietly aside and lowered his arrogant head, as if welcoming the arrival of something. The third elder of the Demon King's Hall, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, couldn't help but feel a little nervous when he saw this situation, and looked towards the front of the road vacated by the elder of the Demon King's Hall. At this time, the outline of a monster beast slowly appeared from the dark sky. The monster had two ape-like heads, and its thick arms kept hitting the ground, making a thumping sound. He had brown hair all over his body. The hair was short and thin, but it looked bright. The luster exudes a different kind of luster under the light of the green sky. Chen Feng looked at the monster in front of him, a complex light flashing in his eyes. Peep! The system judged for a second before it rang in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! The peek was successful. The Iron Domain Divine Ape. The Holy Martial Second Mirror Monster. The skill. The Bloodthirsty Iron Arm. Shattered the sky. Chen Feng saw the strength and skills of the Iron Territory Divine Ape, and couldn't help but be shocked, thinking in his heart, is it possible that the elder of the Demon King's Palace came here just to lead the monsters behind him to attack me and the third elder of the Demon King's Palace? This is not good. Another powerful enemy has appeared, which is not good for us. However, the third elder of the Demon King's Hall saw the situation in front of him. There was a look of shock in his eyes, and there was anger in his eyes. He looked at the elder of the Demon King's Hall with burning eyes and said, Great Elder, what do you mean? Why did you lead the monsters in Zhongzhou 10,000 Monsters Pavilion here? When Chen Feng heard the words of the third elder of the Demon King's Hall, his eyes showed surprise. His eyes involuntarily fell on the first elder of the Demon King's Hall. For a moment, his heart was turned over and over again. The great elder of the Demon King's Hall waited for the Iron Territory Divine Ape to slowly come closer. Then, he arched his front feet towards the Iron Territory Divine Ape and gave a salute. Then he stepped forward with an arrogant look on his face and raised his eyes, with the corners of his eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the third elder of Demon King Palace and Chen Feng. Third elder, don't you know why I led the monsters from the 10,000 Demon Pavilion in Zhongzhou here? You and the little black bee want to kill me. Don't think I don't know. When Chen Feng and the third elder of the Demon King Palace heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other, with horrified looks in their eyes, and they thought at the same time, how did the great elder of the Demon King's Palace know about this? Could it be that some monster overheard it and told the great elder of the Demon King's Palace about it? The first elder of the Demon King Palace saw the expressions on the faces of the third elder of the Demon King Palace and Chen Feng. He couldn't help but sneered, twice. His eyes were filled with a look of triumph. He couldn't help but wandered in place for 2 steps and said with arrogance. He glanced at Chen Feng and the third elder of the Demon King Palace. The third elder of the Demon King's Hall turned back, with a cold look in his eyes. His face darkened, and he said to the first elder of the Demon King's Hall, Great Elder, is it possible that you betrayed the Demon King's Palace without any basis and then joined the Zhongzhou 10,000 Demons Pavilion? The chief elder of the Demon King's Palace heard the words of the third elder, and his eyes revealed a sarcastic look. Chapter 3:12 The Madness of the Great Elder. There was a sarcastic light in the eyes of the first elder of the Demon King's Palace, and he kept glancing at the third elder of the Demon King's Palace and Chen Feng, with a sarcastic smile on his lips. If the Lord of the Demon King's Palace hadn't been standing on the throne of the Demon King's Palace, I would have become the leader of the Demon King's Palace. Now that I have another path, how could I still be in the hopeless place of the Demon King's Palace? What should I do? The great elder of the Demon King's Palace. As the great elder of the Demon King Palace spoke, a ferocious look appeared on his face, filled with anger and unwillingness. as well as jealousy and madness. Chen Feng and the three elders of the Demon King's palace stared at the elder of the Demon King's palace in front of them in stunned silence. The elder of the Demon King's palace looked as if he had transformed into a monster. The crazy look in his eyes was vivid and clear. What was revealed in front of them was the dissatisfaction and wishful thinking they had accumulated over the years. The third elder of the Demon King's palace couldn't help but open his mouth, wanting to say something to save his enemy for so many years. However, the third elder of the Demon King's palace opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. The elder saved it. The great elder of the Demon King's palace glanced at the monsters in front of him, and his expression returned to its original appearance, arrogant and confident, as if the appearance of the great elder of the Demon King's palace just now was their illusion. As if the monsters in the Demon King's palace were not seen with their own eyes from what I saw. I would definitely not believe that the great elder of the Demon King's palace would have such a face. They slowly lowered their heads, with a look of deep disappointment in their eyes. They have always believed that although the great elder of the Demon King's palace is ruthless and majestic, in their hearts, the great elder of the Demon King's palace has always been the backbone of monsters in the Demon King's palace. They know that without the existence of the Grand Elder in the Demon King's palace, which is equivalent to losing a member, greatly reducing the strength in the Demon King's palace. At this moment, what the great elder of the Demon King palace did made their hearts happy. However, before those monsters could say anything, the first elder of Demon King palace glanced at the third elder of Demon King palace and continued. Now that I have taken refuge in the 10,000 Demons Pavilion in Zhongzhou, I can occupy the Demon King's palace whenever I want. Besides, when I occupy the Demon King's palace, all of the Western continent will belong to me. By then, in the Western continent, I can do whatever I want, and I won't be controlled by you at all. The third elder of the Demon King's palace shook his head slightly when he heard the elder's words, and couldn't help but sigh. Great elder, you are too naive. Do you think that Zhongzhou 10,000 Demons Pavilion has seized the power of Shizhou, and you will be allowed to be the commander of the Demon King's palace in Shizhou? And you are just a pawn to seize Shizhou's vision. By then, when Zhongzhou 10,000 Monsters Pavilion captures Shizhou, you will become a useless chess piece. With your own strength, you will definitely not be able to deal with Zhongzhou 10,000 Monsters Pavilion. No matter how Zhongzhou 10,000 Monsters Pavilion treats you, you will be dumb. Eating Coptus Chinensis is hard to express. When Chen Feng heard the words of the third elder of the Demon King's Hall, he couldn't help but glance at the third elder of the Demon King's Hall with surprised eyes. Chen Feng always thought that the relationship between the first elder and the third elder of the Demon King's Hall was irreconcilable. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, at this moment, the third elder of the Demon King's Hall still upheld the benevolence and wanted to save the elder of the Demon King's Hall. This couldn't help but make Chen Feng look at the third elder of Demon King Hall with admiration. These words also made Chen Feng think deeply. Chen Feng also quite agreed with the statement of the third elder of Demon King Hall. For Zhongzhou won out pavilion, the great elder of Demon King Hall did indeed it is just a chess piece, and it will give him unlimited benefits when used. However, when it is over, it is not up to them to decide whether it will benefit the elder of the Demon King Palace. When Chen Feng thought of this, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly, and sighed with regret at what the elder of the Demon King's Hall had done. The first elder of the Demon King's Hall couldn't help being slightly stunned when he heard the words of the third elder of the Demon King's Hall. A clear look appeared in his eyes for a moment, and then he slowly fell into madness. Third elder, you are just saying this out of pure jealousy. I won't listen to you. If you surrender obediently, maybe we will spare your life. If you resist stubbornly, don't blame me for not thinking about it for many years. The love I have given you will allow you to stay in this sky forever, and our years of confrontation have come to an end. Seeing the elder being so stubborn, the third elder of the Demon King Palace shook his head helplessly, sighed softly, raised his head, and closed his eyes slightly, as if he was feeling the tranquility in the sky. After a while, the third elder of the Demon King's Hall lowered his head, opened his eyes, and stared at the elder with a firm look in his eyes. In that case, let's make a break. From today on, you are no longer an elder in the Demon King's Palace. We are strangers to you. When the elder of the Demon King's Hall heard this, his heart hurt slightly, and then he shook his head to get rid of the pain from his heart. After all, the great elder of the Demon King's Palace has been in the Demon King's Palace for so many years, and it is impossible that he has no feelings for the Demon King's Palace. Now that the great elder of the Demon King's Palace has betrayed the Demon King's Palace for his own selfish interests, he has no way to turn back. even if it is a mistake. The great elder of the Demon King's palace can only continue to make mistakes. Besides, the great elder of the Demon King's palace simply doesn't want to be in the Demon King's palace, under the control of the palace master and the third elder. He can only stick to the decision in his heart and never regret it. The Iron Territory Divine Ape, who had been quietly watching the show, saw that the great elder of the Demon King palace and the mountain elder were at war with each other. He coughed lightly and walked forward slowly. The great elder of the Demon King's palace heard the slight cough, and his body froze slightly. After all, after so many years in the Demon King's palace, he was used to being arrogant and having to submit to the monsters of the Zhongzhou 10,000 Monsters Pavilion. It was inevitable that he would be a little uncomfortable. The arrogance in the palace for many years was exposed. In an instant, the great elder of the Demon King's hall reacted and immediately turned around. With a smile on his face, he took 2 steps back, hunched over, and waited for the Iron Territory Divine Ape to come forward. Although the Demon Beast Iron Territory Divine Ape of Zhongzhou 10,000 Demons Pavilion is not as powerful as the Great Elder of Demon King Palace, Iron Territory Divine Ape can be regarded as the leader among the young monsters in Zhongzhou 10,000 Demons Pavilion. The Great Elder of Demon King Palace thought, if you want to rely on the Iron Territory Divine Ape in front of you to enter the 10,000 Demons Pavilion in the Middle Zhou Dynasty, you must bow your head and flatter the Iron Territory Divine Ape. With such an attitude, although the Elder of the Demon King's Palace also felt shameful and unwilling, in order to have a better way out for himself, this grievance was nothing. The Elder of the Demon King's Palace kept comforting himself in his heart, constantly convincing myself not to mind. The Iron Domain Divine Ape glanced at the nodding and bowing Elder of the Demon King's hall, and ignored him. Instead, he walked up to the third Elder of the Demon King's hall, and looked at the third Elder up and down. Chapter 313 Olive Branch. The Iron Domain Divine Ape came to the third Elder of the Demon King's hall, looked at the third Elder and Shenfeng up and down, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You 2 monsters can still be so powerful in a barren place like Shizhou. I have to say that your talents are outstanding. If you continue to stay in Shizhou but give up your talents, why not find another way out? The eyes of the third Elder of the Demon King's Palace flickered. He turned back and looked at Shenfeng with a tacit look in his eyes. When the great Elder of the Demon King Palace heard the words of the Iron Territory Divine Ape, his expression changed slightly, and he wanted to step forward and say something to the Iron Territory Divine Ape. However, the Iron Territory Divine Ape seemed to feel the action of the great Elder of the Demon King's Palace, and couldn't help but turn around and glance sharply at the great Elder of the Demon King's Palace. The Elder's body froze slightly, and the Elder instantly stopped what he was about to say. Words. The moment the Iron Territory Divine Ape turned around, the eyes of the great Elder of the Demon King Palace quietly revealed a fierce light. The Elder of the Demon King Palace thought in his heart, when I enter the Zhongzhou 10,000 Demons Pavilion, I will definitely pay you back all the shame you have brought me. After a moment, the Iron Territory Divine Ape turned back and glanced at the great Elder of the Demon King Palace. The face of the great Elder of the Demon King Palace instantly showed the smile of a pregnant girl. The Iron Territory Divine Ape showed contempt in his eyes. With a look on his face, he slowly turned back and looked at the third Elder of the Demon King's hall. The third Elder of the Demon King's Palace turned around and stared closely at the Iron Domain Divine Ape in front of him, with a half-smiling look on his lips. What do you mean? The Iron Domain Divine Ape stood there with its proud head held high and wandered for 2 steps. His expression showed confidence in himself and a sense of superiority in the area where he was. You too. Don't pretend to be confused. Of course you understand what I mean. Our 10,000 Demons Pavilion in Zhongzhou is in Zhongzhou. It is quite powerful. There are countless monsters who want to enter it. I can reveal my identity and come to invite you to enter the 10,000 Demons Pavilion in Zhongzhou. That is your blessing. The Iron Territory Divine Ape stopped pacing and glanced at the expressions of the third Elder of the Demon King Palace and Shenfeng from the corner of his eye. Seeing that there was no look in their eyes, that they were attracted by the Zhongzhou 10,000 Demons Pavilion, he couldn't help but feel sad from the bottom of his heart. There was a sense of frustration. This is an opportunity. You must not miss it. It will never come again. If you miss this opportunity, you will no longer be qualified to enter the Central Continent Diplomatic Pavilion. You must think carefully. The third Elder of the Demon King Palace slowly lowered his head, pretending to be deep in thought. There was a strange light in his lowered eyes, as did Shenfeng. The Iron Territory Divine Ape looked at the 2 monster beasts that were lowering their heads, and his expression became even more proud. He could not help but hold his head up high, as if he was showing off everything in the Zhongzhou 10,000 Monsters Pavilion. The third elder of the Demon King's palace pondered for a moment, then slowly raised his head, his eyes clear and clear, showing no trace of being moved by the Iron Domain Divine Ape. The Iron Domain Divine Ape looked at the third elder of the Demon King's palace, who had raised his head, and said arrogantly to the third elder of the Demon King's palace, "What? Have you thought about it?" The third elder of the Demon King's palace did not answer the Iron Territory Divine Ape's question. Instead, he looked at the Iron Territory Divine Ape and said that the question was not answered. "If our two monsters join your 10,000 Monsters Pavilion in Zhongzhou, what will happen to the monsters in the Demon King's palace behind us?" There was a proud look in the eyes of the Iron Domain Divine Ape, as if the third elder of the Demon King Palace and Shenfeng would definitely join the Zhongzhou 10,000 Demons Pavilion. For the Iron Territory Divine Ape, the Iron Territory Divine Ape has already extended a big olive branch to the third elder of the Demon King Palace and Shenfeng. In his heart, he does not think that the third elder of the Demon King Palace and Shenfeng will definitely agree to his invitation. Join the Zhongzhou 10,000 Demons Pavilion. The Iron Territory Divine Ape glanced at the monsters in the Demon King's palace behind the third elder, and said with a faint expression, "Those lowly monsters in the Demon King's palace are naturally not qualified to enter the Zhongzhou 10,000 Monsters Pavilion. They will naturally be given up and left in this desolate place to fend for themselves." With a look on his face, the Iron Territory Divine Ape had already regarded the third elder of the Demon King's Hall and Shenfeng as his vassals. He did not feel any guilt at all, and directly made a judgment on the monsters in the Demon King's Hall, just like the third elder and Shenfeng after agreeing to the invitation of the Iron Territory Divine Ape. The monsters in the Demon King's shop behind them would no longer have the possibility of survival. The monsters behind them couldn't help but change their expressions slightly when they heard the words of the Iron Territory Divine Ape. They took a few steps back and stared closely at the third elder of the Demon King Palace and Shenfeng in front of them, with a hint of complexity in their eyes. There are 3 parts of tension, 3 parts of expectation, 3 parts of worry, and this part of despair. Although the monsters in the Demon King's palace did not believe that the third elder of the Demon King's palace and Shenfeng would give up on them, they were also afraid that their hopes would be dashed and they would be completely abandoned here by the third elder and Shenfeng. Gradually, a feeling of sadness emitted from their bodies. Shenfeng could feel the emotional fluctuations of the monsters in the Demon King's palace. For a moment, he felt sour in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. The third elder of the Demon King's palace heard the words of the Iron Territory Divine Ape. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, he did not answer the Iron Territory Divine Ape's words, but turned around. He looked at the Great Elder of Demon King Palace quietly. "Great Elder, have you heard or seen that in the eyes of the Iron Territory Divine Ape, we monsters from the Western continent are nothing at all? Over the years you have been in the Demon King's palace, the monsters in the Demon King's palace aren't all the beasts respectful to you. Can you bear to see them forgotten in this space and let them disappear from this world forever?" The first elder of the Demon King's palace heard the words of the third elder and lowered his head silently without answering. The third elder of the Demon King's palace saw the first elder's expression and knew his answer. He sighed with a somewhat lonely expression and looked up at the area. Green sky. He knew this was his last time to save the Great Elder. The Iron Domain Divine Ape did not stop the third elder's words at all. He was quite confident in himself. He also knew that the elder of the Demon King's palace would never waver in his mind. After all, the beast was not for himself, and would be destroyed by heaven and earth. As selfish as the elder of the Demon King's palace was, there is no way that a self-interested monster would give up this opportunity. At the same time, he also knew the answer to the third elder. The Iron Territory Divine Ape glanced at the third elder of the Demon King Palace and Shenfeng, shook his head slightly, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, raised a smile, and said slowly, "I really don't understand what's so good about Shizhou that makes you so determined to stay here. Even in the face of the olive branch offered by our Zhongzhou 1-out pavilion, you are still unmoved. I really don't know what's going on in your heads. Since you don't accept this opportunity, it's over there." Chapter 314 Decisive Battle. When the monsters in the Demon King's Hall heard that the third elder of the Demon King's Hall and Shenfeng had not given up on themselves, there was a look of surprise in their eyes, and they involuntarily slowly approached the third elder of the Demon King's Hall and Shenfeng. The Iron Domain Divine Ape glanced at the monsters in the Demon King's palace, with a mocking look in his eyes. "Since you are so disrespectful, don't blame us for being ruthless." Afterwards, The Iron Territory Divine Ape glanced at the Great Elder of the Demon King's Hall beside him, and said, "Don't you always want to kill the third Elder of the Demon King's Palace and the little black bee? If you don't do it yet, how long will it take?" The Great Elder of the Demon King's Palace couldn't help being slightly startled when he heard the Iron Domain Divine Ape. And then he reacted. There was a trace of displeasure in his eyes. But he didn't say anything. He turned back and stared at the three of them closely. The Elder and Chen Feng had a sinister smile on their lips. "Third Elder, little black bee, today is your day of death. I wish you a good pregnancy in the next life." The Iron Domain Divine Ape slowly took 2 steps back and glanced at the monster beast brought behind him, with a sinister look in his eyes. "Kill them all here. Not a single monster will be left alive." Then, the Iron Territory Divine Ape retreated to the side leisurely, slowly sitting on the ground, waiting to watch the show. The monster beasts behind the Iron Territory Divine Ape that had been brought from the Zhongzhong 10,000 Demon Pavilion heard the Iron Territory Divine Ape's orders, with ferocious expressions on their faces, and they approached the monster beasts in the Demon King's Palace step by step. In an instant, the monsters in the Demon King's Palace were surrounded. They surrounded the demon beasts in the Demon King's Palace. In this way, even a demon beast could not escape from their encirclement. The monsters in the Demon King's Palace looked at the monsters surrounding him. Their strength was quite different. There was deep fear in their eyes. However, he did not see the third Elder of the Demon King's Palace and Chen Feng beside him. Their hearts calmed down in an instant. A determined look flashed in their eyes, and an expression of a fight to the death with the enemy appeared on their faces. Chen Feng looked at the monsters in the Demon King's Palace beside him, with a look of satisfaction on his face. He turned back and looked at the monsters in front of him again, without any trace of fear in his eyes. Chen Feng and the third Elder of the Demon King Palace looked at each other and shouted together, "Kill! Fight them!" The monsters in the Demon King's Palace heard the powerful words of this life. In an instant, their morale increased greatly. With fierce intent in their eyes, they jumped forward slightly and rushed forward. The monsters in the 10,000 Demons Pavilion lost the opportunity in an instant. And faced with such ferocious monsters in the Demon King's Palace, they had to admire that this barren land in Shizhou could grow such brave monsters. The monsters in the 10,000 Demons Pavilion reacted very quickly when faced with the attack of the monsters in the Demon King's Palace. The two sides fought together in an instant. Their skills were flying all over the sky, lighting up the green sky, and blood was constantly flowing. The sky is swaying, dyeing the sky with a different color. The third Elder of the Demon King's Palace and the first Elder fought together. Chen Feng originally wanted to fight the first Elder with the third Elder of the Demon King's Palace, but he never thought that the third Elder of the Demon King's Palace would say to Chen Feng, "I will deal with the Great Elder personally. Little Black Bee, please don't interfere. After all, we have been enemies for many years. Let me deal with it myself." Chen Feng looked at the third Elder of the Demon King Palace and couldn't help but sigh and shook his head slightly. "Third Elder, let me do it. Don't forget that the first Elder wants to kill me many times. I have to settle this account with him." The third Elder of the Demon King's Palace looked at Chen Feng's firm eyes, and knew that he could not defeat Chen Feng. He couldn't help sighing and nodded slightly, and ran directly to the Iron Territory Divine Ape. Chen Feng watched the 3 Elders of the Demon King's Palace leave, then turned back and stared at the Great Elder closely. "Great Elder, do you remember the Queen Bee who was hunted down in the Blood Forest?" The Elder of the Demon King's Palace heard Chen Feng's words, with a look of horror in his eyes. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back and stared at Chen Feng closely. "Are you avenging him? Or are you?" The Great Elder of the Demon King's Hall did not continue. At this moment, he already had speculation in his mind. Chen Feng sneered, hee twice, and his eyes also exuded waves of cold aura. "Now that we have reached this point, I will tell you the truth. I am the Beast King in the Blood Forest who was chased and killed by you. Now, I came to this Demon King's Palace just to seek revenge from you. And what you said, it's not just me that's doing this. There are too many monsters who want to seek revenge from you. And I'm here for them too." The Great Elder of the Demon King's Palace learned such important news. He was well prepared and did not show any surprise. He could not help but raise his head and kept laughing wildly. Then, his eyes fell on Chen Feng again. "Little Black Bee, since I can kill you once, then I can kill you a second time. Stop talking nonsense and come and die." After finishing speaking, the Great Elder of Demon King Palace rushed forward. Explosive demonic blade. I saw blades continuously condensing in front of the Great Elder of the Demon King's Hall. The blades were constantly condensing with khaki energy, and there were traces of purple color, making the blades contaminated with demonic energy. Brilliance. The blades felt the aura of the great elder of the Demon King's Hall, and waves of trembling roars came from the blades, as if responding to the call of the great elder of the Demon King's Hall. Not to be outdone, Chen Feng said to the elder of Demon King Hall, "Great elder, don't be arrogant. I am no longer what I used to be. Who will win is yet to be determined." Then, he directly released his skills. Shenwu Sword Shadow. Sword shadows attacked from all directions with fierce momentum. The elder of the Demon King's palace looked at Chen Feng with a trace of magical purple light in his eyes. His eyes condensed slightly, and the blades condensed beside him attacked Chen Feng. Chen Feng stared closely at the blades next to him that were being attacked by the elder of the Demon King Palace, with a confident look on his lips. Before the blades could attack Chen Feng, they were blocked by the shadows of Shenwu's swords. Only a bang sound was heard as the shadows of Shenwu's swords collided with the blades. The impact formed a dazzling white light, which instantly covered up the colors on the green sky, illuminating the sky where they were, and the energy waves emitted continued to spread to the surrounding areas. The elder of the Demon King's Hall couldn't help but be attacked by the energy. He blocked it forward with his thick arms and took 2 steps back. At the same time, a translucent light shield formed on Chen Feng's body, and he was pushed back 4 or 5 steps by the energy emitted by the attack. This action was caught in the eyes of the great elder of Demon King Palace, and his eyes showed a look of surprise. Chapter 315 Waiting for the Opportunity. The great elder of the Demon King's Palace saw that Chen Feng only took a few steps back when facing his own attack. He couldn't help but have a look of horror in his eyes. He never thought that the little black bee would progress so quickly and be able to reach the level of the Holy Martial Mirror. In the sky, the shadows and blades of divine martial arts swords slowly dissipated in the green sky during the collision. The great elder of Demon King Palace looked at Chen Feng coldly and said, "Little black bee, you were hiding your own strength in the Demon King's Palace before?" There were traces of cold light in Chen Feng's eyes, and a stern smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The aura of his whole body changed, and his lifelong spiritual energy continued to surge. Chen Feng raised his head, looked up at the sky, and roared. There was a sound. "Break it for me." I saw waves of energy emanating from Chen Feng's body. The energy continuously forced the white matter out of the body. After Chen Feng forced the white matter out of the body, it fell on the ground drop by drop. Chen Feng closed his eyes slightly, feeling the final energy fluctuations in his body. When he opened his eyes again, a dazzling yellow light suddenly emitted from his eyes. The light was mixed with the aura of the Holy Martial Mirror. A crackling sound emanated from Chen Feng's body. Finally, there was a bang, and the sound of air blasting spread from Chen Feng's body to the surroundings. Chen Feng's strength suddenly became that of a first-level Shenwu mirror. After a while, Chen Feng slowly regained his aura, and his eyes returned to their normal color. The third elder of the Demon King's Palace, who was fighting the Iron Domain Divine Ape, heard the sound and couldn't help but jump out of the circle. He looked at Chen Feng, who had changed not far away, with a look of horror in his eyes. Although the third elder of the Demon King's Palace, I had known for a long time that Chen Feng's strength had reached the first level of the Holy Martial Arts. But now that I had seen it for real, there was unavoidable wonder in his eyes. When the Iron Territory Divine Ape saw the third elder of the Demon King's Hall setting his sights in the distance, he couldn't help but look towards that place. Seeing Chen Feng's increased strength, he couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. He suddenly felt very regretful, not inviting Chen Feng to join his Zhongzhou 10,000 Demons Pavilion. This was a big loss for him. Now, in this way, he has missed this opportunity. So suddenly, he sighed and cast his gaze on the third elder of the Demon King's Hall. The third elder of the Demon King's Palace felt the gaze of the Iron Territory Divine Ape, and turned back. The two monsters looked at each other, and without saying much, they started fighting together. The great elder of Demon King Palace looked at Chen Feng in front of him, and was slightly startled. Then he came back to his senses and said, "Little black bee, you are really secretive, and have been able to hide it from us for so long. When the vision happened in the Demon King's Palace, it was also caused by your promotion to the Holy Martial Mirror, right?" Chen Feng heard the words of the great elder of the Demon King Palace, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "Great elder, if I didn't do this, how could I still survive under your eyes? You had eradicated me long ago. How could you still keep me alive until now? It's my fault that you didn't eradicate me completely. This has caused trouble. So don't talk too much or risk your life." The eyes of the elder of the Demon King's Palace flashed, and without saying a word, He released his blades one after another, attacking Chen Feng. Chen Feng did not release other skills, and directly used the Divine Sword Shadow to fight against the blades. The skills released by the two monster beasts came and went, and they kept colliding in one place. Sparks kept flying in all directions, and the energy fluctuations turned into lines in the lake water, spreading in all directions. The skills of the two parties waxed and waned, and their constant attacks were concentrated in one place and then dissipated in the air. Chen Feng secretly glanced at the Elder of the Demon King's Hall, and then secretly glanced at the monster beasts in the Demon King's Hall who were at a disadvantage. His mind turned over and over again, and with a turn of his eyes, he had an idea. Clone technique! Without the attention of the Elder of the Demon King's Hall, Chen Feng directly released his clone technique. Chen Feng only felt a pain in his body. Then, Chen Feng couldn't help but take a few steps back. At this time, the blade of the Elder of the Demon King's Hall had already attacked. Coming, Chen Feng endured the pain in his body and kept dodging. The clone technique slowly changed as his strength increased. After a burst of pain, Chen Feng felt that something had been extracted from his body. He couldn't help but vibrate his wings, soaring his speed to the limit, heading towards the darkness above. Fly away. In an instant, Chen Feng was hidden in the darkness. Chen Feng suddenly felt something appearing next to him. He couldn't help but look to the side, and saw 4 small black bees with the same sting as him appearing in front of Chen Feng. They staring at Chen Feng with burning eyes. Chen Feng looked at his clone in front of him, and couldn't help but stroke his forehead. Then, he spoke to them in a low voice with a serious face. Later, at the critical moment, you are going to attack the great Elder of the Demon King's Palace. Do you understand? The 4 identical clones nodded, indicating that they understood. At this moment, the Elder of the Demon King's Hall looked at the figure of Chen Feng that had disappeared in front of him. He couldn't help but look around in confusion. He had never seen Chen Feng appear in front of him for a moment. He also lost patience in his eyes, and shouted directly to the surroundings. Little Black Bee, come out here and don't be a coward. We haven't decided the winner yet. Don't you want to kill me? Why did you back down before the result was obtained? When Chen Feng heard the words of the Elder of the Demon King's Hall, he quickly glanced at the 4 clones in front of him, and saw that they were ready. Then, he felt relieved and flew out from the darkness. Who said I gave up? Who said I backed down? Didn't I come out? Come on. Continue. Either you die or I die today. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he fought with the Elder of the Demon King's Palace again. The Elder of the Demon King's Palace saw Chen Feng leaving for a while, and without thinking much, he directly attacked Chen Feng. While fighting, Chen Feng observed the monsters in the Demon King's Palace above the battlefield. He glanced at the glorious worker bees hiding in the darkness, and sent a message directly to them through the system, asking them to go and help the monsters in the Demon King's Palace. After hearing Chen Feng's order, the glory worker bees rushed out immediately. A black mass of glory worker bees covered the green sky. The buzzing sound resounded in the sky. In an instant, they swooped towards the monsters in the 10,000 demons pavilion. Beasts. The glorious worker bees suddenly appeared, and the monsters in the 10,000 demons pavilion were not prepared. In an instant, there was a crash and they became a mess. The Elder of the Demon King's Hall heard bursts of screams ringing around him, and couldn't help but slip away and look to the side. Chen Feng's magic light flashed. His heart moved, and he said, It's now! Chapter 316 Death is coming. Chen Feng's clones felt Chen Feng's psychological fluctuations, and heard Chen Feng's inner voice. The 4 clones came to the side of the Elder of the Demon King's Hall in an instant. Chen Feng's 4 clones sealed off the east, west, south, and north sides of the Demon King's Hall Elder. Because Chen Feng's 4 clones fell on top of the Demon King's Hall's Elder, part of the Demon King's Hall's Elder's mind was on the battlefield, on Chen Feng's body, and the other part was on Chen Feng's body. Unaware that Chen Feng's 4 clones had arrived beside him and surrounded him, Chen Feng's 4 clones released their skills at the same time. The earth groans. Shenwu's sword shadow. The thunder attacks released by Chen Feng's 4 clones, superimposed together, were no less powerful than the thunder attacks released by Chen Feng himself. Countless arcs of electricity were seen emanating from the 4 clones. The arcs of electricity crackled in the ears of the monster beasts, and continued to spread around Chen Feng's 4 clones. The Elder of the Demon King's Hall heard the sound of the arc ringing in his ears. Before he could escape in time, he only felt a numbness all over his body. Then, he lost strength and his body couldn't help but collapse on the ground. Not only the Elder of the Demon King's Palace, but also all the demon beasts brought by the elders of the Demon King's palace, and the Iron Territory Divine Ape, who are close to Qin Feng's 4 clones, will inevitably be affected by the anesthesia effect produced by the human thunder attack. He collapsed on the ground, unable to have the strength to resist. When the monsters in the Demon King's palace and the glory worker bees brought by Qin Feng saw the monsters on the enemy's side falling to the ground, their eyes could not help but light up. They did not bother to worry about the reason, and just took this opportunity. It attacked the monsters in the enemy camp that were paralyzed on the ground. Those monster beasts that were paralyzed on the ground were unable to resist the attacks of the monster beasts and the glory worker bees in the Demon King's palace. They were cut into pieces of watermelon, and their lives were taken away from them. Slowly, blood dyed the land of this regional city red. Even if the sky was dark, and it was difficult to see the blood flowing on the ground, the air in this area was mixed with all the blood. The anger lingered for a long time, and was difficult to shake off. Just thinking about it, you can see how many monsters' blood was flowing on this land. At this moment, the nose of the great elder of the Demon King's palace was filled with the aura of blood. At the same time, the great elder of the Demon King's palace also felt countless dense sword shadows attacking him from all directions. The great elder of the Demon King's palace looked at the dense sword shadows with a look of horror in his eyes. He raised his head with great effort, only to find that he was surrounded by little black bees who looked exactly like Qin Feng. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a look of curiosity. Where did these little black bees come from? Why do they look exactly like the little black bees in front of me? Their attack power is no weaker than the little black bees in front of me. In an instant, the great elder of Demon King Hall thought a lot in his mind. However, this was not the time to think about these things. There were countless sword shadows threatening his life in front of him. How could he have time to think about other things? The great elder of Demon King Hall, there was a solemn expression on his face, and there was a slight hint of panic among the solemnity. The great elder of the Demon King's Hall worked hard to extract the spiritual power from his body, and formed an earthy yellow energy light shield emitting a faint light beside him. That light shield wrapped the entire body of the great elder of the Demon King's Hall in the light shield. However, the faint khaki light that felt like light could hardly withstand the attack of Shenwu's sword shadow. The divine martial sword shadow turned around and came to the light shield of the great elder of the Demon King's Hall. Although the skills released by Qin Feng's 4 clones were not as powerful as Qin Feng, and were only half of Qin Feng's strength, the divine martial sword shadows, the power produced, should not be underestimated. Even the combined attacks of Shenwu's sword shadow were more powerful than the skills released by Qin Feng. Qin Feng saw his 4 clones flying out of the darkness, and released skill attacks towards the elder of the Demon King's Hall. But he himself was not idle either. He directly released the Jianquan technique, and came to the Demon King's Hall, in front of the great elder. The earth groans. Shenwu's sword shadow. The great elder of the Demon King's palace was originally focused on Qin Feng's 4 clones. However, he suddenly felt a dark shadow flashing in front of his eyes, and couldn't help but cast his gaze forward. When the great elder of the Demon King's palace saw Qin Feng, I felt panicked in my heart, and my pupils suddenly tightened. The elder of the Demon King's Hall knew that Qin Feng had come in front of him, and he was definitely not talking to him about old times. When he saw Qin Feng's posture, he knew that Qin Feng was going to use his skills to attack him. The great elder of the Demon King's palace has stayed in the Demon King's palace for so many years, and the tasks assigned are basically carried out by his subordinates. Yeno has left very few opportunities for him to go and experience. After so many years, among them, because of his pampering, he rarely threatened his life and safety, and gradually relaxed his requirements on himself. But Qin Feng is different. Every day Qin Feng lives is a day of licking blood on the tip of a knife. There are dangers around Qin Feng all the time, so Qin Feng continues to improve himself amidst the constant danger. At this time, the elder of the Demon King's palace was in a desperate situation facing attacks from all directions. In addition, he had always enjoyed peace and happiness in the Demon King's palace for so many years, and it was no longer possible to avoid it. The great elder of the Demon King's palace also had a premonition in his heart that he was about to face the result, that he was about to face death. There was a look of unwillingness in his eyes, and his eyes slowly became bloodshot, and small bloodshot eyes appeared, wire after wisp, until it spread all over his eyes, making the elder of the Demon King's palace look particularly ferocious. The elder of the Demon King's palace cast his gaze on Qin Feng, with hatred in his eyes. Little black bee, you treat me like this? Is it difficult to let me go? Qin Feng glanced at the great elder of Demon King Palace, who was still struggling on the edge of death, with a look of disdain in his eyes. Great elder, the facts are right in front of you. Why don't you choose to believe it and give up? The moment you chase me, you should have thought of the consequences. Before you die, I will tell you a truth. Jean sought to get rid of the root cause. If you didn't kill me in the first place, it was destined that I would grow up and come to take revenge on you. There was a sarcastic look on Qinfeng's face, and the strands of sarcasm continued to penetrate into the heart of the great elder of the Demon King's Hall, like thorns, pricking holes in his heart. The great elder of the Demon King's Hall only felt waves of pain in his heart, and the waves of pain slowly spread from his heart to his limbs. Chapter 317 Self-Destruction. The pain all over the body of the great elder of the Demon King's palace made it difficult for him to pay attention even to the sharp wind brought by the shadow of the divine sword around him. The great elder of Demon King's palace originally thought that joining the forces of Zhongzhou 10,000 Demons Pavilion would lead to a successful career. But he never thought that all these dreams would be broken by this little black bee in front of him. The light emitted became darker and darker, and the darkness was mixed with madness. The elder of the Demon King's Hall stared at Qinfeng closely. Qinfeng felt the eyes of the elder of the Demon King's Hall. He felt chills all over his body. He had a bad premonition in his heart. He always felt the gaze of the elder of the Demon King's Hall. There are hints of conspiracy revealed. A vicious smile appeared on the corner of the Demon King's Hall's elder's mouth, and he said to Qinfeng, "Little black bee, since you won't let me go, don't blame me for being rude." At this moment, countless divine sword shadows around him were slashing at the side of the Demon King Palace Elder with fierce momentum, on top of the khaki light shield formed by the Demon King Palace Elder. Due to the temporary light shield formed by the Demon King Palace Elder, when facing the Shenwu movie, they were vulnerable, and only heard a sound like breaking glass that kept ringing in the ears of the monsters. Qinfeng watched as the light shield around the elder of the Demon King Palace shattered, and the energy emitted continued to disperse into the air. Then, the body of the elder of the Demon King Palace was completely surrounded by the dense attacks of Shenwu's sword shadow. It is difficult to see clearly what is going on inside. When Qinfeng saw this situation, his body slowly relaxed, and he ignored the ominous premonition in his heart. He raised the corners of his eyes slightly, and thought in his heart, "The elder of the Demon King's Palace will definitely die. Why does it still give me a sense of crisis? It seems that I am unfounded and think too much." Qinfeng couldn't help but shook his head slightly, and slowly turned back, wanting to fly towards the battlefield with vibrating wings. However, at this moment, the expected sound of the sword shadow penetrating deep into the flesh did not come. Instead, a crimson light continued to emit from the sword shadow. The crimson light lasted for an instant, illuminating this somewhat gray-green sky. All the monsters on the battlefield couldn't help but stop attacking and looked in the direction of the light. Qinfeng, who turned around, also felt the red light emanating from the sky and couldn't help but feel it. Turn around and look. When Qinfeng saw the crimson light, he couldn't help but be attracted by the light. The light was particularly dazzling and gorgeous in the sky. At this time, the sword shadow surrounding the elder of the Demon King's Hall was shaking continuously, and only the sound of click, click, click was heard. The sword shadow broke inch by inch, turned directly into powder, and disappeared into the air. Qinfeng, who was attracted by the light, heard the sound of the sword shadow breaking. He came back to his senses in an instant, with a vigilant look in his eyes. He slowly stepped back a few steps and summoned all four of his clones, surrounded by oneself. When all the sword shadows were broken and turned into powder, the great elder of the Demon King's Palace, whose body was covered with holes in the sword shadows, appeared in front of Qinfeng, carrying a crimson gun. The face of the great elder of the Demon King's Palace was constantly distorted, and there was a crazy look in his eyes, which merged with the red light, making it look particularly strange and ferocious. The elder of the Demon King's Hall stared closely at Qinfeng in front of him. "Little black bee, since you won't let me go, don't blame me for being rude. In this case, let's die together. We can have a companion on the road to H.L." The great elder of the Demon King's Hall looked around again, laughing wildly, looking up at the sky, smiling with tears sliding down his eyes. "Little black bee, since you ruined my plan, then I will let all the monsters be buried with you, and my journey in this world will not be in vain." Qinfeng heard the words of the elder of the Demon King's Hall, and saw the crimson light that the elder of the Demon King's Hall continued to radiate. Coupled with that crazy look, he felt a cold air constantly emanating from his heart. The premonition became stronger and stronger. The third elder of the Demon King's Hall, who was fighting the Iron Domain Divine Ape, saw the first elder of the Demon King's Hall, who was in madness. and discovered the crimson light radiating from the body of the first elder of the Demon King's Hall. He felt shocked inside, and immediately roared. Shouted, "All monsters leave this place quickly! The Great Elder is going to blow himself up!" The monsters in the battlefield also discovered this situation, and knew that the Great Elder of the Demon King's Palace was going to die with them. There was a look of panic on their faces, and they ran away in a hurry without thinking. As the monster beasts were running away aimlessly in all directions, some monster beasts were being trampled to death in the process of escaping. At this moment, the battlefield became a mess, and all the monster beasts were looking after themselves. Save your own life. When Chen Feng heard the words of the third elder of the Demon King's Palace, his pupils suddenly tightened, and there was a trace of panic in his heart, and he roared directly at the glory worker bees. Withdraw! Then, he led his clone to use the Qianquan technique and left the place as fast as possible. At the same time, the glorious worker bees directly increased their speed to the limit and leapt in the direction of Chen Feng. The great elder of the Demon King's Palace looked at the monster beasts running away in all directions. The sound of wild laughter continued to resound in the green and red sky. The great elder of the Demon King's Palace looked at the escaping monsters, as if looking at the clowns one after another. He knew in his heart that no matter how fast the monsters in front of him ran away, they would be affected. The power of the demonic beasts, such as the Holy Martial Triple Mirror, and the others can't be overstated. And their scope is also wide and wide. The great elder of the Demon King's Palace slowly put away his smile, and quietly looked at the ants that were escaping. Stop struggling. You can't escape. Come to H.L. with me. Gradually, the light emanating from the elder of the Demon King's Palace became stronger and stronger. At the same time, the elder of the Demon King's Palace looked up at the sky, with a sad look in his eyes. He only felt that his whole body was like stepping into a furnace, constantly exuding extremely high temperatures. Slowly, the spiritual power in his body continued to condense together, and his body became larger and larger. A ball is formed in the body. The ball was beating like a heart, and with a final bang sound, it exploded directly in this area like thunder in the flat ground. The energy emitted by the explosion continued to spread to the surrounding areas. All monsters that are too late to escape and are relatively close to the elder of the Demon King's Hall will be turned into powder when they come into contact with this energy, without any possibility of survival. Chapter 318 Awakening. Chen Feng looked at the Tide Iron Territory Divine Ape, with a sly smile on his lips. Then, he flew towards the Demon King's Palace with vibrating wings and landed on his huge head. His ears called. The third elder of Demon King Palace slowly opened his eyes. Chen Feng looked at the third elder, who woke up and said, Third elder, what do you think we should do with this Iron Domain Divine Ape in front of us? The third elder was slightly startled when he heard Chen Feng's words. Then he followed Chen Feng's gaze and looked at the Iron Territory Divine Ape not far away from him. There was a look of hesitation in his eyes. The third elder had never expected that the Iron Domain Divine Ape in front of him could follow him to escape, and he couldn't help but sigh slightly. Let him go! Chen Feng stared closely at the third elder in front of him. After a long time, he spoke leisurely. Third elder, you have to think carefully. This time we have completely offended the monsters in the Zhongzhou 10,000 Monsters Pavilion. If we let him go this time, it will definitely become a big trouble for us. And it will definitely cause trouble for the Demon King Palace. Come to kill. And since the elder of the Demon King's Palace can find the monster in front of you, it means that the monster in front of you is the same type of monster as the elder of the Demon King's Palace. Chen Feng paused and then said leisurely, This Iron Territory Divine Ape must be a monster that will seek revenge. If the monster in front of you reports to Zhongzhou 10,000 Demons Pavilion, do you think our Demon King Palace can withstand the attack of Zhongzhou 10,000 Monsters Pavilion? After experiencing so many things, the third elder felt that his heart had become a lot more vicissitudes. There would always be some emotions left in his heart. The third elder could not help but shook his head slightly, shook off the complicated thoughts in his mind, and forced himself to fight. He glanced at Chen Feng and said, Then I'll leave him to you. I'll wake up the other monsters in the Demon King's Palace. The third elder didn't wait for Chen Feng to answer, so he stood up and left without looking back. Chen Feng looked at the lonely figure of the third elder of the Demon King's Palace leaving, and couldn't help but sigh, with a look of helplessness in his eyes. After that, he slowly moved his gaze back and landed on the Iron Territory Divine Ape. The complicated thoughts in his mind disappeared in an instant, and a slippery smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chen Feng's vibrating wings landed on the huge head of the Iron Territory Divine Ape, got close to the Iron Territory Divine Ape's ear, and kept calling in his ears. Under Chen Feng's call, the Iron Territory Divine Ape slowly opened his eyes. The moment the Iron Territory Divine Ape opened his eyes, he felt that his vision was blurry, and his mind was in chaos. It took him a long time to realize where he was, and he couldn't help but want to struggle to stand up. Only then did he realize that he was being something was tied up. So I couldn't help but lower my head and carefully observe what was tied up with me. He saw that the bundle of demonic ropes was constantly flashing with a white halo, and auras were constantly flowing on the surface of the ropes. In the dim sky, they were like twinkling stars. The shining stars looked particularly dazzling and gorgeous. The Iron Territory Divine Ape does not think that the auras on the bundle of fairy ropes are really beautiful. After all, they are things tied to him. How could he think that these things are beautiful objects? The Iron Territory Divine Ape watched for a long time, and then looked around. He did not see any traces of monsters, except for those monsters that fell on the ground and did not know whether they were dead or alive. There were no other monsters. For a moment, I was a little puzzled as to what kind of monster tied me here. What kind of monster is playing tricks here? Come out quickly and help me untie it. Chen Feng, who was standing on the huge head of the Iron Territory Divine Ape with his legs crossed, couldn't help but feel a little funny when he heard the Iron Territory Divine Ape's words. Chen Feng also didn't expect that the Iron Territory Divine Ape in front of him didn't notice his own. For a moment, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. In the view of the Iron Territory Divine Ape, in this dark and quiet space, this thumping laughter seemed particularly abrupt and frightening. He couldn't help but tremble his body and looked around vigilantly. Come out! Come out quickly! Do you know who I am? I am a monster in Zhongzhou 10,000 Demons Pavilion. If you don't want to offend me and cause revenge from Zhongzhou 10,000 Demons Pavilion, you must let me go quickly. Otherwise, I won't let you walk around without food. Chen Feng felt the tremors coming from the body of the Iron Territory Divine Ape, showing fear. He couldn't help curling his lips and looking at the Iron Territory Divine Ape under his feet with some disdain. Chen Feng stretched, then flapped his wings leisurely, stepped on the Iron Territory Divine Ape, and appeared in front of the Iron Territory Divine Ape. Iron Territory Divine Ape felt the strength above his head, and his body could not help but stiffen slightly. He did not expect that the little thief who tied him up was actually above his head, and dared to insult him so boldly. The Iron Domain Divine Ape looked at the little black bee that appeared in front of him, although his chest was filled with anger. After all, the little black bee in front of him just stepped on his head. That was a great disrespect to him. The Iron Domain Divine Ape trying to suppress the trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He thought in his heart, Little black bee, don't think that because you are so arrogant, I can't do anything to you. When you let me go, I will definitely skin you and cut you into pieces, so that you will know about the monsters in our Zhongzhou 10,000 Monster Pavilion. You are not someone to be trifled with. You actually dare to insult me like this. Let you know the consequences of offending me. Chen Feng glanced at the Iron Domain Divine Ape in front of him, and took in all his facial expressions before speaking slowly. I've come out. What's the matter with you? Don't you want to say something to me? If you have any last words, please tell me. The Iron Domain Divine Ape heard the key points of Chen Feng's words, and there was a look of horror in his eyes. Last words? Little black bee, did you know that I am a monster from Zhongzhou 10,000 Monsters Pavilion? Chen Feng heard the hysterical roar of the Iron Territory Divine Ape, and couldn't help but use his bee's feet to dig out his ears, shook his head slightly, and said helplessly, Iron Territory Divine Ape, you don't have to be so loud. I'm not deaf and can hear your voice. Besides, of course, I know that you are a monster from the Zhongzhou 10,000 Monsters Pavilion. Even if you are a monster from the Zhongzhou 10,000 Monsters Pavilion. So what? The Iron Territory Divine Ape's pupils suddenly contracted, and there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. Little black bee, do you know? If you offend our Zhongzhou 10,000 Demon Pavilion, the consequences will be very serious. Aren't you afraid of provoking a dispute in 2 weeks? If you kill me, Zhongzhou 10,000 Demon Pavilion will definitely send Demon's Beast. Avenge me. Why do you think you are doing this? As the Iron Domain Divine Ape spoke, his body slowly relaxed. He was sure that the little black bee in front of him would not do anything to him. After all, no monster could bear the war between the two continents. As a result, Iron Territory Divine Ape showed a look of confidence in his eyes. Chapter 319, Asking for Help. The Iron Territory Divine Ape knew that no monster wanted to cause a war within 2 weeks and become a sinner for the ages. He was sure that Chen Feng in front of him was no exception. But things went against his wishes. Chen Feng looked at the confident Iron Territory Divine Ape in front of him, With a sly smile on his lips, he slowly approached the Iron Territory Divine Ape and whispered to the Iron Territory Divine Ape, "Tell me, is there any monster in this area that can know that you were killed by me? This deserted area is a holy place for killing monsters and extinguishing fires. I can teach you how to do it without knowing it." No monster knows about the killing here. So if you say this, where else will your 10,000 monsters pavilion in Zhengzhou seek revenge? When the Iron Domain Divine Ape heard Chen Feng's words, his face turned livid for an instant, and an incredible look appeared in his eyes. He did not expect that Chen Feng would be so bold, and not only wanted to kill him here, but also informed him of his purpose. The Iron Territory Divine Ape panicked for a moment, and his eyes slowly became bloodshot and turned red. "Little Black Bee, do you dare?" The Iron Domain Divine Ape kept struggling, tried to break free from the shackles of the demon binding rope, and then opened its bloody mouth, trying to swallow Chen Feng into his belly. However, Chen Feng had long expected that the Iron Territory Divine Ape would be stimulated to attack him after hearing what he said. Chen Feng's body flashed and left the place. Chen Feng disappeared from the spot, and the Iron Territory Divine Ape didn't even touch a single hair of Chen Feng. The expression on his angry face became even more ferocious and terrifying, and he kept struggling, trying to break away from the rope that bound the demon. Chen Feng looked at the struggling Iron Territory Divine Ape, stretched his waist, the corners of his eyes slightly raised, and the old god said calmly, "Iron Territory Divine Ape, I kindly remind you, stop struggling. The more you struggle, the tighter the rope will be. Don't waste your efforts. You won't be able to break free." After hearing Chen Feng's words, the Iron Territory Divine Ape continued to struggle regardless, and a crimson light slowly appeared on the surface of his body. Chen Feng looked at the Iron Territory Divine Ape that was emitting red light, and felt a little frightened. Seeing the scene in front of him, Chen Feng suddenly thought of the scene where the elder of the Demon King Palace exposed himself, and his heart skipped a beat. "Perhaps I have gone too far. This Iron Realm Divine Ape in front of you can't bear the stimulation of your words. If you want to expose yourself and die together with me, you can't do it." When Chen Feng thought of this, his face turned ugly in an instant, and he directly released his skills. Shinwu Sword Shadow. I saw the divine sword shadows galloping from all directions with fierce aura, and every sword shadow had the attitude of wanting to tear the Iron Territory Divine Ape into pieces. However, the Iron Territory Divine Ape did not continue to swell like the body of the great elder of the Demon King Palace. Instead, the second before the divine sword shadow was inserted into his body, the Iron Territory Divine Ape suddenly opened his bloody mouth. From his bloody mouth full of blood, he spat out a red sphere. Before Chen Feng could react, the sphere rushed straight into the gray sky. In an instant, it exploded, like a beautiful firework, emitting red fireworks. In this gray sky, it passed in a flash, with a strong sense of sadness. Then, a plop sound was heard, and all the Shenwu movies were inserted into the body of the Iron Territory Divine Ape without mercy. The Iron Territory Divine Ape felt the pain in his body, and his pupils suddenly contracted, and they tightened tightly, staring at Chen Feng. "Little Black Bee, don't be complacent. Zhongzhou 10,000 Demons Pavilion will not let you go." Chen Feng heard the words of the Iron Territory Divine Ape and couldn't help but wonder. When he was about to ask something, the Iron Territory Divine Ape tilted his head and lost his breath. Blood continued to flow out of his body. The bloody chi is constantly filling the sky. If the sky was extremely bright at this time, you would definitely find that the blood flowing from the body of the Iron Domain Divine Ape formed a small stream, slowly flowing forward, and then seeping into the ground. Chen Feng looked at the breathless Iron Domain Divine Ape in front of him, and couldn't help but open his mouth to say something. Then, he sighed, shook his head slightly, raised his head, and looked up at the fireworks exploding in the sky. Direction. Eyes thoughtful. At this moment, the demon binding rope tied to the body of the Iron Territory Divine Ape seemed to be spiritual. He felt that the Iron Territory Divine Ape had lost its breath, so he slowly let go of the Iron Territory Divine Ape. The Iron Territory Divine Ape, none of the blood on his body was stained by the rope that bound the demon. The demon binding rope exuded a white aura and returned to Chen Feng's feet. Chen Feng felt the touch in his hand, and couldn't help but change his thoughts that were far away, and cast his dull eyes on his hand. With the demon binding rope on his body, he silently put the demon binding rope in his hand into the water and ground space. The third elder of the Demon King's Hall saw the brilliant red fireworks in the sky and rushed over quickly. When he was about to approach Chen Feng, he slowed down and walked forward gracefully. The third elder of the Demon King's Hall watched. The Iron Territory Divine Ape, who had lost his breath, knew what had happened in an instant. He couldn't help but shook his head slightly, and cast his gaze on Chen Feng. The third elder of the Demon King's palace looked at Chen Feng with a serious face, with traces of solemnity in his expression. Little Black Bee, the Iron Territory Divine Ape in front of you has already reported to the 10,000 Monsters Pavilion of Zhongzhou. The fireworks exploding in the sky are signs that the monsters have reported to the 10,000 Monsters Pavilion of Zhongzhou. The 10,000 Demons Pavilion is attacking the Demon King's palace. Do you have any countermeasures? The third elder of the Demon King's palace knew that what had happened, and no one expected that the Iron Domain Divine Ape in front of him would report to the Zhongzhou 10,000 Demons Pavilion at the last moment of his death. It was no longer necessary to scold Chen Feng harshly at this moment. After all, things have happened, and a solution must be found. Chen Feng was slightly startled when he heard the words of the third elder of the Demon King's palace. Chen Feng did not expect that killing an Iron Domain Divine Ape in front of him would have such consequences. He couldn't help but sigh, with a look of annoyance in his eyes, and he lowered his head slightly. Come back. The third elder of the Demon King's Hall waited quietly for Chen Feng's answer. After a long time, Chen Feng slowly raised his head and looked at the third elder of the Demon King's Hall with a firm look in his eyes. One beast does what it does, and another beast takes charge. If the 10,000 Demons Pavilion of Central Continent comes to visit, the Demon King's palace can just push everything on me. After all, it is my own thing, and I cannot let the Demon King's palace bear it. The third elder of the Demon King's palace heard Chen Feng's words. There was a complicated look in his eyes. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He looked up at the sky full of vast green, and the light in his eyes flickered. Chen Feng looked at the third elder of the Demon King's Hall in front of him, and also looked up to the sky. Chapter 3 10,000 Demons Pavilion. The third elder of the Demon King's palace watched for a long time, and his beautiful voice floated from all over, with helplessness and a sigh. Little Black Bee, don't worry. Take one step and watch it. Chen Feng withdrew his gaze to the sky, hearing the words of the third elder of the Demon King's palace. A smile appeared on his lips again. He nodded slightly, and the original light was once again condensed in his eyes. The third elder of the Demon King's palace did not even look at the Iron Territory Divine Ape who fell on the ground, and walked forward gracefully, with his head raised and his chest held high. Chen Feng glanced at the Iron Territory Divine Ape and followed the third elder of the Demon King's palace to leave. At this moment, the surviving monster beasts and radiant worker bees in the Demon King's palace have all woken up and gathered in one place. They saw the third elder of the Demon King's palace and Chen Feng walking towards them, with joy in their eyes. The look on his face immediately greeted him. Neither Chen Feng nor the third elder of the Demon King palace said anything about the Iron Territory Divine Ape. The third elder of the Demon King's palace looked around and counted the surviving monsters. Seeing that most of the monsters brought from the Demon King's palace had been lost, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. He also saw the glorious worker bees on the side, with a look in their eyes, with a confused expression. He couldn't help but look at Chen Feng. These are... Chen Feng looked at the third elder of the Demon King palace, with a smile on his lips. These are the glorious worker bees I brought with me. The ruins are so dangerous. How could I be unprepared? The third elder of the Demon King's Hall heard Chen Feng's words, and knew the implication of Chen Feng's words. That meant that he wanted to kill the elder of the Demon King's Hall. So how could he be unprepared? The third elder of the Demon King's palace knew that what the elder did was only for his own benefit, and the look in his eyes returned to the past. It is impossible for the third elder of the Demon King's palace to regret the matter of the elder for the rest of his life. The monsters will move forward. Look, how can we always stay on this one thing? The third elder of the Demon King's Hall and Chen Feng led the remaining monsters, took a short rest, and then continued to move forward. Zhongzhou 10,000 Monsters Pavilion is sensitive to every monster. Originally, 10,000 Monsters Pavilion sent some monsters to the terrifying ruins in the west. They thought that with the strength and reputation of Zhongzhou 10,000 Monsters Pavilion, they would gain unexpected success in the western ruins. Results: the owner of the 10,000 Demons Pavilion is covered with sharp thorns all over his body. He has a pair of huge wings on his back, and a pair of huge and sharp horns on his head. The horns are shining with cold light. His head is like a lion. The head is like a tiger's head, and the whole body exudes a fierce aura. He closes his eyes and rests in his bedroom. At this time, a monster beast ran quickly from outside the palace of Wanyao Pavilion. Although the monster beast was panicked, it was still calm. It came to the throne of the pavilion master of Wanyao Pavilion, and knelt down on one knee. Reporting to the pavilion master. Something bad has happened. The fate cards of the monster sent to the terrifying ruins in the west have all dimmed. The monster's voice was slightly breathless. But it did not dare to delay at all, and reported it immediately. After hearing the report from his subordinates, the master of Wanyao Pavilion opened his eyes in an instant. The pupils in his eyes were black and purple, like a deep pool with no bottom visible, with water rippling out of it. There were subtle ripples, and a ray of cold light that could not be easily detected flashed in his eyes, and the momentum all over his body became stronger in an instant. The gaze of the master of the pavilion of 10,000 demons fell on his subordinates. The monster kneeling under the throne of the master of the pavilion of 10,000 demons felt the gaze of the master of the pavilion of 10,000 demons, and his body trembled slightly. In an instant, he crawled on his knees, above the ground. After a long time, the master of the 10,000 demons pavilion withdrew his gaze, and his voice seemed to come from all directions. Do you know it is suitable for killing monsters? The monster crawling on the ground said with a trembling voice. The monster that was about to go to the terrifying ruins in the west sent out a signal at the last moment of its death, telling it that it had been killed by a little black bee from the Demon King's palace. When the master of the 10,000 demons pavilion heard the report of the monster beast, a colder light flashed in his eyes, and he casually glanced at the monster beast crawling on the ground. Demon King's Hall? Which state is it an organization from? The monster crawling on the ground glanced secretly at the lord of the Ben Pavilion, who was leaning on his head in thought on the throne, took a breath and said, Report to the pavilion master that it is the weakest force in Shizhou. The master of the 10,000 demons pavilion heard the words of the monster. His eyes fell sharply on the monster, and in an instant, he slowly stood up. Shizhou is so bold and dares to kill the monster sent by my Zhongzhou 10,000 demons pavilion. Do they want me to fight against our Zhongzhou? In this case, let the monsters in the Demon King's palace in Shizhou taste it. Taste the power of our Zhongzhou. The monster crawling on the ground heard the words of the master of the 10,000 demons pavilion, and immediately said to the master of the pavilion, The master is wise. The master of the 10,000 demons pavilion wandered around twice in front of his throne, then slowly stopped, put away his fierce aura, glanced at the monster crawling on the opposite side, and said, Go and assemble the army of our Zhongzhou 10,000 monsters pavilion to jointly attack the Shizhou Demon King's palace and avenge the monsters lost in the terrifying ruins of the west. If the Demon King's palace does not hand over the little black bee, then it will be a shame for us. Zhongzhou 10,000 monsters, let the power of Shizhou disappear from this world forever. The monster crawling on the ground said immediately with a look of joy flashing in its eyes. Yes, Pavilion Master. My subordinates will do it now. The Pavilion Master of 10,000 demons pavilion nodded, slowly returned to his throne, reclined on the handle of the throne, closed his eyes and rested. The monster crawling on the ground immediately went down to prepare, and conveyed the order from the master of the 10,000 demons pavilion. It didn't take long for all the monster beasts in the 10,000 demons pavilion to gather successfully. The monster immediately came to the palace of the master of the 10,000 demon pavilions, knelt on the ground on one knee, and reporting to the pavilion master, the monster beasts in the 10,000 demons pavilion have successfully gathered. I hope the pavilion master will give you permission. The master of the 10,000 demons pavilion opened his eyes again, with a sinister smile on his lips. He stood up from the throne, and came to the front of the monster. The master of the 10,000 demons pavilion did not look at the monster crawling on the ground. He just exuded a lazy aura from all over his body. If it were not for the words spoken in his mouth, he would not have thought that the master of the 10,000 demons pavilion was go and attack other forces. To deal with this small force in Shizhou, there is no need for me to take action. Let the second and third elders of the 10,000 demons pavilion lead the monsters in the 10,000 demons pavilion to attack the Demon King's palace. Be sure to seek an explanation from the Demon King's palace. The monster crawling on the ground heard the order from the master of the 10,000 demons pavilion and immediately said respectfully, Yes. Then, the monster went to the second elder and third elder's palace to convey the order from the pavilion master. The second elder and third elder immediately took the order and set off.